Xiao Hao was just an ordinary young man, yet he now found himself imprisoned beneath the unforgiving depths of the ocean, his only refuge a fragile coral shell hut that could be swallowed at any moment. In the empty air before him, a game interface flickered, its blood-red letters casting a chilling glow that made his temples throb. The room, roughly 20 square meters, looked like a primitive clay hut, yet it was eerily pieced together from shimmering, multicolored materials, and the roof resembled an enormous shell. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Hao seethed with frustration. Wasn't a caveman. He understood the concept of transmigration, but even the bed from his subsidized apartment had crossed worlds with him, which was absurd. What puzzled him even more was that this shell house stood on the seabed. The pressure at such depth should crush any structure instantly. So how was the room still intact? He walked to the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, and, through half a meter of darkness, saw bioluminescent plants swaying gracefully. By that faint glow, Xiao Hao confirmed he was indeed at the bottom of the sea, just as the game claimed. A heavy weight settled on his chest as he unlocked his phone, where a paired menu unfolded. Profile, Forum, Exchange, Synthesis Room, Inventory, Exploration bubbles rows of functions neatly arranged. Frowning, Xiao Hao tapped Profile. The page flipped, revealing his stats. Name Xiao Hao, ID 869, age 20, full health and stamina, 0 spirit pearls. Shell house safety rating, 1 star extremely fragile. Any passing beast could destroy it. No guardian. Area, 20 square meters. Personal skills, none. Strength assessment, weak. The game's agenda was clear: upgrade the shell house, collect spirit pearls, recruit guardians, and do it all in the open sea. The question was how a human could even step outside, let alone gather resources. He closed the profile and opened the forum. As expected, chaos reigned. Someone shouted, "What the hell? I woke up and the world's gone crazy." Another trembled, "There's a giant creature outside, I'm hiding under the covers." A third tried to sound brave, "Don't chicken out, go fight it." Someone else sighed, "This place is way too dry to be the deep sea. This can't be science." A self-proclaimed biologist confirmed that the plants outside were genuine deep-sea species, and that beyond the door lay a wall of water that somehow didn't seep in. Another player sobbed, "I don't want a survival game, I just want to go home." With no cell signal and no way to call for help, despair spread quickly. Worse still, there was no food in the room. One user cried, "We're finished. There's literally nothing here." Others revealed that the inventory held starter supplies. Xiao Hao opened his own inventory. Most slots were empty, holding only a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. Players like him, who hadn't piled snacks on their beds, would last only a few days. The biologist suggested trying the door, and although Xiao Hao hesitated, he finally walked over, phone in his left hand, right hand on the handle, ready to twist it. Just then, a translucent line of text drifted across the floating interface like a bullet comet. Another one about to Jieha has no idea a deep-sea wraith is lurking outside. Xiao Hao froze. The game was giving him a hint. His hand stopped midair, and doubts flooded his mind. If this was a survival game, why offer hints at all? He hurried to the forum to see whether anyone else mentioned it, but among the torrent of posts, not one spoke of any tips. He did learn that the shell house came with lighting, and that the shell button by the door was the switch. He pressed it, the ceiling lit up as bright as a fluorescent lamp, and he turned off his phone's flashlight. Was the floating text just for him, or did everyone see it? If everyone saw it, why wasn't anyone questioning it? He tentatively posted, ID 869 here. Does the game provide any tips beyond the opening tutorial? Almost immediately, player 666 the snack-hoarding bro 6 shot back with a sneer. Trying to mess with me? When you're starving, don't come begging. His followers piled on, mocking Xiao Hao. A bed full of snacks clearly didn't make bro 6 generous, and extracting information without offering anything in return was pointless. Since the hint seemed to be his alone, the day might come when others begged him instead. With a deep-sea wraith prowling outside, Xiao Hao decided to study the game's features and wait for the creature to leave. First up was the exchange. An array of items filled the screen. Phone chargers for food, pillows and quilts for food, even lubricants and contraceptives, everything imaginable. Listings refreshed non-stop, and items vanished the moment a deal succeeded. After studying the trading system, Xiao Hao opened the synthesis room. Inside the crafting house, countless blueprints hovered in midair. Once the right materials were supplied, the listed item would spring into existence. Basic coral rod, coral 01, seaweed 01. Refined coral rod, coral 04, copper ingot 01. Coral spear, coral 01. Iron ingot 05. The dense web of recipes almost blocked Xiao Hao's entire field of view. Most designs were weapons or protective gear, while true everyday items were scarce. Only a few pieces of clothing, a handful of water purifiers, and various farm tools, each demanding a different mix of materials. The stream of floating comments in the void had already dissipated. Apparently, each message had an expiration time. Xiao Hao didn't rush to open the door. The system called this a game, but it wasn't the sort of farm sim you could reload at will. One wrong move might cost him his life. Caution was still the only rule for survival. The entire morning slipped away while he waited. Had yet to touch the small stash of food in his inventory. Every morsel saved might matter later. By noon, the forum had plunged into chaos. Complaints, wails, and curses layered over one another. Xiao Hao skimmed the noise, trying to spot any practical survival tips. My god. The reason seawater isn't flooding the Shanbei room is that the room itself runs on magic that's limited. The post grabbed his attention at once. Whoever wrote it must have found some kind of clue inside the room. Xiao Hao immediately inspected the walls. The gaudy patches of color acted like camouflage, hiding every irregularity. Inch by inch he felt along the surface until, near an upper corner, he located a dull little screen that was almost invisible unless you leaned in. It read, Magic Reserve, 955L. Magic Consumed, 45L. The numbers made him draw a sharp breath. His already precarious deep-sea ordeal had just grown worse. Stranger still, magic was measured in liters, suggesting that every unit of energy was tied to the ocean environment. Roughly 4.5 hours had passed since he woke up. That worked out to about 10 L burn per hour. The Shanbei room would last, at most, 100 hours, just over 4 days. When the magic ran dry, he didn't want to imagine the consequences. He kept scrolling through the forum when a new post caught his eye. Yes. I just went out and found a basic coral chest filled with daily supplies. The only downside is that the exploration bubble burns a lot of magic. If you head outside, move fast, grab what you can and get back in. Don't dawdle. Exploration bubble? Xiao Hao had skimmed that entry earlier. He knew it was essential for going outside, but the system hadn't mentioned that it consumed magic. Maybe the Shanbei room wouldn't even last the full 100 hours. He scoured every image on the forum and finally found one of the exploration bubble, a translucent sphere enveloping a player, like the effect he'd seen in an Aquaman movie. Inside was dry air instead of frigid seawater, exactly what allowed someone to move freely in the depths. Judging by that player's comment, the bubble drained magic at a brisk rate. An exploration bubble was indispensable, but its cost would be steep. Xiao Hao had scoured the forum several times without uncovering any new information and was about to dismiss the game interface when lines of on-screen comments suddenly burst across the edge of the display. This guy's lucky a deep-sea phantom just left, so it's relatively safe to head out now. Bet he doesn't know each minute of exploration mode drains a liter of mana. A bunch of players barely made it outside before their seashell rooms ran dry and the ocean pressure popped them like balloons. Lucky? Not necessarily. There's a prehistoric spiny shrimp 20 meters from his door. Get within 2 and ITLL strike. In this darkness he might die without ever knowing what killed him. Wait, there's a clutch of shadow seahorse eggs ahead on his right. Snagging them before they hatch would be a god-tier start. But if they hatch first, he's finished. And even if he grabs them, there's a good chance he won't know how to use them. If it were me, I'd go straight for the coral chest on the left. The dense stream of comments flickered on the virtual panel. After weighing his options, Xiao Hao decided to trust the tips. With a target in mind, there was no point hesitating. He turned the doorknob, and a wall of frigid seawater stood just beyond the threshold. Lit only by the seashell room's lamp, visibility outside was no more than a meter or two. The Explore Bubble button lit up on the interface. Xiao Hao took a deep breath and reached out. The moment his fingertips neared the water, the wall caved inward as if pushed back by an invisible force. Seeing it was safe, he stepped out. The surrounding water flowed away, leaving him inside an air bubble about 2 meters wide. As his second foot touched the ground, a chill shot up his spine. He looked down. The seabed was a dark red sludge, as if churned from splintered bone and rotting flesh. The game was proving far harsher than had imagined. Recalling the route described in the comments, he turned left and moved on. After only a few steps, everything around him fell into pitch blackness. Glancing back, he saw the light of the seashell room swallowed by the dark, save for the faint glow of his phone. Though the room's lamp was still on, its light seemed devoured by the surrounding sea. He switched on his phone's flashlight. Inside the bubble, the beam looked normal, but the moment it passed through the membrane, its range shrank to less than a meter. Sweeping the light behind him, he could just make out the blurred outline of the seashell room. With an escape route confirmed, he hurried on. Each minute in the bubble cost a liter of mana, so he needed to reach the chest fast. After several minutes along a winding seabed path, he finally spotted it. A coral chest mottled with gray patches, as if splashed with haphazard paint. It wasn't large, but it would still take 2 hands to lift. Xiao Hao glanced into the murky water around him, thinking, how do I carry this without a third hand to hold my phone for light? He opened the game panel, hunting for a solution. Navigating through the menus, he discovered an option he hadn't noticed before in the inventory tab: an illuminated pickup button that definitely hadn't been there earlier. This game is packed with pitfalls, and it doesn't even explain the basic mechanics. Xiao Hao didn't think twice. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the treasure chest in his inventory slot. Opening it would cost mana, so he decided to wait until he was back in the room. At the doorway, he hesitated for a moment, then chose to take the shadow seahorse eggs the chat had mentioned. Since their tip about the chest had been spot on, the eggs were probably genuine too. Who knew when they might hatch? The sooner they were secured, the safer he'd be. Maybe the viewers would even tell him how to use them. If not, having them under control beforehand would still let him nip any danger in the bud. Decision made. Xiao Hao slipped back outside and groped through the pitch-black seabed, guided only by the directions from the stream chat. Visibility was under 2 meters, so he held his phone up like a flashlight. His arms soon trembled with fatigue, but he didn't dare lower it. If the light went out in this inky depth, he'd be dead within minutes. He had a heading but no sense of distance, and the search was far tougher than he'd imagined. Frigid currents whirled past his ears, and strange screeches echoed now and then, like titanic sea creatures straight out of a fantasy film. 10 minutes crawled by, his unease mounting, while the mana sustaining the coral shell room drained rapidly, had to withdraw soon. Just as he was about to give up, a dull crimson patch caught his eye, a small sand mound. In its center were 8 pitch-black spheres, each the size of a thumb, the very things he was after. Xiao Hao hurried over, opened the game menu, and dumped them all into his backpack. The inventory read, Shadow Seahorse Egg 8. Relieved, he turned to head back, but the barrage of comments exploded across the air. Damn, did he just peek under Lady Luck's skirt? How does he keep stumbling on a loot? With so many streams, there's always one blessed RNG god. Don't celebrate yet, the deep-sea wraith is back. At its speed, it'll be on him in about 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Hao's back. Had spent over 10 minutes getting these eggs, and now he had half a minute to make it back? He whipped around and sprinted, frantically replaying the path in his mind. Head crawled here slowly and in a zigzag, but the straight line distance was at most 100 meters. Cut the corners, and he still had a chance. The darkness swallowed everything, so he swept the light across the terrain, locking onto the landmarks in his memory. A split reef, a patch of fallen kelp, a ribbon of paler sand, tiny cues that now served as lifelines. His heart hammered, but he forced the panic down. You can do this. You're going to live. The mere 100 meters felt like an endless corridor. Icy currents climbed from his feet to his spine. Sweat rolled off his brow only to be smothered by the chill. Faster, faster. At last he spotted the faint glow of the shell room ahead. Almost simultaneously, a shrill, banshee-like laugh slashed through the water behind him. The scream jabbed him like a needle, and he found another burst of speed. Teetering on the edge of life and death, he hurtled through the doorway. Relief surged up his chest, but the smile froze on his face. The wraith's claws punched through the water barrier, tore through his nightclothes, and locked onto him. His back erupted in searing lines of pain as the talons gouged bloody furrows. He didn't want to die. Driven by raw survival instinct, Xiao Hao crawled forward as fast as he could. A searing pain tore across his back, and before it fully registered, he heard fabric ripping behind him. His pajamas burst apart. Caught off guard, he crashed to the floor but still whipped around on reflex. A withered arm, thin as a dead branch, forced its way through the wall of water. The skin was shriveled and gray, the 5 fingers black and sickle-like, clutching a strip of bloody cloth. Bathed in the soft glow of the shell lamp, the limb began to hiss and smoke, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. Fighting through the agony, Xiao Hao braced himself and slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang, flinging the arm and the torn cloth back into the corridor. A shrill, ghostly howl erupted outside. Razor-sharp claws raked the wood, each screech stabbing straight through his eardrums. His legs buckled, and he slid to the floor, heart pounding in his throat. Blood oozed from the gashes on his back, the wounds burning with an icy chill, yet the room lacked even a basic first aid kit. Gasping for breath, he caught sight of a shadow outside the picture window, a deep-sea wraith crouched just beyond the glass. Its features were hollow. Scraps of rotting flesh clung to bleached bone. Jagged fangs chewed on the strip of blood-soaked cloth, while 10 scythe-like nails carved silver scratches across the pane. Abruptly the jaws paused, and the wraith tipped its head back, swallowing the cloth in shredded mouthfuls. In the room's dim glow, Xiao Hao clearly saw a dark, tumor-like mass slide down the creature's bruised throat, and his scalp prickled in terror. The wraith pressed its empty sockets against the glass for a long, silent moment before fading like mist, yet even as it vanished those hollow eyes stayed fixed on him. He knew with chilling certainty it would be back. Only when every trace of the wraith was gone did the cold sweat break out. Worse than any horror film. Without the on-screen comments warning him, he'd have been swallowed alive. Pain flared across his shredded back, and he hurriedly opened the game interface, clinging to the hope of one last lifeline. They actually let him get away. Tough luck. A new bullet comment scrolled past, tightening his gut. Even if he dodged that hit, he's a goner. Deep-sea wraith attacks carry soul poison. Without soul-restoring herb, his stamina cap's gonna hit 0 and hell die. Soul poison? Stamina cap? Xiao Hao yanked up his personal stats. Name, Xiao Hao. Health, 60100. Stamina, 4090. His maximum stamina had dropped from 100 to 90, and the note said it would keep falling. When it hit 0, he was finished. Without hesitation, he opened his inventory slot. praying the treasure chest held some thingy-thing that could save him. Like a real game, 2 buttons popped up, open and close. He drew a deep breath and hit open. Cloth 20, bread 5, mineral water 3, coral 5, iron ingot 1, copper ingot 1, blood serum 1. A dense list of items appeared, yet disappointment still flickered in his eyes. Even braced for the worst, the outcome felt bleak. He tapped confirm, sending everything into his inventory. Xiao Hao's head was swimming. He opened his personal panel and saw his HP had plummeted from 60 to 30. Blood still poured from the ragged gash across his back. He couldn't reach it, let alone wrap it with the torn pajama cloth. Time was running out. His eyes fell on the lone blood vial in his pack clearly meant for healing. Any hesitation would only speed up the bleeding, so he hit use. With a soft pop, a test tube filled with dark red liquid dropped to the floor. He yanked out the stopper and downed it in one gulp. A metallic warmth slid down his throat, spreading in every limb. His back burned as though invisible threads were stitching torn muscle together. He checked the panel again. HP had jumped to 85 and was still climbing. Stamina was rising too, though the cap remained stuck at 90. While the clarity lasted, he stripped off the blood-soaked pajamas and used the spare cloth in the crafting room to whip up 2 sets of clothes. No katano sweaters or coats, just enough to cover his body, but not enough to keep him warm. After a quick bandage job, he gnawed on a piece of bread and sipped half a bottle of water. His stomach still felt hollow, yet he didn't dare eat more. He needed the rest of his rations to barter for soul-mending grass and weapon parts. He had enough materials for a refined coral staff, but it couldn't match a spiked coral spear. Now that the immediate danger was over, he had room to parse the earlier chat message. With so many streams, 1 or 2 are bound to be lucky. Streams? Was every player being broadcast? And who was sending the messages? It looked as if everyone was on camera, but only he could see the chat. Whether the senders were even human could wait. 3 problems loomed larger. 1. Mana drain. Maintaining the room and the exploration bubble had already cost 80 L, leaving him with 920 L. 2. Soul poison. Head marked several plants outside. One of them might be the soul-mending grass. 3. Exploration costs. In just 30 minutes, the shell house burned 5 L of mana, and the bubble burned 30 L. If the poison hit while he slept, he might never wake. He opened his stats again. His stamina cap had slipped from 90 to 89. The potion had limits, and the creeping chill in his back warned time was short. Out of options, Xiao Hao posted on the forum and the trade hub, hoping to buy soul-mending grass. No one answered, as he expected. In the early game it was live or die. Players rarely hovered in a half-dead state like his. Only in the late game, when levels rose and guardians appeared, did the grass circulate. Since no one else had it, he'd have to find it himself. He still had to head out again that afternoon. While his stamina cap was holding up, Xiao Hao needed to grab the soul-restoring herb as soon as possible. He opened the trading hub, skimmed a few listings, and locked onto several players selling iron ingots. 2 loaves of bread later, 4 chunks of metal were his. A prompt blinked up, combine the coral spear? His pulse jumped, but he hit yes. An instant later the items in his inventory vanished as if vaporized, and a dark crimson spear formed from thin air, landing gently on the ground. He drew a breath and gripped the shaft shockingly light. In other games, legendary weapons weighed dozens or even hundreds of pounds. If it wasn't 10,000, it wasn't worth bragging about. You couldn't even lift those monsters, let alone swing them. This survival game was kinder. The spear came in around 20 pounds, light enough for a petite girl to handle. He ran a hand along the cool, smooth shaft. With a casual flick he spun it, the tip cutting the air with a crisp whoosh. Looked pretty professional, actually. The HUD showed 0 comments. If every player had a stream, yet he had no chat at all, did that mean nobody was watching? Still, earlier had learned that crucial hints could hide in the scrolling text. More viewers meant more intel, but he absolutely couldn't let them know he could read their comments. Someone could steer the narrative, and that would be bad. So how do you stand out in a cutthroat survival game? He remembered his high school breakdance club. Back then they'd flailed around like headless chickens, but after enough practice they could pull off moves that actually looked cool on the street. Viewers loved novelty and thrills, and dancing was fresher than endless monster grinding. Fighting his embarrassment goosebumps crawling up his back, Xiao Hao pulled out his phone and hit play on a driving beat. EDM echoed through the camp. He raised his arms, swung his hips, his moves growing fluid. Long legs stamped the mud and sent up fine dust. Barely 2 minutes passed before comments finally poured across the HUD. Ha ha ha, what on earth is he doing? Looks like he's dancing. Not bad, kinda slick. I wanna learn. Give me a break, you've got a fishtail, and he's got 2 long legs. The fishtail line made his heart jolt. So the people behind the feed really weren't human? Aliens? Another species? More comments flooded in. I love this streamer, already screenshot taken. Screenshot 1. If he clears the game, this pic will socially destroy him more than once. Screenshots are for amateurs, pros record video. Xiao Hao. With more viewers, the chat got weirder. This channel's fun's dancing. Room 456 is crazy too. Doing that thing, better not say it, or well get censored. Figure it out yourselves. A lot of streams in this sector disappear. People are dying too fast. Yeah, it's only day 1 and so many are gone. We started with 1,000 streams. Now we're under 800. Xiao Hao's earlier excitement instantly turned heavy. No wonder the forum updated slower and fewer voices spoke. UPIT was a regional channel, and the numbers were already thinning. Xiao Hao could barely keep his own head above water, let alone rescue anyone else. The chat window exploded with comments from every direction, yet the truly useful tips were pitifully scarce. He had no time to complain. He needed these viewers to brainstorm a lifeline. Pretending not to see the barrage of messages, he pressed a hand to his lower back and frowned. My back's ice cold, I can't keep dancing. The moment he spoke, lines of text flooded the screen. Obviously, you've got soul poison, that's why you're freezing. New here, hey, looks fine. How's he poisoned? A deep-sea wraith clawed him. The blood spray sealed the wound, but the soul poison's still there, and he never picked any restoring soul grass. The grass only grows in the wraith's territory. He's too weak to fight it, so he's stuck in a loop. Someone suddenly mentioned another item. He's got one last show that picked up a shadow seahorse egg earlier. The chat went wild. No way. A shadow seahorse egg? Steer start. Chill. An egg's an egg. Even hatched, it's just a baby. That wraith is the newbie village raid boss. Soul poison keeps cutting his max stamina. He won't last 3 days. Carrying a hatchling to find the grass is suicide. Only path. Speed hatch the egg. Grind resources hard. Find the grass before his max stamina drops below 10. Then mob the wraith. Below 10, he can't even move. Can't move? They'll move him. The thread veered into creepy territory with comments like, so twisted, I'm into it. Xiao Hao skimmed past them. Useless chatter wouldn't save his life. He opened his inventory. A thumb-sized, translucent egg rested in his palm, its icy shell reminding him the clock was ticking. How to hatch it? He stared at the egg, then glanced at a blood-stained scrap of pajamas by the door. Maybe a drop of blood? He muttered, recalling the old bloodbond trope and hoping chat would confirm. Holding the bloody rag in one hand and his phone in the other, he watched a fresh wave of messages roll in. How'd he know the egg needs a bloodbind? Only blood in the room. Hish took a wild guess. Why not bottled water? Dude, the egg came from the ocean. It's been soaking forever. Blood's got nutrients. He tried it and nailed it. The plausible explanation let Xiao Hao breathe easier. No need to invent an excuse. He exhaled, wiped the excess blood from his palm, cupped the egg in both hands, and waited for the crisp crack of its shell. The legendary shadow seahorse, hailed by interworld viewers as the ultimate opening hand, was about to make its grand entrance. Xiao Hao set 8 pitch-black eggs on the folded, blood-soaked cloth. Crimson seeped into their shells as they swallowed light like tiny black holes, glimmering with a dim black-gold sheen reminiscent of the inked gold seal on the invitation. Moments later, the eggs seemed to drink their fill. Fine veins ballooned across the surface, and they began to writhe just like the liquid venom effect in a Marvel movie. From that rippling darkness, new life took shape. These were no ordinary seahorses. Each juvenile bore a row of black gold spines along its dorsal fin, edged with porcelain white stripes, the thin membranes between them fluttering like dark veils. Their heads were petite and equine, slender snouts tapering to conical points coated in the same black gold sheen, each tipped with a tiny round mouth. Slightly swollen chests led to torsos stacked from sharp, angular bony rings. Their tails curled into 4-sided coils bristling with barbed hooks that caught the light with a cold glint. Each shadow seahorse measured roughly 20 to 30 centimeters long, pitch-black pupils fixed on Xiao Hao. Though the room held only air, they hovered weightlessly, as if suspended in invisible seawater. So these are my guardians? Xiao Hao wondered, awestruck. Combat aside, their appearance alone was jaw-dropping. On the floating game screen, the chat exploded. Oh, shadow seahorses. Beauty and power in Oniso jealous. Foot soldiers dominate early, but fall off late. Seahorses stay busted even in the endgame. If binding weren't permanent, every top player would have swapped to shadow seahorses ages ago. Even through the interface, Xiao Hao could taste the envy. One phrase grabbed his attention: binding is permanent. Unlike other games that start you with weak heroes and let you pay to upgrade, this survival game locked your guardians the moment you bound them. If you couldn't switch, slots had to be scarce, otherwise the elites wouldn't be fighting over them. Realizing this, Xiao Hao opened the Guardian info page with rising excitement. Guardian unit, Shadow Seahorse, Juvenile. Attributes, Dark, Water. Quantity, 810. Level 0. Reserve units, 0. Abilities, 1. Shadow Melt. The seahorse dissolves into shadow, gaining movement speed while hidden. 2. Dark Corrosion. Harnesses darkness to erode enemy life, dealing continuous damage that ignores defenses as long as any darkness exists. 3. Domain of Darkness. Enemies within the domain suffer ongoing dark corrosion. 4. Stacking. Multiple shadow seahorses stack dark corrosion, exponentially increasing damage and expanding the domain. After scanning the stats, Xiao Hao felt a chill. If the skill shaved off even 1% of health per second, 8 seahorses would drain 8% a second, enough to empty an enemy in under 2 minutes. The craziest part? Dark Corrosion ignored defenses entirely. Too bad. The counter reads 8 out of 10, so I guess you can't bind more than 10 creatures after all. Still, judging by its abilities, that Shadow Seahorse is downright broken. If it were truly unbeatable, the comment feed wouldn't be shouting, "Ghosts are impossible to kill." Xiao Hao glanced at the screen, thinking these armchair players might trip over the traps for him. Heh, you think he already feels like the strongest in the world? Shadow Seahorse is great, but low-level seahorses have paper-thin HP. Health is the biggest scam here. Level 50 and level 5 mobs both show 100. And that 100 is only a percentage. A deep-sea wraith shows 100 HP, yet actually has thousands. Planning to chip that down? Maybe in your next life. Xiao Hao's lip twitched. So it wasn't that simple. This game was a minefield. If he wanted to survive, he needed to level up fast. He muttered for show. The system says I need spirit orbs to level, but where do I get them? Predictably, the viewers answered at once. Treasure chests drop orbs. Don't rely on chests. Most come from monsters. Spirit orbs are just XP. Killing mobs is safest. Good info secured. While he pondered, his right index finger flickered as if it might vanish. He opened his status panel. Shadow Melt. Dark Corrosion. Night Domain. Stackable. A player could actually wield Guardian skills? Heh, Zhu Bo must be stunned. Someone gloated in chat. Troop units get every skill. Warlords pick only one. Ignoring the teasing, Xiao Hao ran a test. Shadow Melt. His clothes and body melted into darkness, and he became a flowing shadow skimming across the floor like a leaf's outline under the noon sun. Within seconds he had mastered the drift, his moves growing ever flashier. Is it really that smooth? When the skill ended, the shadow reformed into flesh. A wave of exhaustion hit, sending him sprawling onto the bed. The drain was far worse than expected. Unless it was life or death, he couldn't waste it again. Fortunately, besides active skills, he had gained night vision and enhanced physical strength. Through the picture window, he could now see details 10 meters away. After a short rest, he straightened up. Had the monster left? It's gone. Hurry up and farm. He can't see the chat. Stop yelling. Xiao Hao raised a brow. Right, he couldn't. He turned the knob and stepped back into the corridor. Some massive creature in the distance let out a drawn-out moan, the seabed darkness amplifying every note. Muddy, dark red soil sucked at his boots, icy through the leather. 20 meters ahead, the prehistoric thorn shrimp had been eyeing was still there, the perfect sparring partner. Even with night vision, he kept his phone's light on. Even a weak beam offered courage. As he closed in, the monster's full form emerged, and cold sweat traced his spine. This shrimp was nothing like the ones at dinner. A pair of stalked eyes bulged like tentacled orbs, multi-jointed, barbed antennae writhed like 2 giant centipedes. Its flattened body resembled a crocodile's, with oar-shaped fins jutting from either side. Near the bottom of its meter-long head, the flesh suddenly split. No wound, just its mouth parts. A circular maw lined with blade-like teeth roared at him. The bellow hammered his chest. Fear felt like cold iron in his bones. Teeth chattering, eyes bloodshot, he still locked onto the beast. He knew turning away meant death. Patience gone, the thorn shrimp lunged. A manhole-sized crimson maw aimed at his skull, rows of teeth glinting like a bone-grinding shredder. Shaking hard, he suddenly recalled the chat. It only attacks within 2 meters. Yet at least 7 or 8 meters still separated them. Why strike now? His guardian wasn't even summoned yet. Xiao Hao swallowed his fear, let out a furious roar, and dissolved into shadow. The spiny shrimp lunged into the 2-meter-wide scouting bubble, but only half its body broke through the shimmering membrane. Its razor fangs flashed, the phone clattered to the floor, and the upward beam lit its pallid belly in stark white. A heartbeat later, sheer momentum flung the shrimp back out of the bubble. It snapped at empty air, baffled by the absence of prey. The shadow reknit itself, and Xiao Hao solidified. Terror gave way to blazing rage. So close, a split second away. A moment earlier, and he would have tasted the prehistoric creature's fetid breath. He whirled, eyes blood-red and fixed on the monster. Seahorses, kill it. A crimson game panel materialized like a hologram. Shadowy seahorses burst from the Guardian tab, each becoming a lance of pitch-black light. Roar. The 8 streaks merged into tendon-like chains that lashed around the shrimp, triggering dark corrosion. Under the phone's glare, Xiao Hao watched the contact points turn ashen, the white belly rotting away as though drenched in acid. The prehistoric shrimp flicked an antenna once, and the dark tendons snapped. Xiao Hao glanced at the panel. One seahorse had lost half its health bar in that single strike. Half its HP with one slap? Forget the chain switch to dark domain and bleed it out. The seahorses abandoned the grapple, stepped back, and unfurled a ring of shadowy mist around the shrimp. Stack it 8 times bleed. The continuous aura replaced the bind. Erosion slowed, but the wider field let the seahorses melt into darkness, keeping them off the shrimp's radar. Domain plus shroud plus corrosion meant the shadow seahorses could drain it without taking a hit. Deprived of a visible foe, the shrimp's massive, multifaceted eye swung back to Xiao Hao, big eye staring down, little eye. He had to buy them time. But he couldn't confront the beast he'd. The shrimp charged again. Xiao Hao dove sideways, yet its oar-like fin grazed his back, wrenching a hiss of pain from his throat. The good news, the dash had slowed, giving him space to dodge. The bad news, when he looked back, the enormous eye was inches from his face. It had been right behind his head. Centipede-like antennae scythed down, carving twin trenches in the floor. Between the grooves, a pool of pitch-black shadow boiled up. With the seahorses hidden inside the dark domain, the creature couldn't sense them at all, and Xiao Hao braced himself to vanish into the darkness as well. This time, even his phone dissolved into shadow at Xiao Hao's touch. The screen went dark, and the seabed turned black as ink, every shape swallowed by the gloom. The dark mass slipped into its surroundings like a fish into water, vanishing at once. Yet before Xiao Hao could feel safe, the antennae of the prehistoric spiny shrimp lunged at him. It could still track him. What's going on? Startled, he used the burst of speed that came with shadow form to dodge sideways. A freezing antenna skimmed his cheek, whipping up a vicious current. He barely had time to inhale before a second antenna punched through the darkness, driving him back. He knew he couldn't dodge forever. As exhaustion tightened around his lungs, Xiao Hao growled, "I can't keep this up." Blood drain on single target. Bind it. A faint glimmer flickered through the dark domain, then snapped shut, forming several shadowy ribbons that lashed around the shrimp's thick limbs. In the brief gap while it struggled, Xiao Hao's eyes went cold. A spear fashioned from broken coral solidified in his hand, and he drove it into the creature's pale, pliant belly plate. Die! Blood burst into the water, scarlet twisting with oily black. Agony sent the shrimp berserk. It screeched, shredding the sea around it, whipping its antennae and oar-like fins until every shadow ribbon snapped. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Hao ordered, "Ribbons, corrode it." The scattered shadow strands expanded, spreading like black veils to lay a deep, murky halo across the seabed. The water reddened, but the shrimp thrashed on. Each convulsion drove the coral spear deeper, churning up rubble and dark red silt. Xiao Hao slipped into a dense tangle of aquatic plants, hoping the shadow seahorses would wear the monster down. It was useless. The shrimp still locked onto his scent and charged through its own blood. Finished, he fought for calm, but his legs trembled, his chest burned, and shadow form had drained the last of his strength. The shrimp's suicide rush was coming. He had nothing left. Suffocating despair closed in. So this is a survival game? Brutal. Just then, the seahorses lurking within the dark domain surged forward. 8 shadow seahorses closed on the prey, their cone-shaped snouts stabbing into the wound left by the coral spear. Barbed tails drilled into the shrimp's abdomen and churned furiously. The shrimp shrieked, trying to swat them with its antennae, but the seahorses were wedged between its fins, out of reach. Its thrashing only shredded its own flesh, turning the oar fins to ribbons. With a final crash, it collapsed on the seabed, convulsing as clouds of blood spread like smoke. The seahorses did not relent. Their sharp tails stirred its organs, grinding its life away piece by piece. After a long moment, a line of crimson system text appeared. Prehistoric spiny shrimp defeated. Spirit orbs 400. Bind prehistoric spiny shrimp? Bind. Xiao Hao hesitated. Binding slots were limited. But right now he cared more about what came next. He tore his gaze from the blood-red prompt and focused on the live chat. A prehistoric spiny shrimp was nothing to write home about. Xiao Hao glanced at the dull gray carcass and thought of the usual routine. Most players bind the very first wild creature they meet, because staying alive in the early game matters most. Yet that so-called insurance usually turns into dead weight. Once you level up and spot stronger monsters, you realize your binding slots are almost gone. In the brutal world of War General, you only earn 1 extra slot every 10 levels. Hardly generous. If he bound this shrimp, it would get one-shotted by a deep-sea wraith anyway. Nothing in the starter zone tops level 10, while the wraiths start in the teens. That shrimp's paper-thin armor wouldn't stop a single swing. The ghost could turn it into a propeller blade without blinking. No way he'd waste a slot on that. Xiao Hao curled his lip, declined the binding on the spot, and even explained to his cross-realm viewers, "It's too ugly, I'm not chaining myself to that thing." The chat flooded with question marks. "Dude, are you serious? Since when are monsters supposed to look good? My guardians all look like nightmares, but they've saved my life." Plenty of snark followed, but not a shred of useful advice. Normally, a streamer's chat loves arguing over which creature is worth binding, like gamers bickering over win rates before a ranked match. Today, though, everyone was tight-lipped. Fine, he'd think for himself. Staring at the shrimp's body, a bold idea surfaced. Level up after he got back to the shell coral hut. First, he had to retrieve the coral spear, the MVP of that fight, right after his little seahorse. He picked up the spear and casually took the shrimp apart. Edible? Let the chat decide. A bit of prompting, and they declared it fit for a feast. Grinning, Xiao Hao stuffed every chunk of meat into his inventory, itching to level up. When he reached the hut, dread hit him. There wasn't a kitchen in the place. If the meat was crawling with parasites, raw wasn't an option. Food could wait, leveling couldn't. A new level section had appeared on his personal panel, with a beside it, level 0. He tapped the plus sign. His level jumped to 1, and the shadow seahorse in the guardian slot now showed its own brackets and plus sign. Obviously no guardian could outrank the shell hut. Checking his stash of spirit pearls, he brightened. Upgrading the hut to level 1 cost only 10 pearls. Next he tried boosting the seahorse 8 of them. So the system yanked 80 pearls in one go, 8 times the price. He glanced at the mana gauge. Full. Wait, leveling refills mana? He hit the hut's plus again, spending 20 pearls to reach level 2. The mana cap rose to 2,000. Another 30 pearls pushed it to level 3, raising the cap to 3,000. Mana crisis averted for now. With 100 pearls left, he thought about pushing the hut higher, but combat power mattered more, so he kept the rest for his guardians. Unfortunately, seahorses leveled as a unit. No individual upgrades. After the binge, the whole squad reached level 2. Getting them to 3 would take 240 pearls. The shell coral hut, now level 3, still showed only one safety star, but it was roomier and even had a spotless bathroom. Spotting that bonus, Xiao Hao nearly teared up, just prayed the system wouldn't live stream what happened inside. The moment he stepped into the bathroom, he pulled up the game panel. Come on, don't be shy. The streamer's acting like we're strangers. If only the bathroom feed weren't blocked. He's been holding it in all day, right? I've seen other streamers just go wherever. The view is unforgettable. He's so handsome. It's a crime we can't watch. Shut up, he's my husband. Only I get to look. Keep dreaming. With your species looks, want you ruin his worldview? Humph, our love transcends species. Well, ours transcends gender. Oh, I think we just uncovered something big. Who knows how many sentient races have publicly crashed and burned in this game. Our top player paid a fortune to wipe his entire record clean. My idol would never have a dark past. The barrage raced across the screen, deafening and delightfully wicked. For the first time, Xiao Hao felt the true weight of the word privacy. Moved beyond measure. He nearly cried simply because he could use the bathroom alone. When the door swung open, he stepped out refreshed, cheeks slightly pink and ears flushed. Anyone could tell where had been. Anyone clueless might assume something far more scandalous. A glance at the game interface made his eye twitch. The chat was still exploding. Vivid memories of other players' public embarrassments flashed through his mind, too painful to revisit. His phone read a little past 10. Another day gone. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling window lay endless darkness, unchanged by day or night. Softly he said, "Good night." The words felt half meant for himself, half for a tomorrow he hoped would come. "Good night." Night-night, the chat echoed back. The viewers never knew the farewell was meant for them. Deep inside, he whispered, "Thank you." An orphan, had rarely known kindness, only malice. Without family, he was an easy target. From kindergarten on, anyone could step on him. Others had a safe harbor called home. He had nothing, so he forged armor out of indifference. Ironically, in this brutal survival game, he found more goodwill than ever before. That night he slept better than he ever did in his cramped, cheap apartment. The alarm rang right on time. The same children's song as always. After a quick breakfast, he strapped on his gear. By tomorrow at the latest he had to gather soul-restoring grass. The moment he stepped outside, the dark red sludge seeped through his soles and sent a chill up his spine, yet his heart no longer pounded like it had on day one. To avoid another ambush, he summoned the shadow seahorse first. It slid from his showdown no longer the 30-centimeter hatchling of last night, but nearly half a meter now. The hatchling tag had vanished from its stat page. Seriously? One night, and you're already grown. What kind of growth hormones are you on? He muttered. With the audience's god-eye view guiding him, he quickly located a nearby treasure chest. Inside he found mostly food, plus a few vials of blood tonic, some cotton, and other odds and ends. Not great, but better than nothing. Only heaven knows how excited Xiao Hao was when he finally harvested a bundle of cotton. Last night the guy had streamed in his pajamas, running around on the icy seabed all day until he was shivering uncontrollably. On screen, the spell effects from the mobs and shadow seahorses burst like fireworks. But his hooded pajamas looked so tacky they yanked everyone straight out of the moment. Wearing that in real life would be social suicide. Fortunately, this was another world. After being roasted by countless players, Xiao Hao came to his senses and crafted a fitted black combat uniform. With a crisp waistline, he transformed from a pajama slacker into a cold-faced warrior in a heartbeat. Suiting up, he tightened his grip on the coral spear and swam toward the monster. The chat kept talking about the human-faced thornfish. Viewers on the other side of the screen immediately exploded with comments. "Babe, you look amazing in that outfit. With those sharp brows and starry eyes. Are you the boyfriend I lost 20 years ago? Ahem, please line up in the back. He's my boyfriend. Thank you. Quit fooling around. The cutie's about to fight. That fish is a drama queen. Don't get distracted." As he drew closer, a broken sobbing drifted toward him, soft and syrupy, like a heartbroken woman's weeping. The chat had already spoiled the trick, so Xiao Hao played along and pretended he hadn't heard a thing. The cries came from a shallow pit. He sent a shadow seahorse to scout ahead, and when the creature returned unharmed, his confusion deepened. His heart hammered, sweat soaked his gloves. and his breathing unconsciously slowed. With the spear tip aimed at the hole, Xiao Hao inched toward the edge. In the pit lay the head of a stunning woman, her neck giving way to a fish's body. She sobbed and kept wiping her face with her tail, as though brushing away tears. Xiao Hao nearly muttered, "You're underwater, what exactly are you wiping?" When she raised her face, strange syllables spilled from her mouth. He couldn't understand the language, but the gist was clear. She was under a witch's curse, and only a prince's kiss could save her. Would he help? It was pure fairy tale fluff, yet this was supposed to be a horror game. Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow. Ignoring her and attacking felt rude, so he answered politely, "Sorry, am no prince, I can't break your curse. But I can end your suffering." As soon as the words left his lips, the seahorses got the message and deployed their dark domain. The woman shrieked, a piercing soprano that made Xiao Hao's scalp prickle. He glanced at his spear and decided to use the tip as a gag. Clang! To his astonishment, the moment the iron spear thrust forward, the bowtie's canine teeth elongated, vampire-like fangs snapping onto the tip with a sound like blades colliding. Those teeth are unreal. Xiao Hao stared, stunned, at the beauty before Heimer, rather, at the fanged monster she had become. Their eyes met, and the water seemed to freeze. Moments ago she had been ferocious. Now she wore a pitiful look, the tip of his spear clamped between her teeth. Metal sank deep into those razor-sharp fangs, locked tight like iron pincers. One thought echoed in Xiao Hao's head. Her bite is invincible. She didn't just bite the spearhead, she twisted her body dramatically, as if the weapon had run her clean through. Xiao Hao tried to pull the spear free, but it wouldn't budge. She kept that wounded victim expression, like head skewered her, and refused to let go. After a brief standoff, Xiao Hao inhaled, feigned a power-up, and began a loud countdown. 3, 2. Before he reached 1, he yanked hard. With a sharp clang, the spear popped free. Xiao Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. The beauty nearly cursed, wanting to shout that he played dirty. Still amazed, Xiao Hao muttered, "Steel, razor-sharp," and she clamped it like nothing. Impressive. He lifted the spear again, aiming at the scales that armored her body. They looked tough as plate, so he fixed on her eye instead. No way, even that could be hard. Panicked, she mumbled, "No, don't. I don't want you to end my pain." "Don't be modest," Xiao Hao answered solemnly. "Helping others is my duty." The spear lunged, she dodged, blur quick, and shouted, "I'm not human. I like helping little animals too." Thrust, dodge, thrust, dodge bubbles churned everywhere. She cried, "Forget the curse. I am already beyond it." "Beyond it?" Xiao Hao snorted. "What you need is deliverance." He unfurled his domain of darkness. Shattered light turned into ribbons of night, and 8 seahorses made of energy each like a burly guard bound her tight. The more she struggled, the tighter they cinched. "Kindness is a virtue. Spare me," she pleaded, teary-eyed. "You said you're no human and love helping animals," Xiao Hao replied. "So I'm here to end your suffering." Desperate, she offered, then don't use the spear. Use something else. Keep dreaming." Xiao Hao almost laughed. He raised the spear to finish it. At that instant she jerked her head back and blasted a violent jet of water. It tore through the exploration bubble and punched clear through Xiao Hao's chest. His body dissolved like a hologram, leaving only a drifting shadow. Shadow shift. Xiao Hao stepped from the darkness and glanced behind him. A massive crater marred the seafloor, dark red silt roiling into a murky cloud. He breathed out. That blast was insane. Axe all delicate, but one spit could kill. The human-faced spinefish blinked and forced a smile. "If I say it was an accident, will you believe me?" Xiao Hao saw right through her stalling. "Still charging your ultimate? Allow me to send you off." He gave no quarter. The iron spear ripped through the water like thunder, piercing her enormous eye and driving straight into the brain. The creature shuddered once and went limp. "Never take any monster lightly," Xiao Hao muttered. He wiped the spear clean and glanced at his status screen. This one should fetch a handsome pile of spirit pearls. Human-faced thornfish defeated. Spirit pearls 500. Do you want to bind the human-faced thornfish? Xiao Hao stared at the system panel without pressing bind. He looked up at the live chat, hoping for advice. "I knew my husband wouldn't fall for it." See, husband, that's your brother-in-law. Everyone knows brothers-in-law and little sisters you. Hahathi's thread just took a turn. The chat went wild, and Xiao Hao sighed. Straighten the thread, people. Bind it or not. Bind. Absolutely. With a face like that, how could you not? Xiao Hao's lips twitched. Last time he refused to bind a creature had blamed its ugly looks. What he really cared about was whether it could handle a deep-sea phantom, and the audience clearly wasn't helping. He muttered, "Can a human-faced thornfish beat a deep-sea phantom?" He answered himself almost instantly. All it had were charm and water cannon. Charm was useless against a phantom, and the water cannon would serve as nothing more than bathwater. The moment they met, he'd still be one shot. Bathwater hath this guy again. That laugh is so dirty. Cover her mouth. Xiao Hao's head throbbed. These viewers would be the death of him. He hit reject bind and tossed out a random excuse. "I like things straightforward. This fish is too fake. No thanks." Regret came fast. The chat exploded. "See, he likes a girl who's honest like me. Then say it out loud. Tell him you love him." In that case, he'll join the competition, ladies. What? He's so handsome. Why are you stealing our guy? Please, everyone knows our silver folks swing both ways. Wah, pretty boys always like pretty boys, draw your blades. He's mine. Faced with an interspecies brawl, Xiao Hao felt a vein pulsing in his temple. He shoved down a few mouthfuls of rations to restore stamina, then decided to level up before hunting again. With 600 spirit pearls on hand, he could push both his coral shell hut and seahorse to level 4. The upgrades barely changed their appearance, but the power boost was real. Round 2 of monster hunting had been far easier than round 1. He was about to nudge the audience for tips when the chat suddenly flooded like a waterfall. The deep-sea phantom is coming. He's way too far from the hut, no way he outruns it. We finally find a player we like, and he's about to die? No. What do? The phantom's hundreds of meters away, but it's already locked on. No. Don't die, babe. The screen was so buried in comments that he couldn't see the survival info. Xiao Hao forced himself to stay calm. That used to be impossible for him, but after a few close calls, his heart had toughened. His night vision maxed out at 10 meters, yet the phantom could lock onto him from several hundred. That showed how strong it was. Run back to the hut. Impossible. Last time a 100-meter sprint nearly killed him, and now he was even farther out. Fight. No chance. Flee. He'd never make it. One option remained: hide. He switched off his phone's light. The darkness closed in like deep water pressure, crushing and suffocating. It felt as though countless pairs of eyes were fixed on him, as if every rock and plant had sprouted an eyeball and was staring right at him. Xiao Hao forced down the chill that came with being watched and didn't bother studying the terrain beneath his feet. Fortunately, his overlay map was still guiding him, so he wasn't worried about getting lost on the seafloor. Face-scale fongfish had lived here for years. The violent jets they once spewed had pockmarked the ground with craters. Many of those pits had merged into a maze of intersecting cracks, offering ready-made hiding spots. Instead of slipping into the row of pits near the shell coral dwellings, he swam the other way and chose a deep, trench-like crater that twisted like a ravine. Taking a long breath, he blurred into shadow and dropped to the bottom. He had barely settled in when the wraith swept past. Darkness pressed in from all sides as Xiao Hao crouched inside a cramped cavity in the trench, just big enough for one person to stoop. There was only one entrance. If he were found, he'd have nowhere to run. Thankfully, the ceiling was coated with dark red rubble and silt, leaving only fist-sized vents for Ares to overlook from the outside. He held his breath. In the silence of the seabed, he could clearly hear his own heart pounding. The streamer's smar didn't panic and run. How did he even know the deep-sea phantom had spotted him? Xiao Hao didn't dare type a single reply to the scrolling comments. Cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, but he didn't risk wiping it away. He was as rigid as a wax figure. Some people have a strong sixth sense. It's normal to notice a wraith, another comment added. Above him, a hollow, sighing whoosh drifted back and forth as the ghost hovered over the pit, squeezing the breath from his lungs. To keep fear at bay, he focused on the words on the screen as though they could steady his pulse. Suddenly, the rushing sound stopped. A moment later, a playful female voice cracked through the darkness. Found you. Xiao Hao's heart hammered in his chest, yet he didn't move a muscle. Beads of sweat slid down his nose, leaving a salty sting on his lips. He clenched his teeth, too afraid to even twitch the tip of his tongue. Stop hiding, I can see you. The voice came from directly overhead, separated by only a thin layer of soil. In the darkness, Xiao Hao felt surrounded by countless eerie eyes, each one mocking him. He knew it was an illusion, yet he could clearly sense a terrifying presence behind him, its blood-red gaze locked on his back. His legs had long since gone numb, muscles quivering with pain, but he didn't dare shift position. Run? Impossible. All he could do was gamble that the wraith really couldn't find him. Silence swallowed everything. Minutes dragged on like centuries. Sweat welled up again, seeping into his eyes. Bloodshot veins crawled across the whites, the burning pain needling his nerves. Xiao Hao's fingers trembled, and he forced himself to slow his breathing, terrified that the faintest sound would draw the wraith. Get out here. The wraith's furious roar made Xiao Hao's heart loosen. Head won the bet. It truly hadn't found him. Boom. A scythe blade sliced through earth and stone as easily as tofu. The wraith gouged out a huge pit, then filled it with a single swipe. Thunderous crashes drew closer and closer, and Xiao Hao could only watch as the one exit to his hiding place was sealed. The rutted ground became a flat plain in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how long had passed when the soft soil bulged and a muddy hand broke the surface. Xiao Hao rolled out, caked with muck, yet a triumphant grin spread across his face. The live chat exploded. Made it out alive. The wraith never imagined the host was right under its feet. He'd rather be buried alive than move savage. Every newbie gets wiped, and he's the first to dodge a wraith like this. Instant follow for that mental fortitude. If it were me, I'd have bolted the moment a wraith floated by. Had only planned to farm monsters, but ended up in this mess. Fortunately, He'd bound a guardian, boosting his physique. Otherwise He'd never have clawed his way out. Exhausted, Xiao Hao decided to return to the shell bay room to rest. Opening a few more treasure chests along the way, food was no longer a problem. Back in the room, he turned on the shower, and the slimy sensation made him suck in a breath seawater. Makes sense, he thought. If it were fresh water, why would the chests bother dropping water? He remembered the water purifier blueprint in the crafting station. The materials were ready, so he built it on the spot. Clean water poured over him at last, and he let out a long, satisfied sigh. Afterward, he sprawled on the bed and pulled up the floating game menu. Browsing the forum, he hadn't checked in ages. Xiao Hao wanted to see whether anyone had acquired soul-mending grass yet. That way he wouldn't have to face the wraith again. Unfortunately, no one had. Worse, a few more competitors had joined the hunt. Xiao Hao didn't dislike his rivals. In fact, he felt a touch of sympathy for them. Every player with a damaged soul was hunting for soul-mending herbs when all was said and done. They were all in the same miserable boat. Just then, the public channel exploded with pleas for help. Player 666, help. I'm bleeding out. My leg's broken. Somebody, I need a blood vial, please. Player 666, I'll trade food for it. Anything, just save me. It was clear that Brother 6 was on the verge of death. Blood vials were scarce. Treasure chests always yielded food, but only rarely produced vials, so everyone hoarded them. The chat revealed that Xiao Hao had opened more than a dozen chests just to scrape together 4 vials. Chests spawned randomly, stayed for about 2 hours, and then vanished if you missed them. SOS messages kept scrolling, yet no one replied. Refusing to give up, he posted a photo of a cot buried under a mountain of snacks. Xiao Hao recognized him at once, the notorious premium player from the forum. By the next day, vials were still scarce. Anyone who could secure one already had food, so no one cared about the snack pile. More players showed up just to sneer. You're dead anyway, hand over the food. Brother 6 was close to a breakdown. Nobody would trade, and the guilt tripping never stopped. Xiao Hao glanced at the vials in his inventory, not a huge stash, but respectable, and he could farm more whenever he wanted. After a moment's thought, he snapped a high-resolution photo of a blood vial and posted it. The forum went wild. Boss, what do you want? Iron, coral, copper, gold, I've got it all. Just give me a vial. Wood, cotton, cloth, the whole parts list for a water purifier, take them. Just 1 vial. Friend requests flooded in. Player 666, sir. I was wrong. Take all my snacks. My HP's almost 0, please. Only then did Xiao Hao grasp how desperately short the supply really was. The resources people offered were things he already had in abundance. He muted the notifications and left one message. Buying soul-mending herb. No one responded. He'd have to gather it himself. 6 wailed again. Player 666. Brother, a chunk of my thigh's gone. The bone snapped. I'm bleeding out, no more swagger. Just save me. It seemed a waste to let an entire bed of snacks rot. So Xiao Hao finally accepted his friend request. You had enough food for days, why did you leave the shelter? He asked. 6 gave a bitter laugh. I saw people pulling great loot from chests and got jealous. I had plenty to eat. Just wanted to try my luck. Without another word, Xiao Hao put a blood vial on the exchange and took every last snack at equal value. Thank you, bro. Thank you, daddy. I owe you my life. Xiao Hao ignored the daddy part. After a quick sweep of the forum turned up nothing useful, he logged off. The place was a wailing wall. Dead players' avatars went black. Offline ones gray. A new post popped up. Did anyone notice? A peacock mantis shrimp just spawned a kilometer away. For real. I saw it. That rare elite can tank a level 10 ghost's one-hit kill. Xiao Hao sat bolt upright. Had met all sorts of sea monsters, but none that could survive even a ghost's basic attack. At last, the chat had pointed him to a worthy target, and his drowsiness vanished. No further discussion needed. Time to move out. Xiao Haodong stepped outside and scanned the surroundings. On-screen comments erupted. 3 o'clock. Peacocktail mantis shrimp ahead. Charge. Give it a rest. The streamer can't see us. In the shot caller here. Deal with it. A faint smile tugged at Xiao Hao's lips. Right, he can't see us. Thanks for nothing, keyboard commander, another viewer chimed in sarcastically. He strolled toward the 3 o'clock direction. Huh, told you I'm steering the ship. Pure luck. It's over a kilometer away. He'll never make it. With my guidance, he definitely will. Definitely. Sure, he'll just watch you show off. No landmarks for a whole click. Going off course is normal. See, I said he wouldn't reach it. Streamer, a bit to the right, a bit to the right. Pointless. He thinks he can tag a peacocktail mantis shrimp? He'll crank up my telepathy. Streamer, move right. Xiao Hao held his line. He had no intention of revealing he could read the chat. Telepathy? Seriously? Grow Yuppie, you need infant formula. The ridicule piled on. Just as keyboard commander was about to quit, a massive boulder blocked Xiao Hao's path, and he naturally veered right. Huh, told you I'm directing him. Didn't see it. Maybe donate your eyes. 30 minutes later, he reached the spot the chat had marked and immediately spotted the target, the peacocktail mantis shrimp. It resembled an ultimate, evolved mantis shrimp, roughly 4 meters long and 2 meters tall, its body sheathed in jade armor. The tail faded from emerald to black gold, trimmed in sapphire and streaked with ruby. A dozen pairs of ruby-jointed legs sprawled beneath it, while 2 branch-tipped, scaled antennae swayed above its head. Hanging below were twin scythe-like forelimbs of gleaming jade razor-sharp and stunning. The creature's blend of power and beauty made Xiao Hao's heart race. The shrimp stepped forward, its scythes, like a reaper's blades, sliced earth and stone to rubble with a casual flick. It hadn't noticed Xiao Hao yet, but he knew a heat in fight meant instant death. Survival trumped honor. He calmed his shadow seahorse and slipped behind cover. When a dark halo enveloped its prey, the mantis shrimp snapped to alert. Its twin blades blurred, shredding plants and rocks with swordmaster speed. The seahorse's emotional feedback flashed a red alert crisis. Shadow meld activated, merging Xiao Hao with the darkness and boosting his speed. Yet the danger gauge still spiked. The shrimp was insanely strong. Gashes spread wherever it swung, and even 8 or 9 meters away Xiao Hao's pulse hammered. A notification blinked on the void game interface. Shadow seahorse nearing exhaustion. Against a monster with such outrageous power, Xiao Hao had no intention of dying today. After studying the mantis shrimp's reach, Xiao Hao realized its scythe-like arms couldn't strike the ground directly beneath its own body. The moment he spotted that opening, he issued a silent command. Several seahorses skimmed along the sandy bottom and slipped beneath the creature's massive frame. As the squad entered the blind spot, the glaring red warning on his HUD vanished. Xiao Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. The mantis shrimp lashed out again, its arms whipping up a violent barrage, yet the shadows yielded no target. It screeched in frustration, grinding nearby rocks and coral to powder, but the patch of seabed under its feet remained untouched. After a brief hesitation, it lifted a thick limb and drove the spear-like tip into the sea floor's end, and gravel exploded, turning the former safe zone into a minefield. The seahorses were forced to retreat. The instant they surfaced, the gleam of the sides cut off every escape route, and the alarm on Xiao Hao's panel shrieked back to life. Phase. Xiao Hao barked. The seahorses shifted into phantom form, weightless yet still blindingly fast. Convinced the mantis shrimp wouldn't target his avatar, he sent them racing up its back, clinging to the emerald carapace. Seconds ticked by. The mantis shrimp blew bubbles, its breathing growing ragged. Unable to locate the tiny intruders, it relied on predator's instinct and guessed they were clinging to its shell. Crimson, scale-covered tendrils burst from its body, thrashing like Kaneki Kin's predatory limbs in Tokyo Ghoul and whipping its own armor. Sparks flew off the jade shell, and 4 seahorse health bars plunged to 0, making Xiao Hao's heart seize. The remaining mounts darted away with aurora shade, silver afterimages streaking across the carapace by the narrowest of margins. The mantis shrimp went berserk. More tendrils erupted, joining scythes and spear limbs to create a true 360-degree killing field. Step outside the shadow, and you were exposed. Stay inside, and you were doomed, all the same. The warning light on his HUD stopped flashing and stayed solid, the beeping a death knell. Xiao Hao forced himself to stay calm. If this fight were truly unwinnable, the system and the chat wouldn't have pushed him here. There had to be a way. In the live stream, the chat scrolled frantically. Come on, streamer, you've got this. No starting zone has an unbeatable boss. Take it down. Quiet. He can't see the chat. How could we be the ones who sent him here? Xiao Hao's mouth twitched, but he had no time for snark. He focused on the HUD and the arena. The growing mass of tendrils hemmed in the seahorses while the alarm screamed. Think. Do something. They can't hold out much longer. Sweat rolled down his temples. Is this still a shrimp? With that many tentacles, how are we supposed to win, let alone claim it? As the silent roar echoed in his mind, a spark of inspiration struck tentacles binding. Xiao Hao's pupils dilated as he seized the idea. He closed his eyes and projected an intricate pattern of movement and teamwork into the seahorses' minds. Once a guardian is bound, player and companion share a faint empathic link, a true meeting of minds. The plan was set. Now he had to trust them, trust his guardians. The mantis shrimp, mid-swing, spotted a seahorse materialize and instantly lashed a feeler at it. The strike landed, and the seahorse slipped back into shadow. Knowing the tactic was one thing. Executing it smoothly was another. That seahorse had mistimed its reveal, and a heavily injured creature should never have been stuck with the lure job. 5 seahorses were already badly hurt, leaving only 3 chances. If the fight dragged on, the high-tier mantis shrimp would pick them off one by one. Xiao Hao understood that hesitation meant defeat. He gave the order and went all in. In the next heartbeat, 3 seahorses appeared at once, taking up positions around the mantis shrimp. The sudden multidirectional threat threw the crustacean into disarray. It whipped its scale-tipped antennae, trying to skewer each target in turn, but every time a feeler darted out, the seahorse vanished a split second ahead of it, breaking the creature's rhythm. Sensing an opening, Xiao Hao pressed the attack. Before the mantis shrimp could reacquire a target, the 3 seahorses surfaced again. After more than 10 minutes of darkness gnawing at it, the shrimp's health was plummeting, and its agitation showed. Its antennae lashed out once more, but the flurry had slowed. Meanwhile, the seahorses were mastering the show and vanish routine, and even the injured ones flickered in and out, further splintering the shrimp's focus. With all 8 seahorses acting as one, the mantis shrimp flung a dozen antennae at once, tangling them like a ball of yarn. The harder it struggled, the tighter the knot became, and for a moment the creature froze in disbelief. When it tried to retract its feelers, they only cinched tighter. Xiao Hao seized the moment, guiding the seahorses to wind a few more loops and lock every strand into a dead knot. The mantis shrimp panted violently, gulping and jetting water as bubbles roiled around it. Its emerald carapace, already dulled by the creeping darkness, trembled under the strain. Though it outleveled the seahorses, it couldn't withstand the prolonged bleeding and corrosion. Bracing itself, its suddenly erupted twin emerald scythe claws flashed, hacking clean through its own entangled antennae. Segments snapped, and dark red blood billowed like ink, the savage self-mutilation making even Xiao Hao's heart skip a beat. The shrimp's resolve was brutal, but he couldn't let the prey escape. For all its offense and defense, the mantis shrimp was still slower than a seahorse. No matter which way it lunged, the ring of darkness he controlled clung to it relentlessly. At last, relentless blood loss and corrosion drained the creature's final ounce of strength. It crashed to the seabed, the last glimmer of its shell swallowed by shadow. When the game panel popped up with a bind prompt, Xiao Hao realized he was drenched in sweat, but excitement dwarfed his fatigue. Without hesitation, he hit confirm. With his first battle general now under his command, he had entered a new stage of the survival game. Against the phantoms of the deep, he would no longer be at their mercy. 550 spirit beads? You've got to be kidding. A monster this overpowered is worth only 550? The peacock-tailed mantis shrimp and that human-faced thornfish aren't even on the same level. How's it only 50 beads more than the thornfish? Xiao Hao griped. That's correct. A level 10 wild monster is worth exactly 550 spirit beads, the scrolling chat answered coolly. In the stream, the viewers were already tallying things up. Looks like the streamer has cleared almost all the beginner zone mini-boss, just one more little boss and one big boss left. Seriously, this guy's insane. Everyone else starts on trash mobs, and he dives right into mini-bosses. Exactly. Most players can't even find a boss, and he stumbles into them non-stop. He even ran off and found a rare boss. His luck is nuts. Xiao Hao was totally bewildered. So from his very first fight had been going up against boss-tier mobs? No wonder the game felt absurdly hard. The bug-level Shadow Seahorse had been brutal. How were other players supposed to survive? Turns out had been playing on nightmare mode from the start. And that luck everyone talked about? Head just followed the chat's directions. A quick thought made it clear. Viewers didn't want to watch him grind small fry, so they kept steering him toward bosses. Funnier still, they had no idea they were the ones pushing him onto the chopping block. Xiao Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He summoned the peacock-tailed mantis shrimp and felt it looked smaller. The info panel confirmed it, level 0. Figures. Taking it from 0 to 10 costs 550 spirit beads, exactly what just dropped. Another notice popped up. A guardian's level can't exceed the conch house's level. He poured all 550 beads into upgrades conch house to level 5, seahorse guardian to level 5, mantis shrimp stuck at level 4. Xiao Hao swung onto the shrimp's armored back. No way I'm walking home. I want to ride a mantis shrimp. Looks so badass. So cool, I'm jealous. It makes a Pegasus look tame. A dozen ruby red legs strode over the sea floor like it was solid ground. Xiao Hao didn't feel a single bump. With a spicy strip in his mouth, he pulled up the chat in the forum. He had only 50 stamina left. Tomorrow he'd have to gather some soul-restoring grass. Chat buzzed. How does he even know the way back? Xiao Hao glanced at a patch of glowing aquatic plants overhead. Easy, I use that as a landmark. Base is that way. This guy's memory is insane. Direction-challenged viewer Hariso jealous. He ran a kilometer in the dark ocean and can still navigate by tiny landmarks? Isn't he afraid of mixing them up? Ugh, I'm useless. I only survive by clinging to high-level players. Compared to him, forget it. Not even close. His face was almost burning from the praise. Good thing he had thick skin. Xiao Hao waved. Keep it coming, don't stop. The forum was still a wasteland, nothing useful, so he closed it. Nobody knew that right after he logged in someone had recognized him. Just as players were about to spam pro and beg to team up, had logged off in a flash, leaving the crowd howling. Hey, which combat skill do you think the streamer picked? No idea. I heard the peacock-tailed mantis shrimp is ultra rare and comes with all kinds of unique skills. Only then did Xiao Hao remember he still hadn't picked a vanguard skill. Moments ago had hurried back to the coral shell suite for some downtime, blasted through a round of upgrades, and never even glanced at the skill tray. He instantly pulled up the mantis shrimp guardian panel. Guardian Vanguard peacock-tailed mantis shrimp. Attributes: metal, water. Level 4. 1. Emerald carapace, a metal-based leather shell with phenomenal defense, virtually immune to physical attacks from peers. 2. Scythe claws, razor-sharp appendages that slice and pierce with ease, almost impossible to block. 3. Linha antennae, multiple antennae can split to lash or bind, and they regenerate. 4. Sea fin tail, a fanning tail that stirs undercurrents or foolin waves. even pulling moisture straight from the air. 5. Imperishable physique passive boosts every aspect of the body, continually mines hidden potential, and lets all other skills run wild. Whoa, the antennae really are called Linha. Wonder if that's the same Linha from the legends. Xiao Hao skimmed the first 4 abilities, then his eyes locked onto imperishable physique, and his heart thumped hard. Head had enough of borrowing the seahorse's skills for a few seconds and collapsing after 2 or 3 uses. This passive was exactly what he needed right now. He hit the button without hesitation. A prompt popped up. Select Vanguard skill Imperishable Physique? Yes. A surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, raced through every meridian, and flooded his limbs. Sweat broke out instantly. His blood churned like molten lava. Back in the coral shell suite, he noticed headquarters had reached level 5 and sprouted a brand new kitchen, but there was no time to admire it. He dashed straight into the bathroom. Clothes hit the floor, and the mirror reflected a sharply defined 8-pack. Bonus bodybuilding, huh? He stared for half a second, then cranked on the shower. Ice-cold water hammered his burning skin and immediately hissed into steam. It took a long rinse before his body heat came down. Wiping the fog from the glass, he studied the new muscle lines and couldn't stop grinning. Wonder which lucky girl will benefit from this. The thought barely formed before he snapped back to reality. Focus on the mission first. A monk's heart must stay pure. He crafted a quick robe, threw it on, and stretched out on the bed. Opening the game interface, he nearly jumped out of his skin. The entire screen was drowning in live chat comments. This skin is flawless. Those determined eyes with a hint of moisture. That robe barely covering him off the charts sexy. No beauty filter? Feels like he's running 10 levels of soft focus. Had forgotten to kill the stream while cooling off. Hot blood, bathrobe, full body shot, another perfect recipe for social suicide. Face flaming. Xiao Hao yanked the quilt up to his nose and thanked the heavens he didn't sleep naked. The barrage kept coming. Drop the blanket and come at me. His eyes drifted to the new kitchen and the pile of meat in storage, but had eaten too many snacks and wasn't the least bit hungry. A full day of fighting had wrung him dry. Cooking was out of the question. Good night. He switched off the coral lamp and whispered. The chat instantly turned syrupy. Honey, you're so gentle, talking to yourself like that. So handsome. I'm gonna start telling myself good night too. Sleep tight. You'll definitely find soul-restoring grass tomorrow. Yeah, we're with you all the way. Night-night. A new day, a fresh burst of hope. Xiao Hao glanced at his status panel, only 45 stamina left, just enough for one more farming run. The chat had already warned him. Deep-sea wraiths sit in the mid-teens, and every 10 levels marks a major spike in difficulty. To a wraith, a level 1 mob and a level 10 mob are nearly identical. One basic attack wipes the field. Even the defense-oriented fan-tailed mantis shrimp can only survive 2 or 3 hits before the ultimate one-shots it. So Xiao Hao poured his upgrade points into his seahorse, keeping the mantis shrimp around purely as a meat shield. If he got spotted, at least it could eat a few blows. What he hadn't expected was the shrimp's undying shell passive, which dramatically extended the duration of his shadow form and sent his survival odds soaring. Still, even with a detailed battle plan, he had no real confidence against a deep-sea wraith. Anything more than 10 levels higher might as well be another realm. Best not to touch it. Chat prompt. One mini-boss remained on the map, an ancient snailfish. But he needed to harvest soul-restoring grass that afternoon, so had skipped the boss during his morning grind. The regular mobs were low tier, mostly level 1 or 2, some even level 0, and they hardly dropped spirit orbs. After clearing a few, Xiao Hao finally collected 50 orbs, just enough to boost the mantis shrimp to level 5. He didn't push his luck. Instead, he returned to his room to reset. Once his mind was calm, he stepped back outside. Following chat's directions, Xiao Hao rode the fan-tailed mantis shrimp forward. About a kilometer in, system alerts began stacking. Another 300 or 400 meters, and had reached the wraith's usual haunt. Viewers spammed the feed, hoping the streamer wouldn't get turned around. He seemed to have some sixth sense though, so they doubted head wipe. A moment later, a shrill screech from the deep-sea wraith sliced through the water. Had been spotted. Without blinking, Xiao Hao recalled the shrimp and slipped into shadow form, sprinting toward the conch shell hideout. Using the terrain as cover, he zigzagged through the gloom and melted into the darkness, but the wraith kept up the chase. After a short distance, the wraith began to lose its bearings, skull swiveling left and right, half-rotted skin drifting in the current. Suddenly a light flared several hundred meters ahead, luring it on. It roared and barreled after the glow. There was no way that puny human could make it back to the hideout from this range. Last time had been sheer luck, and the humiliation still burned in its hollow chest. The longer it pursued, the more bewildered it became. How could that fragile human sustain his skill for so long? Soon the light ahead blinked out. The wraith paused, then wheeled around and shot straight for the hideout, determined to cut off every escape and let the human taste the sting of inferior intellect. Before long it neared the room and found the conclave still dark. Convinced its prey had not yet returned, the wraith parted its jaws in excitement, twin rows of fangs forming a narrow gap. Bits of flesh hung on its back molars, quivering with the current. It let out a cruel grin. He hasn't made it back yet. Imagining how it would soon carve him open, the ghost pictured ripping apart his chest and gulping down his still beating heart. The vision thrilled it even more. 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs stretched wider and wider, skin stretched tight over its cheeks, and its jawbone dropped until the gaping maw looked big enough to swallow a football. Moments later, it spotted a patch of darkness writhing across the ground ahead. The ghost shrieked with delight, drove 10 scythe-like claws deep into the earth, and hurled itself forward. The shadow sensed danger and dove into a tangle of aquatic plants, a terrain of dips and rises that formed a natural barrier. No matter how savage the ghost's pursuit, it couldn't get a clean shot at its prey. The excitement drained away. Instead of lashing out blindly, it circled back to wait near Xiao House, keeping watch for Xiao Hao. Sticky corpse fluid still clung to its claws. The ghost's withered chest rose and fell faintly, showing its patience wearing thin. At that moment, the shadow crept out again. The ghost's head whipped around a full 180, hollow sockets locking onto the quarry. Veins bulged along its neck, throat muscles stretched to the brink, as though ready to tear. Body following the head, claws skimming the ground, it lunged like an arrow. The shadow bolted back into the maze of obstacles. This cat-and-mouse chase dragged on for an hour before the ghost snap at it figured the human had slipped away to gather soul-nourishing grass. It turned toward the nest, but after flying only a few hundred meters, lights suddenly flared inside Xiao House behind it. The ghost stopped cold, fury blazing in its eyes. If the man was still inside, he would not live to see dawn. This time it would wait right at the door and watch him die. It dashed back to the French windows, only to find a black and gold shadow seahorse floating inside, its tiny conical snout pressed to the light switch. Tricked again. The ghost trembled with rage, let out a shredding howl, then rushed away in a frenzy, praying the human had not yet taken the soul-nourishing grass. Elsewhere, Xiao Hao plucked the last pale blue, glowing stalk of soul-nourishing grass and exhaled a long, shaky breath. All around him, hillocks of piled corpses rose like grisly monuments. Without the barrage hints, he'd have searched these macabre mounds for who knew how long. Soul-nourishing grass grows only by absorbing countless spirits, so its presence made sense. Ghosts need more than spirit pearls if they want real power. The barrage soon veered off topic, but Xiao Hao had already pieced together the truth. If soul-nourishing grass strengthened ghosts, then these fields of low-level monster corpses were likely the work of the deep-sea ghost. Another detail surfaced: level 0 monsters never drop spirit pearls. Yet the ghost still had plenty of ways to exploit those level 0 creatures. Xiao Hao shoved the soul-restoring grass back into his inventory, just as a shrill warning from the shadow seahorse flared in his mind. The diversion had been exposed. No matter, he had already reaped every last blade of grass. It would take a deep-sea ghost only about 90 seconds to race from the conch quarters to this spot, so Xiao Hao wasted not a heartbeat. He slipped into shadow form and doubled back along a more concealed route. His immortal body did lengthen both duration and cooldown of his skills, but it still couldn't make them limitless. Fortunately, the herb he had swallowed earlier had restored his stamina cap to 100. Skirting the edge of the corpse mound, he brushed past the ghost with only a small hill of remains between them. In the distance, a piercing shriek came barreling toward him, thick with rage and madness. Xiao Hao knew exactly why the monster's one precious patch of soul-restoring grass had been stripped clean, and he had even scavenged every useless trinket around it. How could the ghost not be furious? After 2 straight minutes of high-intensity casting, he had to drop shadow form, catch his breath, and regroup. Once steady, he vaulted onto the Mantis shrimp and sped for the conch quarters, uneasy all the while. Would the ghost, livid and humiliated, come storming straight back? A banshee scream erupted behind him, an icy chill knifing down his spine. The ghost had found him. Every hiding spot he had picked out was now worthless. Wherever he fled, the ghost corrected its course in an instant, locking onto him with deadly precision. How? What was it using to track him so perfectly? Alarms blared across his interface, and Xiao Hao summoned the Mantis shrimp again, barking at it to run. A rough calculation flashed through his head. 400 meters to the conch quarters, 400 meters from the ghost. At its speed, the ghost would reach him in 30 seconds and the quarters in a minute. That worked out to roughly 13.3 meters per second. He'd need at least 6.6 to stay alive. The numbers spun. The Mantis shrimp wasn't built for sprinting, while the shadow seahorse easily broke 6.6. But that was the seahorse's speed. He couldn't count on matching it. He dismissed the mount and threw himself back into shadow form faster than riding, at least. He could hold it for several dozen seconds, but holding on wasn't the same as winning the race. System warnings kept flashing. The ghost was closing fast while the conch quarters remained stubbornly distant. This was going to be caught. Xiao Hao drew a sharp breath. Same shadow form, yet the seahorse was so much quicker. If it wasn't raw stamina had an immortal boost, now what was the difference? Aurora shadow ribbon flow, that was it. His shadow form skimmed the ground, but the seahorses hovered above it. He tried to lift off, The instant his body left the surface, a wave of weightlessness crashed over him, his sense of balance wobbling like a torn-out gyroscope. There was no time to ease in. He was like a first-time cyclist who had to hit top speed from a dead start. The danger was obvious. A shadow bathed in shimmering aurora hues skimmed along the seabed, while the enraged ghost behind it let out a piercing shriek that echoed through the channel. The ghost soon realized the shadow was accelerating once more. It wasn't slowing down. That thing was going to slip into the coral shell house before it could strike. Anyone watching that iridescent silhouette would have seen a comical scene. It zigzagged wildly through the water, jerking so hard it looked ready to curl into a fit. Ahead, the door of the coral shell house was inching open. The seahorse inside was holding it for him. The shadow burst through the thin water curtain at the entrance, but couldn't break in time and slammed straight into the coral wall. Blood trickled down Xiao Hao's forehead as he drew a sharp breath. Through the watery veil he saw the ghost almost pressed against him. Bluish-purple veins bulged beneath ashen skin. 2 rows of yellowed fangs locked together so tight he could see the back molars, and its low rasp, like a rusty saw grinding back and forth, left no doubt about its fury. The door stood open, yet the ghost hesitated. The safe zone rule was real. Beyond that threshold, even empty air was forbidden to monsters. But driven this far, it finally snapped, leaned forward, and forced its upper body into the room. Xiao Hao's heart lurched. If the thing could truly enter, last time it wouldn't have stopped at tearing his pajamas. The moment the ghost's chest breached the water curtain, the house lights flared several times brighter. A heartbeat later, its twig-like arms erupted in flames, 10 scythe-shaped fingers glowing red, as if molten iron were about to drip off them, and the rags around its body caught fire. Sa! The ghost let out a blood-curdling scream and jerked back into the water. Its searing frame hit the sea like red-hot iron, releasing clouds of bubbles with a violent hiss. Moments later, the icy water finally cooled it, yet it kept its hate-filled eyes fixed on the open doorway, no longer daring to move an inch closer. The hostility on both sides of the water curtain was palpable. Xiao Hao curled his lips in smug satisfaction, watching coolly as the ghost backed away in disgrace. The feud was sealed. One of them would have to die. Some wild monsters are mindless. Others are scheming, and the ghost was clearly the latter. Since the day it first appeared, it had hounded Xiao Hao like a rabid dog. Xiao Hao was no saint, and his temper was growing. The soul-mending herb was only the interest. One day he would make the ghost pay with its life. After downing a vial of blood tonic and rinsing off, Xiao Hao collapsed onto the bed, spent. The chat exploded. I take back everything. I thought the streamer was clueless, stuck on level 1 while I was on 5. But he's actually up in the stratosphere. He let them spot him on purpose. He hid first, flashed his phone light to taunt them, then had Seahorse and Ghost kite the aggro while he sprinted to the corpse mountain for soul-restoring grass. And when the scent of the grass gave him away, he still kept his cool and unlocked a new skill on the spot. It looks easy, but nailing the cover, escape routes, and the positions of Seahorse and Ghost is a mental marathon. Is this how the game is meant to be played? My mom just asked why I'm watching the stream on my knees. More viewers piled in. Ever since I found Stream 869, every other channel is unwatchable. Those guys take turn-based fights against level 0 mobs. His tactics are on another level. The rest of the newbies fight like they're in a board game. Xiao Hao fought back a smile, knowing they had missed the real challenge. Scouting terrain and logging coordinates had been taxing, but the hardest part was staying oriented. He was deep under the sea with almost no light and only a sliver of night vision. Toss a person into a trackless desert, and they'll walk in circles. Right-handers drift counterclockwise, left-handers the other way. Even in shadow form, when legs no longer matter, the drift remains. It's like a right-hander trying to ride a bike blindfolded and expecting to keep a straight line. So every time he bolted for his life, he had to think at the limit. 1. Constantly correct his heading. 2. Anchor his memory to the dullest landmarks. 3. Snap back on course the instant he drifted. These invisible details were the true core of the mission's difficulty. He didn't think his mind was anything special, just doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. In the real world, he was an overworked office drone. The battlefield had changed. The struggle to survive had not. The wave of praise kept rolling. Too bad he didn't know harvesting soul grass leaves a soul scent. The plan would have been flawless, right? When he passed them on opposite sides of that mound, I was sweating bullets for him. Good thing the corpse mountain is saturated with soul signatures, or Zhubul wouldn't have had a chance to run. Xiao Hao meant to review the run himself, only to realize the chat had already done a full postmortem. They were right. He hadn't been careful enough. Head sniffed the soul grass, caught no odor, stuffed it into his inventory, and planned to vanish into the jagged terrain. It never occurred to him that souls carried a scent of their own. That was beyond his knowledge, and luckily it hadn't killed him. He opened the marketplace, finding almost nothing that wasn't already in his inventory. A glance at the forum showed players just as dispirited as before. Xiao Hao was about to close the forum when the players who had been waiting for him noticed he was online. It's number 869. Pop-up messages filled the screen. Do you still have any blood serum? He glanced at his inventory. 6 vials of blood serum were tucked in the corner, so he replied, "Blood serum? I have 6 bottles." Just then, a post in a completely different style shot to the top. "Ladies and gentlemen, is anyone selling soul repair grass? I'm sure that damned ghost leaked the info just to drag me into hell." Xiao Hao arched a brow. So that's how the players learned about the herb another ghost had blabbed. From the word order and phrasing, the poster clearly wasn't Chinese. The game must be global and equipped with its own translator. He realized the same system probably let him understand the few guttural syllables spoken by wild monsters. He had a dozen stalks of soul repair grass, yet no one was offering what he wanted. He simply posted, "If you're short on soul repair grass or blood serum, bring out your best wares. They'll trade if I see something I like." The forum exploded. "Ah, the boss has more serum. He even has soul repair grass. I've got iron ingots, number 869. Materials? He doesn't need materials. Food, then? Wait, he doesn't need food either? So what does he want? God, I'm still scrambling for rations, and he's already past survival. Are we playing the same game?" While the messages flooded in, Xiao Hao sat back, unmoved. He knew the game hid countless magical items and pieces of gear, had pulled some from treasure chests, and looted others from a ghost den. Most of them were useless to him. Take the pleasure nicotine. 1 puff multiplies pleasure tenfold, but leaves you permanently addicted. He had tossed that junk in his storage and forgotten it. The real prize from the ghost lair was a haul of cards and equipment. The cards were mainly for defending shell houses, and wild monsters rarely attacked, so he set them aside. 2 pieces of equipment, though, dazzled him. First, a pitch-black, featureless mask. Shadow mask special gear. When worn, your face becomes a blur of darkness, immune to detection skills. He tried it on. His face melted into a shadow, much like his shadow form skill, yet limited to his face and costing no stamina. Second, a pair of gloves as thin as silk. Retry gloves lets you copy any one guardian skill. Only one at a time. Copying a new skill erases the previous one. The gloves melded to his skin, and a new option appeared on his interface. A single tap would copy a guardian skill to his own panel. With the game still in its single-player stage, the shadow mask could wait. The retry gloves, however, were priceless. Guardians handled offense, what he lacked was defense. Without hesitation, Xiao Hao copied emerald armor. In an instant, a suit of crystalline emerald armor formed around him, its luster flowing like a living thing. Best of all, it weighed nothing, so his movements were unrestricted. Unfortunately, he could feel his stamina draining as he wore it. When Xiao Hao was almost finished testing his new gear, one of the buyers for his soul recovery herb finally lost patience. Anyone who could survive ghost-type mobs was never easy to handle. "Stockpiling gear, are you?" the buyer asked directly, and Xiao Hao immediately knew the man had something good. "Yeah," Xiao Hao replied. "Take a look at this. If my life weren't hanging by a thread, I'd never trade it away." A screenshot popped up a pair of pitch-black combat boots spinning on the stat panel. Bounce boots. While worn, you can jump from any height and land safely, with a major boost to jump power. Xiao Hao didn't yet see a use for them, but he made the deal without hesitation. Another way to stay alive never hurt. The second player sent a card screenshot. Slow card. When monsters attack your base, their attack speed is reduced for 8 hours. Every card had a timer. The countdown reminded Xiao Hao that the no attacks on Shabui houses rule would eventually be lifted and the deep-sea phantoms would be back. He traded the herb at once. The final buyer was the one who'd been pleading on the forum for days, crying, "Senior, save me." Sadly, he had no gear and no cards. If supplies were overflowing, Xiao Hao wouldn't mind charity, but had fought hard for these items. Giving away luxuries was for people with deeper pockets. When he couldn't get the herb, the man bit the bullet and offered a different tradia promise. The terms were simple. After receiving the herb, he would obey one order from Xiao Hao unconditionally, even if it sent him to his death. The contract had strict limits. No loopholes like, and then one more command. With the system as guarantor, breaking it was nearly impossible. Xiao Hao's real doubt was the value of this blank check. If the guy died next second, the promise died with him. In a distant seabed base, the player paced nervously. Minutes later, the system chimed trade successful, and he was so thrilled he tumbled off his bunk, breaking into a cold sweat. Xiao Hao had placed his bet. Anyone who could escape ghost mobs had to be competent, and with a binding promise in hand, he couldn't really lose. With luck, he might even profit big. Still, he didn't expect the man to become a powerhouse. High hopes breed big disappointments. He filed the small investment away and kept browsing the forum. Plenty of posts were looking for blood serum, but most tried to get it for free, offering nothing in return, so Xiao Hao rejected them all. After a while, he logged off. The moment he closed the forum window, a crimson alert lit up his game screen. Player noticed the 3-day newbie protection is about to end. Monsters will once again be allowed to attack Shabri houses. The cold lettering glared on the display, and Xiao Hao felt his heart sink. If nothing unexpected happened, then the unexpected was coming. He hadn't thought he'd be facing the deep-sea phantoms again so soon. Xiao Hao had planned to get a good night's sleep, but a death countdown suddenly popped up, so he ditched the idea and pulled an all-nighter farming mobs. He didn't dare dive into a full pack. Shadow form only lasted a few minutes, and the undying Boda's quick healing couldn't cover the cooldown gap long enough to survive a swarm. After weighing his options, he picked off a few low-tier spine shrimp, racked up 60 spirit pearls, and stopped, just enough to upgrade the coral shell room again. Boss fights required a clear head, so he crashed into bed, only to be jolted awake the next morning by the game's alarm. Day or night, the seabed was pitch black. He switched on the coral lamp, looked up, and nearly had a heart attack. A face was pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, a deep-sea wraith. The almost fleshless skull stretched into a ghastly grin, parasites crawling lazily in its hollow sockets. Expressionless or not, Xiao Hao could feel it smiling, the thrill of a hunter that is locked onto its prey. The wraith slapped two mucus-slick palms against the glass, sinking 10 scythe-like claws, each several inches long, into the pane. Light shone through the translucent flesh, revealing still more worms burrowing beneath the mottled skin. Then, with a sudden yank smack, an entire layer of skin tore free, stuck to the window, and writhed with a carpet of grubs that made Xiao Hao's stomach churn. Those branch-thin arms rose again and raked down scree. Sparks flew as the claws carved 5 deep grooves into the reinforced glass. His knees nearly buckled, but the window regenerated in seconds, sealing the cracks, while the wraith's claw recoiled, glowing red like molten iron and bubbling. He glanced at the manometer. Out of a 5,000L cap, only 4,250L remained. With the coral shell room freshly at level 5, he did the math after routine upkeep and exploration costs. That one swipe had burned roughly 20 to 30L, and the creature still had another undamaged hand. Sure enough, another slash sent sparks flying. Mana dropped to 4,225L. 30 seconds later, the cooled claw struck again. 4,204L left. At this drain rate, Xiao Hao figured the coral shell room would last only a few hours. He yanked open his inventory and dumped out anything remotely useful. Besides the trade slowdown card, he still had a few the deep-sea wraith had so kindly given him earlier. Reflection card. When a wild monster attacks the base, activate this card to bounce the damage back. Uses remaining. 3. Shield card. Deploys an invincible barrier. If base mana drops below 100L, it locks at 100L and cannot be reduced by any means. The time-limited 1-minute double damage card doubles the Guardian's attack power in every offensive skill whenever the base is under assault. Next comes the 1-hour maintenance card. If the base is breached, mana will flow back at 1 liter per second. Then there is the 8th hour silence card. Any monster daring to attack is forcibly silenced and rooted for 3 seconds. The single-use disrupt card interrupts any enemy skill the moment it is cast. Finally, there is the 3-hour slow card. 7 cards in total. The data flashed through Xiao Hao's mind. In mere seconds, the ghost had clawed another 25 liters of mana from his seashell room. He looked up. Outside the window, purple-black energy churned while the ghost's spindly, scythe-like fingers spat vicious power that formed a giant talon of pure energy. The claw swooped down and gripped the seashell room as if it were a toy. About to pop its ultimate, Xiao Hao slammed the disrupt card. The energy talon dissolved with a roar. The ghost cocked its head, clicking in confusion, but when it saw the card in Xiao Hao's hand, it screeched. The shrill sound sent the parasites in its eye sockets burrowing deeper into its skull. Its own card had just been turned against it by a human. Xiao Hao ignored the scream, quickly reclaiming the disrupt card. The cooldown flashed. 2 hours, 59 minutes, 55 seconds. A slow grin spread across his face. If he triggered the card at the exact instant an ultimate began, he could cancel the move forever. He weighed the rest of the deck. The limited use cards offered no exploit. The double damage card needed constant uptime. Pausing meant lost DPS. The maintenance card was basically a spare health bar for the room no help. The shield card, though, had promise. If he activated it with mana at 0, he would become invulnerable and lock his mana at 100 liters, effectively refilling it instantly. With perfect timing, a 1-minute shield could be stretched to an hour, maybe more. Outside, the ghost snapped. Its 10 pitch-black scythe fingers stretched into 2-meter reaper blades, 10 in all, each gleaming with cold black light as they lunged at the seashell room. A direct hit would burn through hundreds of liters of mana. Xiao Hao's reflexes won. He slapped the disrupt card again. The blades halted at the eaves and recoiled in panic. The ghosts burst smothered on the spot. Xiao Hao wore a calm down expression, as if he were still trying to soothe the creature. The fury churning in the ghost's chest had nowhere to vent, so it hacked madly at the window frame. Halfway through, it noticed its swings had slowed. The half-rotted head turned stiffly toward Xiao Hao, then to the card in his hand. It remembered. It owned 6 of those slow cards. Damn it. Cards or no cards, you're dead. The ghost muttered and returned to a steady assault, regaining its composure. If it kept its cool, Xiao Hao's deck would eventually run dry. No way the devs let a bug this huge slide. Xiao Hao drew a long breath and glanced at the corner of the screen. There has to be another way. Maybe the chat feed could give him a clue. What if it keeps scratching at the door? Wouldn't the player be as good as dead? The words were barely out before Xiao Hao shook his head. This game's mechanics were downright outrageous. Meanwhile, the livestream chat lit up with answers. Nope. Wild mobs that claw doors take magic rebound damage. Rebound isn't foolproof, does nothing to mobs that can heal. The real issue is food. Monsters have to eat. Once they're full, they leave. Too bad we old players, well, old species figured that out. New species have to learn the hard way. He soaked up the info and shamelessly scribbled it all into a notebook while muttering, wait, if I were scratching a door, I'd still need to eat, drink, and you know. But a ghost probably doesn't sleep, right? A chill ran through him. His face went white. Is it doing its business outside my window? Thaha. Zhubo, are you trying to kill me so you can inherit my meme folder? I never watch streams, but today I'm making an exception. Strings of ha 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 exploded across the floating screen. Outside, the ghost raking its claws over the glass seemed to wheeze with fury if ghosts could wheeze. A beat later the wraith shrieked, her rage ripping through the seawater. Ah! Before the scream faded, she hurled a violet-black energy wave. Xiao Hao stayed calm, slapping a tranquilizer card in front of him to lock down her berserk state. So she really can understand me, he thought, deciding to provoke her further. Offense was offense, but courtesy mattered. As the ghost lifted her scythe-like fingers for another strike, Xiao Hao leaned out politely. Look, I still can't let you use my bathroom, but there's a nice patch of bushes over there. Feel free. He even pointed the way. The answer was another ear-splitting soprano. Ah! Her energy talon raked the shell house barrier, vaporizing 50 liters of mana on impact. The backlash was brutal. She curled in pain, her char-black scythe fingers glowing red while bubbles surged through the water. Even a face-spine anglerfish couldn't scare me. This is the best you've got? She disgusted him, so he returned the favor. Xiao Hao watched her composure crack, earning a few minutes of peace pure profit. When the ghost recovered and resumed her assault, he sighed. Why won't this kid listen? Remember to bury it when you're done. Don't pollute the environment. Noting her SAN value ticking down, he twisted the knife. Better yet, bag it up. Responsible pet owners do that where I'm from. Ah! Driven to frenzy, the wraith gathered every drop of malice into a giant violet-black claw and lunged at the shell house. This time Xiao Hao couldn't be bothered with a calm card. He slapped down a reflect card instead. Boom. The claw missed him and tore into the ghost herself, nearly cleaving her in two. Cracks spiderwebbed through her translucent bones. The dead branch arm shed left from her previous intrusion was already charred. Now it dangled by a thread. She hit the ground with a splash and lay still. Should I finish her off? Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow but didn't fall for it. He waited several minutes. She kept playing dead. So he sat on the bed, arms folded, enjoying the one-woman show. As if one reflected strike could ever take her out for good. If it were really wounded, it would have staggered off instead of sticking around as bait. With nothing else to do, Xiao Hao pulled a giant tub of caramel popcorn from his inventory, crunching away while flicking through forums and bullet comments. 10 minutes passed, and the purple-black figure outside the window began to quiver, whether from the cold front or pure fury, he couldn't tell. The specter straightened up, its vicious outline reflected in the glass. Xiao Hao looked up, popcorn in his cheek, and asked cheerfully, feeling awkward yet? Watching its rib cage heave, he knew had gotten under its skin. Perfecti only had 60 spirit beads left, just enough for one upgrade, and the cards were emergency only. He had to stall, infuriate the ghost into leaving, then sprint out to farm more beads. The ghost pretended not to hear him, razor-sharp claws scraping the pain. Xiao Hao decided it deserved a reality check. You know I'm a player, right? And you know our interface records everything? Sorry, Polly already caught it on video and dropped it on the forum. Ark. The specter's SAN bar flatlined. Its massive purple-black claw slammed down again, hitting its own body. Cracks laced its bones. Xiao Hao offered a mock-kind word. Cracked bones. Way more stylish. Seething, the ghost turned as if to leave, then spun back, hollow sockets scorching him with silent rage. I'm not going anywhere. I'm demolishing your entire Shanbei house in one shot. Its gaze flicked to the card between Xiao Hao's fingers. The grinning skull on the front seemed to mock him. No dialogue was needed. Xiao Hao instantly realized the ghost thought he was low on beads and dry on mana. Wonderful. Since when can a skull leak that much intel? He grumbled. Ignoring him, the ghost pounded both claws against the glass. Clang, clang, sparks flying. Xiao Hao sighed. High IQ wild mobs were the worst. Had meant to scare it off so he could grind beads, but now it was tunneling damage nonstop, and he was flat out of moves. He did have one option, summon the Shadow Seahorse, cast Dark Erosion, then layer Dark Domain. The radius would clip the ghost outside, and with no range skills, it would have to tank or bail. But the moment his guardian appeared, the ghost would think he was desperate and fight to the death. A level 5 seahorse wouldn't drain much HP, but it would cement the ghost's house-wrecking resolve. After a moment, Xiao Hao chose to hold. So it thinks him out of beads and juice. Fine, let it scratch to its heart's content. When my level 5 base is on its last sliver, they'll bump it to level 6, and see if that breaks it. Time ticked by to the steady screech of claws on glass. An hour later, Gouges covered the Shanbei house. Walls crumbled, and every window was cross-hatched with cracks. Sensing victory, the ghost attacked even harder. The instant a fissure was about to punch through, Xiao Hao slammed upgrade. Them like swapping shells, the entire Shanbei house refreshed at once, mana bar maxed. Arc. More fractures radiated across the ghost's eye sockets. Xiao Hao gave a mild smile. I never said I was short on beads. That innocent but smug look shattered the ghost's spirit. With a final snarl of frustration, it drifted away. Silence fell. Xiao Hao let out a long breath and glanced at his game panel spirit beads. 0. That's savage. I'm dying here. This is the first time I've seen a ghost get trolled so hard. When I got dragged into the survival game, tons of my teammates were killed by ghosts, so whatever the streamer does is fair game. From now on, I'm a diehard fan of streamer 869. Xiao Hao closed the floating game panel and watched the ragged ghost dissolve into black mist. He knew it was only a brief respite. Once the creature had fed or healed, it would come back with a vengeance. During the lull, he headed out to farm, picking off stragglers as usual. Blood-red plankton lamps flickered in the trench while he ran along the rock wall, flinging shadow chains that sent each monster to the ground. After several hours, he had gathered only 70 spirit pearls. Lone mobs simply didn't pay well. He was about to keep grinding when the chat exploded. The ghost is back. Left with no choice, Xiao Hao doubled back and squeezed into his coral shell hut. His phone read exactly 7 o'clock, and he grumbled. This wild mob's more punctual than a night shift worker. People clock in for a paycheck, this thing clocks in for blood. A screeching scratch echoed outside the window. Xiao Hao looked up to find the ghost's long, skeletal arms pressed against the glass. Each swipe sent the mana gauge plummeting by over 30 liters. Damn it, his eyes widened, and a cold sweat broke out. He could manage a 20-liter drain, but 30 was pushing it. He slapped a slowing card. Before he could even speak, the chat poured in. Bro, the streamer probably doesn't know ghosts get every stat buffed at night. It's dark down here day or night. So why does time matter? Because you're a noob. High-level players know energy lore. Daylight suppresses dark energy, so shadow creatures get nerfed. At night, the dark energy spikes. Xiao Hao tried reading more, but the chat veered from energy buffs to combat buffs, then casually to bedroom buffs. The whiplash made his temple throb. He shoved the phone aside and released shadow seahorses to whittle the ghost down. Since the seahorses couldn't cast forever, he arranged them in 3 rotating squads. Each charged in, unleashed a dark tide, then fell back for the next. An efficiency any sweatshop manager would applaud. Xiao Hao tried trash-talking again, but the ghost preferred self-harm to listening. He watched it jam a scythe-like finger into its own ear canal, then pull out a sticky hunk of flesh. Revolting and oddly insulting. The chat went wild. Uffed, how lethal is your trash talk? You drove the ghost to that. Streamer, publish a trash talk encyclopedia ID by it day 1. Yet seeing the bloody hole in the ghost's ear left Xiao Hao feeling dismissed, a chill creeping through his chest. It's not giving me a single opening. If the ghost wanted to self-destruct, so be it. Xiao Hao shrank back to the window and kept one eye on the mana gauge. Dude, was that video legit? Intelligent mobs are terrifying. They can act. I'm toast. My guardian's a level 1 fish. If a mob attacks the coral house, I'm done for. Hey, big shot, got room for another hangarin? Need an apprentice? Come on, people, grow a spine, try acting tough like me. Dad, need a son? Now that was some first-rate bootlicking. On the forum, piggyback requests poured in non-stop. ID 869, heads up. If you have spirit orbs, don't rush the upgrade. Wait until the coral shelter's mana is almost gone. ITLL save power. Copy that. Follow advice, stay fed. Thanks, boss. Wu is in your debt. Bored and with nothing better to do, Xiao Hao left his own survival tips under the posts. They were all human. After all, if it didn't cost him anything, he was happy to help. The more people stayed alive, the easier it would be to harvest them later. Well, that was getting ahead of himself. 2 hours later, the specter's frantic scratching was about to break through the window, so Xiao Hao grudgingly upgraded the coral shelter to level 7. He held off on using the maintenance and shield cards. An upgrade refills mana and refreshes defenses, so the higher the level, the more bang for the buck. 3 more hours passed. Of 7,000 mana points, only a few hundred remained. Still calm, Xiao Hao planned to dump his surplus supplies on the marketplace and trade for spirit orbs. Anyone who'd survived today, 3 kept a few. Otherwise, a level 0 shelter would have been emptied long ago. Just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to upload the goods, the scratching outside the window halted. The specter hovered there, saw Xiao Hao still tapping in midair, and bared its fangs. It had clawed for ages. Yet this guy still had orbs to upgrade. Xiao Hao stopped and sized it up. All 10 scythe-like fingers were scorched orange from reflected damage, bubbles popping at the tips. After 5 straight hours of clawing, enduring both the reflected damage and the seahorse's dark corrosion, the thing was near its limit. Even so, the deep-sea specter still looked unbothered, worthy of a boss title. A level 10 mantis shrimp lasted 20 minutes tops. This monster had lasted 5 hours. Even accounting for rotation, it was absurd. While the specter paused, Xiao Hao dropped the idea of selling at a discount. It was time to act. I'm out of spirit orbs, he told himself, but I can pretend I've got plenty. The specter's gaze was ablaze. How do you still have orbs? Xiao Hao muttered. You've shredded your own ears. Even if I told you, you wouldn't hear. To his surprise, the specter let out a muffled grunt. He regretted it instantly. If he'd known it could hear, he would have taunted it harder. Admitting the truth would blow his cover, so he kept his face blank and said firmly, No, I don't have any orbs. The denial only made him look guiltier, and suspicion flared in the specter's eyes. No orbs? But at dawn, when the coral shelter was about to be breached, one tap sent it to level 6. At dusk, another tap, level 7. And now, with the walls about to crack again, he was raising that finger once more. The specter couldn't see the player interface in the void, but it knew there had to be one, and that finger definitely did something. If he had nothing left, even tapping thin air would be pointless. Yet every time his finger drifted toward that invisible panel, a card would appear, or an upgrade would trigger, and trouble was never far behind. Now this sly old fox looked the ghost straight in the eye and declared, I'm out of spirit beads. If that were true, why not move his hand away? Instead, he kept his fingertip hovering over the panel as if he were waiting for the Shanbei house to lose just a bit more durability so he could slap the upgrade button in front of the ghost, wipe out all the damage, and laugh in its face. The ghost hesitated, and Xiao Hao seized the moment. What's wrong? Done scratching already? The words pierced the ghost like a needle. It glared at him, eyes burning with a strange mix of hatred and anticipation. Only 100 points of mana left, just a few more swipes, and the Shanbei house collapses. What kind of player eggs on a monster to smash his own home? The ghost wavered, but every line Xiao Hao spoke was designed to toy with it. Opponents locking horns was nothing new, and Xiao Hao counted on that contrary streak. Don't give up, no victories right there. Look, the shield's down to 99 points. The rapid-fire taunts darkened the ghost's face. 3 or 4 more hits, and it would be Deniso. Hurry up and scratch already. Grinding its anger down, the ghost raked a claw across the barrier's creech. Mana dropped to 66 points. Yes, 2 more hits, come on. Xiao Hao cheered like a spectator. The ghost raised its claw again. 35 points. Xiao Hao's eyes gleamed. He deliberately pressed his finger against the shield card, use button on the floating panel, and smiled sweetly. Good job, just a little faster. I'm a perfectionist. 1 more hit. He could have activated it with a mere thought, but he used his finger so the ghost could see every detail. Scratch once more, and it'll renovate, wiping out all your effort. The ghost's raised arm froze, then slowly fell. It refused to be toyed with any longer. This human was unnervingly calm, his eyes clear, nothing like the panicked players who cracked at death's door. He obviously still had spirit beads and was waiting for that final strike to upgrade the Shanbei house. Be treated like a pet, and then mocked at the last second? Unthinkable. Instead of flying into its usual rage, the ghost fell silent, turned, and drifted away. It would never again underestimate this player. It was serious now. Watching the ghost recede, Xiao Hao's lips curled into an eerie grin. Empty fort strategy success. He could almost read the ghost's mind. Getting serious, are we? But so what? Without brains, determination means nothing. It didn't even grasp the idea of a lion uses full force to hunt a rabbit. Letting emotions lead it around in a survival game. No wonder it died at sea and became a ghost. Treat the enemy with tactical respect. Look down on them strategically. Belittling the ghost was just how he eased his own nerves. Next time they met, he would still give it everything he had. While the ghost was gone, Xiao Hao refused to keep grinding the mobs one at a time. The return was far too low, so he chose to wipe out whole packs at once. After 2 scouting runs, he had a rough map of their layout. 3 major species: the low-tier prehistoric spiny shrimp, the human-faced thornfish, and the ancient snailfish. The snailfish were both the easiest and the most troublesome. Their attacks were feeble. A mantis shrimp could let them swing all day without taking a scratch. Yet they boasted absurd health and a bizarre physiology. Their bodies were transparent gel, like multicolored pudding, completely immune to physical damage. Even if the mantis shrimp minced one into jelly, it would reform like clay, good as new. The only thing that hurt them was the shadow seahorse's dark corrosion, and that worked far too slowly. Time was the one thing Xiao Hao didn't have, so he stayed clear of the boss-level snailfish. Spending half a day chipping away at their HP would let the ghost breach the shell coral house. The more you fear death, the sooner it comes. He locked onto the spiny shrimp instead. Each species numbered in the hundreds. Xiao Hao released the seahorses first, ordering them to spread their domain of darkness, then sent the peacock-tailed mantis shrimp to the front line to draw aggro, while he huddled in a corner to observe. The moment the mantis shrimp appeared, a spiny shrimp nearly 2 meters long lunged straight at it. One slash, its bulging stalk eyes dropped off. A second, the centipede-like antennae were sliced clean. A third, before it could retreat, its crocodile-shaped torso was split in 2. Flesh parted instantly, and only then did the severed vessels notice, geysering scarlet jets. The mantis shrimp stood cold and still, emerald size crossed before its chest, as though it had never moved at all. only shimmering afterimages rippled through the water. Xiao Hao casually pocketed 10 spirit orbs. The seahorses were having a rougher time. Their combined domain covered 8 times the usual area, but the spiny shrimp scattered, leaving only one caught in the field. Fortunately, the range was wide enough that a few were always inside. Their life force steadily eroded. The smell of blood thickened fast. Driven mad, the spiny shrimp's whites bulged with centipede-like red veins. Circular maws opened beneath their heads, blade-like teeth unfurling, strings of blood drifting like parasites. They swarmed forward. Even with the mantis shrimp's emerald sides whirling, it couldn't cut them all down at once. Some slipped through, clamping onto its armor, their tooth blades screeching against the jade plates without leaving a mark. As more shrimp piled on, the space around the mantis shrimp condensed into a dense sphere of writhing flesh and blood. The mantis shrimp still hadn't used any skills. Those few slashes were nothing but its basic attacks. Xiao Hao had held back at first, afraid that an early show of power would spook the small fry. But now the water seethed with spined shrimp packed tight around the mantis shrimp, and he finally called for the big move. At his signal, 2 emerald scythes each broader than a door whirled into a blur, spinning like a fan on its highest setting. The mantis shrimp turned into a 5-star chef, its uncanny knife skills carving the prehistoric swarm into paper-thin slices. Parallel gouges scarred the dark red seabed. Sand and gravel were pulverized in its wake. The whole display lasted no longer than the blink of an eye. The meat sheets drifting in the water were almost transparent. Xiao Hao could see the turbulent current right through them. Wave after wave of shrimp charged, but in front of those emerald blades they were mayflies against an old tree. In seconds the sea was dyed crimson. There were simply too many targets among the countless eyes. At least one was always glaring his way. That was exactly why he hadn't wanted to provoke the entire pack. Once they focused fire, breaking free would be nearly impossible. The mantis shrimp was killing with abandon. The shadow seahorse kept flickering in and out of sight, and the shrimp, unable to touch either of them, vented every ounce of rage on Xiao Hao. He cursed under his breath. Hide in the coral shell house. One deep-sea wraith had almost brought the place down already. Add a few hundred spined shrimp, and he might as well stretch out his neck. But getting too close to the mantis shrimp risked ending up as sashimi. His only choice was to keep shadow shifting into a darkness field. Even there the shrimp could dimly sense him. Each shift lasted only a few minutes, during which he tried to drag the mob toward the mantis shrimp. Yet the creatures, stupid as they were, still knew danger and always skirted around the giant killer. The scene became absurd. The mantis shrimp chased the mobs chased Xiao Hao, and the seahorse drifted lazily in its dark bubble like a slacker providing ambience. As his latest shift faded, Xiao Hao scrambled onto the mantis shrimp's thick carapace. He ordered the scythes to strike only forward, leaving the rear defense to its crimson tentacles. At least a tentacle strike wouldn't one-shot him. He could still chug a blood potion. The scarlet whips strangled, skewered, and slapped the spined shrimp, tracing his outline with unnerving precision. Sweat beaded down his back. If the control were really that perfect, those tentacles wouldn't have tied him up earlier. He sat rigid as a wax figure, terrified that the slightest twitch would send a tentacle through him. 8 seahorses centered on him, overlapping their darkness fields and draining health eightfold. If he lasted a minute, every nearby mob would be sucked dry. To steady himself, he raised his gauntlet hands and summoned a suit of jade armor. Cold plates snapped over him, and a surge of safety washed through his veins. There were still too many shrimp. A few inevitably slipped through the tentacle screen to bite at him, but their teeth couldn't pierce jade plate. Xiao Hao escaped unscathed, but his stamina was pouring away. He ordered 8 shadow seahorses to reveal themselves. Their black and gold tails, barbed and ringed with 4 diamond-shaped bone segments, cracked through the water at the nearest prehistoric spiny shrimp. The blow landed harder than the shrimp's centipede-like feelers. The creature that had been about to bite him snapped apart with a sharp crack, its crocodile tuft shell shattering. With multiple compound fractures, it sagged like a Dead Sea serpent. A few seconds later, the system flashed the kill notification in Xiao Hao's view. The seahorses took up the 8 positions of the bagua, guarding him at the center. Barely half a meter long, far smaller than the 2-meter shrimp, they were still rare level 5 monsters, and on stats alone could match their foes. Corpses piled up, thickening the water with blood and driving the remaining shrimp berserk. Their eyes darkened from red to black as they surged like a living tide. More began slipping through. The mantis shrimp endured with its undying body passive, but the seahorses were starting to strain. Xiao Hao made a snap decision and shadow-stepped with the seahorses to a spot directly beneath the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp unleashed its close-quarters ultimate. Twin jade sickles whirled, spraying emerald flashes. Flesh drifted like catkins, blood splashed like paint, brains unfolded like white lotus. Crimson eyes froze in despair, and broken blade-like teeth overflowed with death. Dark red silt spiraled through the water. Time itself seemed to slow. The green light flickered out, leaving only blossoming blood lotuses behind. That million-credit special effect devoured Xiao Hao's stamina. The bar hit empty in seconds, and the mantis shrimp had to stop swinging. Xiao Hao collapsed on its shell, face ghost pale, like someone had been up all night. Another wave of shrimp rushed in, and he only watched, seemingly powerless. Not resigned to die, but waiting for the moment. The Shadow Seahorse's Dark Domain and Corrosion debuff had run the entire time, 8 stacks overlapping and reaching far beyond the Mantis shrimp's ultimate. The crazed shrimp never felt their own decay. Eye stalks blackened, or shaped fins wrinkled like old skin, gray-white belly plates dulled like soot-covered leather, centipede antennae creaked as if coming apart. They hadn't yet reached Xiao Hao before life was sucked out of them. Bodies thudded down in succession, piling into mounds of corpses. Watching the carnage, the few shrimp that remained finally panicked and fled. A handful, disoriented, barreled straight at Xiao Hao and were sliced in two by the mantis shrimp. The battlefield went silent. The dark seafloor returned to stillness. Half-conscious, Xiao Hao sprawled on the mantis shrimp's back. It steadied him with its scaly antennae, gripping his sides so he wouldn't slip. In the desolate depths, its ruby-red limbs planted firmly in the sand, each step deliberate and sure. The 8 seahorses spread out in a moving octagon, Xiao Hao at the center, keeping watch over the quiet sea. With the passive skill Immortal Body, Xiao Hao recovered quickly. The only reason he had collapsed earlier was that he had been spamming every skill he knew, forcing his body far past its limits. Now that he was awake, he could feel his bones growing denser and his muscles tightening with new strength. Immortal Body was meant to unlock hidden potential, and by pushing himself so hard, he had driven that passive effect to a brand new extreme. He figured he had been away from camp for nearly half an hour. The thought made his heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly pulled up the game menu time to upgrade the coral shell cabin. When he left, only 35 liters of mana had remained, and he had set the shield card to run on that reserve before sprinting off to farm monsters. To his relief, the shield timer hadn't ticked down even a second. Good. If that near-broken card expired, losing it would have killed him inside. He was about to check how many spirit orbs he had gathered when one of the 8 seahorses suddenly dropped to 0 health. One-shot deep-sea wraith. The mounts were scattered in a 10-meter guard ring, so a fallen seahorse meant the wraith was already inside the perimeter. Before his mind could react, his body shifted instinctively into shadow and whipped backward. A screech of sparks ripped across the carapace of his mantis shrimp mount. 5 jagged cracks split the emerald armor, and blood seeped through the fractures. Shock jolted through Xiao Hao, and he recalled every guardian he had while bolting away. But the wraith was too close. Running alone wouldn't shake it, and there was no time to search for cover. He must have made too much noise while grinding, drawing the wraith straight to him. Behind him, a death scythe howled, carving trenches in the ground even deeper than the mantis shrimp's ultimate. As a streak of black aurora, Xiao Hao weaved an extreme scurve, knowing the slightest hesitation would let that scythe shred him to ribbons. The price was a gouged landscape underfoot trench after trench, solid rock splintering beneath the wraith's blade, its sharpness on par with the mantis claws. He couldn't sustain this for long. A desperate burst and a sharp turn finally bought him a sliver of distance, but it would last only seconds. He ordered the seahorses to split up and dart away as shadows, yet the wraith stayed locked on his real body, ignoring the identical decoys. Same black shadows, why is it only tracking me? He knew the answer but refused to test its exploration bubble. That 2-meter sphere shielded him from deep-sea pressure and supplied air, yet in the darkness it glowed like a target. If he dismissed the bubble, he might shake the wraith, but he didn't dare wager that his shadow form could endure the crushing depths. If his body was still fragile, the ocean would pulp him instantly. With the bubble active, the wraith would never lose him. Without it, the water could kill him just as fast. Caught between the two, he could only stay in shadow and run. The chill of that scythe pressed against his back. This spot was too far from the coral shell house, and Xiao Hao was out of stamina. Even pushing his skills past the limit couldn't get him back in time. The seabed was dim. Sand swirled under the water's pressure, but Xiao Hao paid no heed. Behind him, the wraith shadowed him like a personal demon, its icy sickle fingers skimming the water and leaving a shrill trail. Minutes of this cat-and-mouse chase had the ghost trembling with glee at plan to rip out Xiao Hao's tendons one by one and peel off his skin intact. He was corner death either way. Xiao Hao's pupils narrowed. If he had to die, he'd gamble everything on a single shot. In the gloom, he abruptly dismissed his exploration bubble. With a soft pop, the bubble burst, and crushing deep-sea pressure flooded in. An ordinary body would have exploded instantly, but Xiao Hao was only a shadow what could pressure due to something without substance. He came through unscathed. He should have realized earlier that no amount of pressure could harm an intangible shade, yet had never dared test it. Without the bubble's guidance, he wanted to see how the wraith would track him now. The wraith saw the bubble collapse and felt a sudden chill. Sure enough, the shadow ahead split into 8 fragments, 8 dark streams whipping off in every direction. It hesitated for half a second, then fury flared, pursue or lose its chance. Snarling, it picked the fragment closest to the coral shell house and streaked after it. The sickle fingers gleamed cold, scything the water into a vacuum. The fragment vanished just before impact recalled by the player. Wrong target. Rage blazed in its hollow sockets. The wraith's own hoarse shriek echoed across the pitch-black seabed. Since crossing paths with Xiao Hao, it had been tricked countless times, retreating once when it thought he carried a spirit pearl, and now watching him slip away again. Even its prized sickle fingers clutched nothing but mist. It slashed the seabed in fury, gouging scars into sand and rock, sending small creatures scattering. After the brief rampage, it clenched its blade fingers and fixed its empty gaze on the coral shell house. It would make that man wish for death. Like an arrow loosed into darkness, the wraith shot toward the house. The freshly renovated rooms were empty. A wall of floor-to-ceiling windows had yet to fully set when the sickle fingers carved deep cracks across the glass. Its rage only grew. It would wait here, motionless, until Xiao Hao appeared. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away in a hidden corner, a new bubble swelled in silence, expanding to 2 meters across. The shadow inside slowly solidified into a tall, thin figure. Only after every function of the exploration bubble lit up did Xiao Hao allow himself to reappear. A bead of cold sweat slid off his jaw. His fingertips trembled, and his black clothes were soaked through. He could hear his heart hammering like a war drum, threatening to burst from his throat. It took minutes of heaving breaths before he could shove aside the terror of near death. His pulse steadied, but anger bubbled in his chest. One shadow seahorse was dead. Its sacrifice would not be in vain. Xiao Hao swore it. How did the streamer get away? I thought he was a goner. I never expected him to cancel the exploration bubble. You have to admire that move. Shadow form can handle deep sea pressure because it's not an energy attack, but monsters can still hit his real body. In some situations, the form's practically unbeatable. That last escape had my heart in my throat. That wraith is shameless, so strong, yet it still ambushes people. We didn't notice it sneaking up at all. Yeah, even with a god-level view we missed it, so of course he couldn't sense it. As the barrage of comments poured in, Xiao Hao sighed. Maybe it was time to make his own calls. Viewers from another world couldn't warn him every time. The chat was only a tool, not a crutch. He etched that lesson into his mind. He opened the control panel in midair, eyes landing on the Spirit Pearl tab. 200 spiny shrimp had dropped just over 1,000 pearls. Pathetic. After spending 80 pearls to upgrade the shell coral room to level 8, he still had 1,220 left. He quickly pushed 7 seahorses to level 7, the Mantis shrimp to level 8, and kept 100 pearls for emergencies. When he was about to head back to the shell coral room, warnings exploded across the screen. Don't go back. It's clawing your window. Danger. Calm down, he can't see the chat. With his senses, he'll figure it out. Breathe, people. Look how calm he is. You're panicking for nothing. Panicking for nothing? The phrase made Xiao Hao pause. Had these otherworldly viewers lived through an imperial age too? Or had humans been part of this game for longer than he realized? The questions could wait. Staying alive came first. The wraith clawing the window didn't surprise him. Your enemy often knows you best. He retraced his path, wanting confirmation. Since it was lurking outside, he pulled out his phone and clicked on the flashlight to draw its attention. He's courting death. Why provoke it instead of farming mobs? It saw him run. Xiao Hao slipped into shadow form and sprinted away. The wraith lunged, missed, and clacked its yellow teeth in frustration. When his outline vanished, it spun back to rip at the window. Xiao Hao doubled back, flashed the light, and lured it off again. After several rounds, the wraith realized he was toying with it, stopping me from clawing the window. It finally ignored him and went on shredding the shell coral room. Once the chat confirmed it no longer cared about him, Xiao Hao relaxed. He worried it might charge over while he farmed, so he first cleared the nearby trash mobs. Luck was awful. Several level 0 monsters dropped nothing. After a quick thought, he headed farther out to hunt the final mini-boss, the primeval snailfish. After losing a seahorse, Xiao Hao had no patience left for a war of attrition. He wanted the deep-sea phantom dead, and fast. The level gap between bosses and trash mobs was still absurd. Ordinary enemies were usually level 0 to level 2 was already rare, yet every boss jumped straight to level 810, as though levels 37 had been wiped from existence. It felt like blatant manipulation by the devs. Riding his Mantis shrimp, Xiao Hao kicked up a trail of sand and sped toward the target area. At the edge of his vision, a colossal fish, 8 or 9 meters long, drifted in the blue depths. Its body was half-transparent, like blue crystal jelly, and shimmered with bioluminescent light. An ancient snailfish endowed with the busted passive immune to physical damage. Given the choice, Xiao Hao would keep the Mantis shrimp and ditch the snailfish. The shrimp could at least counter-kill ghosts. The snailfish would just sit there soaking hits until it inevitably died. No point recruiting a glorified night watchman. Because its attacks were useless, the Mantis shrimp could only watch this time. Xiao Hao instead released all 7 seahorses, their shadow ribbons wrapped around the snailfish's translucent body. Wherever the ribbons touched, the glow faded, only to flare back. Seconds later, the ancient snailfish was unfazed. Frowning at chat, he muttered, pointless. Its damage is low, but it heals faster than it bleeds. The 7 seahorses together could barely shave off 1% per second, while the snailfish regenerated at least 5. In early versions you could maybe whittle it down. At this stage you couldn't. Both of Xiao Hao's plans were dead on arrival. Low damage doesn't mean no damage. Before the words left his mouth, 2 gelatinous antennae bulged from the snailfish's head and lashed at him. The mantis shrimp sliced them into pieces mid-swing. The jelly chunks hit the seabed, squirmed like worms, and crawled back to the main body. Even the deep-sea phantom struggled to bypass that physical immunity trait. With a wet squelch, the antennae remerged. How do you kill a monster that behaves like putty? Xiao Hao's head was ready to explode. A system prompt popped up with weakness info. 1. Weak to fire, flames are its nemesis. 2. Weak to ice. Once frozen, its defense is paper thin. Fire? On the ocean floor? Xiao Hao grumbled. And where do I find an ice-type pet? I'm out of binding slots. When the jelly antennae whipped at him again, he told the mantis shrimp to carve the snailfish into 8 pieces and scatter them. Each fragment wriggled back, reassembling itself. Staring at the sticky mass, Xiao Hao began to question reality. Dismemberment was useless too. He scooped a small lump of the gelatinous creature into an exploration bubble for close study. The instant it went in, the jelly liquefied into clear water. What the heck? Xiao Hao was completely baffled. Habit, you didn't see that coming. The ancient snailfish's greatest strength was also its fatal flaw. Its body was a gelatinous mass that could shrug off the abyssal pressure capable of crushing steel into scrap. Any physical blow felt like nothing more than a pinpoint poke, completely ineffective. Yet the instant it left that extreme environment and the pressure vanished, the creature would melt like ice touched by a branding iron. For that reason, it was sentenced to the deep forever. Under high pressure, it was nearly invincible. Without it, death was certain. Xiao Hao never imagined the key to killing this mini-boss would be the system's default exploration bubble. No wonder the low-level ancient snailfish he had hunted before never dared approach this protective shell, had kept them at a distance all along. The tutorial did say many functions await discovery, but using it to farm monsters was a first for him. What followed could hardly be called a fight. The mantis shrimp tossed each severed chunk of the snailfish into the bubble, and every piece liquefied the moment the pressure lifted. When the last fragment disappeared, a prompt flashed: Spirit Orbs 550. Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow. The creature was actually level 10. It felt like free treasure falling from the sky. Then it made sense. Aside from him, who else could kill it? Without both the mantis shrimp and the ghost, who could even cut it apart? What he had expected to be a hell-level hunt turned into assembly line cleanup, and the sudden drop in difficulty left him almost uneasy. Back at base, he immediately boosted all 7 seahorses to level 8, spending 560 spirit orbs. He set aside the remaining 90 to upgrade the Shanbei house to level 9 later. A few hours still remained before nightfall. The Shanbei house's 8,000 point mana cap would not withstand the ghost's non-stop sabotage, but Xiao Hao wasn't worried. Let it scratch away all day. He wanted it exhausted by dark. With that in mind, he roamed the map, clearing stray mobs, funneling every orb they dropped into the Shanbei house to refill its mana, and keeping only those 90 in reserve. To make the ghost feel a genuine last struggle, he stacked slow cards on himself, disguising his presence as that of a weak, worn-out target. A plan was already taking shape in his Minda plan for the perfect counterkill. The ghost kept happily scratching at the window. Messages poured into the stream. Why isn't the host using those spirit orbs to level up instead of feeding them into the room's mana? What a waste. You still think he's on the first floor? He's practically in the stratosphere now. If you can understand any of this, the chat joked, you must be a pro. Yet none of them had the faintest idea what he was really doing. Xiao Hao had just taken down a small ancient snailfish. Shadow ribbons wrapped around the prey, dissolving it into crumbs, and the prompt spirit orbs 10 flickered before his eyes. As always, he kept only 90 orbs in reserve. The 10 fresh ones he tossed straight into the room, instantly injecting another 1,000 liters of mana. He glanced at the countdown on his phone: an hour until sunset, then kept hunting strays in the wreckage of the starter village. Soon the chat pointed out 3 newcomers, palm-sized insects that almost merged with the dirt. Golden copepods? How are those spawning in the starter zone? The barrage exploded. They were supposed to appear in swarms. These 3 had likely drifted here after losing their main group. If so, the streamer's luck was rotten. Anything that could push them this far meant even worse monsters were on the move outside. The creatures other players met were still tolerable, but for streamer 869 the difficulty seemed permanently dialed up. Some viewers noted that golden copepods would make decent troops, but the rules allowed a player to bond with only one species. They still fell short of shadow seahorses, and the fact that shadow seahorse eggs had floated into the village spoke volumes about the monster density beyond the walls. The ghosts inside were already giving Xiao Hao migraines, and the abominations outside promised to be worse. Since the chat was unanimous, he decided to hunt the 3 copepods first. Their golden shells caught the dying light, cold and hard, advertising impressive defense. He unfolded his dark domain, normally silent and unseen, yet the copepods sensed it at once. An 8th level shadow seahorse field was invisible to ordinary mobs, but these three noticed immediately. They raised their heads in unison. Each palm-sized body supported a grotesque mask of flesh pressed against the shell. Oversized mandibles consumed half the face, and the furry antennae and legs made Xiao Hao's skin crawl. The features were grossly asymmetrical, 6 pinprick eyes scattered like a child's careless doodle. 2 thin tails trailed behind like cockroach feelers, while the real antennae looked like forked, fur-covered fingers. All 3 ghastly faces locked on Xiao Hao, and their 6 pupils bore into him. The next instant they shot forward like springs, too fast for the naked eye. He had no time to react. Luckily, the mantis shrimp had been lying in wait. Steel flashed, one sideways sweep 3 bugs down. The copepods slammed into the ground even faster than they had launched, throwing up a cloud of dark red dust. Yet Xiao Hao's HUD never showed a kill alert. 3 copepod bugs clawed their way out of the sand pit, their thin, membrane-like shells gleaming and icy white. Their jaws split back to the ears, exposing rows of needle-thin teeth that flashed like steel. All 3 locked onto the mantis shrimp with murderous focus and swarmed in from 3 directions. The mantis shrimp raised a pair of emerald scythes. With a shriek of steel, it hacked 2 copepods into the air, then drove the tip of the other blade through the third one's skull, pinning it to the coral sand. Spirit Pearls 150. Level 5 critters. Xiao Hao had never seen them before. The 2 copepods that survived the first blow tried to spring away, but they were already tangled in the dark tendrils he had laid in advance. They thrashed, helpless, until the mantis shrimp's sides finished the job. Another golden flash blinked across the interface, then dimmed just as quickly. Total haul, 450 spirit pearls. Xiao Hao didn't feel the least bit triumphant. These were nothing more than insect mobs outside the novice village. The terror of the swarm lay in its sheer numbers, and he knew the real trouble was only beginning. A different starter mob, the shadow seahorse, had been tailing him the whole time. Xiao Hao knew exactly how ridiculous that thing could get. He forced down his irritation and reminded himself of the real priority: deal with the ghost. Dusk settled in. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, a blood-red scythe claw trembled non-stop, bubbles hissing and popping around it. Ghost had been scratching at the glass all day long. It had watched the coral shell house go from decrepit ruin to sparkling new, rebuilt with spirit pearls several times over, and its mood had swung wildly each time. Now, with its mana nearly drained, it gathered a purple-black claw, ready to shatter the house in one strike. Before the blow could land, another defense card flared and the claw dissolved. Rage still unspent, it noticed the pearl density in the walls spike again. The entire house looked freshly minted in an instant. The player hadn't even leveled up, was simply flaunting an endless supply of pearls, mocking it with every rebuild. Only then did the ghost realize the trap. Xiao Hao had been topping up his mana just enough during the day to make the ghost think a war of attrition was possible. As long as it kept scratching in daylight, the hostile environment and reflected damage would bleed it dry. Come night, when its dark energy buff should have kicked in, the coral shell house always respawned at full health, wasting all its effort. Night finally arrived. The darkness buff activated, and the ghost had nothing left to give. It screamed, an ear-splitting soprano that shook the sea. The bones around its hollow eye sockets splintered. Charred arms, twisted scythe claws, flesh seared by light, and shattered bones where mana talons had snapped. Every injury burned with pain. It swore to swallow Xiao Hao alive and turn the remaining bones into trophies. When the howl died away, it suddenly slid down the wall, liquefied into shadow, and slipped through the back door's crack into the coral shell house. Xiao Hao's lips curved. Phase 1 of the counter-ambush was complete. Chat messages flooded the game feed. Whoa, no wonder the streamer refuses to upgrade his house. How many times has he trolled that ghost now? Lost count. Started back in the cave. The novice village end boss reduced to this brutal. Anyone got a recap for newcomers? First was hide and seek. Second was a diversion. After that it's impossible to keep track. The thread was buzzing. But Xiao Hao didn't spot anything useful, so he shut the interface, took a hot shower, and went to bed early. A showdown with the ghost was only days away. He needed every ounce of rest he could get. If he was right, that ghost wouldn't scratch the window during the day. Sure enough, under the faint glow of the jellyfish lamp, Xiao Hao waited a long time in silence. The specter was obviously saving its strength for the night. Without enough spirit pearls, any counterattack was a joke, so while the ghost recuperated, he had to keep farming monsters. The ancient snailfish were out of the question. They couldn't hurt him, but they were immune to the mantis shrimp, and relying on the seahorse's dark corrosion alone was far too slow. That left only the Rinlian Chiji fish. The boss of this school wore the head of a grown woman, while the lesser ones bore baby faces. The former could charm. The latter were pure ghost infants, a double dose of visual and auditory horror. Hiding behind a small seafloor ridge, Xiao Hao broke out in goosebumps at the sight of the swarming fish. Hundreds of infant heads drifted in the water, each crowned by 2 blood-red, pupilless eyes. Their collapsed nostrils looked like Voldemort's, their mouths split to the ears, and rows of jagged fangs triggered instant trypophobia. Plenty of our race's players died to these things. Isn't he biting off more than he can chew? Early game range skills are king. This is suicide. No choice, pearls or bust. The scrolling chat reminded Xiao Hao that the Chiji fish all had a ranged water cannon, and they always spawned in rough terrain, perfect for shattering cover, but also for hiding in it. He picked a cave gouged out by an old blast, curled up inside, and sent the seahorse and mantis shrimp to fight. Against ranged mobs, he could never show himself. One glimpse meant death. First, dark corrosion spread like ink, blackening the water. Then the mantis shrimp burst from the shadows, twin blades flashing, drawing every ounce of aggro. The first fish to charge and never made it close. Its skull was sliced clean off, and 30 spirit pearls rolled into Xiao Hao's pack. Level 2 mobs really were fat loot. The rest surged forward, but any that came within reach were carved into chum by the shrimp's seamless 360-degree slashes, their jade armor never even grazing it. Unable to win in melee, the fish opened fire. High-pressure streams hammered the shrimp's carapace, kicking up clouds of bubbles, yet it stood firm as if enjoying a shower. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, the school changed tactics and kite from afar. The mantis shrimp wasn't fast to begin with, and the water jets slowed it even more. After several laps, it still couldn't land a hit. Seeing the chase was pointless, it stopped, turned, and presented its back to the enemy. A chorus of infant giggles, sharp and mocking, rippled through the water. In that shrill laughter, the plates on the shrimp's tail flared open segment by segment like a peacock's train. The tail lengthened, curled, and unfurled into a colossal underwater shield, a radiant fan of armor. Refracted light danced across the kaleidoscopic patterns, turning the dark seabed into a dreamlike stage, and the sight was so dazzling, Xiao Hao couldn't bear to blink. The tail shifted from emerald to obsidian gold, its gemstone blue edges tracing a classic fan shape, while ruby stripes flared with tangible light. A heartbeat later, that crystalline tail snapped up and slammed down. The impact boomed across the water, as if a colossal hammer had punched the sea into an abyss. Clouds of quillspine fish were sucked into the turbulence, bodies spinning out of control like kites cut from their strings. Some were driven so hard they embedded in the seabed. The pitted ocean floor was flattened by the aftershock, polished into a smooth plane. This was the mantis shrimp's siphon tail, a strike so absurdly powerful it made a quillspine's water cannon look tame. The fish that hadn't taken the hit Hedon were about to jeer, but the sight of their kin nailed into the ground jammed the sound in their throats. They knew better than to provoke the mantis shrimp, and Xiao Hao suddenly became the softest target in sight. The hill that had shielded him vanished, leaving him fully exposed and ringed by crimson eyes. Xiao Hao swore silently. He should have been thrilled by such a monstrous AoE, yet the mantis shrimp had turned traitor without cover. He was the lone, glaring bullseye. The shrimp could never block water cannon fire coming from every direction. The barrage howled toward him. He slid into a seabed fissure as a shadow. The siphon tail could sweep only one way, while quillspines surrounded them on all sides. He made a snap decision. Have the mantis shrimp keep fanning at the densest part of the school to force the fish into a single arc, while ordering the seahorse legion to scatter, stalk, and whip stray targets with bone chain tails that could one-shot the smaller mobs. With their higher levels, the seahorses could multitask, maintaining a 7-layer dark domain while blinking in for assassinations. The domain spread fast, staining the water an eerie black. Yet the water cannon remained the real, marrow-deep threat, water and artillery in one, fatal on impact. His emerald armor could mitigate damage, but it drained stamina proportionally, and it would never hold against a dozen converging beams. He had to stay in shadow form the whole time. Even half a second exposed would kill him. If the fish were free to scatter, even overclocking every skill he had wouldn't clear the field in 10 minutes. From the domain center, he caught a key detail. Any quillspine dragged inside was losing health without even noticing. The level gap made the dark corrosion nearly invisible. 7 times corrosion from level 8 seahorses could drain a health bar in under a minute. Only one problem remained: how to trap more targets inside. His gaze locked on the mantis shrimp's ruby-lit tail, and a plan clicked into place. He ordered the shrimp to fix its strikes to set angles, driving the outer ring of fish backward while leaving the sector overlapping the dark domain untouched. At the same time, he had the seahorses halt single-target hunts and turn that sector into a true safe zone. Before long, the quick-witted Chiji fish discovered the safe zone and crowded inside. With a sweep of its fan-shaped tail, the Haishan Kwei sent a wave crashing through the water. A swath of Chiji fish died instantly, their bodies drifting apart like tattered cloth. Those hurled into the rock managed to cling to life and wriggle back out. In mere seconds, only a few spirit pearls floated in the current, clear proof that the Haishan Kwei could one-shot level 0 creatures, while level 1 and level 2 targets survived thanks to the cushioning sea pressure. That was the seahorses' cue. Their area effect skill blanketed the surroundings. The deep sea rippled like a wheat field in a gale. The first Chiji fish caught in the dark domain suffered immediately. In less than a minute, their baby smooth faces withered, Wrinkles and age spots blossomed, and sagging skin barely clung to their bones. Blood-red eyes dulled and shriveled, raspy cries wheezed like punctured bellows, and they sank to the seafloor, never to rise again. Fish after fish fell. The survivors circled in panic, clueless about the cause. Their meager brains focused on one fact. Compared with the mantis shrimp's obvious, crushing force outside, this place didn't seem to hurt as much. If they could avoid being slammed into a rock crevice, who would volunteer to swim back out? The boiling frog trap snapped shut. Even humans who pride themselves on higher intellect often fail to escape such misjudgment. How could these low IQ monsters fare better? To them, the lair had always been safe. Unless the world literally collapsed, there was no reason to migrate. Just as people rarely abandon ancestral lands, leaving means facing the unknown and its risks. Life instinctively seeks comfort and stability. Xiao Hao exploited that instinct perfectly. He made the outside look more dangerous while preserving the illusion of safety within, then wiped out the entire Chi-Ji school like frogs stewed in warm water. The dark domain slowly faded, and a bubble suddenly swelled within the aurora-like shadow at its center. Though deep underwater, it did not rise. Instead, it sank along with the shadow. When the exploration bubble lit up completely, the sphere solidified, and Xiao Hao appeared. So cool. That's my man. The screen exploded with a flood of rainbow-colored comments, followed by a rapid-fire stream of jokes. Hey, hands off my boyfriend. Is this what a pro looks like? Absolute survival skills. When they exposed his position, I thought he was done for, but he totally flipped the script. This mantis shrimp nearly got its owner killed. Good thing he turned it around at the last second. Sure, it made up for the mess, but if I were the owner, I'd be dead by now. That spine pike's ranged attack is a rookie killer. Who knew he'd wipe out the whole nest? Why didn't the spine pike run in the dark zone? If you can figure that out, you're a true veteran. The dense, translucent comments almost filled his view. Dizzy, Xiao Hao muted them all and kept only the system interface. First thing he checked was his spirit pearl count 560 in one haul, a pile of fertilizer. He knew every 10th level marked a major threshold, so he did the math fast. Could he push both the coral shell hut and the mantis shrimp straight into the teens? If the shrimp reached the same tier as the ghost, it should be able to solo it. The chat had warned him, though. The ghost was the starter zone's big boss. Soloing it sounded too good to be true. Then he remembered a familiar mechanic: level caps. This survival game might be gate-locking players the same way. Only one way to find out. I've banked a ton of spirit pearls. Can I just jump straight to level 10 plus? The comments detonated. Wait, test server players can break level 10 already? Dude, you should know better. Test server 1.0 caps at level 10. Yeah, every version has its own ceiling. By the way, the closed beta's almost over, right? Almost. Bet he doesn't know the patch comes with a vacation. You get to go back to the real world. 7 days are nearly up. Tomorrow's day 7. The barrage hit him like thunder. Test server meant a full release was coming in a flood of new players. Even crazier, the game actually gave you vacation time. It was a lot to process. Tomorrow was day 7. Survive tonight, and head returned to reality. Luckily, his counter-ambush was set to trigger just after midnight. Perfect timing. After clearing out a wave of mobs, he topped off his stats and headed back to the coral shell hut to wait for the ghost. Everything hinged on this. In the sealed room, only water currents and his heartbeat echoed. The suspense made it impossible to sit still. To ease the tension, he switched the comments back on. What's Chubo doing? Why isn't he farming pearls? He just wiped a spine pike nest. He's swimming in pearls. If he's bored, he should dance for us. Uff, the streamer can't even see your comments. Xiao Hao had zero interest in dancing and pretended not to notice. When nothing useful showed up in chat, he opened the trading interface instead. Unfortunately, anything truly valuable, gear, items, cards, was practically non-existent. Once in a while something dropped, but it was always a lukewarm, take kite or leave it trinket. The moment Xiao Hao's avatar lit up in the forum, every player took notice. Big Boss number 869 just logged in. The system channel instantly flooded. Boss, got any blood potions? I'm dying for soul grass. Xiao Hao glanced at his inventory. After opening several treasure chests over the past few days, he had secured 2 new cards. 1. Magic Shield card. While the Shanbei room is under attack, all energy damage is nullified for 3 hours. 2. Payback card. When the Shanbei room is hit, the damage taken is returned to the attacker at double strength, 1 use. He still had 7 blood potions and 9 soul grass left. ID 869, I have everything. Trade me gear or cards. He tossed the message into the channel. Check the items I posted at the exchange. Any good to you? ID 869, spare me the junk. I need special effects or anything that boosts instant combat power. His reply was blunt. Those things are ridiculously rare. The other player spammed a helpless emote. Even the ghost scavenged forever and barely came up with this stuff. Just then a friend request popped up on Xiao Hao's panel. Because of his filter settings, the very fact someone could apply meant they had at least one decent item. Xiao Hao accepted immediately. The newcomer messaged at once. Boss, do you have anything that repels wild monsters? Xiao Hao hesitated. He was short on repel items himself. He couldn't even drive away ghosts, let alone spare something. Sensing the overreach, the stranger quickly added, "Please look at this card. If you have what I need, I'm begging for a trade. A giant creature is coming straight for my Shanbei room. I'm in trouble." Along with the plea, a card profile popped up on Xiao Hao's screen. Curse Kill card. When an enemy attacking the Shanbei room drops below 30 HP, instantly remove 15 of its maximum HP. One use. The card's restrictions made it nearly worthless to most players, but for Xiao Hao it was a lifesaver. Why? He couldn't defeat the ghost in a heated fight, but his seahorse pet could chip away at its HP. Once the ghost fell to low health, it usually fled, and his lone silence card only suppressed skills for 3 seconds, far too short to finish the job. With a curse kill card ready at the threshold, he could secure the kill every time. "I have to get this card," Xiao Hao resolved. He clarified the danger first. "Is that giant monster passing through? Or is it targeting you?" "I've never seen it before. It must be passing by," the other player replied. Xiao Hao thought quickly. A roaming behemoth would dish out brutal physical damage, and the water surge around it might add an energy shockwave. The magic shield card could stop energy attacks, but not physical strikes. Only a barrier card could block the whole hit. If necessary, he could part with a barrier card. Though precious, a barrier card could be reforged with spirit pearls, whereas a curse kill card had no substitute. In pure market value they were close, yet the label Invincible Barrier made everyone treat it like gold. After weighing it up, he sent the barrier card's details. "I'm sure you can see a barrier card is worth more than a curse kill card." The reply came back almost in a scramble. "Boss, that curse kill is my only card. Hey, race a screenshot of my entire inventory, take whatever you want. The shield card could save my life, please, I'm begging you." Xiao Hao enlarged the screenshot the player had sent. The inventory was nearly empty, no quantity, no variety. He glanced at his own storage. Resources from bulk crate openings stuffed the list, and every blueprint in the workshop was complete, ready for full set crafting. After a moment he replied, "You don't have anything I need. I can give you a shield card, but on one condition." The answer came instantly. "Name it." "He'll agree to anything. Just return the card if there's any time left on it when you're done." "Oh, okay. He'll write that into the trade." The chat bubble seemed to wilt in disappointment, but Xiao Hao ignored it. He refreshed the marketplace. The shield card was already listed. Without hesitation, he confirmed the trade. Card in hand, the other player went all out. "Thank you, boss. Are you sure there's nothing else I can do?" "Anything at all. Player 869, that's enough." "Got it. If I survive, he'll give back whatever time's left on the card." The shield card lasted only 1 minute. Xiao Hao began timing. 1 second, 5 seconds, both were tense, one betting his life, the other worrying about the card. At 50 seconds, Xiao Hao was sure the card wouldn't return. He was about to close the window when the system flashed. The shield card had come back, 3 seconds left. "Sorry, the monster was huge and slow. I only saved 3 seconds. It's a fair trade." "No problem." Xiao Hao hadn't lost anything. What he really valued was the curse kill card in his hand. "Seriously, thanks." The ground around my shell house collapsed, but the room stayed intact. That card was insane. "It feels like you got the short end of the stick. How about I warm your bed as thanks?" Xiao Hao twitched. Player profiles showed only an ID. Gender and appearance were unknown. Eager to cling to a strong player, the other person had clearly tossed dignity aside. He didn't reply, and that silence was mistaken for hesitation. "I'm really good looking, considerate, athletic, and I do all the housework. I'm a man. Perfect. In the sports department campus queen, great figure, sweet or spicy. Your pick." Xiao Hao's heart skipped. He pressed a hand to his chest, still beating, at least. "What if I'm a woman?" he asked. A brief pause followed. "Sis, you're so cool, I'm in love." Xiao Hao's face darkened, and he slammed the chat window shut. That player clearly had no bottom line, and he didn't care to find out how deep it went. He turned to his inventory. 10 cards lay in neat rows: slow, reflect, shield, double, maintain, silence, calm, magic ward, recoil, and curse kill. A few were about to expire, but most remained intact. Outside, the sky fell into darkness as if someone had hit fast forward. Xiao Hao's heartbeat rose and fell with the dusky, knew the ghosts were coming. "They're here. A whole swarm of them. Host, look out the window. You're finished this Timmy, no way you make it out alive. If you survive, they'll do a handstand and eat dirt. The monsters are headed straight for Shanbei cabin. There's no escape." The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a breached dam, and Xiao Hao's heart sank. Even indoors he could hear the low, ceaseless rumble of water outside, currents battering the walls of Shanbei cabin so hard that every trinket on the floor quivered. The wooden bed frame vibrated against the planks, as if tolling an early alarm for disaster. Since his seahorse hit level 8, Xiao Hao's night vision had stretched to 20 meters. He moved to the window. All he saw was pitch black water, yet the pressure radiating from that darkness tightened his throat. Whatever it was, it churned the entire sea before it even came into view. The plan hadn't even begun, and already he was sweating. Cold drops slid from his brow to the floor. A pinprick of pink light flared in the distance, followed by several bluish-violet orbs, like a string of lanterns lining the seabed. The dots multiplied, and as they drew near, he finally made out the half-transparent, jelly-like creatures, an ancient school of snailfish. Snailfish were supposed to stay hidden in their lair suite. Were they charging Shanbei cabin in a pack? Before he could think, a skull still clinging to scraps of flesh drifted from the darkness, its jagged teeth clacking with a muffled hose sound. 10 scythe-sharp, ash-gray fingers followed, then a gaunt torso wrapped in tatters of cloth. Through the gaps in its ribs, he could see rotting organs. A deep-sea wraith. The wraith didn't strike immediately, merely by hurting the snailfish. It was draining Shanbei cabin's mana at a horrifying rate. Comments exploded again. He's dead for sure this time. Not a chance. I believe in Zhuboss miracles. Cut the roleplay and watch the stream. This is the critical moment. Xiao Hao had no time to type back. He slapped down a slowing card and a maintenance card, then summoned the seahorse and layered on a field of darkness. Black mist spread, but snailfish excelled at self-regeneration, canceling out the mist's erosion almost completely. Even with both cards active, Shanbei cabin's mana was still bleeding away more than 10 liters a second. Panic clawed at him, yet a thought flashed. Was the snailfish healing innate, or a skill? One viewer had mentioned that their gelatinous bodies made them nearly immune to physical damage, but defense wasn't the same as regeneration. If the healing was a skill, a calm card might seal it. He acted at once, slamming a calm card into place. The snailfish kept ramming the cabin. One cast couldn't silence them all, so he started chaining the cards. As long as the darkness could eat away at them faster than they recovered, the tide could turn. All he had to do was speed up the dark corrosion, and he could grind every last one of them down. As soon as he played the calm card, the snailfish's bioluminescence visibly dimmed. Xiao Hao noticed the immediate effect. A few snailfish disintegrated on the spot, splashing gray-white fluid across the surface of the conch house. The liquid hissed, etching wide pale scars into the thick shell. The fluid was insoluble in water and heavier than the deep-sea brine, forming sedimentary layers on the outer wall. A glance at the mana meter showed the conch house's reserve plummeting even faster. A corrosive liquid was draining mana as well. 10 cards were laid out on his panel. His gaze fixed on Magic Guard. This liquid was clearly not a physical attack. He tapped it, the card activated, and the rate of mana loss fell sharply. The snailfish kept breaking apart, and the ghost inside the domain soon sensed that something was wrong. Low-level mobs were oblivious to the dark erosion, but the ghost could feel it. It chased the current batch of snailfish out of the domain and sent in fresh ones, hoping to wear Xiao Hao down through relay attacks. Xiao Hao had always relied on dark erosion to bleed wild monsters. Who would have thought he'd be the one getting bled today? But the ghost could only shoo the fish away. It couldn't micromanage them. With a swap every minute, there were bound to be stragglers. The few snailfish that failed to withdraw were drained dry, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. 1 hour, 2 hours, the slow card finally timed out, dissolving into motes of light. The ghost felt a surge of vindictive pleasure. Xiao Hao had 6 of these cards, all stolen from the ghost in the first place. It was determined to squeeze out every card and spirit pearl he had, leaving no chance for a comeback. As time passed, the number of snailfish shrank before the naked eye, their glow fading bit by bit like candles burning to ash. Corrosive slime coated the outer wall of the conch house, and even the dark red ground was etched into long grooves. More snailfish dissolved before they could ram the building, leaving bubbling pits in the soil. The once flat terrain now looked like a country road after heavy rain, pocked with craters. The chat exploded. Nice. You can use a calm card like that. I thought it only silence skills. Didn't expect the streamer to block healing with it. Slick. At the 3-hour mark, Xiao Hao's last Magic Guard and calm cards expired simultaneously, and the conch house was on the verge of collapse. He hit the upgrade button. A brand new level 9 conch house sprang up at once. Head burned 3 cards. Yet, thanks to the ghost, the snailfish had delivered a mountain of spirit pearls. He hadn't planned on provoking these self-healing pests, but they came at him on their own, and the calm card shut their regan down. After several hours of fighting, his pearl stash had soared instead. He upgraded both the seahorses and Mantis shrimp to level 9, and still had 1,400 pearls left, enough to push for level 10. Inwardly, he thanked the ghost. By now all his calm and Magic Guard cards were gone, and the maintenance card was halfway spent. The few remaining snailfish kept rubbing against the conch house, draining mana even faster. When about half the reserve was gone, the last snailfish finally disintegrated, and the ghost began its direct assault on the building. The seahorses were exhausted, so Xiao Hao recalled them into the pearl space to recuperate. A glance at the clock, it had just passed midnight. The level 9 conch house could stall the ghost for another hour or so. His taut nerves loosened a little, and he suddenly felt hollow inside. A man has to eat. By dawn the ghost's buffs would wear off. That would be the final showdown. Before then, he needed to chip away at its HP and break its morale. He glanced toward the kitchen, then back at the ghost, the corner of his mouth curling into a wicked grin. Eating a meal right in front of it would be the perfect psychological jab. The ghost's smugness evaporated in an instant, replaced by a sinking premonition. Barbecue station, iron ingots 08, stone blocks 030, coal 010. Range hood, iron ingots 010, mana battery 01. Xiao Hao had opened more treasure chests than he could count. The materials were stacked into a small mountain. As for the meat, a prehistoric spiny shrimp had generously sponsored it. After selecting the blueprints from the interface, he snapped the barbecue station and hood into place like an architect setting a model, his movements smooth and fluid. Throughout the process, he completely ignored the ghost hovering nearby. Infuriated by the indifference, the ghost almost blew a gasket. A massive claw of violet-black energy slammed into the coral shell wall, the boom rippling through the water and vaporizing hundreds of liters of ambient mana. Xiao Hao tilted his head and glanced over. The ghost clutched its scythe-like fingers, frozen where it stood. That strike had cost it dearly, and it felt the pain. Xiao Hao couldn't be bothered and went back to the grill. The coals crackled, and runes on the hood glimmered in the dark blue water. He barbecued right under the ghost's nose with an audacity that bordered on criminal. The rage building in the ghost's chest nearly set it alight. "I'm drooling," the livestream chat scrolled. "Back when we were struggling to survive, we were half-starved. And he's over there having a barbecue. I thought the streamer lived on brains alone. Now I think he's a hidden master chef. Is this really the same survival game?" Pros everywhere are jealous. Xiao Hao had planned to torment the ghost with the smell, but he noticed its hollow eye sockets locked on the meat. The paper-thin slices curled over the flames, every layer revealed by the Mantis shrimp's flawless knife work. A thought struck him rather than just provoking it. Perhaps he could use the food. They'd been hostile for so long that a direct demand would be refused, so he chose the roundabout way. He opened the game interface, snapped a photo, and posted the barbecue on the forum. "No way. The boss is literally having a barbecue on the seafloor. My stale bread suddenly tastes like cardboard, please, just one slice." The thread updated at lightning speed, envy flooding the entire forum. Players who'd survived on nothing but bread and water felt their tongues go numb with blandness. Player 869, anyone got sleeping pills? He'll trade barbecue. Sleeping pills? Who would bring that down here? Come on, man, you've got tons of food, share some with us. Xiao Hao ignored the guilt tripping and waited for his target. Someone had fallen through the portal with bed and all. Maybe they really had medicine. Sure enough, a half-empty bottle of sleeping pills appeared on the exchange a few minutes later. Without a word, he slapped a heaping plate of barbecue into the trade window. The next second the platter vanished from his hands, and the ghost saw everything. Xiao Hao casually explained, "Plenty of meat anyway, might as well share some with the others." On the surface, it was an explanation. Underneath it was a hint to the ghost that the barbecue could be shared. With that, he pulled another slice from his inventory and laid it on the grill with a sizzle. The ghost's twin rows of fangs clacked together as if to sneer. "You can't even look after yourself, yet you're sharing barbecue? Huh?" Xiao Hao arched a brow as he tore into a piece of roast that tasted somewhere between fish and shrimp, then cracked open a beer. Barbecue and booze, nothing could be better. Fortunately, he hadn't tossed out that stash of snacks. Without it, he'd have no beer to chase the meat. The fire snapped and sizzled, fat dripping onto the coals in tiny explosions while the aroma drifted through the damp air. Outside, a ghost pressed its face to the glass, hollow eye sockets fixed on the meat. Bruised veins bulged along its neck, and its withered Adam's apple twitched. When the moment felt right, Xiao Hao asked with studied casualness, "Want some?" The ghost didn't answer, its gaze icy. Unfazed, Xiao Hao dangled the glistening strip of meat. "It's really good." The ghost's scythe-like finger paused almost imperceptibly. Seizing the opening, Xiao Hao activated Shadow Morph, turning the meat into a wisp of darkness that slipped through the window crack and reformed in front of the ghost. The moment the hot meat hit seawater, it paled, its fragrance washed thin. After a brief hesitation, the ghost swallowed it whole. A thought flickered through the ghost's mind. "This human is actually feeding me. Want more?" Xiao Hao's lips quirked. Receiving no answer, he sent out a second piece. The ghost's yellow teeth ground noisily, but Xiao Hao showed no disgust. With several bites down, the ghost stopped its assault on the coral house. Meanwhile, the drugged beer in Xiao Hao's other can had fully dissolved. "Have a drink," he offered, sending the can out as a shadow. Foam thinned in the seawater while he munched leisurely, heart pounding. "Hurry up before the drug washes away." He took an exaggerated swig from his own can to drive the point home. Salt water sloshed in the ghost's throat. After a pause, its half-gone tongue slid into the can. The unfamiliar taste made the blue flames in its sockets flare, and it swallowed the entire can, metal and all in one gulp. Crunch, crunch. Its fangs shredded the aluminum, curling razor shards inward with a nerve-jarring screech. A moment later, the wrecked can had become a flattened, jagged ball. It was far too big to go down, and Xiao Hao expected the ghost to spit it out. Instead, it raised that blade-like finger and jammed the ball into its own throat. The sphere worked its way downward, shards slicing the desiccated tissue like scalpels. The ghost's water-bleached skin showed no blood, even as the cut widened. The ball slipped past its ribs, and Xiao Hao could clearly see metal tearing through the stomach wall. A chill shot up his spine, gooseflesh prickled across his arms. "This thing keeps redefining horror," he thought, forcing himself to watch. The corpse, moved by some uncanny power, had never really believed the poison would work. Still, even a tenth chance was worth taking. Then the ghost's skull suddenly wobbled from side to side. It's working. Although the drug didn't look particularly potent, any extra edge was money in the bank for Xiao Hao. He dumped half a bottle of sleeping pills into the wine glass, the liquid blooming into cloudy eddies across the surface. In theory, mixing the pills with alcohol would massively boost their sedative power enough to shut down a normal person's breathing center and send them straight to the underworld. Against a deep-sea phantom, though, even a full bottle would only make the creature a bit woozy. With the spiked drink down, he lost all interest in offering more barbecue. The phantom froze for a heartbeat, then lifted its claws glowing with a cold, bluish light and scraped them across the window boards with a hiss. It was eating his food and scratching his window. Did it really think the place was its own? That monster wouldn't deserve the laws of heaven until it was dead. When the last strip of meat was gone, Xiao Hao wiped the grease from his lips and pulled up the game interface, maxing both the room and the Guardian to level 10. The moment the room hit cap, a notification popped up. He dismissed it with a glance, plenty of time to read it after the fight. Spirit Pearl Reserve, top right corner, 500. At this defense level, no way could the phantom break through a level 10 coral shell room. Still, Xiao Hao withheld the pearls from the Guardian. If the phantom, since the wall was unbreachable, and tried to bolt, that would be a nightmare. He had to keep it on the hook. Right on cue, the seahorse Guardian woke from hibernation. Darkness spilled over the coral shell room again. Night poured down like a tide. The phantom stalled, then resumed scratching, and both sides settled into another silent war of attrition. 8 hours in, the maintenance aura expired, shattering into white motes. 1 hour to dawn. Xiao Hao slapped down a double power card, and the seahorse's dark corruption instantly intensified. The phantom could clearly feel its life force draining, yet still refused to back off. It knew Xiao Hao had already burned 5 cards, and still held one that could reflect attacks. If it could drain every last trump card, it would have one clean shot to rip the coral shell room apart. Over the next hour, the phantom periodically raised a claw to fire off its ultimate, black mist hardening into spikes outside the window, nearly forcing Xiao Hao to throw down the reflect card early. He gritted his teeth and held out until the final minute before slapping the card onto the panel. The blast rebounded along its launch path, tearing through the air but not the room. Both cards dissolved into shards of light, gone for good. By the early hours, the phantom's bones were showing, joints creaking, a stench of rot rolling off it. This was the moment it had waited for. Its prey was out of cards, no backup left. What it hadn't seen was that Xiao Hao was praying it would think exactly that. Darkness lifted, dawn paled the sky, and without energy buffs the phantom's claw strikes were visibly weaker. Retreat now? Too stubborn. It clung to the window. Sensing the drop in frequency, Xiao Hao sneered. Daybreak's here now, beat it. The taunt hit home. Drugged and half-dazed, the phantom was easier to provoke. It scratched even faster. Xiao Hao's focus stayed locked on the panel's curse kill card. A purple glow flared. Trigger conditions met. Target health below 30%. He didn't press it. Fire now, and he couldn't one-shot it. The monster would escape and come back stronger. The phantom clawed for several more minutes before realizing something was very wrong. Too badly injured, and if this dragged on, it might actually die. Still, the shutters were about to give, and even a level 10 coral shell room was spiderwebbed with cracks. The phantom hesitated, then rejected retreat and kept tearing at the room. The room was moments from collapse, his mana nearly gone, when Xiao Hao quietly slipped a spirit pearl into the conduit. He fed them in one at a time, each restoring a precise 100 liters of mana, keeping the battered shell of the Shanbei house looking ready to crumble, yet never truly falling. Over-repairing might scare the ghost away. Time dripped past. The ghost grew increasingly baffled. The walls seemed on the brink of failure, yet no matter how viciously its claws tore, they held like stone. Meanwhile, its own health kept draining. 28. A chill of danger soaked its core, but no source was visible. Even if its HP fell to 10, it figured the humans still couldn't finish it, so it blamed the unease on the low numbers alone. 27. The anxiety spread. 26. Where was the flaw? Alarms shrieked in its head, catching echoes of something wrong. 25. When the gauge slipped to a quarter, the ghost snapped awake. Its health had dropped another 5%, while the Shanbei house still stood. That was the real anomaly. The enemy was stalking it. Mockery and rage spilled from its trembling voice. Ridiculous. Even at 5%, had need forever to kill me if I just stand here. Swollen with arrogance, it chose a quick finish, the remaining strips of muscle on its face tightening into a cruel grin. Xiao Hao watched silently, reading every shift. The ghost was alert now, yet seeing him motionless like any other dying prey, it relaxed. One decisive blow would end this, since the humans still held barely 100 liters of mana. It raised a claw, purple-black energy swirling, enough to rip the Shanbei house apart. In an instant, no number of pearls could be fed in time. Victory loomed. The ghost's mangled lips curled. Right then, Xiao Hao flicked 2 cards into the current. Return card, double payback. Shield card, invincible defense. As the massive claw crashed down, an icy blue barrier flared around the Xiao house, like a tortoise shell, sealing the cabin. The purple-black blast slammed into the shield, rippling outward in dark waves. Worse still, an identical pair of claws materialized above the ghost itself too, not one. Mortal danger descended with nowhere to flee. His cards were gone. I shattered all 6. How can he still have any? Terror hurled the ghost from triumph into free fall. The twin claws fell with a roar that churned the sea. The copied attack wasn't merely doubled, its power had soared. The energy talons looked like a dragon's bleached bones, every joint a beam of darkness, the hands of a demon made real. Beneath their shadow the ghost seemed tiny, a rag doll snatched from the deep, then it burst apart. The augmented strike didn't just replicate the move, it magnified its very essence. Spectral claws, bone-white and dragon-like, were darkness forged solid, 2 demonic hands unleashed upon the world. The ghost's fragile body was seized, crushed, and blown to pieces. Although the shadow seahorse kept draining its own life force, the effort only made its body look even more rotten instead of utterly falling apart. Its ultimate move had backfired. Arms like dead branches lay severed, several ribs were broken, organs were shredded, and its skull was veined with cracks that seemed ready to burst at any second. Dark red silt swirled into the water until the whole stretch of sea looked steeped in foul blood. The ghost's HP sat at only 16. Terror wiped away the last shred of reason. It spun around and fled. Nobody could say whether Xiao Hao still had another killing blow in reserve. Live now, avenge later. That was its only thought. Xiao Hao had no intention of letting the victory slip away. The silence card activated. The peacock mantis shrimp that had lurked outside the shell house all night burst from the sand. Invisible shackles locked the ghost in place, and the surrounding water seemed to freeze solid. Jade green scythes flashed like a double-toothed saw, carving toward the ghost's throat. Flesh shredded, sparks flew off the hard spine, and a metal-like screech rang out. The 3-second silence vanished in a heartbeat. The ghost shrieked, reversed its blades, and knocked the mantis shrimp back. Chips and cracks marred the emerald edge. Its HP fell to 14. Card strikes kept pouring in, and the ghost dared not stay. It slipped away again, yet as it retreated it fixed its hollow eyes on Xiao Hao, as if hurling a silent curse. Let the tiger return to the mountain? Not a chance. Xiao Hao drew his final trump, the execution curse card, a single hit that stripped 15 of total HP. The violet card unfolded into a gate of light, then shattered into countless arcane runes. They linked together, forming a purple Huntian ling. Like a water snake the ribbon sped forward, caught up in a blink, and bound the ghost's limbs tight. It thrashed wildly, tearing several strips of ribbon, yet each broken rune reformed, wrapping layer after layer until the creature was swaddled like a mummy. A moment later the bright violet sigils flared. Blazing beams pierced its bones, as though thousands of steel needles stabbed at once. A purple lotus bloomed on the pitch-black seabed. Its radiance split the water, banishing the darkness, and players in distant seas all spotted that flickering violet star. Ah! The ghost's scream ripped through the depths. Life slipped away. Agony, resentment, and hatred tangled together, and just before its HP hit 0 it spat out 3 ragged syllables. SSE Shali. The translation interface appeared at once. The most venomous curse of the deep-sea ghost clan may you be torn limb from limb. The violet light faded. The ghost crumbled to ash and dispersed in the current. The boulder on Xiao Hao's heart finally dropped. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 10 cards spent, and only then had he secured the kill. Next time he faced the ghost clan, he hoped to be better prepared. A huge crater remained where the ghost had died. The dark red silt now stained an eerie purple, currents still churning. Xiao Hao recalled all his guardians and headed back to the shell house. The battle was over, yet his pulse still raced. Luckily, the soft glow of the coral lamps cut through the gloom and gradually steadied his nerves. Since this was the newbie village's big boss, the game should cough up a reward, right? Hopeful, Xiao Hao opened the game interface, praying the monster had dropped something good. Before he had time to look at his rewards, the screen was drowned in a torrent of scrolling comments. Aya, my mom just asked why I'm kneeling while watching this streams and help. How can a streamer be this good looking? I'm pumped from start to finish. Lines of frenzied messages poured past like a waterfall. Killing enemies above your level is one thing lots of players manage that, but beating monsters an entire tier higher is insane. Has anyone from your species ever cleared a stage and killed up a tier? Nope. Same here. Our clearers barely scrape by. Once the game reaches the later stages, even same level mobs are brutal. Exactly. No matter the creature, moving up a single tier means its attack, defense, and HP all jump at least tenfold. The chat grew more and more excited, a mix of awe and disbelief spreading through the crowd. Sure, he used a few tricks, but not everyone can pull those off. Didn't someone in chat say they'd eat something disgusting upside down if the streamer survived? Where are they now? I just checked it deleted his account. Probably here for a quick joke and ran. Meanwhile, a few veteran players began a serious breakdown of the run. This rookie is no ordinary player. When the ghost drove the monster horde away, he stayed hidden inside, watched, and immediately found the workaround. Then he laced the drinks, squeezed information out, stalled for time, and finally took the ghost out clean. No wasted motion. The chat exploded again. Whoa, a top-tier clearer from the Argent folk is here. Master, could you analyze the streamer's moves in more detail? We need the pointers. Yes, please give us the breakdown. The Argent folk clearer spoke methodically, dissecting every step. The streamer's plays look effortless, but the tough parts never showed on screen. 1 minute of action up top equals 10 years of work underneath. First, breaking the deadlock inside the house. His observational skills were exceptional. Second, poisoning the food. Everyone knows just slip in some poison sounds easy, but who carries poison around? Where does it come from? This isn't medieval times. You can't buy ready-made toxins. Even if you wanted to trade for some, no one sells it. If my guess is right, he combined 2 harmless substances and triggered a chemical reaction to poison the ghost. Third, the final counterattack. On the surface, it looks like the card did all the work, but don't forget cards are completely random. You can't expect them to fit your plan. You have to build your plan around them. He did exactly that, squeezing every drop of value out of the card under tight constraints. Wow, I was too focused on the fireworks to notice all those twists and turns. A true master, straight to the point. Lesson learned. I could probably grind my whole life and still never pull off poisoning a ghost's psyche like that. At last, someone new can take down a ghost. I hereby declare myself a shameless fan. The ghost topic sent emotions into another surge. Ghosts are the worst of all monsters. Even in death, they won't let you rest. Yeah, some scum get picked by luck, die, and still come back as ghosts to ruin everyone's day. Watching the game panel buried under layers of neon text, Xiao Hao was a little surprised actual stage clearers had shown up to watch his stream. He didn't want to ask what later stages looked like, but curiosity would have to wait. If the chat realized he could see their messages, the developers might patch the loophole, and no one could predict what would happen next. If they really fixed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. To keep the bullet comments flowing, Xiao Hao had to pretend he couldn't read them. Sorry, fans from another world, he apologized silently. If I manage to beat this game alive, they'll pay you back. His eyes returned to the screen just in time to catch a crucial detail. The ghosts were actually fallen players. Had thought they were merely high IQ monsters, never that they'd once been players themselves. That meant the ghost race and the chat's netizens were probably cut from the same cloth. With players of every species merging into ghost form after death, the lineup of abilities and secrets would be endless. They knew everything about the players, while the players knew almost nothing about them. The revelation left his head throbbing. He leaned against the wall, eyes shut, silently processing. After a long moment, he came back to himself. The bullet comments were still raving about how slick the streamer is tonight, but had already shifted his attention to the loot. Spirit orbs, 6,000. As expected of a big boss, loot measured in the thousands. He checked his stash, 6,400 orbs, enough for a monster upgrade the next time the servers went live. And there was more. Ghost Scythe Ring. Almost no one on the forums ever landed gear, yet had finally done it. The 4 mini Bisesplis, the hidden Mantis shrimp boss, had dropped only orbs, no items, and had been quietly jealous. Every piece of his kit so far had come from scavenging or trading. The shadow mask and second chance gloves were donated by ghosts, and even the spring step boots owed their existence to soul-nurturing herbs grown by ghosts. Now the 4th piece of gear also came from them. Ghosts truly had him covered. Shadow mask, second chance gloves, spring step boots, Ghost Scythe Ring. Since it fell from a major boss, it had to be special. He opened the stats. Ghost Scythe Ring allows the wearer's 10 fingers to transform into the Reaper's scythes of a deep-sea specter. All 10 scythe fingers are retractable and can be used to attack enemies. He slipped the ring onto his left middle finger. At a thought, his 10 fingers shot out, turning into razor-sharp black scythes identical to those of the deep-sea specter. Another thought, and the scythes expanded to man height, coiling with black mist. He swung the massive blade. His shoulder and elbow felt no strain, the stamina cost equal to throwing a punch. Frontline, an immortal body constantly digging out hidden potential. Escape, a shadow shift that let him quit any fight. Offense, scythe fingers. Defense, jade armor. He was running out of weaknesses. Forcing down his excitement, he pulled up the game notices. Had only skimmed them during the ghost fight. Now he read every word. 1. Closed beta ends. A 7-day break starts now. Open beta launches in 7 days. Closed beta progress will be preserved. 2. Player cap for each type of survival game rises to 10,000. 3. Terror is awakening in the real world. Please enjoy the authentic experience of the game merging with reality. His chest tightened. The real world was heading for an apocalypse, and players might be the only saviors. Whether the expanded headcount was blessing or curse remained to be seen. Survival rates were terrifyingly low. The barrage had already warned him. When scumbags drown in hatred, they can turn into ghosts and come back as enemies. He scanned the notice again. Just as he was about to close it, His gaze froze on point to each type of survival game. There was more than one. New modes usually waited for major updates, yet the notice flat out said other types already existed. The barrage erupted. Streamers caught it, right? The hint's way too obvious. Deep sea survival isn't the only mode. You just got drafted into that one. The deadliest is nightmare survival. Year after year, it tops the fatality charts. Fog survival and eternal night are nightmares too. No way, space survival is the worst. There isn't even gravity. Xiao Hao stared at the scrolling text, eyes wide. So many versions of survival? Well, the servers were going dark after tonight. Once he was back in the real world, every last game would show its face. The morning sun spilled through the window as his phone alarm shrilled. Wrapped in a cocoon of heavy blankets, Xiao Hao groped around until he finally silenced it, then crawled out of bed with a head full of wild hair. His rental had one bedroom and a cramped bathroom. Together, they barely made 20 square meters. The paint was yellowing and the floorboards groaned, but had long since grown used to the squalor. Barefoot, he padded across the icy floor and slipped into the bathroom, half asleep as he began brushing his teeth. Foam had only reached the corner of his mouth when a jolt of memory shot through him. Hadn't he entered some sort of survival game? The recollection surged like a tide, and he instinctively muttered game panel in his mind. An instant later, a pale red, translucent screen actually materialized in midair. Clack! The toothbrush fell into the sink, splashing water everywhere. Xiao Hao froze. It all came back. The 7-day game had been brutal, the ghost giving him almost no time to rest. During the brief holiday period when players were free to move, Abu Thed planned to stay awake and figure out how to return to reality. Instead, a wave of fatigue had blanked his mind, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in this shabby apartment. He doubted had simply passed out from exhaustion. His willpower was stronger than that. More likely the game had a hard rule. A player had to fall asleep before they could cross back to the real world. On the other side of the screen, the live stream chat was scrolling. The streamer lives in a dump? That's so barebones. Poor baby. Ever seen an idol this tough? We were just as clueless on our first jump. If the game knocks you out to send you home, the stream cuts, and we can't see anything. Doesn't matter, still gorgeous. Xiao Hao sighed, picked up the toothbrush, and resumed brushing. Since gaining an immortal body, his potential had been unlocked, toxins had leached out, his muscles had evened out, his features had sharpened, and his skin looked as though a deluxe beauty filter was permanently switched on. After rinsing, he dried his face and glanced at his phone. The date flashed up. Only 2 days had passed in the real world. He had fought for 7 days in the game, yet less than a weekend had slipped by here. The office drone in him deflated, hadn't even finished enjoying his days off, and the company was already about to hound him to clock in. How unfair was that? He knew the apocalypse was coming eventually, but it would unfold step by step. If he quit his job now, people would start asking questions. As an orphan with no money or connections, he could disappear for 2 days without anyone caring. Resigning out of the blue, though, would draw attention. And he wasn't the only one who'd vanished. Countless players had been missing for the same span. Rumors were flying, and the survival game could be exposed at any moment. During his last barbecue, Head confirmed that time stood still inside his inventory. A cut of meat pulled out was as fresh as when it went in. With the amount of prawn scorpion meat stored there, he could pour out enough to fill a skyscraper. Stockpiling supplies was the least of his worries. What mattered was hiding his strength, avoiding dissection, or being thrust into the spotlight and burdened with impossible expectations. The safest play was to keep pretending he was just another 9-to-5 wage slave. Once he accepted that, Xiao Hao slumped, staring blankly at the wardrobe. Fine, then get dressed and go to work. Squeezed into the packed subway carriage, Xiao Hao almost let himself melt into shadow form. Supernatural abilities should never be flaunted in front of prying eyes. Since he had chosen to stay hidden, he had to do it flawlessly. If he slipped up, he would be forced to put on a show and shoulder blame he didn't deserve. The car was jam-packed. Passengers gripping the overhead straps all raised their phones at once, watching a looping news feed. A wave of missing persons had been found, more than half returning as nothing but corpses. Some were still unaccounted for, and the rest were under investigation. Reporters theorized a sadistic murder ring. Xiao Hao sneered at that. Information the public needed to hear would be released. Anything that might cause real panic would be buried. After surviving the morning crush, he reached the office and slid into his seat. The chair had barely creaked when the woman in the neighboring cubicle gasped. Xiao Hao, did you get cosmetic work done? While booting up his computer, he replied blandly, not at all. Then how did your skin get so good overnight? You're way hotter than before. What products are you using? Steroids? Listen, drugs aren't. Her barrage met only an awkward, polite smile. I probably just slept well for once, he said. Seeing him already lost in a marketing deck, she fell silent, disappointed. In the past, Xiao Hao had been slightly socially anxious and spoke as little as possible. After the trials Head survived in the game, he simply didn't want to talk. When he was weak, Head bristled like a hedgehog to protect himself. Now that he was strong, he resembled a lone tiger. Only cattle travel in herds. Halfway through the presentation, someone called from outside, Xiao Hao, Director Liu wants you. Got it, he answered, already guessing why. He pushed open the office door, and Director Liu's first words confirmed his suspicion. Xiao Hao, is the marketing plan done? You assigned it Friday. There hasn't been enough time, he replied calmly. Director Liu's brows knit instantly. What were you doing all weekend? This is a crucial project, and it's still not finished. Once, Xiao Hao would have slogged through the night to keep his job. Now he wished they would fire him. Quitting outright looked suspicious, but a legitimate dismissal would be perfect. The end of the world was close. Money had lost its meaning. Weekends aren't work hours. I had no reason to volunteer for overtime. The blunt truth stuck in Director Liu's throat. Forced into a mentoring tone, he lectured, Xiao Hao, young people need to work hard. Everyone online talks about slacking off, but you can't really do that. Good jobs are hard to find. If others relax, it's your chance to pull ahead. Xiao Hao had a string of biting retorts ready, but before he could speak, screams erupted outside. Cockroach. A huge one. Run. It's heading that way. Director Liu, face darkening, yanked the door open and roared, what are you yelling about? Can't you just kill a cockroach? Standing inside the office, Xiao Hao watched him passively. If it were an ordinary roach, the staff wouldn't be in such chaos. With doomsday approaching and judging by the commotion outside, he was almost certain this creature was no ordinary insect. It might be the first sign of the coming disaster. He watched Director Liu stride out and waited, eager to see how quickly his bluster would crumble. Director Liu stepped out of his office expecting to find a cockroach, but instead faced a cluster of subordinates huddled against the wall. The corridor's harsh fluorescent light bleached their faces. The male employees were pressed flat against the plaster, shoulders rigid, sweat beading on their brows. Veins throbbed at Liu's temples as he muttered a string of curses. Pathetic. It's just a cockroach. He was still ranting when the worker at the front raised a trembling hand, his locked joints pointing past Liu's right shoulder toward the ceiling. Cockroach. Right there, a nearby female colleague clamped a hand over her mouth, strangling the scream that threatened to escape. Terrified the sound would draw the creature closer. Following the outstretched finger, Liu turned around. The instant his eyes reached the ceiling, his fury evaporated, replaced by a chill that shot down his spine. It was a giant cockroach. He landed on his backside and crab-crawled away. A dark stain spread across the seat of his suit trousers as scalding urine dripped from the cuffs. The people nearby were appalled and nauseated. Wetting himself was bad enough, but the acrid stench curling through the air made their scalps prickle. The cockroach clinging to the ceiling was pitch brown and massive. Its body alone, antennae excluded, was half a meter long, and counting the whip-like feelers, the creature stretched well over a meter. Xiao Hao had encountered terrifying mantis shrimp 8 or 9 meters long. To him, this thing did not even qualify as a level 0 mob. But for ordinary people who had never fought for survival in that game, the sight of it was a living nightmare. Cockroaches are omnivores. They eat flesh, soap, leather, hair, even wood. With its body mutated to this size, a human was naturally on the menu. Perhaps the pungent smell of Liu's urine irritated its antennae, because the idle feelers suddenly froze and the insect's head slowly rotated toward the man on the floor. Don't come any closer, Liu's voice quavered as the wet patch on his trouser leg spread. Standing nearby, Xiao Hao could tolerate the beetle's repulsive appearance, but the manager's collapse disgusted him. 6 spiny legs clicked against the tile tap, as the cockroach advanced straight for Director Liu. At the last second, Liu scrambled to his feet, bolted into the office, and slammed the door. The insect, however, seemed determined to claim its prey. It gathered strength and crashed forward, splintering the wooden lock with a single blow. While the monster's attention was fixed on Liu, the crowd outside scattered, some dialing the police, others racing for the exits. In the blink of an eye, the building was empty except for Director Liu and Xiao Hao. The office door creaked open. A narrow, brownish front leg stepped over the threshold. Liu's eyes hardened. He ducked behind Xiao Hao and shoved him forward, trying to use him as a human shield. But Xiao Hao's body, fortified by the undying physique skill, was as unyielding as alloyed steel. Liu's push failed to budge him an inch. The cockroach's head, already half inside the room, first aligned with Liu. Seeing him cower behind Xiao Hao, it lifted its eyes and stared directly at the young man. Xiao Hao's pupils shrank. His left hand clasped the fingers of his right, and the knuckles of that right hand quietly morphed into small, razor-sharp sickles. Mid-stride, the cockroach sensed mortal danger and froze. Cockroaches are famously hard to kill, yet their antennae are exquisitely tuned to threat. The moment it felt a world-ending menace radiating from this human, hunter and prey abruptly exchanged places. It dared not move another step. Pure terror seized every nerve fiber. This man could crush it more easily than a child stamps on an ant. It was as if time rewound to when it skulked in damp, dark corners, never daring to show itself to the daylight. As if terrified that Xiao Hao might strike at any moment, the cockroach jerked backward, its wings beating furiously, afraid a split second's delay would see it crushed to pulp. The creature shot down the stairwell and vanished. while distant human screams echoed through the corridor. Only then did Director Liu's legs stop shaking, and he realized just how stupid he had just been. Xiao Hao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, he muttered, guilt soaking every word. Xiao Hao remained where he was, his injured finger already healed by his regeneration ability. He lifted his eyes, but said nothing. Unable to read him, Director Liu's confidence crumbled. He forced a grin. You can take your time on that proposal, no rush at all. The office was a wreck of shredded paper, fallen partitions, and spilled coffee. Xiao Hao's cold, disdainful gaze swept the room. Director Liu caught the meaning instantly. After all this, you're still trying to squeeze your staff? Great, just great, Liu cursed silently. The crisis wasn't even over and had already reverted to form, earning Xiao Hao's ire at the worst possible moment. He hurried to correct himself with a fawning smile. Never mind the proposal. If you're tired, get some rest. Even he found the tone nauseating, so he changed the subject. Xiao Hao, why did that cockroach bolt the moment it saw you? Kill Director Liu? The thought had never truly crossed Xiao Hao's mind. Murder might feel satisfying for an instant, but the fallout would be endless. If he wanted to stay clear, he needed a plausible explanation. Because of fear, he answered flatly. Fear? Director Liu froze. Before it mutated, Xiao Hao explained, that thing always hid from humans, so deep down it's still afraid of us. Your fear made it assume it was stronger, so it dared hunt people. If you want to survive, you have to beat your own fear, treat it like an ordinary roach, and awaken the fear inside it. Then it will retreat by instinct. The logic was clear and convincing. Director Liu bought it immediately, and the livestream chat erupted in admiration. The streamer's amazing scared off a monster without using any powers. In the early days of the apocalypse, this really is a tactic ordinary folks can use. A genuine survival guide. Too bad ITLL only worked for a while. Once the monsters figure out how strong they really are, we're still toast. Xiao Hao skimmed the comments, but found nothing useful. I see. Director Liu tried to keep the conversation going, but Xiao Hao pinched his nose and strode away. Head had enough of the stench of urine in the room. Embarrassed and still frightened, Director Liu stayed put until Xiao Hao disappeared, then hurried to call the police. Passing through the office, Xiao Hao noticed a few co-workers cowering under desks, but he had no intention of playing savior. He sat at his cubicle and waited. About 10 minutes later, a burst of gunfire erupted in the hallway. Not being a professional actor, he pressed his lips together and forced a trace of fear onto his face. Moments later, a squad of officers stormed in, and the employees who had been hiding crawled out, ghost pale. Only after the police announced that the mutant cockroach has been eliminated did they begin to regain their composure. Ordinarily, an incident like this would require formal statements, but the officers asked only a few perfunctory questions before rushing off. Xiao Hao immediately understood how dire the situation was. If they couldn't spare time for paperwork, manpower had to be stretched to the limit. Work was obviously canceled for the day. After the manager dismissed everyone with a quick go home, his co-workers scattered. Xiao Hao slung on his backpack and headed for the exit, unaware that a squinting detective was tracking his every move. Even after Xiao Hao left the building, he never noticed the detective's narrowed eyes fixed on his back. Captain Wang's unit took down the mutant cockroach without a single casualty. Every other mutant has already claimed lives. Even with players rushing in first, the reporting officer murmured. We didn't have a single player here, yet that bug never even bit anyone. The people in this company are absurdly lucky. The officers kept chatting while they packed up the scene, until someone noticed Captain Wang Lin standing stiff and unfocused. Captain Wang? One of them ventured. Wang Lin blinked back to attention. His voice was soft but certain. Did any of you notice a young man named Xiao Hao? The one who scared the cockroach off? Yeah, something's not right about him. The officers exchanged uneasy looks. In the crowd, Xiao Hao had been as pale as anyone else. If anything, Head seemed more timid when the police arrived. At the height of the crisis, though, Head stayed cooler and braver than most. Wang Lin had spent more than 10 years as a detective, solving countless cases on gut instinct alone, and every instinct he had was now screaming. On top of that, the employee who'd wet his pants had just given a vivid account of Xiao Hao scolding the cockroach. Everything the witness said sounded reasonable, but the longer Wang listened, the more it grated on him. He replayed the fight in his head. Several officers had unloaded a storm of bullets. Any sane creature would have bolted the opposite way, yet the giant cockroach had charged straight toward Xiao Hao, which meant something behind the cockroach was scarier than armed police. Just shouting, "Inhuman, you can't beat me," is enough to intimidate a mutant insect? Wang scoffed to himself. We're humans with guns, why didn't it work for us? His brow tightened. Box up what's left of that cockroach and send it to the research institute. And pull every camera this company has. I want the full footage of its retreat. Yes, sir. The officers answered, moving quickly. During the evening rush hour, Xiao Hao was wedged into a packed subway car, massaging his temples. So, they've started watching me, he muttered, relieved that the security cameras hadn't caught any hint of his abilities, mainly because Head never actually used them. Back in his 20-square-meter apartment, he opened his laptop and scoured domestic and international news. Mutant creatures had appeared worldwide, but the incidents were rare. Most cities had seen only 1 or 2 cases, some none at all. 1 or 2 per city, and I just happened to run into one. He rubbed his forehead. Luck of the devil. Of course, he never fully trusted the news governments were certainly hiding more data. Still, he figured the truth would have to come out sooner or later. Only disclosure could keep the public test players alive. With his job on hold, he curled up in a corner with a cup of instant noodles and kept digging for every scrap of information he could find. Deep inside a top-secret military base in Longwo's northwest heartland, a brand new facility known as the Hualong Pool quietly went online. 65 players from different games stood in format Iona fighting force that barely registered in a nation of 1.3 billion. Worse yet, fewer than 10 of them possessed real, superhuman abilities. The rest were little more than reserves. Under harsh lights, dozens of elite special forces instructors bellowed commands, drilling 62 green recruits. The remaining 3 players were already commandos. They'd become the 3 pillars of Longwo's new empire. One can't help but marvel at how decisive Longwo is. No other nation moves faster. On the very first day of the so-called gaming holiday, training camps sprang up nationwide, leaving the rest of the world choking on their dust. Hundreds, even thousands, of players filled the drill grounds, most wearing anxious frowns, yet not a single one walked away, for anyone who survives a death game is driven by a survival instinct far sharper than most. The Walonki Logistics Division was just as extravagant, over 10,000 strong and staffed entirely by top-tier specialists. Captain Wong was one of them. After the raid that wiped out the mutant cockroaches, he was reassigned to the Bo-Lu unit. The unit had 65 members in all, most confirmed as players after reappearing from the missing persons list, the rest recruited through deep-dive investigations. The Bo-Lu unit had a single mandate: locate every last player still hiding among the populace. Xiao Hao ranked near the top of their suspect list. Surveillance footage showed no trace of extraordinary ability, yet that very ordinariness made Captain Wong even more wary. Mutated beasts could at least put up a fight against other players, but in front of Xiao Hao they didn't even raise a claw. That was the real anomaly. With that in mind, he gave the order: pack up. We're paying a visit to this mysterious young man. Yes, sir. The team replied in unison, grabbing plain clothes and briefcases before boarding the van. The black van shot along the elevated highway, the cabin thick with tension. The agents leafed through Xiao Hao's file, their brows knitting tighter by the minute. Captain, the file says he's an orphan. Should we track down his parents before we approach him? We don't have that kind of time, Wong said, waving it off. The break lasts 7 days. We can't locate the parents who dumped him more than a decade ago in just a couple of days. Besides, it's probably a sore spot. Avoid bringing it up if possible. The file also says he was severely bullied at school. If necessary, haul the bullies in and throw the book at them. Another agent added, his current employer is shady, and the management's background is dirtier still. Make a note of everything, Wong said quietly. The more they talked, the heavier the mood became. An orphan with no one in his corner, ground down by the world again and again. If he ever gained real power and chose not to burn it all down or seize control, that would already be mercy. Expecting him to sacrifice himself for others was wishful thinking. Conversely, Wong wasn't the least surprised that such a background had helped him survive the game. Even if he turned out not to be a player, his so-called fear-based survival method alone was worth serious attention. The van entered an old working-class neighborhood, where gray walls were mottled with age and clotheslines crisscrossed overhead. The plainclothes officers got out, passed through a damp, dim hallway, their footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell. Xiao Hao lived on the 7th floor, and the building had no elevator. They lugged their files all the way up, calves burning. Just before knocking, they exchanged a loop. Climbed these stairs every day. How exhausting must that be? The world had never been kind to him, yet their job was to persuade him to treat the world kindly in return. Thud, thud, thud. 3 measured knocks landed on the wooden door. Inside, Xiao Hao was poring over company documents on his laptop. He always paid the rent on time. The landlord wouldn't knock this politely. He looked up as the knocks repeated, sighed, and thought, if they found my door, they already know most of the story. Pretending him not here would only look guilty. He closed the laptop, stood up, and turned the lock. The door creaked inward. Under the hallway's dim bulb, he instantly recognized Captain Wong, whom had seen that morning at the CID. So, they had sensed something after all. Xiao Hao's expression didn't change. The man was surely seasoned, but after nearly 20 years clawing for survival in this concrete jungle, Xiao Hao was no easy mark either. The old wooden door creaked open. Straight ahead, Captain Wong spotted Xiao Hao, along with the cramped bedsit behind him. Yellowing plaster walls and a tiny bathroom no more than 2 or 3 square meters tucked into one corner. The bulb cast a dim glow, paint curled from years of neglect, and the only furniture was a small table, a flimsy chair, and a single bed that occupied a third of the floor. The rental had no living room, let alone a kitchen. The front door opened directly into the bedroom, and the battered panels looked ready to groan at any moment. It was just past noon, and trapped heat clung to the air with nowhere to escape. There was no air conditioner, not even the whisper of a fan. Wang's carefully rehearsed opening froze in his throat. His gaze swept over every detail, and an indescribable feeling stirred in his chest. The file said the young man before him had been an outstanding student, yet after dropping out he kept hitting dead ends selling insurance, working in sales, serving as a rep. Was it because he was slow or short on charm? No. Everyone knew the real, unspoken reason he couldn't keep a job. The thought that he still had to exploit the young man's kindness made Wang's chest tighten. He was in his 40s and had a son about Xiao Hao's age. Picturing his own child living like this felt like needles under his skin. But for Longhua, for the mission, he drew a deep breath and pushed his feelings down. Hello, Xiao Hao, I'm Wang He, the captain of the detective squad you met this morning. Wang He offered his right hand. Xiao Hao glanced at the hand hovering in midair, hesitated, then shook it. Nice to meet you, Captain Wang. You're here about what happened this morning, right? This place isn't much for guests. There's a cafe nearby, why don't we talk there? Seeing the sunny smile still on Xiao Hao's face, Wang nodded. All right. Xiao Hao picked up his phone, locked the door, and booked a private booth through an app as they descended the stairs. The narrow stairwell was poorly lit. The officers followed in silence, the only sound the soft scrape of shoes on concrete. At the cafe, a server led them straight to the reserved cubicle. Wang had barely reached for the menu when a tray arrived. Cappuccino iced coffees, glasses frosted with cold, a faint scent of milk rising from the foam. Their signature drink iced cappuccino. It's good. You should try it, Xiao Hao said with a smile. He had closed many deals here when he was in sales, and the company always picked up the tab. Wang took a sip, his eyes fixed on Xiao Hao while he signaled to a colleague. No one in the bowl unit was slow. The officer stood at once. Excuse me, they'll be right back, he said, leaving the room and pulling the door shut behind him. Heat drifted upward with the coffee's steam. Wang steadied himself and gathered his thoughts. Xiao Hao, the fear-driven survival method you mentioned this morning is intriguing, but I have a few questions I hope you can answer. Xiao Hao's expression turned serious. Of course, Captain. I'll tell you everything I know. Wang set his cup back on the saucer and fixed Xiao Hao with his gaze. First, how did you stay so calm when you were facing those cockroaches? Most people would have been scared out of their wits. You haven't had any formal training, yet you handled those mutated roaches without blinking. Xiao Hao didn't answer immediately, nor did he launch into a grand speech. He knew that the more impressive he sounded, the more suspicion he would invite, and he could already hear the trap hidden in Wang's words. From the moment he heard words like calm and composed, Captain Wang was sure Xiao Hao had felt confident when he faced the cockroach. If Xiao followed Wang's lead, he would inevitably slip. After a brief pause to collect himself, Xiao Hao spread his hands in mock embarrassment. I was actually terrified. The door was blocked, my escape route was gone, so I tried to act fierce and scare it off. Didn't expect it to work. That single remark shredded Wang's carefully laid trap. The string of questions he had prepared jammed at once, and he had to switch tactics. When you scared the roach, it ran into the corridor. Surrounded by armed officers, it neither charged you nor retreated. Why? Did it think the way back was even more dangerous? Xiao had rehearsed this, yet he wore a puzzled look. How should I know? Chase a roach with a slipper, and it might turn tail or jump straight at you. I'm not a roach, how could I guess what it's thinking? Wang frowned, unsure whether Xiao was truly clueless or deliberately evasive. He couldn't afford to pause and give the man more time, so he fired the next question. Lu Hagong said he shoved you with all his strength, but you didn't move an inch. How are you that strong? He suddenly raised his voice. You're a player, aren't you? As the words left his mouth, he locked eyes with Xiao Hao, searching for the smallest crack. But Xiao stayed perfectly calm. After brushing shoulders with death, his composure far surpassed that of ordinary people. He showed none of the darting eyes common to liars. Instead, he met Wang's gaze directly, confusion and wounded shock filling his eyes. A chill ran through Wang. Could he really not be a player? Instinctively, he glanced at Xiao's feet. Interrogation experience told him anyone planning to run would angle their toes toward the exit. The door was off to the side, yet Xiao's toes hadn't shifted an inch. Stranger still, from the moment he sat down, his legs seemed bolted to the chair, not so much as a twitch. Wang's eyes dropped to the paper cup. Cold seeped through the iced coffee, yet Xiao had both hands wrapped around it the whole time, as though using it to lock down every subconscious movement. If that was true, this man would be harder to crack than had imagined. The entire sequence of observations and judgments lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, though it felt much longer. Elite wasn't just a label. Wang Yi's thoughts spun several, perhaps dozens of times faster than the average person's. Only then did Xiao Hao seem to snap back, neatly sidestepping the trap about physical fitness and hurling the question back. I know Lu Hagong and Director Lu, but what do you mean by player? A game? If you mean Honor of Kings, then yeah, I play. While speaking, he loosened his grip on the iced coffee and pressed the cup's base to his neck. The casual gesture made Wang He tense up. The man was like a high IQ criminal, cutting off Wang He's chance to read him through body language. Wang He realized that Xiao Hao wasn't masking his emotions. He was simply hot. The room had air conditioning. Yet with that explanation, the move was still unassailable. After a pause, Wang He dropped his aggressive stance and adopted a sincere tone. If you're a player, you need to tell me. Longwell won't trouble you in fact. We'll give you every resource we have. Xiao Hao stared blankly. Player of what? Wang He pressed on. Longwell will raise players' survival rates and free them from material needs. What are you talking about? Xiao Hao still didn't get it. I'm not even tempted. Longwell will even settle every injustice you've ever faced, Wang He added. The moment he said it, Xiao Hao's voice hitched. He remembered how, at his weakest, even teachers chose the kids with parents over him. By the time he became strong, any justice that arrived felt worthless. Good and evil will be repaid in time? He sneered inside. That was the loser's lullaby. A villain can enjoy riches all his life and only die miserably in old age. A good man can endure for decades and only be honored at the end. Is that fair? If justice isn't timely, it can go rot. Worse, the justice offered now came with conditions. He laughed. You're almost convincing me. Wang He's smile froze when Xiao Hao continued. So what game is it exactly? With perks like that, I'd love to play. Just then the colleague who had gone to the restroom returned and shot Wang He a look. Wang He understood the bill had already been paid. They could have expensed the meal, and Xiao Hao certainly knew it. Yet had picked up the tab first. He was practically broke, but he paid without hesitation. Some people relish a free ride. Others would rather pass than owe you. Silence fell over the table. After a long pause, Wang He felt a strange fatigue. He could see it clearly. The young man before him no longer loved this world. Money, power, women could have them all with ease. Yet he refused, clean and final. Wang He tried one last probe. Longwood can give you justice. None of those bullies will escape. No need. It's been so long. I've already forgotten. Wang He gave Xiao Hao a long, searching look. The man wasn't leaving him even the smallest opening. If forgetting were that easy, the world wouldn't be overflowing with psychological scars. Psychologists have found that the shadow of bullying can last well into one's 40s, and some people never escape it at all. Xiao Hao was being ruthless with himself. Victims of injustice often want to punish their abusers to dull the pain, yet when the chance was offered, he turned it down. Was he keeping the hurt alive to push himself harder? Or did he simply refuse to owe anyone, choosing to watch the coming chaos from the sidelines? Had this world already snuffed out the fire in his heart? Wang He sighed inwardly, cursing his late arrival. Kindness is worn down over time. Xiao Hao's kindness now wore armor that no one could exploit. The thought left him desolate as he rose today. He would leave empty-handed. Player or not, Xiao Hao wouldn't join Dragon Transformation Pool. Staying any longer was pointless. I've asked all my questions. Thank you for your hospitality, Wang He said quietly, yet with unshakable resolve. Many failures are born of triumphal complacency. Even after hearing what was essentially a farewell, Xiao Hao stayed on guard, not relaxing for an instant. He allowed himself only a faint smile. Captain Wang still hasn't told me what kind of game it is. Not even the seasoned Wang He could read the young man before him. He left him with a knowing remark. You'll find out tomorrow. Xiao Hao dutifully put on a puzzled expression and watched the group depart. The news would keep the public buzzing today. The authorities wouldn't unveil the game until tomorrow, which was why Wang He wasn't afraid of leaks. Back in the business van, Wang He hesitated but ultimately kept Xiao Hao on the suspect list. He had no proof the man was a player, yet his intuition pricked him like a needle. Since Xiao Hao refused to join, he had to respect that after all, even if a player didn't enter Dragon Transformation Pool, their interests still aligned. The van rolled slowly out of the residential compound. From behind a curtain on the 7th floor, Xiao Hao watched it disappear, finally allowing himself to relax. The streamer was right not to sign up. The chat was instantly flooded with comments. Early in the game, players from many races were dissected. It's not that bad. Some races were spared. Most were treated about the same as humans. Some countries sliced their players open for research. Others chose to trust their citizens. Hey, streamer, I watched other Dragon Nation channels. No one tricked you. Players who join the Hualong pool really do get those perks. So isn't the streamer missing out? Not necessarily. Whatever the Dragon Nation hands out can't be taken into the game. Inventory slots only accept items you earn inside. Rights and duties are balanced, so there's no real loss. Hundreds of messages piled into a corner of the screen in seconds. Someone spoke up for Xiao Hao. It's a shame. Among human players, the streamer is one of the very best. The chat rattled off examples. Other high-level human players smuggled firearms and even traveled with their beds, their resource advantage plain to see and blatantly unfair. Yet despite all that, Xiao Hao still beat them with his gear, spirit pearls, and bonded guardian, making him an indisputable leader of the human faction. But don't get cocky, this is a common beta bug. After the open release, no one will be able to exploit it. A bug? Xiao Hao propped both elbows on his desk, eyes locked on that line of doubt. He had tested it himself today. The inventory couldn't store real-world items. As for crossing over with your bed, he saw it as a beta perk, a way to keep rookies from dying too fast. Dropping the perk in the public release made sense. Beta players had already transferred plenty of intel, so the death rate would naturally fall. He wanted to dig more information out of the chat, but the otherworldly viewers shifted topics as fast as humans. The discussion slid from bug exploits to posing glitches and on to who knew what. The tone spiraled out of control. For the love of the game, hire a moderator. That eye-catching comment made the vein on Xiao Hao's forehead throb. Scowling, he shut the game panel and switched back to the database. With animals mutating lately, he searched for habitat data across the Dragon Nation and skimmed biology papers, bird migration ranges, predator hunting patterns, even anatomical diagrams of aquatic mutants. He wasn't sure any of it would help, but better safe than sorry was in his bones. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, but Xiao Hao still looked grim. After what happened yesterday, the company actually told everyone to come in. Can you believe it? Many employees had quit or gone on strike, and the rest huddled in small groups rehashing yesterday's fiasco, with zero desire to work. Xiao Hao put on his headset, opened a live news feed, and idled while keeping an eye on developments. On screen, the anchor reported several incidents of espers injuring civilians. Before she even finished, footage showed the Hualong Pool enforcement team quelling the trouble. The authorities used the chance to remind every player, powers or not, the rules still apply. While the public focused on the espers, officials smoothly announced the survival games and followed up with a barrage of basic information. It was the first time Xiao Hao saw the full picture. There were 10 scenarios: abyssal sea, desert, chalklands, outer space, fog zone, glacier, floating isles, nightmare, endless night, and underground. The closed beta had 10,000 players. The open release would have 100,000. It sounded huge, but spread across a planet of nearly 10 billion people, it was microscopic. The ticker kept rolling as officials explained point by point how to stay alive if you were chosen, the survival essentials for each environment, gear priorities, resupply routes. Xiao Hao removed his headset and drew a long breath, his gaze settling on the final line of subtitles. Every scenario had its own set of critical factors, and so on. The internet exploded, and the top 10 trending topics were no longer about celebrities. Every slot was filled with game-related keywords. Within a few hours, netizens unearthed a painful truth. On average, foreign players were simply better than those from Longwa. The reason was obvious. Longwa bans firearms, while other countries do not, allowing countless gamers to transfer real-world experience with guns directly into the game. Some even cheated just to see how well their tactics worked. Cries to lift the gun ban flooded Longwa's social media, but the authorities remained adamant public safety would not be sacrificed for a handful of gamers. The ridicule arrived just as fast. Foreign users jumped the firewall to watch the drama unfold. Ha, Longwa is sliding backward. Thank goodness I was born in Niogwo. Guns are legal here, and I sleep with mine every night. We Xiongwa have more than 200 players, with over a dozen at level 10. Our Huwa has 10 level 10 players too. Does Longwa even have 10? Probably not. They can barely scrape together 5. Out of the 10 major nations, Longwa must be dead last. Comment after comment left Longwa's netizens slamming their keyboards, yet they had no solid data to rebut the claims. Even the habitual arguers fell silent. The facts were there, impossible to deny. Next came the reminders. Longwa billionaire Wang Lifeng had moved to Nyogwa. Top star fan Ruo had flown overnight to Shirgwa. And a warm welcome to Longwa's boyband Tay Bai for joining Hugwa. A quick check of Weibo confirmed it. A flock of tycoons and celebrities appeared to have coordinated their escape. They began packing last night, landed in new countries today, and a few had already completed their naturalization paperwork. Determined to fit in, they posed for local media, breathing what they called extra sweet air, while fans back home seethed. Weibo's comment sections descended into chaos. New gun in hand feels amazing. Unfollow us if you like. You're just jealous. Even as their follower counts nosedived, these tycoons and stars couldn't care less. They flaunted guns, posted selfies, and mocked Longwa's firearm ban, igniting a fresh storm of online outrage. Xiao Hao stared at the screen, hesitating as one gun-flaunting photo after another scrolled past. Never mind whether guns can even be taken into the game, he muttered. Out of 10 billion people, only 1 in 100,000 gets chosen as a player, and that's before subtracting the closed beta testers. Are they really so sure they'll be selected? Besides, Longwa's crime rate is lower than in most places. Rushing overseas now is like delivering themselves, fattened and ready, to the slaughterhouse. There might be more guns abroad, but everyone else has them too, which only heightens the real-world danger. And next time, the transfer will take people but no belongings, beds, luggage, and guns will be left behind as decorations. When the true crossover happens, all this boasting will look ridiculous. During the 7-day beta test, foreign players might hold a temporary edge, but after a week Xiao Hao doubted they'd have many bullets left in their inventory. At most, bullets were good for swatting low-level critters. They couldn't even dent the hide of a mantis shrimp. Xiao Hao idly scrolled the mouse. The forum on his monitor was packed with speculation about the next patch. The level cap would definitely rise. Firearms would be nerfed sooner or later, and before long a handgun might be worse than a slingshot. Frowning, he was completely absorbed in guessing where the survival game was headed and never noticed Director Lu striding across the freshly polished floor toward his cubicle. Xiao Hao, who said you could browse that junk on company time? Director Lu barked. Yesterday, he had hidden behind Xiao Hao to escape a mutant cockroach, but the more he replayed the scene, the more humiliated he felt in front of all those co-workers. He had actually wet his pants. Xiao Hao's calm made his own panic look even worse, and resentment festered. By now he had rewritten the whole event in his head. The police arrived anyway, so Xiao Hao's rescue was pointless. Xiao Hao slowly unplugged his earphones, and the newsroom announcer's voice flooded the office. Whether you're at work or in class, please follow the instructions of Commander Walanki, watch China Central Television, and study survival game skills. He looked up at Director Lu and blinked, as if to say, the commander told us to watch. Are you outranking him now? Director Liu's face flipped from pale to livid. Around the room, a few people couldn't hold back a snicker before clamping their hands over their mouths. They feared him, but the memory of that puddle of urine was worse. The mutant cockroach had been terrifying, sure, yet no one had been hurt. Even the women had only screamed and backed away. Only Director Lu had first called everyone cowards and then collapsed in his own mess. Feeling the sting of every stare, his anger exploded. Xiao Hao, don't bother coming back to work. Outwardly, Xiao Hao stayed cool, but inside fireworks were going off. Resigning was dignified, getting fired paid better. Years in the rat race had taught him that pride took a back seat to profit. Fighting back a grin, he slapped the desk and put on an offended act. Fine. Settle my pay and I'll leave right now. Director Lu jerked his chin. Go collect it from finance. Xiao Hao kept a hand on his keyboard, speaking evenly. When a company fires someone without a month's notice, labor law says you owe in plus 1 month's wages. That's not unreasonable, is it? In stood for years of service. With 2 years under his belt, he was due 3 extra months. A vein throbbed on Director Liu's forehead. All right, I've still got unused vacation and comp days. Vacation is triple pay. Comp time is double. Once that's squared up, I'm gone. Director Liu's breathing grew ragged. We've treated you well, he growled. We spent 2 years training you, and this is how you repay us? Xiao Hao tapped the tabletop and gave a chilly laugh. Yesterday, I saved you, and today I'm heartless? Whatever scum isn't worth a knife. Your training was just unpaid overtime. Speaking of which, overtime pay goes on the bill too. That hit home. Director Lu froze, as if he'd just dropped a rock on his own foot. My demands are all legal, Xiao Hao went on. Refuse, and we'll see each other at arbitration. Unless you'd rather read about the company, sir, your little incident in tomorrow's paper? Director Liu's shoulders shook. He ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Take it and get out. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Hao snapped his laptop shut and strolled off to finance, humming. His regular salary was $3,000 a month. After this showdown, he'd walk away with almost 20 grand, not a bad tally for all the overtime they had squeezed out of him. The world might be ending soon and the money might tank, but making the wolf culture preacher blow a gasket was priceless. On the way home, even the air smelled sweet to Xiao Hao. For once, Xiao Hao skipped the subway and walked home. Neon lights slashed through the night. Traffic thundered, yet none of it disturbed his calm. The strain of losing his job had vanished. With a fresh wad of cash in his pocket, he had spent the afternoon in carefree indulgence, unconcerned about his dwindling balance. As the sky shifted from tangerine to deep blue and a cool breeze rose, he pictured a hot shower and a lazy scroll through his phone. Near the residential block, he slowed. This was an ordinary neighborhood, webbed with alleys where there was always some sign of life. But tonight, it was dead quiet. His soles brushed the pavement, and he heard the silence itself. Something was wrong. A needle-thin warning pricked the back of his neck. If it were a common mutant beast, he wouldn't have cared. Anything below a level 0 mob couldn't touch him. That left only players, either a probe from Walanki or some random psycho lying in wait, and the first seemed more likely. Settling on that, he kept walking. Less than 10 meters later, he froze, pupils contracting. The street lamp's shadow ahead was squirming. It resembled his own shadow seahorse skill, yet far more grotesque. The darkness was slowly sketching a human figure. In the light, the outline of a girl appeared, slender yet twisted. Her head was pulp, white brain matter and dark blood smeared across her neck and shoulders. Her torso looked as if a sledgehammer had crushed it, bones jutting at impossible angles. She stepped toward him, knees and elbows bending the wrong way with a wet creak, her body held together only by torn flesh. Help me. The familiar, yet distant plea rocked him. A face surfaced from memory. Xiao Yanan, his middle school deskmate, who had taken her own life. Days before she died, she had asked him for help. But he, an orphan barely protecting himself while fending off thugs, had turned her away, though he knew she liked him. Why she chose death remained a mystery. He never thought he had been wrong. An orphan like him could not afford attachments. One misstep could get him killed. Whether this apparition was real or fake, in the apocalypse every kind of monster existed. He didn't run. In the same calm voice he had used years ago, he said, I'm sorry. I can't help you. The upper half of her head was mush. The lower half clung to a shredded outline. Quivering muscles dragged out a broken whisper. Why? She dropped to her knees, hands on the ground, screaming, You were my favorite person. Why couldn't you help me? Save me, Xiao Hao. Why are you so cold? Each question drove an iron nail into his conscience, accusing the world of injustice and indifference. Yet his face stayed blank. In this world, kindness was a luxury. Kindness without an edge only made you pray. Xiao Hao isn't antisocial. He's simply shaped by his past. His voice dropped to an unusual baritone as he stared at the female ghost. No one shields me either. Flowers in a greenhouse rely on gardeners, but those that sprout between rocks survive on their own. If you want to live, you learn to defend yourself. The ghost sobbed softly. Xiao Hao went on. You can't expect a withering bloom in a storm to shelter another flower that's about to snap. It simply can't. With that, he walked past her without looking back. Everyone is responsible for themselves. Who you like is your own business. It has nothing to do with the person you fancy. If your so-called affection forces them to shoulder responsibilities they never asked for, they're the unlucky one. Xiao Hao, I really like you. He paused mid-step, a slight frown creasing his brow. Her voice quivered. I liked you from the very first moment I saw you. You're different from other boys. Your face is always fresh and clean. Your words feel like a spring breeze. Your grades top the entire year. You treat everyone the same, no matter their looks or size. You have no idea how many girls adore you in secret. While those childish boys fooled around, I counted the beads of sweat on your forehead during your part-time shifts. When you endured those thugs with quiet stubbornness, my heart ached for you. I really do like you. Stay with me, please. Her words made Xiao Hao hesitate. If she really were a creature from Hualong Pond, how could she know all this? He didn't leave right away. Movies always showed that if you ran before resolving the monster's hang-ups, it would follow you home, and he wasn't keen on that kind of baggage. He turned around, but had to step back. The ghost's face was almost against his, flesh and eyeballs melding in a gruesome mess. Xiao Hao kept his composure and asked calmly, since you knew how hard things were for me back then, did you ever step up to help? The ghost froze, clearly puzzled. What you're trying to say is that plenty of girls liked me in secret, and I turned them all down polite on the surface, indifferent underneath, right? She said nothing. Xiao Hao spoke slowly. You saw my lousy circumstances yet noticed I still kept my life in order, so you labeled me strong or gifted. But you never considered that my distance wasn't genuine coldness. It was because none of you ever stood in my shoes or tried to understand me. That so-called strength was just survival. Anyone cornered like I was would have to toughen up. But that strength made you forget I'm still an ordinary person. He raised his voice on purpose. I'm no god. I'm exhausted just taking care of what I must. How else am I supposed to save you? And don't tell me being near you means I don't need saving. Those thugs are capable of anything. With that, he turned to leave, adding a final jab. If you have zero ability to protect yourself, at least have some self-awareness. Getting close to me won't solve your problems. ITLL only invite more trouble. And I hate trouble most of all. After a few steps he stopped again. Several identical female phantoms were crawling across the wall like spiders, their limbs splayed at impossible angles, heads rotating a full 180 degrees clockwise. Xiao Hao, I'm already dead. What's the harm in granting my last wish? Stop being so cold and selfish. Several specters spoke in unison, their voices echoing with chill. If all these apparitions shared a single mind, that multitasking ability was downright freakish. Talking his way out clearly wasn't going to work. He'd have to fight. Xiao Hao silently summoned his game interface, a pale red screen materializing in the air. He hadn't even called out his guardian yet, and the message feed was already exploding. Reading the latest line, his brows knit in annoyance. People from Hualong Pond, you're going too far. Streamer, don't let them trick you. Isn't that Qing Feng, one of Walonqi's current captains? That's a monster shadow from Nightmare Survival. The chat exploded in an instant. Monster shadows specialize in illusion. They're a troop type. The more units there are and the higher their level, the more convincing the illusion and the wider its reach. If this were just a routine probe, Xiao Hao could have accepted it. In a stable society, eliminating potential threats for public safety was understandable. But Qing Feng had let the monster shadow drag the dead into the act utterly disrespectful to the departed. Rage flared, yet he didn't lash out. The first lesson the Iron Forest had drilled into him was emotional control. If you can't manage your feelings, you can't survive there. Certain now the illusion was man-made, Xiao Hao ditched the movie plot, spun around, and bolted. As long as he reacted like an ordinary man in danger, all suspicion would vanish. Xiao Hao sprinted away. Hidden in the shadows, Qing Feng frowned. The monster shadow was indeed his guardian, but what it projected wasn't up to him. It emerged from the target's own fears. The man's panicked escape disappointed him. The calm figurehead seen on surveillance was now running for his life. A veteran Special Forces soldier can conquer fear with ease. Head hoped a civilian might still surprise him. Apparently, had expected too much. Alleys crisscrossed around Xiao Hao. He tore across broken pavement, while 10 human-shaped spiders gave chase, their light but eerie steps clicking on the ground. As they ran, they called out in women's voices. I really like you, Xiao Hao. I like you so much. Stop running, you can't get away from me. Come here, little one. Big sis will treat you right. Xiao Hao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the live chat erupted. Ha ha ha. I'm dying here. Come to big sis, little streamer. Get in the bowl. Run faster, the lady shadow's about to kiss you. Hope Xiao Hao won't end up traumatized when girls confess in the future. To hide his inhuman stamina, he deliberately held back, even with the female shadow nearly on him. If he went all out, he could erase the world record without breaking a sweat. Mid-stride, he sensed the female shadow slowing. Had Walanki's people given up? He eased off too. He thought had slipped the net until the scene ahead made him skid to a halt. A tumter-high crumbling clay wall loomed in front, and a grotesque infant crawled along it upside down. Ping-pong-sized eyes stared unblinking at him. The body wasn't flesh but shards of a ceramic doll. The tiny head, oversized eyes, and shiny black plastic pupils made the creature even more nightmarish. He backed away slowly, careful not to trigger it, and flicked a glance at the chat for intel. Ghost, infant-level wild monster from Nightmare Survival, guardian of battle-ranked players. Qingfeng was also a formidable player. He carried a sleek black pistol everywhere he went, but inside the Nightmare game it was useless, leaving him no different from any other unmodded player. Xiao Hao, watching from the sidelines, recalled in silence. The most terrifying thing about the ghost infant was its parasitic ability. It could burrow into a living body, burst out, and kill the host instantly. On top of that, it possessed an almost unbeatable power of regeneration. Even if its porcelain-like body was smashed into shards, it could reassemble itself in the blink of an eye, giving it a sort of immunity to physical damage. Even so, its reconstruction paled next to that of the primordial snailfish. The ghost infant had to spend stamina to heal itself, and exhaustion could still kill it, whereas the snailfish's physical immunity cost no energy at all. Of course, the snailfish was far from perfect. It had a fatal flaw of its own. Yet at this crucial moment, the livestream chat devolved into a noisy brawl. Reading the description of the ghost infant's parasitism, Xiao Hao felt an icy chill shoot up his spine, and an inner siren screamed, "Do not mess with that thing." Right then a childish yet unsettling voice drifted over. "Big brother, give me a hug." The ghost infant's snowy porcelain lips never moved, but the words rang out clearly. Xiao Hao couldn't help but grouse inside. Why do monsters from every corner of the multiverse come with a built-in Chinese language pack? The chat exploded across the screen. "Don't panic, streamer. Put on the jade armor, and the ghost infant can't touch you. Against a mantis shrimp, that thing is nothing." Mantis shrimp hard counter ghost infant. Xiao Hao saw the logic. The ghost infant could crawl through any opening: eyes, ears, nose, mouth, or even punch straight through soft flesh. But a mantis shrimp was covered in an emerald-hard exoskeleton with nowhere to slip in. On top of that, a mantis shrimp's lightning claws could mince the infant to dust in under a second, leaving it no time to regenerate. But he couldn't reveal his trump card yet, so he pretended not to see the barrage, fishing for other suggestions from the viewers, only to realize none of their ideas would actually work. If he hadn't been hiding his identity, the shadow seahorse and the mantis shrimp would indeed be enough to take these monsters heated. Meanwhile, the ghost infant was dragging its cracked porcelain limbs toward him, inch by inch. Each motion came with a grating crunch as the broken joints ground out of place, yet the scattered shards still managed to hold the body up in an eerie balance. "Big brother, why aren't you talking? If you're silent, does that mean I can crawl into your tummy?" The gentle sing-song voice sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Hao could no longer sit still. His stomach was not about to become a monster motel. That infant face might punch every last human fear button, but compared with the freaks he had seen, this was nothing. To keep up the act, he lowered his voice, letting just a hint of tremor leak through. "Hey there, little one, what's your name?" The ghost infant paused. "I don't have a name, big brother. Why don't you give birth to me again, and then name me?" Xiao Hao immediately put on a patient teacher's smile. "That's not how it works. Men can't have babies, only women can. If that's what you want, I can't do it, but I can help you find someone who can." The corners of the porcelain infant's mouth split all the way to its ears, revealing a grotesquely wide grin. "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, big brother. Where is she?" Xiao Hao spun around and jerked his chin toward the female ghost silhouette beside him. "Hershey's perfect for you." Before the ghost infant could answer, he called out to the specter, "Didn't you say you liked me? Then doing one little favor for me isn't too much to ask, is it?" The spider-limbed ghost opened and closed her mouth in silence, searching for an excuse, but he cut her off. "If you want to do even this much for me, how can you expect me to do anything for you? From now on, let's simply go our separate ways." Xiao Hao leaned against the wall, his eyes calm. In his experience, a ghost shadow never struck at random. It always obeyed its own monster logic. Lacking the proper justification, it would rather trade barbs with him than attack outright. He silently compared this rule with the other survival games he knew. In those games, monsters were made of flesh. Merge a few together into a spear, and you could stand your ground. But in the nightmare game, you faced illusion-weaving shadows and porcelain ghost infants that snapped back together after being smashed. Skewering a shadow meant nothing, and shattering porcelain only let you watch it rebuild itself. Even so, every monster has a weakness. That iron rule was paid for with players' lives. Xiao Hao's plan was simple. Retrace the path other players had already cleared. How had the first unarmed survivor subdued a monster and recruited their first wild companion? Once he cracked that secret, he could replicate it. So he stalled for time. Ghost Shadow, didn't you say you liked me? Do me a favor, then. Ghost Infant, I've picked out the perfect target for you. Go ahead. The Shadow and the Infant belonged to the same faction, yet a logical conflict now forced them into opposition. True enemies or not. If either one fell, the player could swoop in and claim their first pet. The two creatures froze, as if caught in a system glitch, while Xiao Hao slipped into the darkness and vanished. Only after he was gone did Qing Feng step from an inconspicuous corner, waving his hand to recall all his guardians. Throughout the chase, the Ghost Shadow could have killed Xiao Hao several times, but each time Qing Feng secretly signaled it to slow down. If he were really a player, he'd never keep hiding when his life was on the line, Qing Feng calculated. What he didn't know was that this brush with death had been Xiao Hao's trap all along. Had the Ghost Shadow truly used lethal force, Xiao Hao's dark domain could have erupted in an instant and wiped out Qing Feng, and every guardian he commanded. Dark corrosion might take time on monsters, but it kills humans in a single breath. Remember, Xiao Hao also controlled the dark domain and dark corrosion. In a way, Qing Feng's mercy toward Xiao Hao was mercy toward himself. A pity, Qing Feng sighed. If he could become a nightmare survivor, his special forces training top-tier IQ, EQ, physical prowess, and nerves of steel would let him soar. Every survival game offered a safe house. Coral Chambers in the Deep Sea game, Haven Bay in the Nightmare game. It had taken him ages to crack the puzzle inside a safe house, yet Xiao Hao solved it on the fly. More important, once you became a guardian, monster logic was irrelevant. A single master's order trumped any debate. In the Nightmare game, monsters had no master, and that gave players room to survive. Qing Feng guessed, Xiao Hao's quick thinking came from watching stage-run survival briefings. Even with advanced research, breaking the stalemate so fast was impressive. With that settled, Qing Feng crossed Xiao Hao off the suspect player list and left. He never realized Xiao Hao had only caught the opening minute of those briefings before being dragged into a meeting. Had planned to binge-watch during the 7-day holiday, but someone came probing the very next day. Qing Feng had underestimated both Xiao Hao's strength and his mind, and that was exactly the misconception Xiao Hao wanted. After circling around to shake any tail, Xiao Hao finally slipped back into his tiny room. A shower, some sleep. Survival theory can wait until tomorrow. Have you ever felt this way? Your eyelids are lead-heavy late at night, yet you still can't bring yourself to put down your phone. Xiao Hao is caught in that very dilemma. He knows exactly why it's only after sundown, when work finally loosens its grip, that the hours feel like they belong to him alone. So he keeps stretching the night, convinced that every extra minute he steals is another inch of personal freedom. The phone buzzes. A new group notification flashes across the screen. Lying on his back, Xiao Hao squints at the bluish glow. The junior high class chat is erupting. Tomorrow there's a reunion, and the rich kid is footing the bill and handing out gifts, hoping everyone will honor him with their presence. The rich kid, Jin Chuanfu, is practically synonymous with money. One casual ill book the tables from him is worth several months' salary to most of the group. Messages fly. Even if you're broke, come for the free gifts. The well-off need to show up time to flex. Under the barrage of cash and courtesy, almost everyone replies I'm in. Then Jin Chuanfu tags him directly. We're only waiting on you, brother. Fine, I'll come. Xiao Hao swipes a reply. Got it. Keep the gift. The atmosphere in the chat shifts a shade tighter. A few of the girls seem pleased, while some of the guys grind their teeth. Everyone else is taking the gift, but Xiao Hao turns it down. Is he trying to act superior? Back in school he outshone them at everything. They were itching to see him drop out and struggle. Now he's planting a flag. Poor but proud? Memories surface. In junior high had been bullied and beaten, yet he once outsmarted those idiots so completely that they still haven't figured it out. He later tested into a top high school. The bullies, unable to keep up, entered the workforce early and got knocked around by society. Call it karma. Whole lose face at this reunion is still anyone's guess. Pushing the reunion to the back of his mind, Xiao Hao refocuses on the floating livestream window. The comments race past. Host is insane. Even the Nightmare game's psycho monster got outplayed. Sure, the ghost morph monster has some RNG, but steering it into a logical trap took planning. Bravo, host. He feigned weakness, swapped protector for protected, made the monster beg for help, then forced it to rescue him to stay logical. Wild. I thought he chickened out at first. Turns out the clown was me. How high is his IQ to spot a nightmare monster's weakness that fast? I saw Qing Feng cross him off the possible player list. Hilarious. You don't know? King Feng's now the top special forces king of Longhua. The day Qing Feng learns the truth, and Xiao Hao one-shots him. I'm watching his face. 1. 2. Seeing his own name struck from suspicion puts Xiao Hao in a fine mood. Scrolling through chat is oddly satisfying, better than coffee in the morning, soothing at night. He reaches over and taps off the lamp. In the darkness he murmurs, good night. Good night. Good night, my smelly little brother. Your brother? He's obviously mine. And just like that, the bickering started again. In the pitch black night, No one noticed the flicker of amusement in Xiao Hao's eyes. Jin Chuanfu had rented out an entire five-star hotel, sparing no expense. A bold sign and a check-in desk stood at the entrance, while banners and bouquets filled the lobby. A huge LED screen dominated the center, surrounded by glossy tables, ribbons, balloons, and an extravagant spread of drinks and pastries. Under the crystal chandeliers, the sea of gold decor gleamed so brightly it felt tacky rather than grand. The moment Xiao Hao reached the door, a security guard stopped him. He looked down at his casual clothes, then glanced at his classmates inside, all in suits and gowns, and sighed to himself. Since when did a simple class reunion have to look like an award ceremony? Flipping through a list, the guard shook his head. Sir, there's no Xiao Hao on the guest list. I'm afraid I can't let you in. So it wasn't snobbery, Xiao Hao realized. Everyone had an invitation, everyone except him. Inside, the chatter had already begun. Jin Chuanfu smiled politely. Where's Xiao Hao? He isn't standing us up, is he? A girl shot back. Xiao Hao's always reliable. There must be a reason. A boy chimed in sourly. If something came up, he could at least text. Another added, look at him making us all wait. Maybe he's doing so badly he's scared to show up. He even wrote no gifts in the group chat. What a way to save face. As the comments grew nastier, the girl privately messaged Xiao Hao. Learning had been stopped outside. She frowned and spoke up. He's here already. Why isn't his name on the list? Someone snickered. Whoa, you in love with that pretty boy or what? Tension rose, and Jin Chuanfu hurried to smooth things over. My bad. Pure oversight on my part. Let's go greet him, all right? Outside, Xiao Hao was about to leave when Jin Chuanfu finally strolled up with a group of classmates. From his lofty height, Jin Chuanfu smiled down. Sorry about that. I thought you weren't coming, so your name didn't make the list. Since you're here, please come in. His condescending tone made a few boys smirk, so even the top student could be mocked. Xiao Hao wasn't having it. He pulled out his phone and, mimicking Jin Chuanfu's tone from last night, recited, Oh, Xiao Hao, my handsome guy, don't leave me hanging. It would be an honor to have you at the reunion. Then, with his normal voice, he added, since I granted you that honor, don't you dare act like you're doing me a favor. A single sentence wiped the smile off Jin Chuanfu's face. To the others, it looked like nothing more than a spat, but the feud went back to middle school. Back then, the girls didn't care about Jin Chuanfu's family money. They thought he looked sleazy. Xiao Hao, with his top grades and clean demeanor, instantly became the center of attention. Jin Chuanfu pretended not to mind, yet jealousy ate at him. Kids born with silver spoons rarely hide their feelings, and if not for the Jin family's power, Xiao Hao would have dealt with him long ago. Unfortunately, smart as he was, middle school Xiao Hao lacked real-world savvy. He didn't understand that when faced with a bully, you either walk away or take him down in one blow. That hesitation cast a long shadow over high school, and he vaguely suspected that his forced dropout back then had everything to do with Jin Chuanfu. In the hotel lobby, Jin Chuanfu was flanked by a handful of sycophants, all bowing and scraping to please him. These thugs, who had bullied Xiao Hao back in middle school, now had no education, no connections, and barely any brains. Their former swagger had been worn away by life, leaving nothing but servile timidity. A few female classmates started toward Xiao Hao to say hello, but seeing everyone informal, where while he lounged in casual clothes, they backed off. Xiao Hao glanced at them. Did a class reunion really have to feel like a business conference? He wasn't here to discuss deals, so who cared what he wore? The group message had never said the dress code was formal. Then again, had that notice been omitted, or had it never been sent to him at all? He curled his lip in contempt. Jin Chuanfu did love his petty games. Too lazy to bother with them, he sat down and took a delicate pastry, chewing slowly. So uncultured. A crisp female voice reached his ears. It sounded familiar. He looked up. The girl had once confessed to him, though he couldn't remember her name. Her mood deflated like a punctured balloon. She had cherished that secret crush, and now he didn't even recall her name? Why had she ever liked this blockhead? Had Xiao Hao been able to hear her silent rant, he would have shrugged. If someone's unimportant, they're not worth remembering. Trying to keep her cool, she spoke, her voice trembling. Ignoring me is rude. Xiao Hao sighed inwardly. He truly couldn't remember people he disliked, so he answered offhandedly. Thanks for the compliment. Her expression froze. Shed called him uncultured, and he thanked her? In her head she screamed. Listen to Met Hank you. Because of you, all 4 seasons have turned cold. Seeing her agitation, Xiao Hao felt perfectly calm. He was single by choice and practiced a new stay single technique every day. Even a girl nearby had meant to help him stepped in. Xiao Hao, don't be so mean. Her name was Lin Nao, a girl with a keen sense of justice. She had once spoken up for him when he was bullied, so he remembered her. They were only classmates, but he owed her a favor. Xiao Hao quickly scanned his mental yearbook, piecing together memories until a face matched a name. Fine, he said. What can I do for you, Du Shiji? The moment she said his name aloud, Du Shiji felt her spirits rise. Gazing at the man across the room, she was convinced he was trying to catch her eye. If he softened his attitude a little, she might well reconsider. He wasn't rich, but he was good-looking, dependable, and smart. Definitely a stock with potential. Buying in early could secure both her future and a reputation as the pure, devoted girlfriend. No downside at all. What she failed to notice was how that early innocence had long been replaced by calculated schemes. While she was still weighing her options, the hotel lobby's 3-meter-high LED screen suddenly flared to life, drawing every eye. On the screen stood Jean Chuanfu, microphone in hand, smiling modestly. "Thank you all for coming," he began, bowing slightly. "I called this gathering on short notice, so please accept these small gifts as an apology." As he spoke, Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow, sensing the real show was about to begin. Several bodyguards maneuvered carts between the tables, handing out elegant gift boxes. One tried to pass a box to Xiao Hao, but he declined with a polite wave, a faint smile playing on his lips. Sure enough, Jean Chuanfu continued, "I'm sure you've all seen the news. This new survival game has taken the world by storm." His tone shifted, the pitch was clear. He was recruiting players. Jean never expected to find gamers right here. Those odds were slim. What mattered were the tangled social networks behind his classmates. As long as someone could make an introduction, they would earn a hefty commission. The gesture looked frivolous, but its potential payoff was enormous. In truth, such a layered scheme seemed beyond Jean's usual reach, yet his speech flowed flawlessly. Listening, Xiao Hao thought of the 6 degrees of separation theory, the idea that any two people are at most 6 acquaintances apart. In other words, through no more than 6 intermediaries, you can reach anyone. This reunion cost a fortune, but the real money lay with those middlemen. Whoever became a bridge to the players would be set for life. Even if a classmate felt worlds away from the gaming scene, who could say for sure? A father's friend's son's buddy might turn out to be a participant. Official channels kept player identities locked down, but wealthy patrons could simply throw money at the problem. If the reward was high enough, a gamer would surface eventually. When the media roadblocks went up, they just shifted to the underground. Policy on top, workaround underneath. No wonder Jean Chuanfu was so polite tonight. Nothing like the man who once harassed their tablemate Xiao Yanan in public. Rumor had it Xiao's suicide was tied to him, and Xiao Hao suspected the same. But so what? His compassion had long since narrowed. As long as he harmed no one, other people's feuds were none of his concern. From a purely pragmatic view, this gathering was Jean's bid to buy loyalty. Xiao Hao's own ties with him were thin at best, and as an orphan with no family connections, he was unlikely to become anyone's middleman. That made him the obvious target. Jean's interest in him was perfectly logical. Once it clicked, Xiao Hao almost burst out laughing. At the hotel entrance, the doorman snapped a crisp salute, and every bodyguard Jean Chuanfu had hired greeted him with the same deference along the way. Xiao Hao quickly realized the politeness wasn't for his sake. It was simply the Jean family's standard protocol: stay on good terms with every classmate and aim for win-win cooperation. Even if they had clashed in the past, the Jeans would rather spend money, apologize, and make amends than push someone into becoming an enemy. If you responded well, they might even pull you back into their camp. Unfortunately, Jean Chuanfu thought he was clever. He took it upon himself to decide for his father and deliberately cut Xiao Hao out, pushing him to the opposite side. The funniest part? The core player the Jean family was desperate to recruit turned out to be the very person their young master had kicked away: Xiao Hao himself. They spent a fortune only to create an enemy, and not just any enemy, but a top-tier one. What a loss. On stage, Jean Chuanfu's father was delivering a speech. While listening, Xiao Hao couldn't help but marvel. The game had only been officially announced yesterday, and the old man was already planning for the future. Running such a massive conglomerate clearly wasn't luck. What a shame he had raised a son who makes enemies everywhere. With the apocalypse looming, the elder Jean clearly intended to set his pieces before chaos broke out, maybe even carve out his own kingdom, but at the very least he wanted the family to survive the first wave. But a foolish son spells disaster. Players recruited this way were worthless to the Jean family now. Xiao Hao wouldn't provoke them furs that didn't need unnecessary trouble, but that didn't mean Jean Chuanfu would back off. When the time was right, Xiao Hao would wipe the Jean family out in one stroke. What did it matter how many players they hired? 10 of them together couldn't stop a single swing of his blade. For now, all he had to do was watch Jean Chuanfu keep dancing on the edge of self-destruction. Jean Chuanfu spoke at length, and while Xiao Hao found it tedious, the rest of the class hung on every word. On the podium, Jean Chuanfu painted an enticing picture with his resonant voice. Find a player, recommend them to the Jean family, and you'll never worry about money again. The promise of easy riches lit a predatory gleam in the students' eyes. Tempted by the reward, even those who had been neutral or friendly with Xiao Hao swiftly sided with Jean Chuanfu. Du Shiji was among the first to switch camps. Everyone could see that Jean Chuanfu and Xiao Hao were sworn enemies. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Hao sneered to himself. If you're useless as a broker, the Jean family won't bother with you no matter how low you bow. But if you really can deliver, they'll throw money at you without you even asking. Had seen enough of the world's cold indifference to be unfazed. Munching on pastries, he glanced at the scrolling chat when a game panel suddenly popped up. System alert. A temporary wave of biological evolution is about to sweep the real world. Players who haven't tried reality mode, Please enjoy the authentic experience. Xiao Hao's pupils contracted. A wave of evolution? Why now? He thought quickly. This was a survival game. The players were meant to be the stars. Ordinary people had been handling most of the mutant creatures so far, leaving players with nothing to do. Apparently, the officials had decided to raise the stakes and thrust reality into a new phase. Within 5 minutes, phones, TVs, and radios all blared emergency bulletins ordering everyone to go home immediately and lock their doors and windows. Jean Chuanfu had to stop mid-sentence, confusion written across his face. As the message sank in, the room went pale, like a preview of the apocalypse. Flattery vanished in an instant. No promise of profit could outweigh the threat to their lives. Those who dressed up to impress now found their formal wear a burden. Someone lunged too hard, and with a loud tear, the seam of his trousers split. The air froze with embarrassment. Brother, you knew the quality of your own suit. Take smaller steps. The evolutionary wave hasn't hit yet, and you've already died of shame. Dressed in casual clothes, Xiao Hao sprinted through the crowd with a few quick strides, rounded a corner, and disappeared. The classmates still jammed at the hotel entrance were stunned. A girl complained, Xiao Hao is so selfish. Shouldn't he escort the girls home first? Her words fell flat. The boys who had been flaunting their gentlemanly manners shut their mouths. With danger closing in, not using you as bait was already kindness enough. Horns blared along the streets, and waves of people flooded the subway entrances. Students who lived far away were close to tears. They tried to hail cabs, but not a single empty car was in sight. Drivers were fleeing for their own lives. Xiao Hao could have headed straight home, yet he stopped in a hidden corner. He owed Lin Niao a favor, and he kept score. Until the debt was paid, he would look out for her. The first repayment would be escorting her home. To avoid exposure, he slipped away in the chaos, ducked into a quiet alley, and shadow stepped back the way he came. Crowds surged, traffic clogged, and at this rate no one would make it home. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom's emergency network seized the airwaves again. Everyone, get inside the nearest building immediately. Lock every door and window. Seal every exit. The shrill female voice repeated the order 3 times, hammering the skyline like a war drum until even the concrete seemed to shake. Xiao Hao read the alert, and his brow tightened. No monsters had appeared on this block yet, but the switch from caution to emergency was far too abrupt. An evolution surge had broken out elsewhere. His classmates, who had just bolted from their hotel, now had to race back inside. Panicked pedestrians kicked doors open and poured into the lobby. At a nearby subway station, commuters who moments ago were filing downstairs now burst back up, screaming. Xiao Hao heard bones snap and saw severed limbs and organs hurled from the entrance, blood splattering the light boxes along the steps. The platform's scattered cries lasted only seconds before a wet, grinding chew drowned them out. A 2-meter giant ant, slick with mucus, crawled from the tunnel's black maw, its split mandibles shining like blades. Another followed, then another. Xiao Hao reached for his sword, then an ear-splitting roar thundered overhead. He looked up, fighter jets streaked past. Civilians had already been herded indoors. Machine gun fire raked the street, shredding the ants in seconds. Meat, green ichor, and red mist spattered street signs and glass facades, painting them in grisly colors. To steady the public, officials launched a live broadcast, the camera locked on the carnage. The Dragon Kingdom wanted every citizen to know, even in apocalypse, the nation could still protect its people. Troops entered next, special forces squads slicing through the city like scalpels. Around the globe, monsters appeared and gamers braced for battle. A system message was clear. If players refused to act, the evolution surge would never end. Official players finally joined the fight. A space game player rode a gene-forged beast with metallic bone plates. Its tentacles turned into giant steel blades and iron spears. An underworld player released a swarm of burrowers, crushing foes with sheer power and numbers. Desert players commanded fire creatures. Glacier players wielded ice. Mist players summoned vicious plants. Deep-sea players fielded titanic water beasts. Floating island players called flying monsters. Chalk players sent in mutant dinosaurs. Nightmare and Eternal Night players specialized in ghosts and eldritch horrors. Most were only 2nd or 3rd level, a few higher, yet more than enough for these oversized animals. Xiao Hao understood, though, that an event labeled apocalypse would never stop. Here the mutations would soon evolve into true wild monsters. Citizens locked themselves indoors, staring blankly at screens as the world bent. Schools of fish cruised through the sky. Vines cracked pavement. Half-mechanical creatures swung steel blades. 2-meter worms hunted street corners, and phantoms flickered at windows. Guardians under players' control and savage monsters clashed in the same city. Every nightmare and legend pouring out at once. As ordinary players faltered, the camera jerked upward. A full-sized aircraft carrier hovered at low altitude, its hull rippling with optical camouflage. The Dragon Kingdom had shown its trump card. This black box tech was almost never seen in peacetime. Today, it was the ultimate deterrent. On the deck, 3 figures stood shoulder to shoulder, 2 men and 1 woman, presence like a mountain. The live stream flashed their profiles. They would be the nation's visible blade. 1. Wu Ting, chalk survival player, Dragon Kingdom war god, muscles like coiled steel and a face carved from granite. 2. Mu Saiying, floating island survival player, Dragon Kingdom war god, the aura of a ruthless CEO and eyes sharp as knives. 3. Qing Feng, nightmare player, Dragon Kingdom war god's light, unassuming, with a trace of melancholy. Standing beside the other two, his very placement proved that looks could deceive. Flying monsters were the first to notice the aircraft carrier, but before they could attack, a flock of huge blood-red sparrows streaked toward them. Each sparrow was crimson from beak to tail, its 2-meter frame crackling with tiny arcs of electricity. An even larger beast dropped from the sky the instant a bolt of red lightning struck them. An eagle 8 or 9 meters long still circled above the carrier, its metallic feathers gleaming in the sun. Both the sparrows and the eagle had stepped out of the floating survival raid guardians that served Mu Saiying, and they had now appeared in the real world. The upheaval on land was even worse, especially on the outskirts of Longlong City. Before the monster tide could gather, a pack of velociraptors smashed in, claws and saw-edged teeth slicing through thick armor. At their head lumbered a tyrannosaurus, every muscle in proportion identical to the Indominus Rex from Jurassic World. Nothing alive today hunted with such savage efficiency. The raptors spread out in a classic pincer, driving each target straight into the tyrannosaur's massive jaws. Even level 8 or level 9 beasts stood no chance. They had only just been gearshift by the system from ordinary animals into high-tier monsters. Numbers, however, can kill even giants, and there were only 11 dinosaurs. As ever more mutations poured from streets and fields, fatigue began to show. A sharp-eyed viewer might have noticed something odd about the shadows beneath the raptors. That was Qing Feng's ghost shadow lurking among them. His phantom spun mental illusions that made nearby beasts tear into one another, keeping every raptor unscathed, and their kill rate astonishingly high. The official livestream was buried under walls of 666, and go. Xiao Hao simply toggled the chat off and focused on Longwo's top players. After a moment, the battlefield looked familiar. In one corner of the feed, he spotted a highway sign, Longlong City exit. It was his city. Heavy weapons were banned inside the city limits, so the creature count stayed manageable. Fighter jets and special forces, backed by players, could sweep the streets. The suburbs, though, were handed entirely to the players. Longwa had learned the hard way that dragging civilians in only made the evolution tide more violent, and it refused to repeat that mistake. The plan seemed to work. The tide was easing, and the apocalypse had been put on hold. Xiao Hao knew it was only a reprieve. Right on cue, a colossal tree burst from the earth outside the city, its trunk rocketing upward until it pierced the clouds, clearing a kilometer in seconds. Perched in the crown, a 10-meter huadiao folded its wings and gazed down. The sight was so over the top that the 3 warlords aboard the carrier frowned at once. The tree and the huadiao radiated a pressure beyond words. The evolution tide was quieting, yet all its menace now seemed to crystallize in this tag team boss. White-eyed eagle, pin that huadiao. Mu Saiying barked. The giant eagle folded its wings and dived like an arrow. High above, the 2 titans collided, feathers flying, while the gargantuan tree kept growing at a frantic pace. Wu Ting followed up, ordering all 11 dinosaurs to attack the trunk. The Tyrannosaurus clamped its jaws around the main stem. Raptors shredded roots from every direction. No matter how much wood they tore away, fresh green shoots filled the void at once, as if the tree had limitless life. Minutes later, the white-eyed eagle was being battered senseless by the huadiao, and the 10 raptors hung helpless in midair, trussed up by branches as swift and lethal as vipers. The T-Rex slammed against the colossal tree. Each bite of its steel-like teeth tore away chunks of the trunk. Vines and branches that tried to bind it snapped apart, and a single swipe of its forelimbs sliced through wood with razor-sharp claws. The tree, shredded and bleeding sap, suddenly retaliated. The ground split open and arm-thick roots shot out like spears, impaling nearby monster corpses. The bodies shriveled at once, their essence siphoned up the roots. The tree shot upward, and the wounds left by the T-Rex knit together as though nothing had happened. Mu Saiying's face darkened. Both of these beasts should be level 10, yet they're far stronger than the usual. Even my white-eyed eagle is being overwhelmed. If Xiao Hao had been there, he would have added, that's the gap between common monsters and rare ones. They might share the same level, but rares are absurdly stronger. Just like a level 10 Anomalocaris is nothing but a little brother before a level 10 Mantis shrimp. The players were forced into retreat, and the carrier had no choice but to open fire. Shells screamed toward Huadiao, yet he dodged every blast with agile footwork. Explosions that landed on the giant tree only carved charred craters that healed within seconds. On the ground, tank after tank roared and fired, only to be skewered by thick branches. Their steel armor crumpled like toys. The crown surged outward, blotting out half the sky in the blink of an eye. Each leaf spanned a square meter or more, and there were too many to count. Even Xiao Hao, miles away on the horizon, could see that oppressive swath of green. No one could believe a creature like this was only level 10. The livestream chat was filled with laments. In Blue Dragon City, panic was palpable. Some begged Longwa for help, others prayed to the heavens, still others preached doomsday theories. With the city right behind them, Longwa dared not deploy anything more extreme, and the three warrior kings along with the ship's players were growing desperate. Is it ready yet? Wu Ting barked, as the T-Rex was down to its last ounce of strength. Only then did the viewers realize that Longwa still held a trump card. Qing Feng, who had been silent with his head down, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. It's done. Xiao Hao understood at once ceramic ghost infant. He had never imagined its parasitic power could be this terrifying. Roar. The giant tree let out a beastly howl. Its thick trunk writhed, and its branches tangled together to form a massive, ghostly face. It tried to devour more corpses, but to no avail. At the very top of the canopy, one leaf abruptly turned white, adopting a porcelain sheen and becoming rigid as stone. A second leaf, a third the whiteness spread at incredible speed. The tree lashed at the stiffening leaves, shattering them on impact. Porcelain shards rained from the sky, their clattering relentless. The shrill screeching continued. Branches and roots withered, their movements growing feeble. The dangling raptor tore itself free and watched coldly as the tree thrashed in its death throes. Many residents of Blue Dragon City wept with relief, palms pressed together in gratitude to Longwa. But what unfolded next on the livestream made their bodies tremble, dread seeping into their bones and raising gooseflesh all over. Even in death, the enormous tree was colossal. Its rough bark suddenly bulged, and two houses-sized ceramic hands burst out of the withered trunk. With a shrill crackling, they ripped the tree in half, tearing the snarling demon face straight down the middle. A heartbeat later, a nightmarish ghost infant the size of a skyscraper crawled out of the heartwood-on plastic eye alone could fill a living room, while its limbs were crudely pieced together from shattered white porcelain, each step looking ready to collapse. The livestream erupted with panicked screams, and the impatient viewers started flaming. What are Longwo's leaders even doing? Then something jaw-dropping happened. The gargantuan ghost infant suddenly shrank to human size, bounded onto the circling blood sparrow's back, and after a few beats of its wings was deposited neatly on the deck of a nearby aircraft carrier. Only then did the audience realize the ghost infant had a master, and that master was from Longwa. Reduced to pocket size, the ghost infant lounged on Qing Feng's shoulder like a lazy Pikachu, flattening itself against him and barely moving, clearly exhausted after completing its parasitic takeover. The loudmouth trolls in the chat were swiftly banned by the moderators, replaced by a scrolling barrage of comments. Ha! Longwa for the win. And when a dragon comes to Longwa, it coils. When a tiger comes, it lies down. While the crowds cheered, Xiao Hao slipped out of the camera's view and ducked into a men's clothing store whose front window had shattered. He knew the real danger wasn't over. The giant tree was down, but the huadiao circling overhead was untouched, smaller than the tree, yet just as rare and undoubtedly just as lethal. Celebrating now was far too early. The three warlords understood this as well and stared upward with knitted brows. Mu Sang's guardian beast, the white-eyed eagle, was covered in wounds, its feathers charred, whereas the huadiao was pristine. The difference was obvious. Qing Feng's ghost infant was in a weakened state after parasitizing the tree, so sending it to possess the huadiao again was out of the question. The ghost infant couldn't fly, and even if the blood sparrow carried it over, the huadiao could swat it to pieces with a single wing beat. Ghost Shade was even less useful. It wasn't a shadow seahorse and couldn't turn into free-flying darkness. Its illusion range was limited, and the huadiao could leave the affected zone at any moment. Even if the illusion landed, it would do almost nothing. First, the level gap was huge. Qing Feng's Ghost Shade was only level 4. Second, illusions work best on intelligent creatures, and the newly mutated huadiao had little intelligence or memory, leaving no psychological weakness to exploit. Conjuring a level 4 wild monster would only get it insta-killed. As for Wu Ting's Tyrannosaurus, the aerial battlefield completely countered it. Its sheer mass meant Mu Sang's mount couldn't even lift it. Want to bite through the huadiao's neck with that terrifying jaw? Only if it could ever get close. On the other side of the screen, domestic viewers were still cheering, but overseas audiences had hopped the firewall to pour cold water on the party. Seriously? Only 2 bosses and Longwo's already on the ropes? Cough, cough. Arnyowa has 4 times as many top players as they do. Huwa has triple their number 2. Celebrating already? The tree is down, but the huadiao's still up there. If you ask me, those 3 Longwa elites don't stand a chance against it. Some mocked, others worried. It was only the 3rd day of the players' holiday. Was Longwa really about to fold already? Unless heavy weapons of mass destruction are brought in, huadiao won't even be scratched. The fight is happening on the city's edge, and the moment those weapons are used, Blue Dragon City goes down with it. The Imperial brass are still weighing security against cost and paper. They could give the order at any time. But if this were another country, the trigger would probably already have been pulled. To those leaders, sacrificing part of a city is nothing if it keeps the whole empire intact. While foreign viewers flooded the screen with ridicule, Long Nation's netizens grew increasingly anxious. Everyone knows Huadiao is on par with that giant tree. Blowing up one tree nearly drained the nation's reserves and left fighter jets stripped for parts. Now they're facing something even more agile. So who can pin it down? Foreign players use sheer numbers to crank out dozens of top-tier accounts, while Long Nation has only 3. Top tier merely means a level 10 safe house and level 10 warlord guardians. Unit guardians don't count. Not every top player is another Xiao Hao who clears maps for fun. He sniped every boss, big or small, even hidden ones a kilometer away, and opened 3 monster zones along the way. Most others have unit levels stuck at 3 or 4, 5 at best. Even with level 10 guardians they want charge a monster nest. Without a skill like Shadow Meld, which combines escape and stealth, they have to detour the moment they spot one. Right now Blood Sparrow and White-Eyed Eagle are struggling in the sky, and rows of dinosaurs on the ground can only crane their necks in useless intimidation. Whenever Blood Sparrow is badly hit, Musang calls it back, and the number of guardians able to restrain Huadiao is visibly shrinking. The few Long Nation players present can only grit their teeth and send out their warlords to stall for time. Then, under the eyes of the whole country, Huadiao saunters past the line and charges straight into Blue Dragon City. Foreign viewers double over with laughter, their scrolling comments a tidal wave of mockery, while Long Nation's chat erupts with curses that stretch back 18 generations. As soon as Huadiao hits downtown, the Long Nation carriers sees Firenobodies about to lob shells over a crowded city where one misfire kills civilians. Meanwhile, high-level officials from other nations send short messages, pretending to offer help but really eyeing those carriers. To force Long Nation's hand, they brazenly lay out terms live on the global stream. Bull Country's players will lend a hand, just give us one carrier. Tiger Country can step in too. Turtle Country as well. One carrier per country, and we'll get you through this. Surely you're not that stingy? You won't just watch tens of millions die, right? Is Long Nation about to abandon Blue Dragon City? They're still silent. Looks like they really mean to stand by and watch. The jabs make Long Nation's netizens explode. Cut the crap. Other countries might dump their people. Long Nation never will. You open your mouth and ask for a carrier? Greedy much? Long Nation's keyboard warriors are famously savage. Their verbal barges can make opponents question their existence. But with disaster looming, the swearing only shows their panic. Foreign viewers can relax behind their screens, while Long Nation's crowd feel like ants on a hot pan, itching to rush into Blue Dragon City themselves. Someone offers a grim reminder. Face it, a special boss like Huadiao can't be killed without WMDs. Your players aren't strong enough, and it can turn Blue Dragon City into its personal slaughterhouse. Abandoning Longlong City was out of the question. The only option was to ask us for reinforcements. Death loomed over every alley, and fear spread through the streets. Many residents even began pressuring Longwo's leaders to accept a humiliating deal hand over an aircraft carrier in exchange for temporary safety. Maybe we should just agree, someone pleaded in a survival livestream. Are you insane? Didn't you pay attention in history class? The chat exploded. Then what are we supposed to do? I don't want to die? Neither do I. I just want to stay alive. I haven't even repaid my parents yet. I left home to start a life in Longlong City. I'm so sorry. Please, save us. My child is only 5. Those desperate cries carried through the screen, and the usually rowdy Longwa internet fell silent. Even the most argumentative users had nothing to say. Whatever the debate outside, they were still compatriots. Longwa had always believed in rallying to help those in need. No one, no matter how far away, could abandon the civilians of Longlong City. The nation's leadership was locked in a painful standoff. Logic said the best choice was to give up Longlong City, but that meant leaving hundreds of thousands of citizens under enemy guns. Worse, other empires were circling like vultures. Their offers sounded tempting, one aircraft carrier for Longlong City's safety, but who could truly believe that surrendering a strategic cornerstone would bring lasting peace? History had proved again and again, fall behind, and you get beaten. Compromise only invites harsher blackmail. An aircraft carrier is worth hundreds of billions and, more importantly, represents Longwo's status and deterrence at sea. Once it is handed over, the nation loses its trump card, and the line other countries fear will vanish overnight. Taken from the people, used for the people, a hoarse voice said in the meeting room. In that moment, every leader seemed to age 10 years. They could sacrifice anything except their own people. Meanwhile, on the other end of a secret video call, several imperial leaders watched Longwo's hesitation. Sensing a possible concession, they could barely hide their glee. Their smiles almost burst into open laughter. At last, Longwa showed a crack. They had spent years trying to contain Longwa, yet it refused to fall. Now, they believed they'd found the weak point, the people themselves. They mocked Longwa for not grasping realpolitik, while Longwa quietly scoffed back. The people are the foundation of a nation. When have you ever understood that? The Walanki commander stared at the screen and let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to agree, he noticed something was terribly wrong. The five-star hotel was one of Longlong City's most recognizable landmarks. Its glass and steel spire pierced the clouds, a daily emblem of luxury and security. When the evolution surge began, it became synonymous with refuge. No one knew how long the disaster would last, and more citizens crammed into the tower until it was bursting at the seams. In the eyes of the Aiden Long Huadiao, the entire city had turned into a hunting ground. On its first forage, instinct drove the beast toward the densest pocket of prey, the towering hotel. Suspended in the sky, the building looked like a blinding light bulb, or a platter piled high with fresh meat, and the Huadiao hurled itself toward it without hesitation. Inside, terror buckled knees and kept every soul from stepping beyond the doors. One man, crazed by despair, tried to go out with a bang, only to be pinned down and tightly lashed to a chair with power cables by his companions. A hovering drone tracked the Huadiao's arc and soon picked out a lone figure on the street beside the hotel. Dressed in a black trench coat that reached his knees, put up to shade his face, he revealed only a pale, impassive jaw. Heavy black combat boots crunched across the fractured concrete. Broken branches littered the road, the ground smeared with blood and monster ichor, a wasteland in every direction. Streaming comments exploded across the live feed. Seriously? Still posing outside at a time like this? Trying to die? Does he have any idea how dangerous it is out there? Wraith isn't afraid of the Huadiao? Underground master? Must be a big shot. Please, save us. The gale trailing the Huadiao ripped at street trees, yet it could not budge Xiao Hao, whose immortal body skill rendered him unshakable. The blast snapped a thick trunk behind him, but only lifted the hem of his coat, as if confirming for the audience that this man was indeed a powerhouse. He really is a master. He can stop the Huadiao. The chat erupted. Meanwhile, executives overseas were furious. Their aircraft carrier deal was moments from closing when a Longhua spoiler appeared. They unleashed hackers and media trolls to pressure Longhua, terrified of the window closing. So what if there's one more top-tier player? This kind of special boss takes multiple elites working together. Request backup now. Every minute our people arrive earlier raises our odds. Longhua officials, however, were in no rush. They knew that while state forces were formidable, the civilian ranks also hid dragons and tigers. The Huadiao skimmed the ground so fast, even carrier-grade radar struggled to lock on. Just before the feral birds smashed into the hotel, the man in black sprang upward. Like a superhero in a DC film, he shot skyward, climbing hundreds of meters in an instant. Boom. The rooftop cracked into a web of fissures, and at the center stood the black-clad figure. The entire skyscraper shuddered, dust cascading as hearts inside the hotel froze. The live chat was flooded with question marks. Excuse me? Are you sure that's a player and not Superman? I'm in a hotel, and the whole building just quivered, but for some reason I suddenly feel incredibly safe, someone added. On the rooftop, cracked concrete was still flaking off in dusty streams. Yet Xiao Hao lowered his head to ponder. This slab is ruined. Surely I won't have to pay for it, right? I did save all those people, so maybe, probably, hopefully no compensation. By the way, these bouncing combat boots are amazing. What a badass jump. Below, the Huadiao demon bird tore through the air toward him. Xiao Hao raised a hand. His ghost scythe ring glowed. Shadows surged between his fingers, and spectral blades began to form. Before the weapon had fully taken shape, the airborne Huadiao felt itself locked on, slammed into an emergency halt, and its feathers blasted outward. At that same moment, the ghost infant dozing on the skycarrier's deck jolted upright and dove into King Feng's arms, shaking like a leaf. The bird's sudden break whipped up a gale. Xiao Hao stood as straight as a pine. His long coat snapped in the wind. The black hood shadowed his eyes, leaving only a silhouette that looked down on the world. Time seemed to slow the lowered head, the hanging hem, the hair rolling in the wind, making him resemble a lone swordsman from an epic wuxia film, proud and lethal. The viewers were stunned. They knew he had to be special, but this level of power was downright absurd. The camera casually panned to the ghost infant, and only then did everyone grasp how terrifying the shadow on the roof really was. The ghost infant, famous for tearing giant trees apart with its bare hands, was now trembling like an ordinary baby. The memory of that monster looming over the skyscraper was still sharp. The creature that could squash them with one finger now cowered in its master's arms. All the man on the roof had done was show up, and the special boss that normally required a party of top-tier players flapped its wings in place, too scared to advance. Who on earth is he? Can a player at this stage really be that strong? Doubt and awe exploded in the viewers' minds. Xiao Hao himself was just as puzzled until a barrage of comments from another world popped up on his game panel, and he finally understood. Streamer, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. Other comments explained. The early game boss Deep Sea Phantom is nearly level 20, and its drops are balanced for that bracket. To sublevelten mobs, anything that isn't a freak like the Mantis shrimp one swipe is an instant kill. Now that these creatures sense the aura of a superior being far above their tier, they're scared out of their wits. The scythe blades from the ghost scythe ring hit just as hard as the Deep Sea Phantom itself. That was when Xiao Hao realized this gaming holiday really was a holiday for him, could basically swagger through the world. Just by standing on the rooftop and letting the ghost side's aura leak out. Every roaming monster in the city dropped to the ground, as if worshipping their king. Even the guardians lost their composure. Wu Ting's Tyrannosaurus paced in circles, growling, and the other guardians also shuffled anxiously, all issuing identical warnings to their master's danger. Evacuate. Since entering the survival game, none of them had ever shown such a desperate urge to flee. The live feed captured it all. Where the chat had been a dense wall of text, a huge blank now appeared, as if everyone was too shocked to type. Realizing he could swagger through the real world, Xiao Hao's spirits soared. He cleared his throat. Thanks to the voice changer in his shadow mask, his usually rich voice became a gravelly baritone dripping with mockery. So you want the aircraft carrier? The sound startled even him. It sounded like a final boss straight out of a blockbuster. Riding the momentum, he declared, each word ringing out. Hope you're not afraid of getting burned. The hooded head lifted slowly. Everyone thought they would finally see his face, but all they saw was a swirling mass of darkness. That shifting shadow confronted the Huadyao, the camera, and every lowlife coveting the Dragon Kingdom. His voice boomed like a bell, and the seething black visage seemed to bore into the viewers' souls. Beneath its domineering tone lay fury, and within the flowing shadows, murderous intent. You want an aircraft carrier? Don't cry when it burns your hands. The livestream beamed that icy line straight into the war rooms of governments worldwide. The dark silhouette on screen merely stood there, yet a tidal pressure seeped through the signal and into their bones, leaving every conference table drenched in cold sweat. These officials had met assassins and commandos of the highest caliber, but the aura Hao Xiao radiated was identical to that of a Shura who had waded through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. They knew at once this man had truly crawled out of a pile of the dead. If a top-tier soldier had set his sights on them, they would worry. If the threat came from a monster-class player who could paralyze wild beasts with sheer killing intent, they had no chance to run. No player on record had ever made creatures tremble solely from murderous intent. Hao Xiao was the first. Should he decide on mutual destruction, none of those leaders would escape. Their priorities differed sharply from those of Longhua. Longhua ranked them: people, national interest, personal life. They revered the exact reverse: personal life, national interest, people. Danger lights blazed in their minds, and they stopped probing at once, pulling back hackers and troll farms, shelving any pressure to force Longhua into a deal until they learned who that shadow really was. Hao Xiao had indeed marched through seas of blood, the mountains of corpses left by deep-sea phantoms, the thorn shrimp swarms, the spiny fish shoals, the snailfish packs. After every battle, the seabed beneath his feet was stained crimson. He had watched entire regions turn red more than once. If he ever let his fury off its leash, that killing intent would be like a butcher's cleaver raised over a slaughterhouse hog enough to scare the animal into collapse. His single line about aircraft carriers didn't just scatter the petty scoundrels. It also sent the Huadyao flapping in panic, wings trembling so hard it nearly stalled midair. Who would have imagined that a nobody bird yesterday would slam headfirst into such a monster today? The Huadyao flailed, desperate to flee, but a light, teasing voice followed it. Leaving so soon? Those two words drove a spike into its nerves, and dread surged. It charged ahead with everything it had, still a heartbeat too slow. A game panel rippled open in the void, and 7 shadow seahorses slipped out one after another. Each was barely half a meter long, yet every creature and spectator felt the chill of their darkness. The Huadyao was a rare level 10 beast, and so were the shadow seahorses, except there were 7 of them. Forget the Huadyao. Even if you swapped in the snake spirit and marched all 7 brothers from Halua against them, the result would be the same. The moment the 7 seahorses appeared, players and onlookers everywhere turned green with envy. Then they glanced at their own guardians, monsters whose looks ignored all aesthetics, each uglier in its own special way. Among wild creatures, there was no ugliest, only uglier. Over there, a gigantic bug with an enormous maw spewed a stench so foul it clung to the yellow slime coating its body. The guardian from the space survival game looked like a parasite that had crawled into real life. Except for the steel blades on its tentacles, its entire body was nothing but raw flesh, with eyes and mouths scattered randomly across it. By contrast, the guardians other players had summoned were like the black gold aristocrats of the monster world, sleek, menacing, and impossibly cool. Their mere appearance left the bloody creature blocks behind, and their combat power belonged to another league entirely. The players could only sigh. Comparison really is the thief of joy. None of them knew that the owner of that dashing silhouette was already striking to begin with, a fact not lost on the viewers unlocking their phones to watch the stream. Boosted by the immortal body skill, his looks were climbing at a pace you could almost see. At that moment, the 7 shadow seahorses burst into 7 streaks of obsidian light, slashing through the air toward Huadyao like black comets. Huadyao had barely taken to the sky before the streaks caught up and surrounded it. They whipped around at breakneck speed, then melted into ribbons of darkness. The ribbons felt as soft as silk, yet held as firm as steel cables. No matter how fiercely Huadiao thrashed, it could only pry them apart for an instant before they snapped back tighter than before. Every surge of strength stretched them like giant rubber bands, and the recoil only made the pain cut deeper. Viewers across the globe and even those from other realms fixed their eyes on this unprecedented hunt. A special boss that usually demanded a coalition of top-tier players was being strangled midair by a handful of shadow seahorses. Huadiao's wings beat frantically, its once gleaming feathers dulling in seconds. Moments later it crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Mud caked its feathers, yet Huadiao still glared at the shadow ribbons, twisting with every ounce of strength while life drained from its body like water. Terror and regret flooded its mind. It could have stayed hidden in the forest where hunting was suffiso. Why had it ventured near humans? Experience had warned it time and again, and it had ignored every sign, earning only despair. Its last thought was pure regret. When its pupils finally lost focus, the ribbons loosened and drifted away like serpents returning home, lazily floating back to the hotel rooftop to coil beside the man in the black coat. The 7 dark streaks solidified once more. Diamond-shaped bone rings and dorsal fin-like spines were wrapped in sheer black membrane, porcelain stripes catching the evening light. The guardian stood motionless, a loyal knight at his master's side. Sunset spilled behind the figure, wind brushing his face while the hem of his long coat cracked like a sail. The sky blazed red with clouds, lighting half the heavens. After the evolutionary tide, Qinglong City had become a forest of high-rises. The hotel's mirrored facade lay shattered, each shard catching the dying light. Millions of fragments glistened like a sea of glass, turning the entire city into a rolling crimson ocean that blended into the dusk, as though an endless fire was burning. In the center of that red sea, the hotel tower stood like a lighthouse. At its peak, the lone figure faced the wind, his coat billowing in layered waves. The tableau looked like an exquisite oil painting. The raw splendor of steel and sky left the live chat silent. Only after a long pause did comments begin to trickle in, many of them halting, as if their authors had forgotten how to speak. Wow, it's gorgeous, absolutely epic. The live stream lit up, and the comments exploded. Going after an aircraft carrier? Careful, that's hot enough to burn you. I've decided changing my Weibo bio right now. Mom, I'm in love. The lighting, the angle, everything's perfect. Every frame is wallpaper worthy. One phone's recording, the other's spamming screenshots. This is instantly so cool. Within seconds the feed was plastered with one red line. A hidden super player in Blue Dragon City. Questions and gasps followed. If Blue Dragon City has someone this good, could Red Dragon or Black Dragon City have legends too? Who knows? The Dragon Kingdom is full of hidden masters. Told you we were never weaker than anyone else, just hadn't shown our hand yet. Back-end data showed foreign bot accounts retreating, though anonymous onlookers still tunneled in. Objections kept pouring out. They can't handle a Dragon Kingdom player everyone has to look up to. No way. A Dragon Kingdom player this strong? Impossible. I don't buy it. Getting one freak like that is already a miracle. Dream on about a second. Keep dreaming. Radical voices jumped in. Bet that player found a game exploit. How else could he do this? Sounds right. Drag him out and make him confess. For humanity's sake, he should hand over everything he knows. Dragon Kingdom netizens clapped back. Crisis over no way, well-let outsiders keep running wild. Time to flex for real. Flame war ignite. Hey, whose dog slipped its leash and wandered in? Isn't that Oxland's lapdog? Or are we calling it Turtland now? How about Dogland? Turtland's an insult to turtles. Someone tried to mediate, only fanning the flames. Watch your tone, people. Dogland insults dogs. Confess for leniency? Get lost. And who are you? In the locksmith need a key? The sarcasm kept rising. Seriously? Trying to snatch an aircraft carrier while we're busy? Check the mirror first. Heard you're having a friendly chat with some foreign losers. Why didn't you call me? Never too late, jump in. Then came the protect the animals card. Come on. How can you talk about them like that, using animals as metaphors? What's your point? Are you even from the Dragon Kingdom? My point, stop insulting animals. You can't compare those disgusting, twisted things to animals. The mockery doubled. Good, saves me the guilt. Sorry, you're right. They don't deserve the comparison. My bad for mentioning cute cats and dogs in the same breath. I owe the animals an apology. When it comes to snark, the Dragon Kingdom never loses. Recap, threads sprang up instantly. Dragon Kingdom users dissected these wall-climbing foreign friends from every angle, background, looks, morals, until they were speechless. A tiny few still refused to quit and want one last struggle. Full-scale crossfire. We have more top players than you. The best player is from the Dragon Kingdom. We outnumber you by miles. The best player is from the Dragon Kingdom. All our players could drown him in spit. Please, together you're not enough for him to crush with one hand. Even regional pride got dragged in. Face is covered. How do you know he's yours? Could be from our Tiger Kingdom. If your ears are useless, donate them. That pure Blue Dragon City accent is divine, one sentence, and you should be thanking your gods. The most meaningful thing they've encountered since birth is probably seeing or hearing about Longwo's #1 player. Now their lives are complete. They can head straight to hell though. Let's keep things civil and maintain friendly dialogue. Hey up there, I'm waiting for your next line. We should calmly escort them to meet God. Knew you'd say that. Classic you. On the other side of the screen, foreign netizens were pounding their keyboards in frustration. Longwo's online warriors could dominate any arena home turf or otherwise. Senior officials in Longwo wiped sweat from their brows, eyes tinged red. Since players first appeared, they discovered that foreign gamers outnumbered and outleveled their own guardians, exposing a glaring gap between major powers. One wrong move, and the other nations might unite and pick Longwo clean. At last, after endless struggle, Longwo had found its pillar of strength. Just as they exhaled in relief, an urgent voice rang out in the top-level conference room. Quick, get in touch with him. Whatever it takes, keep him on our side. Meet every condition, just don't anger him. High above Blue Dragon City, the lights traced a magnificent skyline. Xiao Hao stood on a hotel rooftop, the entire metropolis at his feet, unaware that an aircraft carrier was gliding into the harbor nearby. He was about to melt into the shadows when the massive hull drew level with the building. Wait, please hold on. A shout echoed overhead. Xiao Hao paused and turned. His shadow mask concealed his face, so he had no fear of exposure. Would you join Hualongpool? Name any terms you like. Before Xiao Hao could speak, wanted for nothing Wu Ting, master of the Tyrannosaurus Guardian, jumped in. Relax. Joining Hualongpool won't restrict your freedom, and will never force you to do anything. Xiao Hao knew every privilege carries a price. Take resources and you owe duties. Keep taking without giving and backlash is certain. He simply shook his head. Players on the flight deck and in the live stream slumped in disappointment. The usually quiet Qing Feng finally spoke. Longwo truly needs you desperately. That single line caught Xiao Hao's attention. In the early player era, no individual strength could match modern weaponry. What the nation needed now wasn't his combat power, but its confidence. Other countries had far more players. Without a deterrent, morale would crumble. Wu Ting, Mu Sang, and Qing Feng were strong, yet they couldn't outclass the world's top players. Only Xiao Hao could steady the nation's heart. He smiled faintly, leaving the bridge crew exchanging glances. National confidence can rise not only by lifting oneself, but also by pressing opponents down. From behind the shadow mask, swirling darkness voiced a single sentence. Players aboard the carrier froze, and viewers around the globe drew a sharp breath. Longwo's players are few, but united. Unlike others, we don't carve our own apart. A single sentence sent shockwaves through the community. As soon as the news broke, forums, live streams, and social media feeds were drowned in blazing comments impossible. Viewers from every nation tried to defend their homelands, yet even they could not convince themselves. After all, no one knows a country better than the people who live there. The words "life is priceless" still carry weight in the Dragon Kingdom, but elsewhere they are little more than a lullaby for children. When prophets appear, unity crumbles in an instant. You're talking nonsense. Wingyo Nation players would never do that. Goei Nation is even less likely. And what about Hu Nation? Some users jumped the firewall to watch recorded streams and news from Nyo, Goei, and Hu. In the Dragon Kingdom, most player attacks stemmed from old grudges. In the other nations, the killings looked like senseless bloodlust, with targets that even included their own authorities. Within days, several secret laboratories erupted in succession, while the media insisted the blasts were without cause, hardly a believable claim. Xiao Hao ripped away the fig leaf and laid the bloody truth before the audience. National pride? Anyone with a shred of judgment found the Dragon Kingdom far more reliable. Countless foreigners trusted it more than their own governments. They were not traitors. Dragon Kingdom policies simply stood on the people's side, and its history books drew clear lines between right and wrong instead of rewriting the past. For that very reason, many overseas viewers had to admit their own countries did not measure up. In the live stream, Wu Ting's face was grave. This is live. You're responsible for every word you say. Xiao Hao answered without hesitation. Believe might all true. He turned to the players assembled on the carrier deck. Even if I never enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, you can still trust the Dragon Kingdom. Confidence here is easy to build. We may lag in some areas, but stand us beside anyone worse, and that confidence is reforged on the spot. I'm not extraordinary. I just look good next to the competition. Beside him, a floating seahorse, obviously a deep-sea creature, caught everyone's eye. A beta tester of deep-sea survival suddenly gasped, his voice shaking. And Master, you're player 869, aren't you? The other testers erupted. Heavens, it really is the unbeatable 869. I'm your fan. A vibrant young woman blushed scarlet. Do you remember me? I traded you a curse kill card. My offer to warm your bed still stands. So he's the legendary 869 who was grilling barbecue on deck, while everyone else was fighting to survive? Cries of astonishment rippled through the crowd. More and more deep-sea players gathered, and the onlookers sized up Xiao Hao with growing curiosity. Back during the hellish training, they had heard the name deep-sea survival player 869 again and again. His number wasn't on the Dragon Transformation Pool list, so they assumed he was some foreign superstar, never imagining he was one of their own. They'd heard deep-sea survival players brag about number 869 and didn't buy it. No way could he be stronger than the three team leaders at the top. Then they saw his stats and realized those three together still wouldn't be enough to touch him. Boss, let me keep your bed warm. Any position, your choice. A shameless female college student yelled into the livestream camera. Male viewers and on-site players instantly felt as if they'd bitten into a lemon, faces puckering with envy. Xiao Hao's temple twitched. He nearly snapped. Are you insane? Even if you mean it, don't shout it out here. If I said yes, what would people think? My dignity would shatter on the spot. Besides, I'm not that kind of man. No, Xiao Hao answered flatly. Silence fell. Everyone traded looks. Did that mean he preferred men? A male player's eyes lit up. You can pick me. Xiao Hao. The face under his shadow mask almost cracked, but before he could speak, Mu Sa-ing raised a hand. Join Walonki, and you can choose anyone here. Xiao Hao again. He began to suspect they were competing to see who could sink the lowest. Someone in the crowd muttered. Says who? I never agreed. The voice was soft, but every player heard it. They all turned toward her. Locking eyes with Xiao Hao, she caved at once. Find him in. Xiao Hao was speechless, burying any hope these people had limits. The shadow seahorse beneath him burst into bubbles, and his figure melted into the building's shaded wall. Just before vanishing, he left a cool, not interested. The legend was gone, and the remaining players sighed together. If one offer wasn't enough, he could have picked several. Why just leave? Viewers in Longwa slapped their desks in laughter. Same game, yet all they think about is latching onto a carry. I can warm the bed too. Master, may I be your choice tonight? The boss is busy saving the world. Let me take his place. You're all terrifying. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for Gitch. Bullet comments kept flying until someone shouted. I jumped to a foreign stream. Guess what I saw? I recorded it. Because of the evolution tide, hidden problems in other nations were erupting one after another. Overseas, some players dashed for the coastline to escape. Elsewhere, test subjects fled chaotic labs and exposed the horrors live. Slashed bodies and unstitched wounds left global viewers reeling. Longwa players felt instantly reassured. Foreign players might be stronger, but their societies were collapsing, while Longwa had more than players. It had national strength. As the stream neared its end, the feed switched to Longwa's leadership. Longwa players, leave safety to us. Just focus on growing stronger. Cheers exploded on-site and online. The broadcast ended, the screen went dark, yet enthusiasm surged on. Dominant. Leave safety to Longwo charge. A temporary setback means nothing. We'll always support you. Even if the top player won't join Walonki, he's still ours. Number one player forever. Other countries were left battered and demoralized. Even with their media frantically whitewashing events, the public remained alienated and distrustful. In some nations, players even thought about changing their citizenship, only to be blocked at every turn. They had spent just a few days pulling their homeland through the crisis, only to be shut in and treated like pariahs. A bitter taste of betrayal. Longwa was a different story entirely. Although it had fewer players, the people backed them with everything they had. From then on, the first player's line, if you want an aircraft carrier, they'll hand it to you even if it burns your hands, became a hit on every street corner and spawned countless spin-offs. If you want Longwo's rice, don't complain if it's too hot to swallow. If you want to set foot on Longwo's soil, be ready to scorch your souls. Scattered low-level monsters still roamed the city. Xiao Hao returned to his rented flat, changed into clean clothes, and slipped back to Blue Dragon City's landmark, the hotel tower that served as the player's temporary base. On the way, he glanced at his game panel. Spirit Orbs 550. I never thought grinding monsters in real life would drop orbs, he muttered. Total Spirit Orbs, 6,950. Monsters killed by ordinary people dropped nothing, a pure waste of resources. Clearly, farming should be left to players. It was only the third day of the holiday, and the city was already facing an evolution surge. If everyone relaxed during the next 4 days, the fallout would be unthinkable. Xiao Hao's plan was set. Escort Lin Nao home, then keep clearing the map until every last spirit orb was his. Elsewhere, other cities saw evolution surges too, though none as severe as Blue Dragon cities. Waves of players poured in to help, and most suburban monsters were gunned down by civilian firepower. The worst was over. Downtown was largely cleared, and residents who had hidden in buildings were trickling back. Traffic, however, was a disaster. The subway was shut down, roads were cratered, and cars stretched in endless jams. As the hotel came into view, Xiao Hao noticed police cars out front and a few suspects pinned against the doors. He didn't need to ask why. When the surge began, some people had decided the end was nigh and let chaos reign. The moment he stepped into the lobby, Xiao Hao was showered with disdainful stares. Great, another freeloader trying to cash in. Look at that starving stray. There are leftovers on the buffet, let him have those. Why even warn him? Freeloaders are the worst. As long as he's not some creep. Zero manners. Xiao Hao's face froze in disbelief. He glanced down at his bargain bin outfit, a 3rd Inuan t-shirt, 4 Inuan jeans, and a pair of canvas shoes. The entire ensemble hadn't cost 100. If not for the setting, he would have knocked a few teeth out right there. When the evolution surge first hit, cash-strapped citizens had stormed the hotel and brawled over food. The poor had no money, so they grabbed. The rich had money, so they bought it all out. To some of the wealthy, the poor people's instinct to survive was instantly labeled uncivilized. Dressed the way he was, Xiao Hao was automatically filed under uncivilized poor and became an easy target. The well-dressed critics only grew louder, eager for everyone to hear how disgraceful he was. Anyone passing by might think he had committed some heinous crime. Xiao Hao had no intention of putting up with it. What fine manners you have is so cultured that you insult people at the drop of a hat, looking down on everyone like dogs. If someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return a mile. If they rob me of a grain, I'll take 3 pecks in return. The group across the way raised their voices on purpose, every word amplified. What did you just say? Watch your mouth. Where are your manners? See, we even did him a favor by telling him where the food was, and this is how he treats us. Xiao Hao was about to fire back, but the next remark made him swallow his words. You really can't compare people. Some dare to ask for an aircraft carrier while spouting lofty quotes as if they were nothing. Others open their mouths, and it's nothing but hot air. Another classmate laughed. Come on, player 1 is a legend. Everything he says is pure gold. The moment he steps on the hotel roof, the whole crowd is transfixed. Who does Xiao Hao think he is? Forget it, he's not worth our time. Let's go. They walked off, cursing him one moment and praising him the next, leaving Xiao Hao staring after them in utter confusion. To him, high-sounding maxims and the crude insults he'd just heard were the same. Tune one warned, the other sneered, no real difference. When you're rich and powerful, every throwaway comment is treated as wisdom. When you have nothing, even breathing is a crime. Xiao Hao looked away, unwilling to waste his breath. His real identity wouldn't stay hidden forever. He was curious how they'd react once the mask came off. Putting the thought aside, he searched the crowd until he found Lin Naya. She was shaken but unhurt. Classmates chattered around her, but Xiao Hao had no interest in talking. He decided to escort her home from the shadows. Naya, how are we getting home? There's no way we'll get a ride. We'll have to walk. If we get separated, they'll be scared on my own. Those boys. She glanced at a few nearby, then shook her head. Forget it, no help there. A handful of girls lingered at the hotel entrance, twittering and refusing to leave. Xiao Hao was running out of patience. Only after Jin Xuanfu was picked up and the hotel staff cleared the place did everyone finally scatter. He didn't care which way the others went. Once debts were settled, their paths could separate for good. The girls chose the well-lit main road, even though it meant a long detour. It was safer but slow. One group after another peeled off until only Du Shiji and Lin Naya remained. They were neighbors, and their homes lay beyond the busy streets. The farther they walked, the sparser the streetlights became, and silence settled over everything. Hand in hand, the two girls turned into a narrow alley that bent sharply at a right angle. The instant they rounded the corner, Du Shiji screamed. Lin Naya tried to clamp a hand over her friend's mouth, but it was too late. From farther down the street, Xiao Hao moved like a shadow, appearing behind Lin Naya in a blink. And the first thing he saw was a massive python. The alley had become its feeding ground. Blood gleamed darkly on the pavement, severed limbs, splintered bone, and viscera lay scattered, and the metallic stench made even Xiao Hao, hidden in the dark, knit his brows. The two girls were so terrified they burst into tears, shaking uncontrollably. The scream alerted the snake. It slowly turned its head, pupils as large as lanterns gleaming with an almost human excitement. Its tongue flicked out, the bifurcated tip dripping scarlet liquid. Du Shiji and Lin Naya felt their legs buckle. They could barely stay upright. One thought echoed in their minds. In this cramped alley, there was nowhere to run and no one coming to save them. The huge python lunged, muscles coiled for a killing blow. Du Shiji screamed and instinctively shut her eyes, the piercing sound almost splitting her eardrums. A heartbeat later, warm, metallic blood splattered over her like water from a burst bag, soaking her clothes. She bawled even harder, tears and snot smearing across her hands as she wiped at her face. When she finally dared to look, the monster in front of her was nothing but a stump of spine. The python's head lay at her feet, its eyes still gleaming with excitement, unable to grasp its own death. Still trembling, Du Shiji glanced at Lin Nao and saw her friend gasping for breath, staring at the gray sky while her chest heaved. Nao, what just happened? Du Shiji sobbed, rolling down her sleeves as sticky snake blood dripped to the ground. Lin Nao was just as pale but forced herself to stay calm. I don't know, someone saved us. Did you see who it was? Du Shiji asked, scanning their surroundings as if a bodyguard might appear at any moment. No, Lin Nao said, recalling a flash of steel. I only saw a massive blade like a giant scythe come down from the sky, and then the head was off. The two girls leaned against each other, hearts pounding. They looked up but saw only ruined buildings and a darkening sky. No one was there. They had no idea Xiao Hao was hiding just around the corner, hardly daring to breathe. I don't know who you are, but thank you so much, Lin Nao said once she had steadied herself. wiping blood and tears from her face and bowing to the empty air. Du Shiji's voice shook as she echoed, "Thank you, I don't even know how to repay you." When no one appeared after a short wait, Lin Nao sighed. "Come on. Whoever it was has either left or doesn't want to be seen." Doesn't want to be seen? Could it be the first player? Du Shiji whispered, recalling rumors of a legendary powerhouse. "I don't know. But if it really is the first player and he prefers to stay hidden, we'd better respect that." At those words, Du Shiji nodded like a frightened rabbit, unaware that the hero she worshipped was none other than the Xiao Hao she daydreamed about. They dared not hope for more. "The first player already saved our lives. We can't trouble him to escort us," they silently agreed, gripping each other's hands. The severed snake body still twitched, spraying blood from the ragged cut. The stench made their stomachs churn, and they skirted the corpse, taking a side street. Their legs felt like jelly, and by the time they reached the next block the sun had slipped behind the buildings, leaving only a thin glow in the west. Xiao Hao followed in the shadows, legs nearly numb, silently grumbling that the walk felt endless. Suddenly a window overlooking the street flew open and a middle-aged woman leaned out, shouting, "Xiao Jia, don't come back. There's a snake." Hearing her mother's voice, Du Shiji's pent-up grief surged, and tears streamed down her face again. "It's okay, Mom, the snake is dead," she cried. A man bellowed from another window, "Nao, don't come home. There's a snake. Run." Lin Nao and Du Shiji exchanged watery smiles and shouted together, "Dad, it's fine, the snake is dead." The two girls, bonded like sisters, laughed and cried as they walked on, relieved to know their families were safe. Upstairs their parents kept shouting, "What do you mean dead? Get out of there. Run." Compared with their panic, the girls finally felt at ease. Watching their frantic parents, Lin Nao's chest warmed. "It's okay," she called back. "The giant python is dead. We're safe now." The parents upstairs were frantic, their voices already hoarse. "Run. Don't come back. Get out of here, there are snakes everywhere." Du Shiji and Lin Nao had just reached the lobby when the desperate screams stopped them cold. Snakes in the building? They'd only seen a giant python in the alley. Could there be more than one? They traded a glance, chills racing down their backs. "There are snakes everywhere, run." Someone shrieked. A heartbeat later, venomous snakes gushed from stairwell cracks, sewer grates, and the flower beds outside like noodles boiling over. Layers of writhing bodies piled atop one another, their icy eyes glinting with malice. Xiao Hao followed behind them, blinking at the torrent of reptiles pouring out as if they were free of charge. "Well, looks like someone kicked the nest," he muttered. They spun to flee, only to find the exit behind them blocked too. Countless snake eyes locked onto them, cold, patient hunters. "And no, please," Lin Nao trembled, then suddenly shouted, "Are you still there? Please help us." "Nao, don't be afraid, Dad's coming." Her father cried from upstairs, voice breaking. She winced and shouted back, "Don't come down, Dad. I wasn't calling you." Then she looked to the sky. "Please, I'm begging you, save us." Du Shiji caught on and joined her. "Help us. Help." As if in answer, the sky went black. A heavy veil of shadow swallowed the entire blockade domain of darkness. The survivors realized something supernatural was happening and began to scream skyward. "Save us. Please, living Bodhisattva. Anything you want, just save my daughter." Cries echoed through the building. Many dropped to their knees, pounding their foreheads on the floor while begging an unseen savior. "No need to call me a Bodhisattva," Xiao Hao murmured, patting the iron-hard muscles on his arms. He cleared his throat. "Let's get to work." Darkness surged through the neighborhood like a tide. It climbed walls, flooded streets, and seeped into the snake swarm. Brilliant scales drained of color, bodies shriveled and cracked shadow corrosion. Panic swept the surviving snakes, but no matter where they fled, the domain held them fast. Bodies thudded from branches and windowsills, piling on the ground. The people who'd survived cheered, bowing again and again to the heavens, some sobbing too hard to speak, vowing loyalty to their nameless savior. The tide of darkness receded, leaving only a blanket of dead snakes. Xiao Hao had cast both Dark Domain and Shadow Corrosion himself. The level 10 skills granted by his Shadow Hippocampus were far more than enough for creatures below level 0. He hadn't even needed to summon the seahorse. It was his first time using both abilities, and fatigue flooded his limbs, yet he felt his body tempering, like muscles flush and firm after a brutal workout. The cost was real, but so was the gain. With every monster gone and Lin Nao safe, Xiao Hao turned to leave. By his reckoning, her debt was paid. Had saved her twice now, along with her friends and family, and that made them even. All this just to walk someone home, and now it's night, he muttered. True night fell. On the avenue back, human and monster corpses lay scattered, blood dried to dark brown beneath the streetlights. Many soldiers knelt beside fallen comrades, shoulders shaking as they clutched torn uniforms. One stood on trembling legs and saluted a friend, arm held rigid for minutes without dropping. Xiao Hao walked the long street in silence, as if each step carried him years down the road of life. Back at his rented room, he tried to check casualty reports, only to find zero signal. Neighbors were cursing about dead phones as well. So even the cell towers are out. Not great for an internet addict like me, he said with a helpless shrug. Nothing to be done, might as well turn in early tonight. Ah, Xiao Hao jolted awake. Who's there? He growled, rolling out of bed. He yanked the curtains open, ready to erupt, only to freeze at the sight outside. Ever since his night vision awakened, darkness felt no different from daylight. His range of vision expanded several-fold. Beyond the seventh-floor window, a lone street lamp cast a dull, amber glow. Beneath it, the roof of a black sedan was caved in. A massive insectoid beast crouched on top. Several jointed legs hammered the windows, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. It looked like an oversized crimson scorpion. Claws as thick as pillars, 6 spindly limbs braced against the chassis, a segmented tail raised high, its stinger glinting coldly. A fiery carapace sheathed it like armor, and a maw of interlocking fangs snapped open and shut, while blood-red eyes pinned the terrified driver. Viscous saliva dripped between its teeth, sizzling on contact with the metal, smoke curling up from the small holes it burned. Inside, the driver pounded on the glass, hoarse screams threading through shattered panes. The entire building stirred, yet nobody dared speak. Curtains dropped in unison as residents shrank back, desperate not to be next. Xiao Hao felt no pity. The loudspeakers spent all afternoon telling everyone to get home and lock up. After the battle, the police and army risked their necks clearing monsters and roads, and this guy rolls in past midnight? Looking to die, or just seeking a thrill? He glanced at his silent phone. Cell towers are down, can't even call for help. An insect limb finally punched through the window. Xiao Hao knew rescue was impossible, 7th floor height or not. Even a shadow step couldn't beat the split second between life and death. A heartbeat later, he stood beneath the street lamp. The roof had been ripped off, the driver's upper body halfway down the beast's throat, blood spurting from severed vessels while it crunched away with wet snaps. The stench of liquor mixed with gore, and Xiao Hao frowned. The world's ending, and he's still drinking and drunk driving, no less. Some people really are beyond saving. He snorted. Serves you right. A faint rustle answered him. The creature paused mid-chew, crimson eyes fixing on the lone figure in the headlights. What are you staring at? Keep it up and it'll gouge those eyes out, Xiao Hao said, voice like ice. The giant scorpion shuddered and bolted. After several meters it hesitated. Why run? It had power enough to crush any human. 6 legs scraped the asphalt as it pivoted back, murderous gaze locking on Xiao Hao once more. Its tail whipped forward, the stinger slicing through the air. Perfect. The ghost scythe ring fused into Xiao Hao's finger bones. He crossed his arms in an X and slashed. Schlick. The tail was severed into chunks, meat and ichor splattering across the ground. Agony drove the creature berserk, carapace grinding on pavement with a shrill scrape. Yet even tailless, it dared not close in. The icy aura spilling from the ghost scythe ring reminded it exactly who stood before its king, who had commanded the heights earlier that day. It tried to turn and run, but a gigantic reaper's scythe skewered it, the razor tip biting through the concrete floor and nailing the insectoid monster in place. The scythe but was linked to Xiao Hao's outstretched index finger. The creature's limbs twitched twice, then went slack. Spirit orbs 30 flashed across his retina before fading. The night was pitch black, the yellow street lamps casting a damp halo. From shattered apartment windows, survivors spotted the familiar black trench coat and trembled with excitement. The #1 player. He's unbelievable. That thing could flip a car, and he crushed it with one finger. A cool summer wind swept away Xiao Hao's drowsiness. Residents above and below erupted like rabid fans. #1 player, over here. Can I get your autograph? It's cold, share my bed, it'll keep you warm. Shut up, you foot-scratching creep upstairs. My bed smells amazing, guaranteed satisfaction. Silence. Don't tarnish our idol. With the monster dead, their courage swelled, and the pleas for signatures or sleepovers came in waves. A vein jumped on Xiao Hao's forehead. Why were his fans so different from everyone else's? Had that shameless college girl convinced them he liked this sort of thing? No way. Forget it. Damn. He slipped into the darkness and vanished. If he ran into that girl again, she was in for a lesson. She was far too mischievous and had corrupted the whole crowd. Thanks to his shadow talent, Xiao Hao was virtually invisible, so he didn't worry about being seen. Back in his cramped rental, head just flopped onto the bed when a piercing scream rang out. Seriously? In the middle of the night? He threw off the blanket, pulled on his coat, and yanked the curtains open. A dragonfly-sized giant insect was crawling up the wall opposite. Inside, a woman shrieked non-stop, and the bug jammed a limb into her window frame, pounding the glass. Why are there still so many mobs? Didn't we sweep the place during the day? Even as he grumbled, another scream echoed from elsewhere in the city. His gut told him sleep was off the table tonight. Hood pulled tight. He turned into a streak of black light and dove off the roof. The insect's sharp limb had just punched through the window when a shadow flashed past, slicing it clean in half. Half its body and a splash of green goo plummeted, splattering on the street. The twitching stump soon stilled. The aurora shadow vanished, but unease gnawed at Xiao Hao. The insect population was enormous. Daytime sweeps were little more than flyovers, leaving countless stragglers, not to mention the nocturnal breeds. Now the hidden threats were erupting at once, and things could only get worse. Watching the spirit orbs counter-inch upward, Xiao Hao made up his mind. Grind through the night, sleep by day. Fewer monsters spawned in the real world, and the rewards were smaller, but it was safer than being yanked into an otherworldly dungeon. Standing on a high-rise roof, he rubbed his aching temples. Had quit his job, yet felt more like a wage slave than ever. The company used to squeeze him, now the game did. Ridiculous. After cutting down several more giant bugs, a burst of gunfire cracked in the distance. The more he mixed with armed survivor groups, the greater the risk of exposing himself. Xiao Hao hesitated, then slipped back into shadow and headed for the firefight. The expressway spanned the mountains, and Xiao Hao instantly recognized it as the battleground where the towering tree had fallen earlier that day. The road sign he had seen on the live stream had bought him just enough time to change his gear. Without it, concealment would have been impossible. What remained of the colossal tree lay across the roadway like a gigantic skeleton, its splintered trunk swarming with outsized insects. Xiao Hao caught on immediately their mutations came from devouring the dead tree. Damn it. Even in death this thing causes trouble, he muttered. A rolling thunder of engines followed. Convoys of troop carriers, tanks, and attack helicopters converged, their gunfire and artillery merging into deafening chaos. In the middle of the highway, warped beasts tore open the steel hulls of tanks, eviscerating the soldiers inside in scenes too horrific to look away from. Bullets rattled against their dark carapaces, sparking uselessly. Only when every weapon focused on one creature could it finally be battered to death. Unless a tank shell hit deaden, it raised nothing but dust and concussion. Grenade shrapnel barely scratched their armor. The ground was strewn with bodies ripped into pieces, white brain matter, crimson organs, and torsos still twitching. Scorpion-like monsters snapped soldiers in half with half-meter pincers or drove stingers straight through their hearts. Men severed at the waist dragged themselves across the gravel, intestines spilling, fingertips shredding against the stones before life fled them. Mosquito beasts thrust thick proboscises into flesh. Centipedes gnawed with serrated mandibles. Spiders spewed corrosive webs. Rhinoceros beetles swung oversized horns. Some insects skewered a soldier's thigh, hauled him toward a nest, then yanked him back again and again, shrieking in what sounded like twisted play. Deep inside the fallen trunk, an enormous milky white queen crouched, the half-meter maw at her tail extruding slime-coated eggs. Each one hit the ground only to be ripped open by lumbering caterpillars, mucus splattering in every direction. Egg sacs packed the hollow interior, where thick larvae writhed in suffocating masses. Charge! For Longwa! Longwa forever! The line was collapsing, yet no one retreated. Soldiers formed overlapping fire circles, backs pressed together, faces streaked with sweat and gun smoke. Their fingers locked on the triggers of assault rifles, barrels glowing white-hot. Recoil battered their arms, blood trickled from split lips, but none dared wipe it away. Monsters roared, soldiers roared back, their throats long since raw. Under the glaring floodlights, smoke curdled into a gray curtain, while muzzle flashes slashed like lightning through the air. Through that turmoil Xiao Hao saw, buried in their dilated pupils, a fear they could not hide. Suddenly, in the command post amid the chaos, he spotted a familiar face, Detective Captain Wang He. Get him back. Wang bellowed. Captain, he's too far. We can't reach him. Too far or not, bring him back. Hundreds of meters away, a soldier was being toyed with by a monster. His legs were red stumps, yet he kept dragging himself forward on his elbows, trying to reclaim his weapon for one last act of defiance. Wang's eyes burned with rage and grief. He longed to sprint across the gap and haul the man to safety, but a living wall of insects left no space. All he could do was roar at the sky, staring at that lonely figure fighting and bleeding on the other side of the swarm. The soldier's hands were drenched in blood, especially his left palm, which had been pierced by a jagged branch, white bone faintly showing through the torn flesh. His weapon lay barely 2 meters ahead. One more desperate crawl, and he could almost reach it. Then a shadow swallowed the light. Behind him, the insectoid shrieked with glee as a giant mantis-like beast, the size of a light armored vehicle, raised its scythe-shaped forelimbs and stabbed straight for the soldier's thigh. Agony exploded through him. He braced for another brutal drag across the ground. Instead, the mantis blade slammed into a jet-black reaper's scythe. That scythe fractured in a blink. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and in an instant 5 blades of darkness hacked downward. With a wet crack, 5 bone-deep clefts split the creature's shell, carving its massive body into airborne chunks. A chill from the ghost scythe ring rolled across the field. The surrounding monsters froze as if bound by invisible chains, none daring a single step forward. The Longwa soldier kept squeezing the trigger out of sheer habit, the hail of bullets churning the insect's remains to pulp. Only after several heartbeats did the front line register the unnatural stillness. Gunfire faded, smoke drifted, and the battlefield sank into a suffocating silence. Wang He stare locked onto the wounded soldier. He caught a flicker of black in the haze, and his voice cracked. The first player. Before anyone else reacted, Xiao Hao flashed to the soldier's side, hauled him up with one hand, bent his knees, and leapt. Hundreds of meters vanished beneath them. He landed cleanly on the thin line that separated life from death at the heart of the highway. Concrete caved beneath the impact, spiderweb cracks spreading several meters. Searchlights from troop carriers and helicopters tracked him on instinct, outlining the dust on his black coat, while his face remained hidden behind a shadowed mask. Ahead of him stood Longwa soldiers out of ammunition, yet still defiant. Behind him writhed an ocean of monsters. Xiao Hao was a living border between the human world and hell. Where are the other players? He asked, passing the gravely wounded soldier to Wang He. Wang He's reply was tight, with restrained frustration. Longwa is more than Longlong City. Most players came by day, but they had to return to their own districts. No one expected another beast tied the moment they left. They couldn't make it back in time. Xiao Hao surveyed the scene. Soldiers, splattered with blood and monster ichor, clutched their rifles. Arms trembled from endless recoil. One coughed up blood only to realize the stock had shattered his sternum. Every pair of eyes was bloodshot, a mix of pain, resentment, and helplessness teetering on the edge of collapse. He pressed his lips together and slowly turned around. Through the rolling smoke lay a downed gunship, wrecked tanks, and shredded troop carriers. Green acid still sizzled across torn plating. Severed limbs and mangled flesh littered the ground, spilled blood pooling dark in shell craters. In mere minutes, more than half the soldiers had fallen. Those still breathing wore the same mask of blood and tears. Xiao Hao understood their silent reproach. They blamed him for arriving too late. Xiao Hao saw the pain in those smoke-stained, bloodshot eyes. They were really blaming themselves for being too weak. Along the shattered defense line, the soldiers used only flesh and bone to build a wall, holding the creatures at bay with their lives, because one more step back would expose Blue Dragon City, home to tens of millions of civilians. The monster tide had come too fast, and everyone knew reinforcements from Longwa could not appear in an instant. Even so, none of them ran. They gritted their teeth and trusted that someone would eventually arrive. They staked everything on the black silhouette atop the skyscraper, and their faith was rewarded. The first player did not let them down. By nature, Xiao Hao was gentle and seldom angered. If the deep-sea wraith had not pursued him like a rabid dog, threatening his life, he would have kept that fire of revenge buried in his heart. In the survival game, whether facing a boss-level Cambrian mantis shrimp or being cornered by swarms of spiny fish, he never cursed fate. He simply searched calmly for a way out. But now rage finally surged through his chest. He had grown up an orphan, rarely touched by kindness, yet he had never hated the world for it. His quick mind told him that today's peaceful life was bought by people who carried the burden for others. He rejected the idea that no one loves me meant the world owes me. If they were gone, the orphan Xiao Hao would face a life hundreds of times more brutal. Human hearts are inherently conflicted. Apathy and violence churned within him. Searing anger burned his chest, and bloodshot veins spread across his eyes behind the mask. Suddenly, his shadow boiled like ignited black oil, swelling, rolling, stretching. In that instant, darkness descended. Beneath the blinding white beams of troop carriers and helicopters, everyone saw Xiao Hao's eerie shadow. It writhed like a living thing, seething across the ground and devouring the light. As though the abyss itself had broken the surface, a silent black tide that swallowed the shattered giant tree and the entire battlefield. Darkness boiled, blotting out the sky. The monsters had thought this king would spare them as he had in daylight. Now they realized how wrong they were. He meant to wipe them out. The domains of the 7 shadow seahorses merged with Xiao Hao's own, layering eightfold pressure that left every creature parched, as if their fluids were being drained. Where their eyes could not reach, filamentous strands of life were peeled away and drawn into the shadow. The human soldiers were just as unnerved. Flashlights, headlights, and searchlights burned at full power, yet none could pierce the murk. They could not see their own hands. Sensing their fear, Xiao Hao pulled the darkness back from the human lines and dropped it entirely over the insect beasts. Beams still poured forward, but they fell into a black hole and vanished. The beating rotors screeched in the void. In the helicopter cabins and over the ground command channel, Wang He and several squad leaders whispered their thoughts. Do you think he can win? Hard to say, but as the first player he shouldn't die here. The fog is his, he must know what he's doing. Facing that many monsters alone, if they don't kill him, exhaustion might. Whatever happens, keep the troops on alert and concentrate your fire. Understood. Wounded soldiers pressed bloody bandages to their sides and stared at the fog. Muffled rips and thuds drifted out, the raw sounds of beasts tearing into each other. Whenever an insect beast charged toward the edge, a wet crack of blade through flesh flung it back into the dark, its life withering almost instantly. After barely a minute, a lone figure stepped from the mist. His stride was steady, his presence overwhelming. The haze fell away to reveal a ravaged field. Monster corpses everywhere, some slain by each other in the darkness, some desiccated, some sliced as if by lasers, others torn apart by invisible force. The brood mother that had laid eggs inside the fallen giant tree was minced to pulp. Countless eggs ruptured, their foul slurry oozing like sap from the wood. A faint breeze carried the stench across the carnage, and Xiao Hao's trench coat snapped in the wind. The soldiers stared wide-eyed at the horror and then fixed their sights on Xiao Hao. So this is the first player. This is the first player. The soldiers burst into cheers of victory and survival, but the sound died within seconds. Black smoke clung to the shattered trenches, and the scattered caps and broken rifles on the ground reminded everyone how many friends had fallen here. Wang He clenched his teeth, swallowed a sob, and turned to the shadow where Xiao Hao stood. Join the Hualong Pool. The Dragon Kingdom needs you. Chunks of concrete slid from the collapsed bunker with a harsh scrape, forcing every eye back to Xiao Hao. The sight of that lone player suppressing the battlefield was still etched in their mind. She had held off the monster tide alone, more fearsome than an entire armored company. Xiao Hao kept his head lowered, darkness cloaking his mask. After a long silence, he slowly shook his head. Why? Wang He demanded, his voice tight with urgency. The soldiers around him visibly dimmed. With power like this, if Xiao Hao stayed, the front line might hold a little longer. Xiao Hao sighed, his voice low and resonant. One day you'll understand. Even before the words faded, his outline began to shimmer like mist, the sign that shadow shift was activating. Wang He lunged forward, his shout ripping through the stillness. I don't understand. Our players are already outmatched. We need someone like you to carry the burden, and you choose to run. The blurring figure froze. Xiao Hao lifted his head, the mask facing Wang He. The top players can't all join the Hualong Pool. With no further explanation, he dissolved into a streak of black light and blasted into the sky. If he joined the pool, every strike would be seen as official policy. One blow against another nation could spark a diplomatic crisis. The survival game had barely begun. He would not let rules chain his hands. As a lone wolf, his actions spoke only for himself. If foreign players provoked him, he could repay them 100-fold without his homeland bearing the blame. True escape is knowing your duty, yet refusing to shoulder what is fragile. Xiao Hao believed his path was upright. He had simply chosen the road that suited him best. If Wang He called it running away, so be it. He had no desire to argue. As a child, he feared ghosts on the night road. As an adult, he feared people. If humanity could truly unite, he would never need a mask. Someday, Wang He would understand. When Xiao Hao vanished, only ruins remained. Repressed emotions cracked open, and men's sobs rose and fell. Iron-blooded soldiers did not fear bleeding. They feared watching brothers die. They wept like children stripped of shelter. Their comrades lay dead, and no one knew how to face the families awaiting news. Tears blurred Wang He's vision. He bit his lip to keep from crying out. The commander stood nearby in silence. Every fallen soldier was a wound in his heart. Dust and dark red blood smeared the armor of trucks and tanks. Soldiers crouched between the tracks, gathering bodies, determined to bring everyone home. A midsummer night wind blew, yet its chill cut to the bone, as if the season itself had been frozen. Only the harsh breaths of men hauling body bags and ammo crates remained. No one spoke. From time to time, someone hacked at a monster's corpse in rage, and no one stopped him. High above, Xiao Hao watched for a long moment before turning away. Help! There's a bugin enormous bug. In a luxury high-rise, a 2-meter flying insect smashed through the balcony's glass door, shards scattering and catching the stark moonlight. Viscous fluid dripped from its belly, hissing and smoking as it corroded the expensive wood floor and sofa. In the bedroom, a family of 3 huddled in a corner. Before they could react, spear-like legs punched through the door. The solid wood exploded into splinters. The husband and wife shielded their little boy, slick-palmed but gripping a pair of golf clubs. The insect shrieked and lunged, their despair crystallizing in the dark. In that split second, a black and gold tail bristling with barbs whipped out of the shadows. It hooked the monster, driving the stinger deep and yanking the insect back into the living room so hard the wall cracked. The rescuer was the shadow seahorse. The creature's focus stayed on its prey. The wife raised her club for a sneak attack, but her husband yanked her back. Don't you recognize it? It's the one from the live stream. It's here to save us. Realizing her mistake, she held her breath. The 3 remained crouched, listening to the unseen battle clash across the shattered floor. Minutes later, silence fell. The mother clapped a hand over the boy's mouth. The husband hugged his wife and whispered, "Stay here. They'll check. Please don't go," she sobbed. "Trust me. That's the first player's summon it had to win." He kissed her forehead, tightened his grip on the club, and crept to the doorway. One glance turned his blood to ice. The insect's head was pulped, its torso mangled beyond recognition. Broken bones and torn muscle were strewn everywhere. Its legs were nailed into the floorboards, wings crumpled like discarded paper. The shadow seahorse had vanished. The furniture was wrecked, but gratitude drowned any concern for property. He lowered his guard and managed a grin uglier than a cry. "It's dead. The first player saved us." The family clung to each other, weeping softly. Scenes just like this were unfolding all over Blue Dragon City. Soldiers couldn't block every creature. Many insects had slipped in from the sky and even underground. To finish the cleanup quickly, The Mantis shrimps low and Earthbound stayed behind, while Xiao Hao released all 7 seahorses. Cries for help rose from every quarter, as if the entire city were sobbing. The 7 seahorses sprinted and hunted, while Xiao Hao himself bounded through the streets in spring-loaded combat boots. The city center was the most crowded and the most dangerous, so he headed there. In the distance, the hotel from earlier blazed with light, its outer walls crawling with beasts. Gunfire crackled from the rooms, desperate to stem the tide. On that same street from the afternoon, Xiao Hao walked forward step by deliberate step. Moon shadows danced, moonlight blurred. Leaves shivered over cracked concrete. A gust of wind rustled the leaves on either side of the street, scattering the moonlight into mottled patches across the pavement. Xiao Hao lifted his head. The silver glow traced the mask that split his face into light and shadow, giving him an eerie air. Ahead, the hotel tower blazed like a lighthouse in the dead of night, aloof, impossible to miss. He knew why. The authorities kept the lights on to lure monsters away and shield the city's civilians. The glass curtain wall was smashed into a honeycomb, yet the officers inside still sparred with the creature. So long as they held the line, the people were safe. Xiao Hao gazed at those battered yet admirable figures as if his eyes could pierce concrete and steel. Sparse radio reports echoed through every floor. Unit 1, 22nd floor, 3 bugs down, over. Copy that, Unit 3, over. Unit 1, 4th floor, 1 bug, over. Copy that, Unit 2, over. Freezer bait trap worked, bug number 6 neutralized. Unit 7 critically hurt, over. Alarm trap triggered, bug number 7 down. Units 12 and 13 Kia, over. Bait protocol active, 5 bugs inbound. Look after my family, Unit 9. The last line was practically a dying wish. Officer number 9, dust-covered and grimy, set the radio down and closed his eyes. A 3-meter caterpillar monster screeched as it lunged at him. Seconds passed. The pain never came. Confused, number 9 opened his eyes and saw only the back of a man in a black trench coat. The caterpillar lay neatly bisected from head to tail, its heads falling like mirror images. 4 remaining flyers were pinned to the floor by 4 enormous scythes, green ichor hissing as it gnawed at the expensive tiles. In the moonlight, he saw the stranger raise his right hand. Each scythe handle was linked to one of his extended fingers. The radio crackled again, the voice on the other end quivering. Unit 1. 9, you're alive. The first player is on site. Tell him we need backup at the giant tree's remains. We can hold here. Before number 9 could reply, the man in black spoke in a raspy voice. No need. I was just there. In the command room, the chief stammered. Thythan, the giant tree, did we win? I mean, did you stop it? The man turned toward number 9 and spoke calmly into the radio. Relax. Every monster there is dead. He then looked at the half-kneeling officer. Take me to the command room. Number 9 wished he would help the other floors instead. There are still monsters upstairs, our brothers. They're already dead, Xiao Hao said evenly. Every creature in this building is gone. Though he had stepped onto only this floor, his domain of darkness had already seeped through the entire tower. Even as he spoke, the last monster's life flickered out. Across the building, officers who had been fighting, laying traps, or fleeing paused in shock, staring at insectoids that had toppled over without a sound. Number 9's voice shook. You mean every monster in the tower is dead? Yes. Xiao Hao nodded. Number 9 could barely form words. He grabbed the radio in a rush. Unit 1. Joyful sobs burst through the speaker. Bring our hero to the command room. The hotel corridor was littered with shattered wall sconces, splintered glass, mangled bodies, and streaks of monster slime. Officer number 9 advanced carefully over the debris and blood, giving Xiao Hao a terse update. We're playing Catan Mouse with these creatures inside the hotel, taking one down whenever we can. The squads go in one at a time. When the first team falls, the next replaces them. We're just trying to buy time. In other words, several teams have already died before us. He added, send in too many at once and the casualties skyrocket, so we fight guerrilla style until outside backup arrives. Xiao Hao listened in silence. He started to ask the officer's name, but number 9 shook his head. In here we don't have names, only numbers with side squid numbers. Keep the names for the tombstones. When the elevator doors slid open, another unit, uniforms tattered to rags, stood at attention, saluting as one. Xiao Hao hesitated a heartbeat, then returned the gesture. The lighting was dim, their faces just silhouettes, but Captain number 1 greeted him warmly. First player, you've had a rough run. Xiao Hao disliked small talk. I'm fine. Tell me where you still need support. His calm, matter-of-fact tone seemed to put the captain at ease. This way, please. The hotel wasn't only guest rooms, it also housed back-of-house areas such as the manager's office and surveillance center. Number 1 led Xiao Hao into the control room, where a wall of monitors showed hallway feeds from every floor. Many screens had already gone dark, cameras smashed during the chase. The captain stopped at the rightmost row of screens, his expression grave. The cell tower's been damaged, so civilians can't make emergency calls. We lured the monsters into the hotel to keep casualties down. These monitors weren't displaying the hotel, but the perimeter of the communications hub. In Longhua, cutting-edge telecoms meant a single tower could cover an entire city, and although the carrier was a state monopoly, it never shortchanged the public. If the tower fell, the whole city's network would collapse. Normally, there was backup equipment, but the facility was now too dangerous for anyone to reach and repair or activate the reserves. The captain went on. We've sent in techs and officers, but anyone who gets close drops dead for no apparent reason. We suspect ghost-type creatures. Stranger still, nothing we do can draw them away. He pointed out the layout on the screen. That's the main server room, and over there's the office block. While he spoke, Xiao Hao memorized the tower's interior. The biggest problem is right here. The captain frowned. We don't know how many entities are inside, or how strong they are. Worse, these ghosts seem intelligent. Can you handle it? Xiao Hao gave no promise. He simply lowered his head, thinking, ghosts. Intelligent ones. Could it be another ghost born from a dead player? Did any players die in Longlong City? The unrelated question made the sheriff frown, but he still answered. 3 players were killed during the battle with the giant tree. How exactly did they die? Let me see their files. Xiao Hao got straight to the point. The sheriff turned and spoke into his radio, ordering the records. While they waited, he lowered his voice. So the one holding the relay tower might really be a player who died? Xiao Hao nodded. When players die, they can become ghosts. If it shows intelligence, there's a good chance a player is behind it. Before he finished, his game interface erupted with lines of scrolling comments. Weird. How does the streamer know dead players can turn into ghosts? Is he guessing? He's too accurate. The sheriff needed confirmation. Can players really become ghosts? How do you know? Xiao Hao understood that convincing the sheriff wasn't the real challenge. Calming the viewers was. You know about our player interface, right? He tapped the air as a reminder that the sheriff couldn't see it, but had heard of it. I met a ghost in a survival game. I tested it. The ghost knew the interface and used it skillfully. It clearly had a mind of its own. Maintaining a thoughtful expression, he added, so I deduced that some ghosts might be players who died. The sheriff fell silent. Xiao Hao glanced at the barrage of comments, worried the audience would get suspicious. The idea that dead players could become ghosts affected everyone's safety. He had to share it with the authorities, even if it meant taking a risk. Wait, when did he test the ghost? Anyone got a summary? It was the first time the ghost's attack was reflected. It played dead outside the door. Xiao Hao told it had posted its behavior on the forum. If it hadn't known about the forum, it wouldn't have gone berserk, but it did so. He guessed it was a former player. Damn. Genius. My idol. He's definitely beating this game. I want his autograph. The chat flooded with "We believe you," and Xiao Hao finally relaxed, silently thanking the imaginative fan who had pieced it all together. The sheriff snapped back to attention and nodded solemnly. That intel is critical. We'll take every precaution. Footsteps approached. An officer entered and handed over 3 files. Xiao Hao skimmed them quickly. 1. Huadonglan, female, floating island survival player. Guardians, Needle Bee, Vulture Banshee. 2. Chang Jiqian, male, underground survival player. Guardians, Fisher Worm, regenerating leech. 3. Xiao Changnan, male, nightmare survival player. Guardian, Ghost Banner. The first 2 profiles were ordinary stable families, happy lives. Xiao Hao's eyes locked onto the third, Xiao Changnan, older brother of Qiao Yanan. Since returning to the real world, Xiao Hao kept running into Qiao Yanan for reasons he couldn't explain, or, more accurately, for reasons best described as a troublesome fate. Qiao Changnan is 24, a prodigy attorney with a 90% win rate in criminal defense. His resume overflows with competitions, prizes, and milestones. Xiao Hao skimmed them in seconds. He leafed through the slim folder. Awards and records flashed past, yet only one line gripped him. Life-changing event. During high school, Qiao Yanan committed suicide. That year, the grieving parents raised havoc at the school, but got nowhere. Afterward, the once ordinary boy seemed shattered and reforged. When he resurfaced, he was an academic juggernaut who swept the entire year. The folder snapped shut with a sharp crack that echoed through the quiet office. Frowning, Xiao Hao opened it again, closed it, did so twice more, and finally looked up. The police captain had waited in silence. When Xiao Hao exhaled, the captain spoke. You think the base station malfunction was Qiao Chengnan's doing? Hard to say. Xiao Hao tapped the pages. But among the 3 suspects, he does look the most likely. The precinct had hit a wall, but Xiao Hao remained unfazed. No monster so far exceeded level 10, and his skill set covered every angle. Even if that odd ghost bested him, he could still escape. We'll check it out. The top player's words let the captain breathe easier. Need a ride? No, a car's too slow. Xiao Hao strode to the window and pushed it open. A rush of night wind lifted the papers. Reflexively, the officers looked up just in time to see him vault off the sill, his silhouette overlapping the full moon. Salute. Dozens of hands snapped up. Only when the night sky was empty did the command fall away. The official file called Xiao Changnan a low-level player whose lone skill, Ghost Banner, could only phase objects. Xiao Hao didn't buy it. Wearing jump-enhanced boots, he dashed across rooftops, muttering, Ghost Banner. The livestream chat erupted. Ghost Banner total Easter egg. The host Ghost Scythe Ring is early game gold, but Xiao's banner scales even harder. Heads up. Binding the banner locks you out of Warlord Guardian, but grants absolute loyalty from Unit Guardians. Unit Guardians? Ghost count, right? Ghosts kick, but betray you. With the banner ID enslave 100 of them. Haha. That last sleazy comment wiped the smile from Xiao Hao's face. Interdimensional viewers no sense of his struggles. Head looted the Ghost Scythe Ring only after burning every trick in the book to down a final boss. By that logic, had Qiu Chengnan soloed a boss too? The guy was absurdly strong. If he was that powerful, how could he have died in the big war? Unless he never died at all. Fake death skills aren't rare. If Qiu Chengnan has been hiding, waiting to avenge his sister, everything clicks. The thought sobered Xiao Hao. The world is full of talent. Complacency kills. Luckily, the ghost banner was exposed while still fledgling otherwise. The fallout would be unimaginable. Lost in thought, Xiao Hao suddenly caught sight of a towering communications tower on the horizon. It rose from the outskirts where silver moonlight should have gleamed, yet the area was smothered in damp, clammy cold. As he advanced, police officers several kilometers away picked up his figure on the hotel's exterior cameras. Unfortunately, every interior lens had been destroyed. To repair the tower, the first hurdle was a heavy iron door. The technician sent earlier hadn't even managed to push it open. He now lay sprawled on the ground, skin turned purple, several thin poison needles lodged in his chest. Xiao Hao crouched to inspect the corpse, the chill flesh giving off a sickly sweet stench. Suddenly a shrill hiss cut through the air. Poison needles thudded into the spot where he had knelt, burying themselves in the gravel. He sprang up, landing on an overhead utility pole, his shadowy form blending with the night as he fixed his gaze on a glass window of the tower. Inside, a tumtor-long vulture paced back and forth. From its neck grew the snarling head of a female ghost, and its whip-like tail bristled with needles. The ghost's blood-red eyes locked onto Xiao Hao, and the entire creature began to blur, dissolving like mist, exactly like the dossier's description of Hui Donglan. Yet she was never supposed to wield such phantom-like abilities. Her aura barely reached level 5, offering no sense of oppression, and the contradiction gnawed at Xiao Hao's mind. He melted into shadow and slipped through the gap beneath the door. The interior of the tower, which serviced the entire city, was as vast as an auditorium. Offices, rows of equipment racks, and crisscrossing cables filled his view. In the dead gloom, only the thud of his boots echoed, hammering at his nerves. He sensed more than one pair of eyes watching from the darkness. Rounding a massive console, he suddenly faced a blank-eyed Manchong Ziqian. Why was this dead player standing here? In the next instant, Chong Ziqian's face split open like a parasite blooming. His entire head splayed into a flower of bloody petals, revealing a maw packed with fangs. He whipped his neck, sending a flat strip of flesh studded with teeth slashing toward Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao pushed off the floor and vaulted upward, but in midair a vulture woman materialized and lashed his back with her needle-lined tail. With a dull crack, he was flung like a severed kite into the concrete, dust billowing around him. Above the swirling grit, a 5-meter-long spider with a human face clung to the ceiling. 6 pitch-black eyes stared down in icy detachment, and beneath its abdomen a massive, torn mouth dripped viscous saliva. A purplured tongue slithered out, its broad surface imprisoning a human face that writhed in agony. Before the dust settled, a stunning woman leaned from behind a machine. She wore only a bikini top. Her alluring torso ended in a thick serpentine tail. Amber pupils flickered, a sweet smile mingling with wary poise, scales scraping the concrete in a hiss of white lines. Thud thud thud. Heavy footsteps drew near. A man approached, hands in his pockets, a contemptuous smirk curling his lips. The so-called first player? Not so impressive after all. The legendary first player? So much for that title. The man spoke carelessly as the serpent woman lifted a dark brown armchair and placed it behind him. He crossed one leg over the other, the faint sound of leather brushing together, while her supple fingertips kneaded the tension from his shoulders. Is that so? As the gunpowder haze thinned, a figure in emerald armor stepped into the open. The lounging man narrowed his eyes. What Donglin's barbed tail had fired poison quills, yet not a scratch marked his body. So it really is you, Qiu Chengnan. Xiao Hao, clad head to toe in jade green armor, fixed his gaze on the opponent who had suddenly revealed himself. Fallen from grace? Hardly. He had merely tossed out a lure to draw the snake from its hole. The next instant, chaos erupted. The vulture harpy's tail feathers quivered, launching a storm of venomous needles. A human-faced spider hanging from the ceiling hurled sticky webs. Chong Ziqian's whip-like strands of bloody flesh lashed in from every angle. Guardians? Who doesn't have a few of their own? Xiao Hao barked, and the peacock mantis shrimp materialized with a crash. 2 gigantic jade scythes spun like twin turbines, sweeping aside the poison hail with a metallic clatter. The needles clanged to the floor, webs and flesh strands were shredded into pulp. No matter how grotesque low-level monsters looked, they were still low-level monsters. In a flash, the mantis shrimp's antennae shot forward, scales flashing cold light. They skewered 3 targets: the vulture harpy, the human-faced spider, and Chong Ziqianthan slammed them into the concrete. Cracks spiderwebbed across the floor. Unlike Xiao Hao's jade armor, their bodies offered no such protection and split apart at the edges. Dust billowed. Chong Ziqian suddenly rebounded, his body morphing into a hulking humanoid insect and pouncing at Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao didn't flinch. Chong Ziqian had underestimated the mantis shrimp. A blur sliced through the air, stretching time itself. Blood droplets hung suspended. Dead leaves drifted lazily. Clouds slid past the moon. The scythe's speed shattered every limit. One stroke turned into a meat grinder. Chong Ziqian spilled at Xiao Hao's feet. More accurately, he became a bucket of shredded flesh. Behind the shadowy mask, Xiao Hao's lips curled, then froze. The bloody mash was writhing, a crimson mire gluing itself to his boots. Ground to pulp and still alive? The answer clicked. Chong Ziqian's guardian was the regenerative worm. With that bond, he must have maxed out the regeneration skill, but this level of recovery was obscene. The living sludge crept up Xiao Hao's greaves like sentient mud. Even inside full armor, his stomach churned. He jerked a leg upward, only to sink deeper, trapped in a viscous swamp. The jade armor's color drained away. His whole form became a blackened white aurora of shadow as he flashed back onto the mantis shrimp's carapace. Retreat. Cut off the head, the body dies. The mantis shrimp whipped its scaled antennae straight at Xiao Chengnan. The serpent woman massaging Xiao Chengnan suddenly slid in front of him, using her slim, feminine arms to seize both whipping antennae in an iron grip. Amber eyes flared, and the captured Linha antenna began to petrify. Ash-white crystals raced along its length, covering it in the span of a heartbeat. Acting on instinct, the mantis shrimp swung its blade. With a sharp crack, it severed the nearly stone-solid segment. At the same moment, the lamia hurled the stony fragment to the floor, where it shattered into gravel. A breath later, fresh antennae sprouted from the mantis shrimp's crown, unfurling until they looked brand new. Only then did Xiao Chengnan realize just how troublesome the first player was. He rose from his chair, eyes like blades, and fixed Xiao Hao with a glare. If you think that's all I can do, you're underestimating me. Before the words had faded, his body turned to mist and vanished, taking the 4 monsters with him. Silence slammed down. Xiao Hao scanned the room, frowning. A flash of cold light appeared above his right. Shadera poison dart arced toward him at a wicked angle. So subtle, even the mantis shrimp noticed a beat too late. The dart struck his jade armor with a series of crisp clangs, leaving no mark. Xiao Hao reversed his grip and swept the jade scythe, the blade shrieking through the air. It cut straight through the vulture harpy, yet the figure behaved like a hologram. The scythe passed cleanly through and the image dissolved. Phase shift. A chill ran through him. A technique that ignores physical damage. Monsters in this nightmare game all seemed to wield that broken ability near immunity, if not absolute. A shadow fell before he could think further. A massive serpentine tail smashed down. He rolled aside, and with a muffled boom, the concrete floor split into a winding crack. The shockwave made the scattered darts quiver. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted they weren't phased. Once separated from the body, they lost that ability. By the same logic, the tail had been solid the instant it hit the ground. The idea flashed Xiao Chengnan's creatures had to become tangible the moment they attacked. If he struck during that heartbeat, he could hurt them. It was still a game. Nothing was truly invincible, not even an Easter egg. Decision made, Xiao Hao slid forward, a black blur. Mantis shrimp, ultimate move mantis scythe. He called. The memory of being cornered by that very skill still stung. Now he would turn it against Xiao. Phasing drained stamina, and Xiao was likely hiding in some blind spot, barely holding on. Whoosh, the air boiled. The oversized scythe swept in rapid succession, blade images stacking while a violent vortex roared to life. Windows rattled, cables whipped, paperwork swirled, and furniture skidded across the floor. Outside, the maelstrom poison darts and strands of web streaked in, only to be shredded to confetti. Enough! Xiao Chengnan roared from behind a piece of equipment in the corner. In this cramped room, Xiao Hao's turbulence left him no place to hide. This wasn't the open ocean, and he had no space to dodge. Forced to solidify, Xiao stepped from the machine's shadow, face livid as he glared at Xiao Hao. We have no quarrel. Stay out of this, first player. He tried to sound calm, but his ragged breathing betrayed how much stamina he had burned. A cold smirk curled Xiao Hao's lips. Humph, slaughtering all those people was bad enough, but you actually cut my internet. Now that's a real vendetta. He coughed twice in mock embarrassment, then corrected himself. Sorry, backward. You cut my internet, and on top of that you murdered all those people. Unforgivable. The mantis blades lowered, and Xiao Hao said coolly, Xiao Chengnan, you shouldn't have killed them. Through the voice changer in his shadow mask, his tone was low and electric, like a movie hero brandishing the sword of justice, every word striking home. If the man had come only to avenge his sister, Xiao Hao would have applauded, but the policemen and maintenance workers lying dead around them were innocent, and he couldn't accept that. Stay out of this. Calling you the first player was me giving you face. Push me again, and I'll recall my main force and fight you to the death, Xiao Chengnan snapped. Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow, so the man had found the same Easter egg and still had reserves after such a battle. He chuckled. Have you ever seen my troops fight for real? To him, the Mantis shrimp were just for show. His true ace was the shadow seahorse. Its defense-ignoring skill, dark corrosion, was his ticket to victory. You asked for it, Xiao Chengnan said, his voice turning icy. Two translucent figures appeared at his sides, fading from shadow to flesh. On the left stood a bride in red from an ancient Longwool wedding, her face hidden beneath a scarlet veil, gold embroidery sparkling on her gown. On the right was a modern bride in white, her luxurious dress sweeping the floor beneath a gauzy veil. Two brides had suddenly joined the battlefield, and Xiao Hao blinked in confusion. Had he stumbled into a wedding? One was the cinnabar mole, the other the pale moonlight, yet both were equally cold. Kill him, Xiao Chengnan commanded. The red bride raised her hands in a graceful archaic salute, and the crimson ribbons coiled around her sprang to life, slicing through the air toward Xiao Hao. Mantis shrimp. At Xiao Hao's order, the creatures moved to cut the ribbons, but the white bride acted first. She spun like a dancer, skirts flaring. Midair, a second layer of gauze formed around Hera Gossamer heavenly veil. The white fabric whirled, enfolding every red ribbon and drifting, slow yet unstoppable, toward Xiao Hao. The mantis blades fell. Xiao Hao expected them to shred the veil, but he heard only the whisper of metal on paper. The blade slid over the gauze without leaving a mark. Stab with the tips, he ordered. The mantis shrimp lunged, but managed only faint scratches. The heavenly veil drifted on its own. No matter the angle of attack, it diverted each strike, the blades merely grazing the fabric. Even the full power thrust of the shrimp's antennae sank in like sticks in water, raising nothing but ripples. Seeing his mantis shrimp completely suppressed for the first time, a phrase flashed through Xiao Hao's mind. Soft overcomes hard. Heavy equipment filled the perimeter, so he couldn't risk the mantis shrimp's wide area strike, siphon peacock tail, and his battle line was crippled. He closed his eyes to sense the field for shadow seahorses were rescuing civilians. 3 more patrolled the edge. Return, he summoned the 3 patrol seahorses. Could a few layers of gauze really withstand dark corrosion? He didn't believe it. A black and gold noble burst from the game interface, shadows swirling. Red silk and white gauze were already horizo, he added black. Dark corrosion spread instantly, a night sky ready to devour all, blanketing the battlefield. The moment the black mist rose, Xiao Chengnan's face went paper white. Xiao Hao had assumed dark corrosion would finish Xiao Chengnan, yet the man's face flickered between decrepitude and youth, aging one heartbeat and rejuvenating the next. The sight jolted his memory players inherit every skill their units possess. Damn it, that was the true horror of the ghost banner. Every guardian ability converged in Xiao Chengnan's body. The age reversal was clearly Chang Ziqian's regeneration talent, one strong enough to force-feed life into a dying shell. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Chengnan's brow, proof that the reversal devoured stamina. He growled, all units, attack. Kill him. The battlefield flipped. The mantis shrimp's claws raked the white gauze dress without leaving a mark. Xiao Hao dismissed the creature and slipped into the shadows of his dark domain. The white gauze coiled around Xiao Chengnan, guarding against ambush, while the red ribbon prowled the station like a viper. Grass withered, metal rusted, the ribbon's touch mimicked the shadow seahorse's dark corrosion. Its radius swelled until it smothered almost the entire station. The duel jumped from probing to sudden death. Dark corrosion had once worn down a transcendent deep-sea wraith, yet it stalled against Xiao Chengnan. A chill settled in Xiao Hao's gut. Head hoped to avoid using the Rhea Persithe ring, a blatant cheat. Once guardians leveled into the teens and same-tier suppression vanished, the ring's threat would nosedive, and his real strength would be revealed. But the ribbon was sealing every exit, and he had no desire to learn firsthand what being wrapped in it felt like. Immortal body or not, he wasn't about to gamble. The Reaper's scythe roared free, a frigid gleam carving a pitch-black arc. In one sweep, the red and white gauze were cleaved apart. At the same tier, moonlight gauze would shrug off physical damage, but a transcendent scythe overrode the rules themselves, turning every defense into a joke. Impossible. Moonlight gauze is immune to physical attacks. Xiao Chengnan shouted in horror as the ruined ribbons disintegrated and drifted down. Xiao Hao stepped forward, treading on the torn fabric. You've lost. The ring's deathly aura rolled out with his words, and Xiao Chengnan's guardians shrieked alarms. Xiao Chengnan stood frozen, eyes vacant. A stomach-churning pain clawed at his heart, dredging up nightly nightmares after fighting so hard. Why was he still losing? He doubled over, clutching his chest, tears splattering the floor. Why I only wanted revenge. They could have joined forces against a common enemy. Yet he had marched too far down the extreme path. Xiao Hao sighed. You shouldn't have dragged innocence into this. When did I ever hurt innocence? Xiao Chengnan rasped, eyes blazing red. The bodies outside the station, are you saying none of that was your doing? The toxic darts only carry a paralytic. No one dies from it. Wake up in a day or two. Xiao Chengnan roared. Xiao Hao blinked. What? His mind short-circuited. The Reaper's scythe shrank until it was no thicker than a finger, and as the aura of the ghost scythe ring faded, Xiao Qingnan's guardian fell silent. Xiao Hao raised one hand, and 3 jet black, phantom seahorses dissolved into streaks of light that slipped into the night to keep patrolling and pulling people from danger. Whatever concerned Xiao Qingnan could wait. Do you have any idea how many people were in danger when the network went down, unable to call for help and forced to wait for death? Xiao Hao asked in a low voice. Xiao Qingnan's brow knitted. Didn't the evolution wave just end? He clearly hadn't heard about the new monster surge. Outside the city, the carcass of a giant tree was being devoured by swarms of shelled insects. On that charred stretch of ruins, an insectoid horde had already erupted. What did you just say? Xiao Qingnan's face went ashen, his voice hoarse. His eyes flickered as if he were battling an obsession within. After a moment, he nodded, pale but resolute. Let's go. We'll back them up. Xiao Hao's thoughts turned, and he instantly understood what the man had just surrendered revenge. To the world, Xiao Qingnan was already dead, free to strike at the man who had caused his sister's death. But if he showed himself now, retaliation would become far harder, especially with family still alive. No need. The swarm's been handled, Xiao Hao said, lifting his gaze to the night sky. My shadow seahorses are still patrolling above the city. The crisis was over. What really interested him was the revenge Xiao Qingnan had shelved. Tell me, you had exactly were you planning? With you? Xiao Qingnan's tone was guarded. You want me to explain how I intend to kill someone? To plan a murder with you? That was one reason Xiao Hao had refused to join Hualongqi. If he were a member, failing to arrest Xiao Qingnan right now would be dereliction of duty. He carried his own scale for good and evil. The apocalypse had already begun, and no one knew how far things would slide. When that happened, how much weight would the law still carry? Xiao Hao chuckled softly. Exactly. Let's discuss how to kill Jin Chuanfu. Xiao Qingnan's pupils contracted. What do you know? Did my sister say something to you before she died? I'm only guessing that Xiao Yanan's suicide was connected to Jin Chuanfu. Xiao Hao paused, then laid his identity bare. Back in middle school she did ask me for help, but I turned her down. Xiao Qingnan's breathing quickened. He fixed Xiao Hao with a hard stare. Why? When someone suffers, they reach out. She asked me, but she never told me how I could help. I was being hounded by thugs myself. I had nothing to give. Xiao Hao glanced at the battlefield-scarred ground, then added, I doubt I was the only one she turned to. You and the rest of the family must have seen the signals too. Did any of you care? Xiao Qingnan's fists clenched until the knuckles whitened, a slight tremor running through them. Xiao Hao had struck the nerve. A timid middle school girl had reached out to her family, only to be met with silence. Tragedy followed, and all that remained was years of guilt and remorse. Yes, he hadn't noticed his own sister's desperation. What right did he have to blame anyone else? As a lawyer, Xiao Qingnan was practiced at suppressing emotion when it mattered. He drew a deep breath and locked the rising fury away again. Why did you reveal who you are? With a quick check at that middle school, this prodigious attorney could have pinned down Xiao Hao's real name. Xiao Hao removed the shadow mask, and under the moonlight his eyes shone like crystal. Because we can work together. That's my goodwill. Sharing secrets is the quickest way to bring people closer. With leverage over Xiao Qingnan, Xiao Hao had no fear of being exposed. It's you. Xiao Qingnan's pupils contracted. The top-ranked player standing before him was the same Xiao Hao had been his sister Xiao Yanan's deskmate in middle school. For years her letters had been filled with that name, and it had always grated on him. You have a grudge against Jin Chuanfu too? Xiao Qingnan lowered his voice. Xiao Hao gave a thin, cold smile. Only one man could force the top student in our grade to drop out, and, by chance, offend me at the same time. Jin Chuanfu. Xiao Qingnan's eyes lit up. He dispelled the guardian head just summoned. Killing him isn't enough. His entire family has to pay. Don't test me, Xiao Hao said, pulling his shadow mask back on. If I had any mercy, I'd have joined Dragon Pool when they came calling. Anyone who hurt your sister, no matter how remote the link, kill them. I won't stop you. Besides, his gaze turned venomous behind the mask. Want every last one of them dead. Xiao Qingnan laughed, a hint of madness in the sound. Deal. When the laughter died, he took a deep breath and laid out his story. Xiao Hao summed it up in 4 points. 1. After Xiao Yanan's suicide, Xiao Qingnan swore to find the real culprit. He studied law to exploit every loophole that could finish off Jin Chuanfu, becoming a prodigy attorney in the process. 2. Just as his assassination plot began, the game descended. Forced to pause, he became a player. 2 days later he returned. Because had been reported missing, both the authorities and the Jin family learned his new status. 3. During the giant tree battle, players hired by the Jin family ambushed him. He counter-killed them, bound 2 assassins, faked his own death with a regeneration skill, and slipped back into the shadows to keep plotting. 4. To cut off the Jin family's calls for help, he captured the communications hub and lured their main force back to their estate, ready to wipe them out until Xiao Hao showed up unexpectedly and ruined the attempt. Sometimes reinforcements arrive too quickly for their own good, Xiao Qingnan said with a shrug. Xiao Hao felt as if had swallowed a fly had accidentally saved the entire Jin family. 2 ruthless men, each with limits, both sharp, both holding the other's secrets, and both after the same target perfect partners. They shared a look, shook hands, and said in unison, looking forward to working together. This attempt had failed, they would wait for the next. Xiao Chengnan phased into mist, leaving the entire communications base in Xiao Hao's hands. The heavy iron door groaned as Xiao Hao pulled it open and stepped outside. Inside the hotel surveillance room, rows of officers watched the monitors. Trench coat, hood, shadow mask, that familiar silhouette made them exhale in relief. Thank goodness, it's the #1 player. I told you, once he's on the job, nothing stays unsolved. Moves in the repair teams. Get the network back up. Squads of technicians and officers soon reached the site. Their eyes burned with admiration for Xiao Hao, but dimmed when they spotted the bodies on the ground. One by one they raised their hands in silent tribute. After battling all night, Xiao Hao was exhausted. Before he left, he lifted a finger. Don't bury them. They're not dead, just paralyzed. They'll wake in 2 days. With that, he leapt. The impact sent a ring of dust exploding outward. His lean figure crossed the sky, paused against the full moon, then turned into a sliver of darkness and vanished. Everyone froze as if their systems had crashed. Only when Xiao Hao was long gone did they come back to themselves. They stared after him, eyes brimming with tears that glittered like crystal in the moonlight. What? You're saying the first player not only doubled back to the hotel tower, but also snatched the comms relay from that monster? The armored truck lurched over the pitted street, and Wang He snapped his head up as if a bolt of lightning had hit him. He blurted out the question, only then noticing the raw burn in his throat. Those were 2 separate battlefields. How could he have cleaned them out so fast? Blood-streaked, exhausted soldiers packed the benches behind him. At the news, every spine straightened as though a fresh dose of adrenaline had slammed home, and light sparked back into their eyes. They had braced themselves to fight another round the moment they re-entered the city, yet before they even turned around, the first player had finished the job. Someone muttered, almost reverently, the first player forever a god. Wang He's hands trembled, and he drew a deep breath before slapping the door. All right, let's get moving and talk when we're back. Elsewhere, the lights in the police station conference room were cold and glaring. The director, the Legion commander, the mayor, and other officials ringed a long table, their tense debate drowning out the hum of the air conditioning. The Legion commander's voice rang out, firm and metallic. With great power comes great responsibility. One way or another, we have to locate the first player as soon as possible. The mayor frowned and shook his head. He's already refused to join Hualongpool several times. If we push too hard, won't we only drive him away? The director flipped through a thick dossier, his tone low and urgent. We can't give up. If the day comes when he's willing to sign on, and we aren't there to extend a hand, that's the real loss. The Legion commander slid a surveillance still across the table. In the image, a black long coat billowed in the wind, the hooded figure's hands shoved in his pockets, his face swallowed by shadows save for a faint, blurred curve of a smile. After a sip of water, he continued. A giant scythe, in human leaps, shadow meld stealth checks the boxes for assault, mobility, and concealment. Ordinary players always have weaknesses. He's a complete template. Intelligence suggests he carries more than 1 piece of game gear. The mayor paged through another stack. Stranger still is his guardian. Others share identical models, but his is the only one of its kind worldwide. So far we've seen troop-type guardians, but his war general variant hasn't even shown up yet. He soloed that massive flower chisel, and still held back. This level of sandbagging is terrifying. The director gripped the file, his jaw tight. Official Hualongpool players are unpredictable enough. This runaway stallion is a walking nuke. No one can guarantee he'll stay calm forever. What if some clown sets him off, and he decides on mutual destruction? Finding him is as much about giving him a comfortable environment, letting officers and soldiers get used to him at the very least, keep him on the right side of the law. As leader of the Bull Squad, Wang He closed the folder at the end of the table. Leave this part to us. We'll prep the talking points and comb the entire city. Even if we can't recruit him, we won't offend him. The Legion commander nodded. Good. Motion carried. Next agenda item. At that same moment, bright lights blazed in the Jin family's underground war room. Jin Fengnian slammed a palm on the table and glared at his dozing son, furious at the waste of potential. Jin Chuanfu, you'll stand for this meeting. Jin Chuanfu jerked upright in fright, beads of sweat sliding down his temple. Jin Fengnian's voice was ice cold. This corporation is not a one-man show. The old boss son has landed us in serious trouble, and the shareholders are furious. Old Jin, that boy needs to be kept on a short leash. One investor roared, slamming the table. If not for him, we wouldn't have lost 2 top players. We could have recruited that classmate's brother, but he was pushed into becoming an enemy and ended up dead. A second shareholder chimed in. And the losses are more than just 2 players. Now we're stuck cleaning up after him. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? We're businessmen, not officials or politicians. No matter how wealthy we are, we'd better know our limits. Play with fire, and we could lose everything overnight. The air in the conference room was electric. Jin Fengnian sat at the head of the table without rebuking anyone. Though he held an absolute majority, He understood that lasting success in this world required collective strength. His son's mess was his burden to bear, and he let the shareholders vent. Off to the side, Jin Chuanfu was baffled. These men usually groveled before his father. Why were they so bold now? And why was his father suddenly so humble? To him, it was just forcing himself on a girl. She's not the first, and she won't be the last. Xiao Yanan is simply making trouble, he thought. Her brother only became a player by dumb luck, and he's already dead anyway. Even so, he kept silent. Behaving in front of his father was the safest play. The scolding dragged on for more than 10 minutes before the shareholders finally eased off. Everyone at this table was a seasoned player who knew not to pull the rope too tight. At last, Jin Fingyan spoke. Enough. Thank you for covering for Chuanfu. Next, the 6-degree space project continues. Recruit as many players as possible. The message was clear. No matter what disaster Jin Chuanfu had caused, Jin Fingyan's project was untouchable. It was their future profit and their safety net. The conversation moved to implementation details, and by the end, they added a cleanup program to the agenda, compile a list of everyone they had offended and eliminate them before the game updated again. The list included Xiao Hao and the parents of Qiu Qingnan. After the meeting, Jin Fingyan returned to his office, replaying the bodyguard's footage of his son's drunken rampage at the class reunion. Rage boiled over, and he lashed out at Jin Chuanfu right then and there. Years earlier, when Jin Chuanfu secretly framed Xiao Hao, Jin Fingyan had nearly coughed up blood. A parentless kid who could survive on society's fringes and still top his class, that kind of talent was exactly what Head wanted for the company. If Xiao Hao had joined them, the Jin family's power would have been a sure thing. But his stupid son managed to offend the boy before even meeting him. Why did Liu Bei succeed? Because he had good men around him. Jin Fingyan fumed. Even if you're useless yourself, you can still stay on top with talented people, yet you drive them away. To make matters worse, despite everything he had endured, Xiao Hao still had a clean here. There wasn't a petty man. An early apology might have salvaged the situation, but Jin Chuanfu's jealousy pushed him into the enemy camp yet again. Jin Fingyan nearly burst a blood vessel. I should have left you on the wall as a stain. Troubled times are coming, and high IQ talent is getting scarcer by the day. Making new enemies now is suicide. With a heavy sigh, he walked out, leaving Jin Chuanfu alone in the empty room. Secretly delighted, Xiao Hao's name was finally on the Jin family's hit list, all thanks to him. Early in the morning, Xiao Hao was fast asleep, snoring softly. Outside, the low drone of an air raid siren had just faded, while a government broadcast from Longhua kept looping. Residents, please stay indoors. The city will deploy dry ice and other catalysts to force rainfall and suppress the plague. Beneath the gray-white curtain of rain, the streets churned to sludge. Corpses were carried away in black body bags, and blood and mucus at the alley mouth washed into the drains. A conscription banner cracked in the wind-driven rain, while soldiers and police officers in ponchos patrolled with rifles at the ready. Thud, thud, thud. The door shuddered, but inside the room the snoring continued. Xiao Hao had barely shut his eyes the night before, and now slept like the dead. Thud, thud, thud. Still no response. In the corridor, 2 officers exchanged a glance, arms hooked around bags of rice, vegetables, and other supplies. Team leader Wang He lowered his gaze and murmured, forget it. Next apartment. Captain, Qingfeng swears he isn't a player. A shadow crossed Wang He's face. Yeah, shame. After a beat, he added as if to himself, but every lead points to him. Neighbors say the first player was seen in this very building last night. The one who saved Lin Nao was also the first player, and Lin Nao just happens to be Xiao Hao's middle school classmate who once helped him. Either that's a coincidence, or Xiao Hao is the first player. A second officer emerged from the opposite unit, heard the mutter, and asked, Sir, what are you mumbling about? Wang He looked up and said only, we'll come back this afternoon. Thud, thud, thud. A fresh round of knocking mingled with the afternoon drizzle. Brushing his teeth in the bathroom, Xiao Hao felt his heart sink. Wang He again. The more visits, the higher the chance he'd be flagged. This guy was stickier than the landlord. He rinsed, straightened his collar, and opened the door. Captain Wang, what brings you here? Xiao Hao's familiar polite smile sent a chill through Wang He. The man ignored bribes and threats alike, and they couldn't place him under open surveillance. If he truly was the first player, provoking him would be a disaster. Wang He forced a grin. Just delivering supplies for the residents. Xiao Hao took the rice and vegetables. Thanks. He said nothing else, his manner cool. Wang He searched for an opening, but before he could speak, Xiao Hao's brow twitched. A sharp sense of being watched scraped across his back. Since his body enhancements, his sixth sense had grown keener. The stare felt like an ice needle in his skin. Official surveillance? Someone else? Only one way to find out. Captain Wang. Xiao Hao cut him off, lowering his voice. I keep feeling someone's tailing me. Wang He stiffened. So it was true. If they could sense the first player, other factions could too. He masked his reaction. You're certain? Wang He's tension didn't look faked, so Xiao Hao ruled out official surveillance at once. During their exchange, the light in the entire building dimmed, as though a cloud had swallowed the sun, but almost no one noticed. Xiao Hao had quietly unfolded his dark domain. forcing himself not to let the light vanish completely. Inside the domain, he held a god's eye view. In the apartment ahead and to the left, the occupants lay unconscious on the floor. At the door, a man pressed against the peephole, a knife glinting at his waist, eyes locked on Xiao Hao. Ordinary residents would never notice him. This was not Longwo's style, most likely the Jin family. Drawing the domain back, Xiao Hao kept his expression steady and said to Wang He, "I'm sure." Wang He frowned. The communications tower had been badly damaged and was still down, and now Xiao Hao suspected of being a player was in trouble again. He couldn't let it slide. One plan after another flashed through his mind and was rejected until a sudden idea struck him. This was the perfect excuse to keep Xiao Hao under surveillance. He decided to post officers nearby to keep watch. To his surprise, Xiao Hao agreed at once. Sure. The night before, Xiao Hao's shadow seahorse had been out hunting monsters for him, and the points he earned from his spirit pearls were enough to prove that he wasn't a player all while he lounged in his rented room. It was the best of both worlds. After making arrangements with Wang He closed the door in high spirits. He unfolded his dark domain, and every police officer and hidden assassin showed up in sharp relief. The assassin was crouched at his door, peering through the crack in the peephole. Xiao Hao felt the stare prickling his skin, so he got up and splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom. The moment arrived. The assassin pulled out a piece of wire and popped the lock in seconds. Creak. The door gave a faint groan, and his heart lurched. Then he heard the toilet flush and relaxed. Moving with practiced silence, he slipped inside and pressed against the bathroom wall. Suddenly footsteps sounded in the hallway. The door hadn't been relocked. If someone walked in now, he'd be caught red-handed. No time to think, dived under the bed. Almost at the same moment, a neighbor passed by, and Xiao Hao stepped out. Huh, did I forget to lock the door? He muttered, and the assassin thanked his luck. Then he heard Xiao Hao say, forget it, they'll just leave the door and windows open for some air. The assassin froze. The apartment had only one bedroom and a bathroom, up on the 7th floor. With door and windows wide open, the target was in plain sight, and he didn't dare make a move. Xiao Hao walked to the bed, knocked the heels of his sneakers together, and all but tossed them in front of the assassin's face. A breeze wafted the ripe smell from inside the shoes straight into his nostrils, and a vein throbbed in his forehead. The mattress creaked. Xiao Hao lay down. The assassin held his breath and kept inhaling the stench of those shoes. He tried to turn his head the tiniest bit. The bed shifted again. Xiao Hao stretched with a lazy groan, and the assassin's neck locked up. Another gust swept through, nearly making him cough. Should I take a nap? Xiao Hao mused aloud. Yes, sleep. Please sleep. The assassin begged silently, waiting to strike once the target was out cold. The bed finally went still. He started to move his neck. Forget it. Can't sleep. Xiao Hao suddenly yelled, nearly scaring him unconscious. His heart hammered as cold sweat trickled down his temples. He tried to calm himself with deep breaths, only to suck in more of that shoe funk and nearly burst into tears. What a nightmare. In all his years as a thief, no assassin had never been this unlucky. Pages rustled overhead, and the assassin went numb. Damn it, why won't this guy go to sleep? Curled up beneath the bed, he breathed in a sour mix of sneakers and sweat, while his pulse thudded in time with every page turn, forcing himself to endure it. Suddenly, 2 dry coughs came from above, making his heart slam against his ribs. Seriously, can't you stay still for 1 second? At last, the book snapped shut with a sharp clap. Bedtime? The assassin's eyes widened, one step away from praying to thin air. Then a pair of feet appeared. His target was putting on shoes. The heel jerked back and jabbed him right in the eye. Grit trapped in the tread scraped across his eyeball, bursting red veins across the whites. Yet he clenched his teeth and barely breathed, terrified head cry out from the pain. Leaving the room, maybe? Great, once the target left, he could slip away. But after tying his laces, the man didn't head for the door. Instead, a can hissed open, and he sat back on the mattress. The torture resumed. Awesome. The target howled out of nowhere. The assassin's face went stiff. Awesome, my ass. A bubblegum pop tune began blaring on speaker. Let's learn to meow together. Meow meow meow. The lyrics ricocheted around the cramped space, and the assassin's eyes stung, whether from the poke or sheer mental agony. He couldn't tell. After 10 long minutes, the music finally stopped. Heat and sneaker stench churned beneath the iron slats, drenching him like a dumpling inside a bamboo steamer. A few moments later came the familiar ding game time. The target's voice exploded next. Clearing minions, bro? Is this a military parade? Raising livestock? You've fattened the enemy right up. Jungler skipping team, fights nursing a baby in the bushes? Several matches later, the man sighed. Thank you, honor of kings, for adding a spark of rage to my dull life. The assassin hovered on the verge of snapping, yet could only keep silent. Clang. An empty soda can sailed toward the trash can, bounced off, and rolled under the bed. The assassin's heart pounded. Would it kill you to take 2 extra steps? The red logo of Coca-Cola filled his vision as the can spiraled closer. Stop. A stray gust sent it spinning until it settled right beside his elbow. Don't pick it up. He held his breath. Of course the target bent down, an exploratory hand creeping under the frame. That's slow. probing gesture made the assassin's stomach twist into knots. As the target's hand was about to brush his clothes, the assassin had no choice but to nudge the soda can so the man could reach it. The bottom scraped against the floor, a harsh rasp that ripped through the stillness of the bedroom. The sound was so abrupt that one thought exploded in the target's mind. Why did the can move on its own? Heart lodged in his throat. The assassin felt the air sucked from the room. Only the sour reek trapped in his sneakers pressed into his nostrils, making it hard to breathe. The target scooped up the can, then let out an awkward, brittle laugh. Ahaha, impossible. The assassin recognized the fake chuckle, a self-soothing lie. Right, right, there's no way anyone's under the bed. He echoed the words only in his head. A foot in a gray sock suddenly dangled down. Unlike the casual kicks before, it moved slowly, carefully. The toes grazed his sneaker, tried to push inside, failed, then withdrew. The assassin exhaled a shaky breath, sweat beading on his brow. He knew if he were exposed before he struck, the aftermath would be savage. In chaotic times, punishment is merciless. Seconds crawled by. The room felt sealed in glass. The target stayed silent, yet the assassin grew even more uneasy. Doors and windows stood open. One shout, and he was finished. The mattress creaked. The target slid to the edge, ready to peer beneath the bed. The assassin held his breath, heart battering his ribs. If their eyes met, should he slit the man's throat and bolt, or drop to his knees and beg? His family was still in the stranger's gripe, dared not imagine the outcome. The man's short hair came into view first, then his forehead, then the angle of one brow. The assassin's face flushed. Any lower, and the target would see him. A moment before that could happen, the target froze. He seemed just as afraid of discovering something. After several seconds' hesitation, he raised his head and settled back on the mattress. The assassin's heart thudded into place, his breath easing. He sagged onto the floor, shirt clinging with sweat, even the rank odor of his shoes now oddly familiar. Wind poured through the open window, spinning fear, regret, and absurdity inside him until his chest felt clogged. He wanted to cry, to run to the bridge and scream into the night, yet he could only lie there, punished by his racing pulse. The air stayed thick, the bedboard silent. Despair washed over him like cold water. He wondered if he would rot here forever. Then the target muttered, "I'm hungry. Time for dinner." The words were soft but sounded directed at whatever lurked beneath the bed. The assassin caught the message clearly. "I'm leaving. Whatever's under the bed, you'd better leave too." A surge of relief washed over the hitman. "God Idens, you're gone. I'm out," he told himself. With his family held hostage, he should never have trusted the threats. He should have trusted the police instead. Pressed flat against the cold floor beneath the bed, he stared through the gap into the living room. Once the target left, he could slip away. The target bent to put on his shoes, tightening and tying the laces in one fluid motion. To the hitman it looked like a pardon from heaven, and he nearly burst into tears. The next second the wooden door slammed shut with a thunderous bang that made the wall vibrate, almost giving him a heart attack. A sledgehammer of pain struck his chest. Was that a warning? Frozen under the bed, he began dragging himself out, drained of strength. He had barely wriggled halfway free when the door burst open and several officers stormed in. The handle crashed against the wall. With both legs still jammed beneath the bed, he had nowhere to run and turned ashen. Footsteps stopped beside him. The last person through the doorway looked up, and that familiar face came into view. The target. Handsome features carried a mild smile, but to the hitman it was the devil's grin. A bizarre sense of relief washed over him. Perhaps he was already slipping into madness. The target spoke in his usual cultured tone, every word icy sharp. "Did you honestly think you were hidden that well?" The hitman's heart seemed to stop. His pupils shrank, red veins spidering across his eyes as a chilling dread swallowed him whole. So the target had known all along. Terror clung to him like rot. He looked up and saw madness and mockery swirling in those clear eyes, as though they could plunge a knife at any moment. Those seemingly ordinary eyes pierced his soul, ready to drag him into the abyss. A hot summer wind blew by, yet it felt painfully cold. The assassin was led away by the officers. They wore puzzled expressions. She was supposed to be the attacker, yet he looked as though someone had already drained half his life in the dark. His facial muscles were rigid, his skin a bluish black. If they hadn't known Xiao Hao, no one could have told who the real victim was. Procedure was procedure, so the intended victim, Xiao Hao, had to go to the station as well. Registration, questioning, a formal statement. The entire routine dragged on until late at night before the officers and Xiao Hao finally pieced together the truth. No wonder the guy didn't look like a hitman. Wang, he muttered. He's just a professional thief. Xiao Hao, however, felt annoyed. To deal with him, had unleashed dark erosion, pouring terror into the man and siphoning off a thread of life force, thinking it would leave him paralyzed with fear. Clearly, it had been a waste of effort. Before the statement, Xiao Hao had tossed the man a single line. "If you really kill me, are you sure your employer will pay you and spare your family?" The assassin's nerves snapped taut. He had taken the job only because he feared for his family, but if the employer meant to silence him afterward, a dead man was the safest bet. The moment Xiao Hao finished speaking, all color drained from the killer's lips, and he realized his family was probably already in danger. Xiao Hao had intended to return the Jin family's gift unopened, yet this assassin was so useless it left him speechless. The man had impressed him at first with a neat, efficient lockpick. After that, his performance nosedived. Xiao Hao still held on to a sliver of hope, only to confirm the guy was nothing more than a thief. He was bitterly disappointed just how little did the Jin family think of him. Sending someone like this? Then again, it made sense. They had no idea he was a player. When the statement was done, Xiao Hao headed home in high spirits. With Wang He and the others openly tailing him, he actually felt safer. During the day, he could stroll under the police's noses, while the first player's guardian hunted monsters elsewhere. The dual activity once again scrubbed away suspicion. Xiao Hao knew Wang He would keep digging into the Lin Nao escort mission and last night's hunt, and he never underestimated Dragon Nation's reach. Night had already fallen by the time he left the station. Back in his rented room with no internet, he could only boot up a single-player game he had downloaded earlier. The shadow at his feet wriggled soundlessly, slipped into a crack, and vanished. Perhaps the game developers had finally figured out the proper way to deploy monsters. Low-level creatures for ordinary people, high-level ones for players. In reality, the frequency of anomalies had dropped, but their average level had risen. The authorities had issued a simple appeal. Do not go out unless necessary, a stay-at-home advisory in all but name. Late at night, Xiao Hao lay on his bed, half asleep, his mind extending toward the shadow seahorse. The farther it roamed, the weaker his link became, yet the creature was currently mowing down monsters. When Wang He received the report, his head throbbed. Xiao Hao hasn't left the house, yet the first player just acted? Was all my previous analysis wrong? Exhaustion and frustration surged through him. He suddenly realized the whole thing might have been a setup from the very start. The first player had deliberately steered him toward the wrong target. The spotlight had landed on Xiao Hao only because he was the first to mention the fear-driven survival tactic. Seizing the chance, the first player steered everyone's suspicion toward him and vanished into the shadows. Captain, should we keep tailing Xiao Hao? Give it one more day? If nothing happens, pull out, Wang He said, massaging his tired brow. When's the cell tower back up? 5 or 6 tomorrow morning. All right. Day 5 of the survival game. Xiao Hao spent the entire day in complete calm, showing no hint of odd behavior. At 5 a.m. the tower rebooted, and signal instantly returned to Blue Dragon City. Citizens, cut off for days, welled up with tears and refreshed their feeds like the world had just been switched on again. By dusk, neighboring Red Dragon City sent an encrypted distress call. To prevent panic, officials locked the news down tight. Wang He reluctantly withdrew his men from Xiao Hao and raced overnight to Red Dragon City, hoping to solve the monster problem before the public caught wind. He failed. The creature tide spun out of control after midnight. Red Dragon City's government was forced to launch a live stream, praying a new first player would appear. Viewers flooded in within seconds. Only then did Xiao Hao hear his neighbors shout. When he opened the stream, the situation was already irreversibly a full-blown ghost tide. I'm not sprinting across the country every time trouble hits, he yawned, grabbing a tub of popcorn. The city was too far away, and ghosts were Qing Feng's specialty anyway, so he might as well enjoy the show. On screen, the familiar aircraft carrier plowed through the waves. Wu Ting, Mu Sang, and Qing Feng stood at the bow. Ghosts resist physical damage. This would be rough. Cut to. A corporeal deep-sea revenant exploded in a tyrannosaur's jaws the moment it surfaced. Incorporeal wraiths boiled across the sky, half contained by Qing Feng's 10 ghost shadows. Players on deck went full auto explosions and tracer fire everywhere, yet the rounds passed straight through the black mist, doing almost nothing. The ghost's counterattack hit like a tidal wave. Guardians fell in seconds. Weaker players coughed blood where they stood, leaving the deck bone white. Xiao Hao frowned when his shadow seahorse had been bitten apart by a revenant, had taken no damage himself. Troops and generals were different. Lose a troop and you can replace it. Lose a general and your corps is wounded, plus the slot is gone for good. After several brutal rounds, the players barely leveled up enough to steady the lines. All 10 of Qing Feng's ghost shadows were now maxed at level 10. Xiao Hao opened his own game panel. Spirit orbs had broken 10,000 once the update landed. He could launch a massive upgrade. Had just closed the panel when the livestream chat erupted, making his heart jolt. Special boss incoming. Nightmare-class monster broodmother wraith. A ghost tide of this scale could only be the broodmother's work. Anything that dies to it turns into a specter. One slip, and forget a single nation, the entire world could be lost. Any creature resurrected by the broodmother's wraith inherits her power to turn others, so their numbers will grow exponentially. The news yanked Xiao Hao out of spectator mode. On the live stream, a slain guardian's corpse rotted in seconds, skin splitting as green-black pus dripped to the floor. Then, like a zombie hit by a virus, it twitched upright, hollow crimson eyes locking onto its former allies. The scene was creepy enough to make his scalp prickle. He was about to stand when he sensed a ripple in the air behind him. Rolling his eyes without turning, he said, "If you're coming in, at least knock first. Xiao Chengnan stood at the doorway, panting and bristling. Aren't you supposed to be reinforcing Red Dragon City? Xiao Hao glanced over and raised an eyebrow. What am I, a god? It's on the other side of Longwo. How do I get there in an instant? Besides, you're the nightmare game player. Monsters like this are your job. Xiao Chengnan ground his teeth. I don't have time. The Jin family tried to ambush my parents. We're already at war. Oh, Xiao Hao perked up. And how did that go? They got away. Xiao Hao stared. That's all a top-tier player can manage. You come at me like a thunderstorm, but fold against the Jin family? Seeing straight through the jab, Xiao Chengnan answered coolly, you're alone. I have people they can hurt. Xiao Hao nodded. The Jin family's roots ran deep. Forcing him to drop out of school had already involved countless factions. Yanking them out completely was nearly impossible. Killing Jin Chuanfu and his household wouldn't end it doing, so would only trigger a frenzied counterattack from the entire Jin conglomerate. Even as the #1 player, He'd be running for his life, and if Longwo's authorities dug in, He'd have nowhere to hide. With that in mind, he looked at Xiao Chengnan. So why are you here? To make sure you reinforce Red Dragon City, of course. Xiao Hao what? Xiao Hao looked at Xiao Chengnan as if the man had to be joking. The bullet comments were plastered with warnings about the Zimyuan, but he still had no plan. Every route across the city was blocked, and he was no perpetual motion machine. Even if he sprinted all night in spring-soled boots, it would be far too late by the time he arrived. With that thought, he snapped at Xiao Chengnan, dropped back onto the sofa, and kept staring at the stream. If you want to go, go alone. I'm not going. If I didn't still have to settle my parents, I'd be on the road already. Without waiting for permission, Xiao Chengnan grabbed a cola from Xiao Hao's case. I've seen that thing in the nightmare game. You do not want to know what happens once it breaks out. The tab ripped open with a hiss of cold vapor. He took a long swig and added, only your strange domain could lock down every creature it converts in one shot. The live stream showed nothing but devastation, and Xiao Hao grew more irritated the longer he watched. His words came out sharp. After what happened to your sister, I figured you'd curse everything. Didn't expect you to defend Longhua. Exactly why couldn't my sister get a fair trial? Xiao Chengnan's gaze dimmed. I did hate Longhua. Then I realized it's already a miracle the country's come this far. It can't handle everything, and I can't demand its sympathy if I want return the favor. In a sense, they were the same. Xiao Hao had also raged at the world. Why did Longhua make life so hard? Why was he always fighting unfair odds? Only later did he learn to see the other side, and even try to appreciate his homeland. As Xiao Chengnan said, the fact that Longhua still stood was a wonder. In some parts of the world, you wouldn't just lose a fair trial. You might lose your entire family. We all think our misery is the country's fault, that it only shields the rich, Xiao Chengnan sighed. But in truth, it's our biggest support. Without the umbrella it holds over you, you'd have been picked clean long ago. Xiao Hao let out a helpless breath and looked him up and down. You really think I can get there in time? Don't underestimate our nation. Xiao Chengnan's smile was easy, yet the weight in his eyes remained. Xiao Hao rolled his eyes and shrugged into his black trench coat. I'm not as loaded as you. Pay me back for that drink, or it'll rearrange your face. It's 1 can of cola you'll pay. Xiao Chengnan almost spewed soda, ready to joke again, but by the time he swallowed the foam, Xiao Hao had vanished. He kept saying he wouldn't go, yet had moved faster than anyone. Clearly the urgency was eating him alive. If Honglong City could be summed up in a single word, it was hellscape. Malevolent spirits prowled every street and alley, and the southern district was already lost. Awakened residents stampeded north, relying on Hualong Pool to barely hold back the horde. Night fell, the specters gorged on darkness, and their arrogance grew. The city's lights died, while gunfire and explosions rolled without pause. The ghost tide came so fast that before most people could react, the war had already begun. The loudspeakers were cranked to maximum volume, and crews with bullhorns roamed the streets, ordering citizens to evacuate. Uniformed personnel struggled to keep order in the gloom, hauling panicked lines of people forward. Many refused to abandon their belongings, pausing to look back and slowing everyone down. Officers lit torches. The flames exposed terror-stricken faces as well as the blood-spattered pavement and fallen bodies. One frightened resident slipped, crashing onto the dusty, gore-streaked asphalt. The torches' arc carved a ribbon of light, framing the dark city with a trembling crimson border. The southern district of Honglong City was in total collapse. Screams and wails overlapped while rot-swollen corpses milled at every corner, emitting shrill cries whenever they spotted the living. In seconds, a breathing victim would be dragged down, torn apart, and silenced only to rise again, half-decayed flesh dangling, shattered intestines dragging through the dirt. Despair flooded every alley. People, cats, dogs, birds, even insects were turning into fiends, merging with the undead to form an endless black tide. Captain, they're multiplying. Musaying hissed. Her dark eyes flushed crimson. Twin-handed on her sword, she darted through the horde like a streak of blood. Each blur of motion launched another head into the air. Wu Ting's face was grim. A green aura wrapped his body, which swelled with iron-hard muscle. Bronze skin glinted beneath medieval armor. One punch pulped 3 corpses at once. Trust Longo or think tank will find a way. Qing Feng's voice wavered. He looked half-transparent, like a flickering hologram that spirits passed through untouched. Raising a hand, he shredded an oncoming specter with a burst of shadow, yet his tone remained tense. But how long? If we stall, the whole city falls. Static crackled in their earpieces. The trio went silent, clearing monsters with curt, efficient strikes. After a moment, Wu Ting spoke, voice low. The think tank has found the source of the disaster. Mu Saiying and Qing Feng both exhaled. That's good. They caught the darkening of Wu Ting's expression. Qing Feng's shadow erased several more creatures. And the bad news? The order is to kill the source if we can, or at least hold it. Once the civilians are clear, they'll launch a nuclear missile and erase everything. What? Mu Saiying blanched. There are still survivors in the south. They can't just. Do we have another option? Wu Ting snapped. If even one of these things reaches the ocean, not just long will the entire world falls. Qing Feng's eyes were flat, his silence agreement enough. Unless killing the source stops the spread, the missile is inevitable. Wu Ting nodded, heavy-hearted. The think tank says the conversion power is intrinsic to the source, nothing borrowed. Mu Saiying's throat tightened. Wu Ting drew a deep breath, shut his eyes, then reopened them with renewed resolve. The other players can hold the line here. We're going after the source. Guided by satellite coordinates, the 3 premier players of Dragon Pool sprinted toward their target. Without them, the remaining players faced an even harder fight against the swarm. North District. Standing on a rooftop, Wang He raised a loudspeaker. Everyone stay calm. Listen up. He shouted, enunciating every word. Evacuate, in order. No pushing. A stampede will block the escape tunnels. By now, Honglong City was ring-fenced in layer after layer of cordons. The National Command had deployed a colossal device overhead and underground, turning the sky and soil into a cage. Almost nothing could get in or out. Only a few evacuation corridors remained open for civilians. The armory had been thrown wide. Bullets, rockets, and pulse rifles were stacked in mountainous piles, and every soldier was armed to the teeth. Between the northern and southern districts, one resourceful player had even dug a shallow moat, barely slowing the tide of monsters and buying the evacuees precious minutes. Crates of weapons were airdropped into the south as well, along with quick start manuals to give the survivors a fighting chance. Number 2 sprinted up to Wang He and lowered his voice. We're critically short on manpower. The first defensive line has fallen. Wasn't the Corps commander holding that line himself? What happened? Wang's brow nodded. He was assassinated, Number 2 growled. Some of these creatures can think. Every city maintained its own armed forces. In Honglong, the Corps commander had coordinated the entire defense. The remote flamescale battery handled long-range strikes. The police ran sweep and rescue operations. The army held the lines, and support units escorted civilians. Yet the battle had scarcely begun before the commander was taken out. Wang wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. Keep that quiet, no panic. Push the evacuation faster. We're already at the limit. Number 2 hesitated. Wang's nails dug into his palm. Doesn't matter. The civilians go first. We die before we let the monsters reach those tunnels. On the ground, several thousand uniformed personnel, police, paramilitary, army, navy, air force formed ranks, but against a million-strong swarm, they looked pitifully thin. Among the evacuees, able-bodied men and women suddenly wheeled around, signed enlistment forms, and lined up at a makeshift recruitment desk. Minutes later, they were in regulation fatigues, clutching brand-new rifles and sprinting toward the front. Farther back, a group of gray-haired veterans snapped crisp salutes, requesting permission to fight. Good. Wang's eyes blazed. Everyone, brace to support the forward line. Not one monster gets past us. Yes, sir. The roar shook the street. Wang grabbed Number 2 again. Support units, don't stay glued here. The first line's collapse means people are trapped out there. Take your team, link up with the search squads, and bring them back fast. Yes, sir. Determination flared in Number 2's eyes. Number 1. Honglong's command had set 3 defensive rings, each 8 or 9 kilometers apart. When the first ring crumbled in seconds, crowds between the first and second had no time to reach the tunnels. Some dashed into underground shelters, others huddled inside reinforced bank vaults. On the west side of the city, in an out-of-the-way middle school, several hundred people, among them dozens of search and rescue officers, were now trapped, waiting for help to arrive. A little girl with a broken leg cowered in a rescuer's arms, trembling. The rescuer spoke gently. Don't be afraid, sweetie. They'll protect you. Her injured leg was wrapped in thick bandages, yet blood still seeped through. She bit her lip so hard she barely dared to breathe, terrified of being abandoned. Around her, citizens stood gray-faced. Only hours ago they had hoped for hot baths and a peaceful night's sleep, but a sudden nightmare had caught them unprepared. Negative emotions washed over the crowd like a tide. If the feelings swelled any further, they would break before the monsters even arrived. Please don't worry, the rescuer whispered from her crouch near the floor. Longwood never abandons its people. Blue Dragon City's crisis was resolved, and ours will be too. The moment she finished, A middle-aged woman holding a baby burst into tears. That's because Blue Dragon City had the #1 player. Red Dragon City doesn't. Her cry set off waves of panic. If we had a top player, he'd be here already, but there isn't one. The south side fell in hours. What hope do we have? The voices grew louder. The rescuer raised a warning finger. Quiet. Don't draw the monsters. Stifled fear forced everyone to wipe their eyes in silence. Listen to me, the team captain said, voice low but steady. We all had 9 years of compulsory education. We know our history. When Longwa was weakest, teetering on destruction, it never abandoned its people. Today is no different. The crowd's nerve steadied. The captain pressed on. Trust in our nation. Conserve your strength. Stay optimistic. That's how we'll win. With calm returning, the rescuers finally eased their own breaths, though the captain's heart was heavy. The school sat halfway up a mountainside, remote enough to avoid monsters for now. Tanks in the streets and jets overhead kept most creatures away. But the campus was an island that could be overrun at any moment. Who would come to save them? He knew they might all die here. Yet every second alive meant another sliver of hope. The principal had chosen the site for its fresh air and quiet, so children could greet the sunrise with books. Now the captain stood at a classroom window, watching troops fall back and a dark tide of demons rise on the horizon. The once welcome sunrise had become a backdrop of despair. Monsters already lurked at the foot of the hill, and the battle below kept pushing them closer. Explosions stained the night sky crimson. Maybe we should make a run for it, a team member whispered. There might be a chance. The captain pressed his throbbing temples and sighed. No. Too many people. One death would spread panic like a virus, and none of us would survive. He glanced at the woman holding the injured girl, voice even heavier. Besides, the nearest safe zone is 7 kilometers away. On foot, would never make it. The team member's face turned ashen. You're right. No one's coming for us. Just then a shrill horn pierced the darkness behind the mountain. A large truck, shielding a smaller one, burst from the night. Its metal panels gouged and scratched, but unbroken. Who knew how many monsters it had plowed through? A tall, handsome man in uniform stepped from the shadows, dried blood on his shoulders and cuffs. Grinning, he flashed bright white teeth. Kept you waiting, didn't I? Had Wang He been here, he would have recognized the man instantly. #2. Hundreds of eyes filled with tears. Seeing the blood on his uniform, the people wept in relief and joy. They had not been forsaken after all. The rescue team snapped crisp salutes, and the civilians copied them, honoring their saviors. The captain had just raised his arm to return the salute when a sharp-eyed, handsome man strode forward, his voice ringing like steel. Reinforcement unit, S-Team, #2. In S-Team, only #1 commanded the whole force. Every other number led a full squad of its own. The dozen troopers behind him landed soundlessly, hefting heavy olive-green crates. They set them down in a line, threw the levers, and flipped the lids, each box jam-packed with glossy assault rifles, magazines, grenades, and riot gear. The elderly, the kids, and the women on the truck for evacuation. Everyone else of fighting age gear up. #2's voice cracked like thunder. If you're scared, you can ride with them. The taunt made hot-blooded youths surge forward. Quit looking down on us, we'll blow those monsters apart. A high schooler still in uniform hugged a brand new submachine gun, eyes shining. First time I've touched a real gun. A ponytailed woman snapped up a magazine and shot #2 a triumphant grin. Women belong on the battlefield too. A few gray-haired veterans straightened their backs. Only the truly helpless should stay behind. We're not over the hill, can still fight. Amid the clamor someone shouted. They call the Bear Nation a land of warriors. Well, the Dragon Nation can fight just as hard. When they counted heads, they found that half of the several hundred people wanted to fight, and weapons were almost in short supply. After a few sharp orders, the genuinely terrified boarded the truck. Rookies unfamiliar with firearms climbed onto the modified roof to provide elevated fire support. The rescue team and the reinforcement squad marched on foot as escorts. The cargo truck had been rebuilt into 2 levels, a sealed lower deck shielding the elderly and children, and an open upper deck for the rookies, giving them a clear field of fire and a place to rest between bursts. The wheels thundered, sure to wake every monster nearby. From shattered storefronts and dim restaurants came first the sounds of gnawing, then ear-splitting snarls. Rotting arms clawed door frames as corpses lurched out, poo-slick limbs dragging behind them. More and more converged, wrapping the truck in a reeking tide. A small truck up front towed the big one along at a crawl. Heavy machine guns on its roof roared, tongues of flame lacing the air. Hollowed chests were chewed into rags. Yet the dead felt neither pain nor fear and kept charging. Spent brass carpeted the roof, and a sour, bloody mist hung in the air. Suddenly the entire street rippled. From the next block came the shriek of talons skidding across pavement, followed by a dull boom like a sledgehammer striking concrete. Judging by the footfalls, something massive was closing in on the truck. #2's eyes hardened. He gave a slight nod. 2 of his squad bolted for the corner, weaving through the corpse tide. Seconds later a fireball blossomed behind them, the blast swallowing the creature in a swath of undead, shattering an entire row of windows. Rage and pain slammed into every chest on the convoy. The rescue captain's eyes burned red. Number 2. We should be the ones playing human bomb, not you. Gunfire rattled as number 2 kept his face blank. None of us is more noble than the rest, he said. Even reinforcement units from other cities can die if they must. No, the captain roared, as though claws tore at his heart. I can't order my people to die. Everyone who came to help is an elite. Their lives are worth more than ours. The words hit number 2 hard, and at last he understood the captain's resolve. After all, those who had come to reinforce Red Dragon City were the very best their nation had. Their search and rescue team was made up of second-tier soldiers, relegated to rescue duty instead of the front lines. Both units wore the same uniform, yet the support team's snipers never missed a single bullet, could take a head off, while the rescue team could not hope for such precision. That was why the captain volunteered to become a human bomb. If the truck were not packed with civilians, number 2 would never have let him take the job. Right now the civilians' safety outweighed everything. As long as they got them out, even if the whole team died, it would be worth it. Blood mixed with tears clung to the corner of number 2's eye as he barked. The suicide vest is in the van. Force your own people to die. Hearing that, the captain finally exhaled, then threw back his head and laughed like a madman. Who's coming with me to die? I. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't be here. While they were talking, the lower door of the lorry swung open. A little girl with a broken leg crawled out, scanning the team until she found the older sister who had been holding her. The female rescuer jumped down from the truck, already wearing a vest packed with explosives. The child burst into tears. Thundering footsteps closed in behind the vehicle. The earlier self-detonations by 2 teammates had still failed to kill the creature. The woman shouted at the captain, "Let me go." "No way." The others objected at once. "We're still alive. Why should you be the one? You think men can't do it?" She laughed through her tears. "There's no gender on the battlefield. Captain, you said it yourself, their lives are worth more than ours. By the same logic, yours are worth more than mine." Physically weaker than the men, her argument was unassailable, and for a moment no one could answer. "No." A ragged wail came from the crack in the door. The little girl clutched the frame, her face streaked with grease and tears. "Don't leave me, big sister, please don't." The woman hurried back, bent down, and soothed her. "Be good. When it's safe, he'll come back." She wiped the dirt from the girl's cheeks, but the approaching footsteps grew louder. She turned and ran toward them, several female teammates right behind her. Not far behind the truck, a string of explosions tore through the air, forcing the ape-like monster, as tall as a building, to halt again. The girl sobbed uncontrollably. A jolt made the iron door split her forehead open, blood ran down her chin, but she didn't notice. She kept her eyes fixed on the beast, her nails digging into the rough metal until blood dripped from her fingers and bone showed through the torn flesh. She saw the big sister ignite her vest, the blast blooming like a crimson lotus of fire and flesh. Shards of metal and flames slammed into the creature, leaving only shallow gouges in its hide. Every gun on the field converged, and still they could do no more than make it flinch. So the girl watched the monster catch up with the truck again, and each time she watched her rescuers charge forward and detonate themselves. Her tears ran dry. Pain and madness took root in her heart. Her hands were scraped raw, yet she still clung to the door. And this scene was only a microcosm of the whole city of Red Dragon. Everywhere, lonely, desperate souls were wailing. The 3 strongest fighters from Walonki felt as if they had dropped into a pit of monsters. As they neared the source, the creatures around them grew even more frenzied. Their contracted beasts and ghosts struck back, but the source kept summoning the horde, stacking ring after ring of defenses. White-eyed eagle, kill that 2-headed serpent. Tyrannosaurus, the tank elephant, is yours. Ghost infant, infest the bloodthirsty crocodile. In the next instant, eagle and serpent tangled in midair, dragon and elephant traded earth-shaking blows, and the ghost infant burrowed into the crocodile's belly, ripping out its organs. High above, the blood sparrow wove through the sky, skewering flying beasts. On the ground, a velociraptor guarded the trio's feet, clearing the lesser creatures, while the ghost shade hunted down incorporeal spirits. Within minutes the ground was carpeted with bodies, yet the monster tide showed no sign of thinning. Wu-Ting panted like an ox. "We can't keep burning stamina. Musaing, have the white-eyed eagle carry us over." "Got it." The white-eyed eagle crushed both serpent heads beneath its talons, swept its wings, and flung a swath of monsters aside. Swooping like a divine bird, it skimmed over the 3 humans. Wu-Ting, Musaing, and Chu-Yi seized the moment and leaped onto its back. The tide boiled behind them, but none of them looked back. The first defensive line had collapsed too quickly, and the trio had been caught deep in the southern district's monster tide, forced to carve a bloody path to relieve the front line. When their strength hit its limit, they withdrew, soaring out of the churning sea of beasts on the eagle's back. After a brief rest in midair, they dove straight toward the source of the catastrophe. The once bustling city of skyscrapers now looked as if a tsunami had ripped through it, leaving only ruins. The monster tide in the southern district truly lived up to its name. Creatures piled layer upon layer, in places as high as a second or third floor. From above, the streets were a shifting mass of bodies, heaving like waves. Deep within the tide, several game-enhanced behemoths, each the size of a building, formed a ring around a single office tower. On the roof of that tower stood an eerily silent creature, as if waiting for the trio. Had Xiao Hao been here, the comet feed would have exploded. Broodmother Wraithrin. At first glance it resembled a spider, but a closer look could steal one's sleep. Its 8 legs were actually human arms sewn onto its body, each nearly 2 meters long, corded with muscle. The hands at the tips looked like oversized gorilla paws, covered in black hair, with 10-centimeter dark red claws as sharp as bone spikes. Its body was split into cephalothorax and abdomen. The head resembled that of a monstrous spider. Its shaggy carapace held 8 bull's-eyed, purplured eyes that gleamed with cold light. A pair of giant chelicerae at the front opened and closed, poison glands flexing. Thick purple venom dripped from their tips, eating small holes into the concrete rooftop. The most terrifying sight was its belly, swollen to the size of a hill. It was a grotesque mound of nearly 1,000 human heads fused layer upon layer, men and women, young and old. Some clenched their teeth until veins bulged. Others twisted their features as if trying to rip their own faces apart, while still others stared with white eyes and screamed in silence. Agony stretched every muscle to the limit, turning the abdomen into a madhouse poised to burst. Semi-transparent, gelatinous sweat oozed down their cheeks, and greasy hair unwashed for who knew how long plastered itself to neighboring faces, then snaked into nostrils, mouths, and ears like black seaweed soaked in glue. Atop the white-eyed eagle, Wu Ting, Mu Saiying, and their comrades felt their chests tighten. A pressure was identical to what they had once faced against the first player. The broodmother wraith before them had clearly surpassed level 10. The building's facade teemed with monsters, each passing up fresh heads. The moment a head reached the wraith, it was shoved into the mound, revived, and forced to struggle in voiceless horror. The white-eyed eagle shrieked warnings at Mu Saiying, but the team had no choice. They had to contain the threat. No one wanted to imagine how far this catastrophe might evolve if left unchecked. Blood and fury turned Wu Ting's bronze skin scarlet. He raised a hand, igniting a crimson flame that mushroomed in his palm before lancing toward the wall. He did not strike the source on the roof first. He torched the lesser creatures climbing with heads in their arms. The blast charred them instantly. Blackened fragments fell in a shower of sparks. The embers set nearby monsters ablaze. The unlucky ones tumbled onto the corpse pile below, spared by the cushion of flesh, yet still howling in pain. The single strike pulled every string at once, drawing the broodmother wraith and all nearby higher beasts. The white-eyed eagle skimmed low, and the 3 leapt straight from its back to confront the source, while guardians fanned out to stall the powerful monsters, and smaller units sealed the lower floors, blocking more climbers. Wu Ting expected the wraith to attack immediately. Instead, its 8 spider-like arms plunged into the head mountain of its abdomen and rummaged around. A moment later, one hand emerged grasping a freshly severed head. The skull fused to the palm like a living scepter. It raised the trophy before them. The head no longer struggled, only blazed with fury. "I order you to fall back. Knuckle yourselves. Die for me." The familiar voice sent a shudder through them. It was the Legion commander of Honglong City. The broodmother wraith was trying to murder them under the guise of military command. The head barked again. "Do you intend to disobey orders?" Flame flared in Wu Ting's eyes. "I'll die in battle if I must, but I will never be used after death." The fire swallowed the head, turning it to ashes in an instant. The searing heat left no scorch on the spider hand. The broodmother wraith tilted its head, puzzled. According to the memories in that skull, humans should obey. It had inherited countless soldiers' memories and instincts, but not enough intellect. Learning that the commander could command all defenders, it had instinctively killed him, planning to use the memories to control the rest. Yet the order had been reduced to dust. The wraith hesitated, then dismissed its confusion. No matter, kill more humans, gather more memories, and wisdom would follow. What it did not understand today, it would grasp tomorrow. Flames still roared in Wu Ting's palm, yet they could not scorch the wraith's icy spider hand. On the roof the wind howled. High-tier monsters surged and roared, and the stench of blood rolled down like a wave. The battle was about to erupt. A pale streak crept across the horizon. The flame Wu Ting spewed washed over the source's dark crimson shell, raising nothing but a wave of heat that left no scorch marks. By contrast, Mu Saiying's blood-red wings snapped open like war banners drenched in gore. Gripping her sword with both hands, she dived at breakneck speed, a special effects blur aimed straight at the broodmother wraith's grotesque spider head. Before the blade could fall, the creature's foreclaw hacked upward. Dark red bone spurs slammed into cold iron, the clash ringing like a thunderclap. Chips flew off the edge, cracks raced along the blade. Mu Saiying's arms went numb, the skin between thumb and forefinger ripping open as blood streamed down the hilt, yet she wouldn't let go. At the same time, Wu Ting brought his palms together and drove his chi to a boil. A column of scarlet fire blasted the spider's abdomen. The tangle of faces embedded there twitched and writhed, but the monster's flesh remained unscathed. Seizing the chaos, Qing Feng vanished, leaving Mu Saiying and Wu Ting to hold the creature's attention and buy him a chance to strike. The sun still hadn't risen. Gray dawn kept spreading. At last the satellite feed showed all of Honglong City nothing but ruins and scorched earth. Citizens of the Dragon Nation, who had watched all night, stared in shock, faces drained of color. No anchor appeared, only a steady voice that soothed the viewers while explaining the beast's origins and naming it the architect of this disaster. On screen, the three leaders of Hualong Pool fought for their lives, and the nation could only watch helplessly. Mu Saiying now relied on speed alone. She dared not clash Hedon. Within minutes, two swords had snapped, her arms were flayed and raw, and only her wings kept her aloft. During the gaps she created, Wu Ting tried every gun and explosive he had, even layering multiple self-detonation vests, but nothing worked. Only when he turned himself into a living flamethrower could he barely scorch the cluster of faces. The damage was slight, yet it was all they had. With Mu Saiying's arms too battered to lift, Wu Ting moved to the front. Golden scales covered his body, his limbs ending in talons. Footwork, strikes, and grapples merged with a dinosaur-like physique as he met the source Hedon. If the broodmother wraith had maxed out attack, defense, and stamina, then Wu Ting had maxed out technique. Even so, spider claws grazed his shoulders and smashed his ribs. He had to redirect every impact with perfect timing. His muscles still tore, and his organs throbbed with pain. Suddenly, Mu Saiying froze in midair. Her scarlet pupils flipped to pure white, and warmth surged from her body. Before Wu Ting's eyes, his shredded muscles knit themselves together, and even Mu Saiying's own mangled hands sealed shut. The white eyes revealed the healing power shed kept hidden. The radiance poured out, draining her strength. Moments later she drifted to the rubble, barely conscious, yet she forced herself to keep the healing light alive. When it finally dimmed, she collapsed, crimson tears trickling from her closed eyes. Restored, Wu Ting charged again, unleashing a midair spinning kick only for a massive claw to clamp around his ankle. The creature heaved, and Wu Ting was wrenched free of his own arc and hurled across the battlefield. Wu Ting was hurled onto the rooftop and rolled across the rough concrete for several meters. Even his golden scale mail could not soften the impact. When he finally skidded to a halt, blood poured from his mouth. Blood misted against the inside of his visor. Bracing himself on a broken arm, he tried to rise. Trembling hands sparked with a faint flame, but it lasted barely 2 seconds before guttering out. Strength deserted him, and he collapsed onto the coarse surface. Not far away, the spider-shaped bulk of the Jimu Yuhan stalked toward him, each step screeching like metal on metal. It suddenly halted. Among the twisted heads embedded in its abdomen, one began to glaze, the surface turning pale celadon that gleamed coldly under the sun. Wu Ting met Mu Saiying's gaze, and hope flared in both their eyes. Qing Feng had succeeded. The creature loosed an ear-splitting roar, and all 8 limbs slammed down, crushing the ceramic head to dust. In the same instant, more limbs plunged into its belly and churned like an industrial mixer. Several newly formed ceramic heads were forced out, shattered on the ground, and shards sprayed in every direction. A moment later, one barbed leg hooked onto something and yanked it free. It was Qing Feng, drenched in blood. Still furious, the monster flung him like a rag doll at the rooftop's elevator penthouse. The impact was thunderous. The entire structure caved in, rebar and concrete burying him completely. Qing Feng Mu Saiying's white hair was soaked with blood, and tears of blood traced new lines down her cheeks. Horror seized her as more heads inside the monster's abdomen glazed over. It had been a double parasitism from the start. The Jimu Yuhan shrieked even louder, its 8 limbs grinding at full speed while the trapped heads wailed with soul-rending agony. Within heartbeats it dragged out a hideous ghost infant. Before the small creature could struggle, a talon crushed its ceramic head to powder. Against such overwhelming power, the ghost infant never had a chance. Even so, Qing Feng's guardian was still moving under the rubble, proof that he was not yet dead. Mu Saiying tried to activate her white eyes to heal him, but the effort sputtered out at once. She was completely spent. The monster seemed to savor their final struggles. Looming above them, it advanced at a leisurely pace. Mu Saiying stared up at it, despair filling every bloodstained tear. In this state, what could healing change? All 3 were drained, battered, and helpless. No one noticed the tiny black speck on the horizon, hopping between rooftops like a flea. Inside the livestream, viewers verged on panic. Dragon Nation's command staff watched the feed with bloodshot eyes. What do we do? Get up, please. You are the strongest leaders of the Hualong Pool. You can't die. Laments spread alongside the footage of monsters overrunning Red Dragon City. Suddenly a Sharpeed user shouted, "Wait." Behind Wu Ting and the others there's a black dot jumping around. Tech team, zoom in. Is that reinforcements? Why are they only arriving now? The satellite feed tightened. The outline sharpened into a figure in a black overcoat landing on a rooftop. Recognizing the pose, the chat exploded. The first player. Wasn't he in Blue Dragon City? He ran here on foot. On screen, Xiao Hao first player used a rooftop ridge as a springboard, his steps blurring into afterimages, though his breathing was clearly labored. His stamina bar had dropped to half, yet mid-stride he still pulled out his phone to check the real-time feed from Red Dragon City. Seeing Wu Ting's team on the brink, he snapped the device shut, became a streak of shadow, and poured on the speed. He vaulted the last few rooftops, and his targets finally came into view. Xiao Hao knew he had arrived in time. The broodmother wraith sauntered up to Wu Ting. The guardians of Wu Ting, Bai Ning and Alan, were battered and bleeding, forced to fend off both brutal elites and a sea of lesser monsters. They were running on fumes. With death looming, Wu Ting gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tyrannosaurus, burn every last ounce of stamina." Boom. The Tyrannosaurus threw back its head like Godzilla and unleashed a torrent of flame. The scorching wave swallowed the area in an instant. Lesser beasts shrieked in the inferno, and even the elites' hides charred black. Blistering winds howled, flames pouring down like a crimson waterfall, yet no one noticed the aurora-like shadow riding the fire toward their backs. The trio had reached their limit. The broodmother wraith raised its spiderish hand, ghostly talons gleaming. Wu Ting shut his eyes and waited for the Reaper's touch. On the livestream, viewers spammed the chat in panic. "Don't give up. Backup's here. Look behind you, look behind you." The broodmother's hand chopped down. At the final instant, that streak of black light barreled in and planted itself in front of Wu Ting. Crash! Xiao Hao was swatted away like a severed kite and slammed into the opposite building. Concrete and rebar exploded, the entire structure collapsing into rubble. Both the players and the viewers stared in shock. In the fire's glow, a skyscraper crumbled into shattered brick and twisted steel. Impossible. That's the #1 player. No way our hard-won hope can end like this. Even the top player would die if he's blown through a building and buried alive, right? Deep in the debris, Xiao Hao coughed and stood, emerald armor spiderwebbed with cracks that sealed themselves before their eyes. His stamina had already been halved, and the impact had nearly killed him. Without the steady mana from Undying Body, he never would have made it. Cursing Dragon Nation for not sending a transport, he scowled at the thought of almost dying after sprinting halfway across the map. Its overall over-despair spread, when a silhouette slowly straightened amid the swirling dust. As the smoke cleared, emerald armor glinted coldly in the firelight. His long black trench coat was gone. Xiao Hao sprang forward, clasping his hands mid-air. The Reaper's scythe materialized. The chat had already flooded with intel on the broodmother. Level 11, same tier as the ghost scythe ring, yet stronger than anything under level 10. But the scythe in Xiao Hao's hands was level 20 gear. The gap between level 11 and 20 was like level 1 versus 10. Remembering how had been sent flying in front of the whole country, rage boiled inside him. Humiliation was intolerable. Using the recoil from his spring-loaded combat boots, he flipped through the air as 5 2-meter Reapers' scythes flashed cold and crashed down on the broodmother. Bang! The spider hand tried to parry but was blasted backward, and this time the broodmother was hurled into a distant high-rise. The second building came down in a roar, burying the creature under tons of debris. Out of stamina, Xiao Hao dismissed the emerald armor, pulled on his black coat again, and landed with his breathing ragged. Watching the top player unleash such power, one strike had sent the spider monster through a building. Wu Ting's team gaped, and the audience erupted. Holy, crashed through a skyscraper, got buried, and still came out without a scratch. Mom, come quick, there's a real-life deity on screen. The livestream erupted in cheers as Wu Ting and the others realized they wouldn't have to die after all. Knowing their guardian was about to collapse, they hurriedly recalled the battered creature. As the dust slowly settled, a spider-like limb burst from the rubble, then a second. The broodmother wraith struggled for several seconds before wrenching its massive body free. Brandishing 8 arms, it hurled itself at the building's exterior. Unlike Xiao Hao, whose leaps could span 100 meters, this monster could only climb like a true spider, inching upward. Each thick limb punched into the wall, sending bricks cascading below, yet its pace quickened until it was almost level with the roof. When scarcely 10 meters remained, every muscle in its arms bulged, and the broodmother sprang. 4 front claws, their dark red bone spikes like spears, lunged straight at Xiao Hao. Waiting for it were 10 Reaper scythes that shot outward, crossing into a huge X. With 5 blades slanting on each side, they formed a glittering web of steel. Clang! The shriek of metal set teeth on edge. The scythes slid back several feet, gouging deep furrows in the concrete. The broodmother roared while the other high-tier monsters seized the moment to close in. The Reaper ring and the broodmother now stood at the same tier. Xiao Hao's former advantage had vanished. The Tyrannosaurus stopped breathing fire, and the rolling inferno gradually died out. The uppermost fodder monsters lay charred, but those below climbed over their corpses toward the roof. Xiao Hao swept his scythes to drive the broodmother back, glanced at the oncoming tide, then dropped his gaze to the cuff of his coat. From the darkness inside the sleeve, Two hair-thin threads, one red, one white, lay almost invisible, as though a hidden sewing machine had stitched them there. I don't buy that he showed up just to warn me, Xiao Hao said quietly, then added, keep those people safe. Don't let the other trash disturb me. Wu Ting and the others watched him mutter to his wrist, and the next instant the two threads shot out. Red and white strands expanded in midair, interweaving into two gowns of utterly different styles. The red thread became a traditional bridal dress, trimmed with swaying tassels. The white thread spun into a chic modern wedding gown whose hem rippled like silk. The red bride and the white bride touched down together, their figures graceful. A crimson veil and a white lace hood hid their faces, yet their slim, elegant waists alone convinced the viewers they were looking at peerless beauties. Comments Xiao Hao couldn't see exploded across the screen. Ah, my wife. Going after the top players' girls? You must have a death wish. I could wrap that waist with one hand, me nose won't stop bleeding. Thrilled the reinforcement showed up, but why do I feel both sour and happy? Never imagined the top players' allies would appear as two brides. Xiao Chengnan, also watching the stream, blew up and hurriedly typed, they're both my guardians, okay? The barrage answered in seconds. Yeah, sure. Hidden identity players as guardians? Keep dreaming. If that's your kink, at least own it. Maybe try another planet. Xiao Chengnan. Face flushing, he hammered back. They really are guardians every bit as terrifying as Sadako. The reply was the same mocking yeah, right, the sarcasm making his chest tighten. He nearly flung his phone, but finally muted the comments and focused on the battle. The red bride moved like a dancer from antiquity, flicking out ribbons of scarlet silk from her long sleeves. Though gossamer light, those ribbons shifted massive boulders with ease, clearing the debris that had buried Qing Feng and freeing him first. After a brief check of their injuries, she carried both Qing Feng and Wu Ting to the center of the rooftop safe zone, then took her place beside the white bride, ready to fight in tandem. The white bride rose on her toes, striking a perfect opening pose before spinning in a full circle. Her goddess-like gown flared, and she flung a veil of snow-white gauze, the legendary heavenly silk, high into the air. Weightless as cloud fluff, the veil seemed anchored to the sky, drifting in the wind while sealing the rooftop within a flawless ring. As thin as a cicada's wing, the glowing curtain instantly turned the rooftop into both stage and battleground. Talons scrabbling at the edge were kept outside, hammer blows from giant beasts were absorbed, and even the flickering wraiths could not push through the white light. Mirroring that defense, crimson streamers poured from the red bride's sleeves and unfurled across the roof like petals from an exploding chrysanthemum. Unlike the veil's absolute shield, these ribbons formed a ruthless, hungry net, snaring any high-level monster that broke through. Whenever claws shredded one strip, another took its place. Once they wrapped around a target, they drained its life force, spawning yet more ribbons, war feeding war in an endless cycle. One power guarded, the other assaulted, and together they created a battlefield so extravagant that Wu Ting and the livestream's audience watched in stunned silence. No flashy combos, just single abilities pushed to breathtaking extremes. Elsewhere, the dark red talons of the brood mother's ghost clashed again and again with the scythe in Xiao Hao's hands. The vast gap in level forced the ghost to retreat step by step, tasting the same frustration it had earlier inflicted on Wu Ting. Wu Ting had survived through master-level technique, but the ghost had none, relying solely on instinct and rank. As the fight wore on, Xiao Hao decoded its rhythm, seized an opening, and drove the scythe's tip into its left shoulder joint, severing the four grafted arms that protruded from its side. No blood spilled. The severed limbs hovered briefly, then twisted into four grotesque human spears that shot toward Xiao Hao. Had he still been wearing the jade armor, taking a direct hit from an 11th level monster would have drained his stamina in an instant. He refused to let those limbs maintain a 10-level advantage over him. The Reaper's scythe, however, was heavy and slow. On the brink of death, Xiao Hao switched the reload gauntlet's replication power to the high-speed Mantis blades. Emerald energy wrapped his arms, lengthening them into twin jade edges even larger than the scythe itself. As the skill fused with his body, a blade master's instinct flooded his mind. Time seemed to enter bullet time, every motion and sound stretching into slow focus. He could follow the paths of petals falling, sense the inevitability of cause and effect. In that moment, every trajectory became a certainty, stripping chance from the battlefield. It seems that nothing happens by chance. Everything is inevitable. The mantis-shaped jade scythes suddenly accelerated, almost shattering the air with a sonic boom as they sliced toward the four arm-thick fleshy lances. The first strike felonly, an afterimage remained, and the spider-like limbs split open before they could snap apart. The second cut followed, dark red blood sliding down the gleaming edge. Then came the third, the fourth blade, shadows piled layer upon layer, as though time itself had been slowed, only to snap back in the next instant. A roaring wind lifted the white veils around the rooftop in rolling waves. In the viewer's eyes, that storm of light looked like a sword energy formation ripped straight from a Xinxia novel. dicing the 4 human-sized spears into minced flesh in a single heartbeat. The 2 left and 2 right spider arms were sheared off at the root, spraying gore like a meat grinder gone wild. The twin jade sides gleamed with a cold, ruthless beauty. Their mirrored backs reflected Xiao Hao's calm, shadowed face. His unstoppable technique left Wu Ting, the other players on the rooftop, and everyone watching on their screens utterly speechless every time they thought they finally understood the first player. He slapped them with a brutal reminder. Think you've got me figured out? Not even close. The livestream comments exploded. Mom's asking why I'm kneeling in front of my screen. Honey, get in here, this guy's a god. I knew the first player was strong, but not this strong. He must be a real martial arts master, has to be. I never believed in Kung Fu before, but now I do. He's the best in the world. I want to become his disciple. 1. The first player definitely won't mind taking on one more cute, cuddly, bed-warming female student. I sure wouldn't mind. Get out of here. Someone voiced a doubt. Could that just be a skill effect? Are you stupid? The skill only turns his hands into blades. Other players can sprout dragon claws, eagle talons, even shrimp pincer swose blade work. Is this good? Only the first player. In Xiao Chengnan's room, 3 question marks floated on his screen. Don't let the hype fool you, thoughts. Definitely a skill effect. He remembered clearly that Xiao Hao had used the same sides against the peacock-tailed mantis shrimp. The guy must have a boatload of gear that lets him stack Guardian General skills. Yet the moment he typed that in chat, the crowd roasted him. Sour grapes much? Keyboard warrior, stop spamming. Can't reach the grapes, so you say they're sour, huh? Isn't that the same clown who tried to steal the 2 bride players? Uffed. Hilarious, go to sleep. You'll meet them in your dreams. Veins bulged at Xiao Chengnan's temple. Should have ignored the chat. Damn you, Xiao Hao. He slammed the comment window shut and glued his eyes to the livestream. On screen, the spider brood wraith writhed in agony. Its arms were supposed to detach, stab from afar, then stitch themselves back on its core ability. Now, the 4 launched limbs were minced meat, impossible to recover. With only the 4 right side arms left, it drove bony spurs into the concrete, dragging its shredded body toward the edge of the rooftop, desperate to escape. Xiao Hao tapped the ground with his toes. In a single light bound, he landed at the very rim of the roof. Behind him, a roaring tide of monsters surged like an abyss. Before him, the brood wraith crawled on, a demon straight out of hell. The brood mother specter's 8 purplish red eyes fixed on Xiao Hao, as though determined to grind him to dust. He stood on the roof's edge with a tide of monsters roiling behind him. The brood mother gambled everything, ramming straight at him to hurl him down to the swarm below. Its last 4 human javelins tore free from its spider torso and screamed through the air. Twin mantis sides crossed before Xiao Hao like an enormous meat grinder. The javelins were chopped to stubs, and the 4 spider arms that followed were shredded to pulp. Gore spattered from the rooftop, instantly fought over by the beasts beneath. Legless, the brood mother shuddered on the tiles, now nothing but butcher's meat. Xiao Hao flicked his wrist. The mantis blades morphed into a reaper's scythe, 10 pitch-black talons driving into the specter's chest. His aim was to tear the bloated spider in half, like a stuffed bun. Nah, please, don't kill me. If you do, you're a butcher. There are nearly 1,000 people in here. The shrill plea came from its abdomen. Embedded heads, men, women, children, even half-formed infants sobbed, tears mingling with blood. Everyone watching was outraged. Xiao Hao sneered. Can't kill you. Watch me. The wailing only made him pull harder. With a wet rip, the broodmother specter was torn apart. All 8 eyes were pierced, its brain mashed to sludge. Nearly 1,000 human heads rolled free, piling up like a grisly hill. Their twisted faces relaxed in peaceful release. Meanwhile, the high-tier mutants cocooned by crimson ribbon fell still. When the ribbon unwound, they withered into giant husks. The skyweave recoiled, flinging low-tier creatures from the walls. Bereft of the broodmother's aura, the lesser monsters cowered under the ghost scythe ring and dared not move. Spirit orbs 650. The prompt flashed, and a cascade of glowing spheres dropped. Bullet comments poured in. Chupo finally caught up. Crossdire kill. The streamer nailed a level 20 deep-sea wraith, so a level 11 broodmother was nothing. Second line is down. Third line's about to break. Hurry, streamer, or the city's toast. Xiao Hao's gaze hardened. The third line lay on the far side of the city. Rooftop hopping would take too long. Just then, an aircraft carrier descended from the clouds. Soldiers snapped to attention and saluted. First player, the front needs backup. Please board and reinforce the third defense line. Xiao Hao nodded. Shadow ribbons wrapped around Wu Ting and the others, and he vaulted onto the deck before it touched down. Time for gentler methods. Inside, the red-white bride handed him a device that resembled an oversized magnifying glass. Xiao Changnan asked you to bring this to me? He asked. She nodded silently. Items from the game world went straight into spatial inventory. With a thought, he stored it, and a stat panel appeared. Mana Amplifier Replica. Greatly expands the area of effective energy-based skills. Only one use. So it's literally a magnifier. Xiao Hao instantly understood what Xiao Changnan was getting at. His dark domain, already stacked 8 times, covered a vast area, yet it still fell short of enveloping the entire city of Honglong. The single-use magnifier Xiao had handed him carried only one line in its description: amplifies a skill once. Applied to a large-scale AoE, the effect would grow exponentially. It might just push Dark Domain to citywide proportions, wiping out every monster and saving Honglong in a single stroke. Hope flared, but Xiao Hao kept the discovery to himself. No one could guarantee how the disposable item would behave, and he refused to ignite everyone's expectations only to snuff them out. The magnifier's chill pressed into his palm. He drew a deep breath, forcing down the urge to activate it on the Spothe wasn't standing at the city's geometric center. To maximize the coverage, he would have to reach it before unleashing the skill. A bigger problem loomed. The moment Dark Domain unfolded, the monsters on the front line would fly into a frenzy. Even with the Ghost Scythe ring to suppress them, they would fight back with suicidal ferocity. He couldn't let the front collapse before he arrived. The carrier-class transport plane hurtled forward. 10 minutes to the front line. During those fleeting minutes, they could only follow the battle through the live feed. Xiao Hao looked up at the gray sky. The cloud edges were whitening. Dawn was about to break. The North District was on the brink of falling. The third defensive line spat steel in a curtain of gunfire, each explosion deafening. Flames forced the monster tide to a standstill 100 meters out, but only slowed its advance. Incorporeal and high-level beasts were tied down by elite players, while corporeal monsters pressed forward over a ramp of their own dead. Each fallen creature was instantly replaced, gnawing at the defense inch by inch. Smoke and blood eroded human hope. On a raised platform, Wang He's face was a mask of granite, though his heart hammered in his chest. In his headset, Number 2's shredded voice betrayed despair. Number 1, we're about to fold. Any other backup? So far no incoming support. The horde was a breath away. There was nowhere left to retreat. Pain lanced through Wang He's chest as he barked. Tell the fighters to raise their riot shields. This last line cannot break. Number 1. Wang He's voice was raw, eyes bloodshot. As long as we're breathing, the monsters don't cross. He hoisted his submachine gun and raked the endless black tide. Every soldier understood. Even if reinforcements did arrive, they wouldn't live long enough to see them. But civilians were still evacuating behind them. Every second bot saved lives. If a wall of flesh was required, they would supply it without complaint. The closer the enemy came, the more ferocious the defense grew. Crates of grenades emptied in seconds, detonations gouging a blazing trench before the swarm. After a brief vacuum, the headset crackled again. Number 1. Hold on. Backup is minutes out. Wang He's roar was ragged. Minutes? They'll be in the streets by then. They'll butcher the civilians. What good is backup now? He was on the edge of breaking. Even if every Walonki player arrived, they couldn't stem this tidal wave at such close range. Destruction is always easier than protection. Number 1. The backup is the first player. The words froze Wang He's anguish. What? The first player? A beam of light pierced the abyss of despair. His whole body trembled with relief. If it was the first player, Honglong might actually survive. Someone who could crush the source of a calamity could surely do the impossible here. Tears burst free. He wiped them away with a sleeve smeared in soot and blood, unwilling to let the troops see him break. Lifting his megaphone, he shouted, voice hoarse but blazing, hold for a few more minutes. The first player is coming. I repeat, the first player is coming. The words had barely left his lips when soldiers and civilians alike felt adrenaline surge through their veins. The entire battlefield sprang back to life. The first player is coming? But isn't he in Blue Dragon City? How could he be heading for Red Dragon City? That's amazing. It's him, it's really him. If the first player is coming, we still have a chance. The civilians who hadn't been evacuated from the northern district erupted. A little girl with a severed leg huddled on a makeshift seat, her vacant gaze snapping into focus the moment she heard the words first player. At the intersection, soldiers gripping riot shields dripped sweat and grime. A crack split their certainty of death. If the reinforcements were anyone else, they would never last. But if it was the first player, his overwhelming power could keep them alive as soon as he arrived. Hope flared in every eye. If they only had to hold out a few more minutes, there was no point in conserving ammo. Give them everything we've got. The frontline commander roared. Grenades pounded forward like a thunderstorm, the blasts forcing the monster tide back several meters. The fleeting success only enraged the creatures. Shadows rolled together at the front, piling into several millstone-sized monster spheres. Fighter jets dove, dumping cannon fire and air-to-ground missiles. Rocket launchers on the ground joined in, determined to shred the spheres before they crossed the line. Players seized the opening, driving back the elite beasts. Even the incorporeal ghosts retreated for the moment. The surge lasted only minutes. Stamina and ammo hit empty at the same time. Players and soldiers wheezed like broken bellows, arms trembling around their rifles. High overhead, the shadow of a hovering carrier loomed larger, as if it might park over the battlefield at any moment. Just as exhaustion peaked, the monster tide lashed back. A few creatures, too quick for the eye, slammed into the riot shields, the dull impact rocking the wall. Can we still hold? Wu Ting gritted out, leaning on a comrade before glancing at Xiao Hao. Do we go help? They're barely hanging on. No need, Xiao Hao answered calmly. Before the final syllable faded, his figure stretched into a streak of black light. Skimming the ground, he flashed past one elite beast after another, then reappeared beside Wang He's vantage point. The echo of his movement still lingered when the elite monsters collapsed, limbs severed and flesh curling, reduced to twitching lumps. The entire horde flattened. The battlefield fell silent, as if no living thing dared stir before the first player. The kills are yours. Xiao Hao sheathed his blade, voice even, yet the surrounding players' eyes lit up. They needed the spirit orbs far more than he did. With his permission, they pounced on the maimed, howling monsters. Amid the brief scramble, the one-legged girl slid off her seat. Moving was agony, but she braced on her hands and crawled toward Xiao Hao, inch by inch. My mom and dad were killed by the monsters, and my brother and sister too. Please, you have to kill them all. She screamed, voice shrill and raw. Her plea pierced the tension like a needle through an overfilled balloon. Kill them all. Avenge the dead. Rage and grief detonated. The roar of countless throats praying, accusing, demanding drowned the officers' loudspeakers, plunging the scene into deeper chaos. Wang He wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the surging crowd. No matter how they barked orders or tried to calm the civilians, nothing worked. Xiao Hao lifted his right hand, palm out like a traffic officer signaling a stop. With that single, effortless gesture, the earth-shaking roar fell into absolute silence. Wang He froze, disbelief written all over his face. Even Xiao Hao hadn't expected his personal authority to drown out the government loudspeakers in an instant. His husky voice rolled through the megaphone. As you wish. The words had barely landed before the plaza erupted. A thunderous cheer shot skyward, and even the civilians hiding in the evacuation tunnels turned back, determined to witness the slaughter with their own eyes. Nothing could restrain their frenzy. This time, Xiao Hao had no intention of calling out his dark domain. That would be far too lenient. He simply nodded at the white bride. She raised her hand, and the air split like a snow-white curtain, a celestial veil slamming shut and sealing the raging tide of monsters away from the crowd. A moment later, a summoned beast burst from the ground at Xiao Hao's feet, a mantis shrimp the size of a truck, its entire body clad in emerald plates, so extravagant the onlookers felt another wave of envy. Go, Xiao Hao murmured. Use fan of the Jade Quetzal. Let them taste their own medicine. The monster tide had ravaged Red Dragon City like a natural disaster. Now he would show them what a real catastrophe looked like. Light coalesced overhead, weaving itself into the fan of the Quetzal tail, emerald blades veined with black gold filigree, sapphire pupils glowing deep within the ribs. A single flick of the fan, and the first wall of water reared up with a thunderous roar. Sensing death, the monsters abandoned submission for pure madness. Even before the wave had fully risen, they hurled themselves at the human line, but the translucent sky silk repelled every form, corporeal or otherwise. Not even phantoms that could phase through solid matter slipped past that merciless veil. He fanned again and again, each sweep stacked upon the last, until a sky-blotting tsunami towered above the battlefield. The tide was set. Behind the sky silk, the sea level climbed by the second, while in front every creature was driven back. Beasts below the threshold had their bones pulverized, reduced to drifting chunks of flesh. The surge only grew, rolling up entire swarms, crushing colossal wild monsters, tossing cars, construction machines, even uprooted trees through the liquid curtain. The end-of-days tableau left every spectator dizzy with awe. Is that really power a human can wield? Senior officials across Long stared, speechless. In the live stream, viewers stammered as the first player rewrote their understanding of reality yet again. Abroad, government leaders' pupils contracted. Contingency plans targeting Longwo were scrapped on the spot. They had banked on sheer player numbers to offset the first player, but one tsunami had reduced every scenario to rubble. With godlike single-target strength and a world-ending area attack, 1,000,000 players would simply be collateral damage. Who could possibly keep him in check? The tsunami scoured every living thing, tangible or otherwise. In the face of this catastrophe, all were insignificant. The waterborne deluge dispersed low-level spirits, swept away viscous monster secretions, and human blood alike. The roar of waves drowned out even the cheers, torrents, whirlpools, and skyborne waterfalls weaving together as though to cleanse every sin. Severed limbs, shattered ruins, and blood-stained walls were carried off, leaving the streets pristine once more. Even high-tier beasts lay dying, collapsed in knee-deep water. The clamor of battle faded, replaced by the steady rush of currents. That rhythmic surf became a requiem, and the battered survivors felt their eyes sting. At last the ashen sky tore open for dawn. Pale gold sunlight spilled from the east, illuminating the figure in the black trench coat high above. In the morning light the fabric seemed to burn like fire, kindling hope for all who saw it. A cool breeze swept through the cleared air. The hem of his coat rippled like the waves, his silhouette as steady as a pine. The image branded itself onto the city's collective soul, and more than a few citizens elevated him to the level of faith itself. Xiao Hao gently patted the mantis shrimp's head, and the creature finally folded its Haishan Kwei. With the fantail still, the furious sea settled. The crashing roar softened into a clear, gentle trickle, like fresh spring water flowing through cracked stone. Sediment sank to the ocean floor, weary souls were soothed, and a calm quiet spread over everything. Ahead of the celestial veil stretched water so sapphire blue it seemed transparent. Behind it raged a battlefield of smoke and blood. The gauzy white canopy stood like an invisible wall, cleanly splitting two worlds apart. Unfurled like a scroll, the veil opened, and seawater poured through the gap. The tide, no longer confined, rolled into the human front line. Honglong City was about to undergo a total cleansing. A sudden roar shattered the hush. Someone fired a final round into a dying beast, and humanity's pent-up fury ignited. The firing line spread from the north like wildfire. A steel torrent thundered forward, shells fell in sheets, and humankind sounded its counterattack. Ton upon ton of munitions slammed into Honglong City. Soldiers, eyes bloodshot, seized their weapons and hurled themselves at the monsters. Honglong City's rage was theirs alone to unleash. With the pressure easing, Xiao Hao turned toward the city center, unaware that crowds behind him had already dropped to their knees. Honglong City's core was a hotel skyscraper. Honglong City's icon was a sky-piercing spire, the Honglong Tower. While Xiao Hao raced for the tower, the internet erupted. Bullet comments plastered the live stream so densely the screen vanished. Apart from raw amazement, almost no foreign viewers spoke. Faced with overwhelming power, they finally kept silent. The first player going all out is insane. He literally triggered a tsunami, can you believe it? That's a genuine natural disaster. Thank goodness he stopped the Haishan Kwei in time. If those waves had stacked, the whole city would be underwater. I've checked every Guardian Worldwide hero class. Troop classes are all 1EO vacant. He looks awesome. That Emerald Mantis shrimp and the legendary Haishan Kwei. Why are everyone else's Guardians so ugly? Right. Ask yourselves why your summons are all hideous. Exactly. Time to reflect. Other players watching. They wanted good-looking Guardians, but never met a single handsome one. How is that their fault? Finally someone grumbled. As long as it can fight, who cares? Can fight? Really? Pick any Guardian of the first players and try him. Silence followed. No one could beat even one of them, and the chat fell awkwardly quiet. The public celebrated, but Longwo's leadership could not share the joy. They knew Honglong City was about to face nuclear fire. All they could do was drip the news into the live stream, letting the nation slowly absorb the brutal truth. Give the troops a moment to vent, then evacuate. The ceiling barrier can't hold forever. The moment that message appeared, someone asked, if we're winning, why withdraw? Yeah, why not wipe out the monsters before it drops? An anonymous viewer patiently replied, these monsters can convert any living being. Even if you win, you can never wipe them out completely. As long as even one converted insect slips through, it could plunge the entire world into disaster. During the live stream, an expert's detailed breakdown finally made the audience realize that this crisis had never offered a real chance of victory. The monster's power to convert others spreads like a virus. Eliminating the original source is useless. One survivor is enough to restart the catastrophe. So Honglong City has to be wiped out. The comment feed exploded. I can't accept that. After such brutal fighting, we're still going to destroy my hometown? Honglong City is home to millions. How can we erase it so easily? I absolutely refuse. Another wave of comments pushed back. What else can we do? The monsters only need to kill to convert. They're on land, in the sky, underground. Without the containment barrier, they'd already be global. Emotions kept swelling. Honglong City is my roots. My parents are gone. No one will wash my clothes or forgive my tantrums anymore. Are you going to destroy everything they left behind too? My grandmother is all I have left. Her safety charm is still at home. I haven't retrieved it. What are the Longwo leaders doing? Incompetent enough to blow up a city. If you can't handle porcelain, don't pick it up. Look at the mess your command has made of Honglong City. Rage gathered, and everyone poured their blame onto the commanders. Longwo's leadership offered no defense. They simply bore it in silence. Destroying a city, especially your own, is anything but easy. Compared with those who died, were separated from loved ones, or lost their possessions, the commander's pain might seem smaller, yet the heaviest burden fell on them. They chose to annihilate Honglong City. With authority comes responsibility. Time may slowly ease the citizens' wounds, but the guilt of the decision-makers will last a lifetime. The officer who issued the order would likely be dismissed, doxxed, and turned into a target for public outrage. Away from the cameras, he faced a gray wall, eyes red, silently staring at the flood of curses on screen. He felt neither resentment nor regret. At the top of the tower, Xiao Hao stood in the wind, looking down on all of Honglong City. Beside him, the deck of the escorting aircraft carrier glinted silver in the sunlight. On the deck, Wu Ting limped toward him. Take your last look and let's go. The nuclear missiles will launch soon, he rasped. Xiao Hao turned and answered softly. First, Let's ask the people of Honglong City whether they still have the courage to face the darkness. Wu Ting's once empty eyes slowly focused, like embers flaring back to life. What do you mean? The whole exchange streamed live. Facing the camera, Xiao Hao said calmly, I can't promise this will work. It's only a try, so don't set your hopes too high. His cryptic words ignited the internet. It was supposed to be a dead end, yet the first player still had a trump card. In the feed he stood against the rising red sun, his silhouette outlined in gold. Countless viewers quietly wept. That long coat, so familiar, looked sharper than ever on him. Once darkness falls, it will catch the citizens of Honglong City completely off guard. Xiao Hao has to warn them beforehand, so everyone can prepare mentally. Facing darkness isn't just the name of his skill. It's a challenge asking whether they can summon the courage to confront despair again, and he returns the choice entirely to them. The live chat instantly exploded. The first player means he still has a plan, but he's not sure it'll work. It's already this bad. Of course we have to go all out. The city is on its deathbed. Only by dying and being reborn can it transcend. Give it everything. Even if you fail, we won't blame you. That's right. Failure doesn't matter. You've done all you can. Don't give up. Keep fighting. First player, will always support you. Across town, the commander watching the same stream had reddened eyes and a heart full of bitterness. Seriously? The double standard is unbelievable. I'm doing my best to why does he get cheered while I'm getting torn apart? No one could have stopped a disaster like this. Moving that many civilians was already an achievement, okay? The thought left him on the verge of tears. Xiao Hao glanced at his phone, saw the flood of encouragement, and nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, 7 seahorses slid out of the void panel and aligned with him, forming an 8-fold stack. The field of darkness unfurled like a gigantic black lotus blooming above the city. He tapped use on the game interface. The mana magnifier in his palm darkened as if clear water had swallowed a drop of ink, then began to dissolve. The lotus petals detonated. The lens at the magnifier's center cracked, and a tidal wave of power rushed into the darkness. Wind and cloud roared in response. Night spread outward with Xiao Hao at its center, devouring the newborn sunlight inch by inch. Sky and ground were wrapped in concentric shells of gloom. Jagged black auroras slashed through smoke and punched into the clouds. The heavens churned while the turquoise sea below turned to liquid shadow. Gales screamed around him. Grass blades, droplets, and clods of earth spiraled upward. Coughing civilians and soldiers could only spit out garbled syllables. The domain kept swallowing streets and alleys until it strained at the edge of its range. Xiao Hao lit up his phone again. The satellite feed showed darkness blanketing all of Honglong City and even spilling past the government barricade, proof that every monster had been dragged into his domain. On screen, the city looked as if someone had dropped an enormous black shroud over a dinner plate labeled Honglong City. In an instant, the city was ruled by night. Success. The shadow seahorses moved as one, unleashing dark erosion. Anchored within the domain, the skill leashed vitality from everything monsters in the sky, in the sea, and below the ground. With 10 points in the skill and an 8-fold stack, the effect was terrifying. High-level beasts had their life force torn away piece by piece. Lesser creatures were drained to dust in a single heartbeat. Whether they had bodies or not, whether their defenses were thick as steel or paper-thin, the monsters fell like dominoes. Dark corrosion ignored every form of armor. In the southern district, the fiercest tide of beasts looked as though an invisible giant hand were squeezing their throats. They collapsed in swaths, weak before the wind. Corpses piled into hills within minutes. Even the elites lasted only moments before their skin festered and their blood dried to dust. Players swarmed in to pick the spoils, but Xiao Hao barely glanced their way. Already had nearly 20,000 spirit orbs, more than he could ever spend. When the last high-level creature convulsed and dropped, the domain of darkness withdrew like an ebbing sea. Dawn pierced the bloody haze and warmed every face. Only then did people realize the sun was still there. All of Red Dragon City turned its gaze to the tower, to the lone figure on the roof, whose cloak snapped in the morning when no one could look away. On the carrier's flight deck, Wu Ting asked, tense but restrained, "How did it go?" "It's done," Xiao Hao answered evenly. "Red Dragon City is safe." Those few words punched through every eardrum. Sailors exploded in thunderous cheers. Citizens on the streets dropped to their knees, shouting. The livestream chat drowned in virtual gifts, thanks, marriage proposals, even offers to be adopted. Number 1 player, Forever God. A true citywide AoE. Best in the world. The tsunami move was busted already. Now he covers a whole city? Who on earth can still match him? He's unbeatable. He's so hot, let me have his babies. Get in line. Holding hands we could circle the earth 3 times. Name your price for a child, cash up front. Mom, shut up. Across the screen, Chiao Chengnan nearly burst a vein. Are you blind? See the item in his hand? I gave him that. A fresh barrage. Here he goes again. Quit sulking, everyone knows. Isn't he the keyboard warrior wanting 2 brides? Yeah, the guy who only argues. The top player saves us, and he still whines? Shame. Keep yapping, and you'll get doxxed. Two ladies already doxed. Xiao Chengnan's hand trembled around his phone. Fine, dox me for real. He hurled the phone onto the bed. After a sleepless night of watching the stream and bottling frustration, he finally cracked. The strongest guardian sent out, a priceless item handed over, an apartment stocked with snacks for Xiao Hao, yet all the glory went to the other guy. Fair. Hardly. He squatted in the corner of his rented room, seething. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation's leaders, eyes red, saluted toward the tower. Every sailor on deck formed up and saluted the player who had saved an entire city. Xiao Hao returned each silent tribute. After all, head ride this carrier home. People should know he nearly set his spring-loaded combat boots on fire sprinting from Blue Dragon City to get here. On deck, the usually stern Wu Ting even cracked a joke. How about taking off the mask so the whole country can see its hero? Yeah, let us see the hero. I don't care what he looks like, he'll marry him anyway. Beat it, the boss isn't interested. Drowned in praise, Xiao Hao kept a cool head. If the dark domain hadn't blanketed the city, if the rescue had failed, the backlash would have been a storm just as vast but tipped with poison. The commander's fate proved it. Once the halo cracks, a hero is only human. If his identity leaked, the loudmouths would multiply, and soon someone might drag him toward that shady van bound for the evolution pool. The higher you stand, the harder you fall, he whispered. He shook his head, the cheers dimmed a notch, and no one dared insist he unmask. The carrier eased away, leaving Red Dragon City coated in a shallow layer of pristine seawater that sparkled in the sun, clear enough to show the bottom. As they neared Blue Dragon City, the people from Hualong Pool tried to persuade Xiao Hao to stay, but he turned into a streak of dark light and disappeared. He rode back on that aircraft carrier-sized warship, forced to endure everyone's endless chatter until his head throbbed. When he finally reached his dingy rental, he opened the door and found mountains of snacks inside, with soda taking up half the room. He broke into a knowing grin. Xiao Chengnan is a keeper. Then he muttered, Xiao Chengnan, screw you. The redanned white bride had already been recalled by Xiao Chengnan when the war ended. After running on fumes all night, Xiao Hao collapsed onto his bed. Yet the entire Dragon Nation was celebrating, and as the sun rose, thunderous cheers erupted from the residential blocks of Blue Dragon City. First player, you're a legend forever. Their legend rolled over in bed. First player, I love you. The object of that love yanked a pillow over his head. First player, you're fing awesome. Xiao Hao almost swore back. Awesome or not, a guy still needs to sleep. First player, I want to have your babies. Really? Honey, stop joking, the kids and I are starving. Xiao Hao was completely lost. Get out. Have all the babies you want, just let me sleep. After that circus, Xiao Hao finally drifted off, bringing peace to the grateful Dragon Nation. He slept straight through to the afternoon, then staggered up to brush his teeth. The internet was still boiling. His name still topped the trends, and he hardly cared anymore. He made a cup of instant noodles and slurped while scrolling through the comments, nothing but praise. Yet no one would guess their idol survived on ramen. On TV, the national news was doing a live segment. A female reporter stopped a burly man on the street. Sir, what's your opinion of the game? My opinion? I look at it with my eyes, obviously. The reporter was momentarily stumped, forced to smile, and switch questions. Then how do you feel about the first player? I'd like to keep his bed warm. Xiao Hao nearly face-planted in front of the TV. Absolutely not. No burly men, please. The reporter almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in. Why would you say that? The man replied as if it were obvious. Isn't that the kind of stuff he's into? Xiao Hao's hair practically stood on end. Even if I were, what's it got to do with you? Actually, am not. He hurriedly pulled up Qiandu and searched. What do you do when the internet crazies corrupt you? The top results were 1. Accept your fate. There's no cure. 2. One anti-cringe shot will fix you right up. 3. Go to a busy street and belt out bad girl. Recovery guaranteed. The internet only drags people down. Protect your sanity, stay away from netizens. Xiao Hao muttered while continuing to watch the live broadcast. The reporter went on. How do you know the first player likes that kind of thing? Everybody knows, the man declared. At last the reporter lost it. She locked eyes with the big guy, and the two of them cracked up like partners in crime. Xiao Hao's eye twitched. What a bizarre way to bond. Worse, they agreed on the spot to share bed-warming duties if they ever got the chance. Can you believe that? The reporter's building rapport skills had his mouth twisting in anger. As the segment finally got serious, they moved on to discuss the game's upcoming open beta. The burly man admitted he was desperate to join the game, and most of those with him shared the same dream. It was day 6 of the holiday, only one day left. As the public beta drew near, every corner of the internet was crammed with debates about who would be chosen. Even the long-running top search, Honglong City Monster Search, had been knocked off the trending list. Pop-ups for pre-player chat groups kept appearing, making Xiao Hao roll his eyes. Everyone seemed to think shouting "I want in" was enough for the system to hear them. Yet the overall survival rate of players was still below 50%, hardly an upgrade from real life. Keyboard warriors saw only the glory players enjoyed back in reality. They had never faced the horror of the game world and still prayed to be selected. If given another chance, Xiao Hao couldn't guarantee he'd survive himself, but these people were brimming with confidence. Near the end of the live interview, the reporter solemnly extended an invitation. Player 1, please enter the Hualong pool. For Xiao Hao, it was just procedural nonsense, but the comment feed instantly filled with jealousy. The reporter knew the real headline came next. A monster tide had erupted on Longwo's northern border. The authorities were calling on Player 1 to reinforce the defense. An aircraft carrier was already waiting at the former battle site beneath the Great Tree in Longlong City. Because the surge originated in a neighboring nation, Longwo would normally stay out of it. But that small border country had too few players, and its defense line was crumbling. With the tide beginning to spill over, Longwo had no choice but to step in. Its own backyard was chaotic enough as it was. The camera kept rolling while the reporter fired off questions. Xiao Hao sighed, tossed his empty instant noodle cup in the trash, pulled on his coat, and melted into the shadows. On the carrier's deck, off-duty soldiers whispered among themselves. Is Player 1 really coming? He should. We've been waiting for hours. You think he hasn't heard about it? The whole internet's talking. He'd know if he went online. Maybe he's still asleep? Haha, they weren't far off. Xiao Hao had catnapped the whole way. At last he appeared on deck. A sentry spotted him and jogged over. Sir, you finally made it. Xiao Hao scanned the faces, none familiar. Where's Wu Ting and the others? All the players are grinding monsters at the border. You're the last one we need. He wondered why had been summoned if the others could handle it. If he stepped in, would anyone else gain experience? The moment turned awkward until the soldier scratched his head and stammered. How could the great master carry the low-level accounts? So they really did treat reality like an online game. Xiao Hao was the main account, the rest were outs. He couldn't help laughing. His spirit pearls were already maxed out, more than he could ever use, so sharing wasn't an issue. He nodded. Sure, let's go. The soldier's eyes lit up. He ushered Xiao Hao to the lounge, then sprinted off to report. The moment Xiao Hao opened the door, regret hit him, not for agreeing to carry the outs, but for that cup of noodles. Lobsters and king crabs were piled high inside the lounge, the aroma flooding his senses. He patted his stomach and cursed himself for eating earlier, but faced with this spread, his self-control surrendered. After a brief hesitation, he grabbed a fork. For a true foodie, there's always room for a few more bites. An endless battlefield stretched to the horizon. Fighter jets screamed overhead, strafing the monster horde until blood and viscera flew, but always stopping short of the kill, leaving half-mauled crawlers and wing-clipped flyers to shriek and drag themselves toward the players. During the holiday, the gamers had farmed non-stop and should have stockpiled spirit orbs, yet their guardians were still laughably underleveled. That was when Xiao Hao remembered. A guardian can't surpass the level of the safe house, and safe houses are frozen during updates. Whatever level they were before the break is where they're stuck now. Orbs or no orbs, battle strength 5 stayed battle strength 5. No wonder they'd begged his high-level account to carry them. The moment he grasped the issue, Xiao Hao barked an order. Haima, full dark corruption. Once a monster drops below 5%, stop, let the players finish it. The Haima Legion obeyed. A pitch-black tide rolled across the sky, and they didn't even need ammunition. Xiao Hao glanced at his interface spirit orbs, 20,450. For a moment he savored the thrill of being flush. It was all headed to Longwo anyway, so why hold back? Under the dark shroud, the monsters slowed as though wading through tar. Players gaped as their guardians suddenly turned fierce, pulping skulls with a single punch, while spirit orbs poured in. In minutes the battlefield turned into a kill-stealing frenzy. Even 10 orbs were worth blood. Then the darkness lifted. On the carrier deck, a lone figure stood in a black trench coat, plain clothes. But his presence was impossible to ignore. Purple, green, and black blood pooled around mountains of corpses. As the number of remaining monsters dwindled, the competition grew ruthless. I tagged that one first, back off. First come, first served? You still in preschool, or what? Keep it up and you're dead. Oh yeah? Come try. Xiao Hao leaned on the rail, shaking a tub of popcorn. The loudmouths hadn't started swinging yet, so he laughed and prodded them. Come on, fight already, I brought snacks. Arguments erupted everywhere until someone finally raised a weapon. Longwo officials rushed to intervene, but no one listened. Only a handful of high-level monsters were left, each last hit worth hundreds of spirit orbs. The holiday ended tomorrow. After that it was back to grinding dungeons. Tension was sky-high, and no one would surrender even a sliver of reward. Soldiers shot pleading looks at Xiao Hao. He shrugged. I already carried the run, now you want me to play babysitter? Dream on. Too many hunters, too little prey, and in foreign territory at that. The ad hoc players had zero discipline, turning the field into a madhouse. The small nation they were helping was called Langua. With the beast tide finally under control, its leadership dared to show itself. Several officials in full dress gathered below the deck, chattering at Xiao Hao. The interpreter hurried over. Honored first player, the ruler of Langua is willing to abdicate and sincerely invites you to become our sovereign. In other words, for the sake of survival, they wanted Xiao Hao to be their emperor. They were ready to shower Xiao Hao with every imaginable privilege, and if he wanted even more, they were willing to negotiate. While Wolf Kingdom's leaders spoke to him, a live satellite feed captured everything. Citizens jammed the capital's streets on their knees, kowtowing toward the carrier's deck. Behind the officials, a row of scantily clad girls twisted like water snakes, executing mysterious stretches in a blatant bid for the first player's attention. Viewers around the world felt a collective stab of envy through their screens. In the chat, packs of LSPs pounded their chests and wailed, "Aya, why wasn't I born a player? I want to be commander too. This jealousy is blinding." Almost instantly, 3 factions emerged. 1. Sour Grape Brigade, mostly men. First player, you're from Long Kingdom, you can't betray us. I forbid you to serve Wolf Kingdom. 2. Pure-hearted Cheer Squad, mostly women. Being their commander won't change his citizenship. He won't be tempted. Goat. He's never let us down. He's a hero. Wolf Kingdom can quit dreaming. 3. Wolfish Passion Group, mostly degenerates. Don't go. I can be your maid. They'll wear the black stockings. Those women can't compare to me. I've already played with better. If you stay, they'll even change my gender for love. Luckily, Xiao Hao had the chat turned off. Otherwise the soda in his mouth would have sprayed everywhere. The shadow mask kept the public from seeing his face and didn't stop him from digging into his meal. A man of such stature, noble, upright, the first player himself, how could he be swayed by mere beauty? Certainly not because the deck was so high he could only see tiny heads below, and definitely not because he had to keep up appearances on camera. Absolutely not. The outgoing commander of Wolf Kingdom stared hard at Xiao Hao, but the mask hid every expression. The girls had tried everything, yet the first player sat as still as a monk. Even handpicked beauties can't move him? His willpower is terrifying. The commander frowned, then brightened and added a full line of male models behind the girls. Xiao Hao, have you people completely misunderstood me? Under the mask, his cheeks heated visibly. The chat exploded. Can we negotiate for a female commander? So handsome. That one's handsome too. I want them all. The previously cute female viewers dropping the act. My eyes. So that's his type after all. It's overs falling for it. The one-stuff male viewers now stirring rumors. He'll be commander. Omnivorous, no limits. Drool and nosebleed at the same time. Miso degenerate. I love it. The truly shameless back for more. Xiao Hao's ears burned red with anger. Without the mask, his public image would have shattered on the spot. This is your idea of inviting him to be commander? Forget it. I quit. Xiao Hao's poise left the Wolf Kingdom speaker guessing. Money, power, even the temptations of men and women were dangled before him one after another. Stage lights poured over the young man, yet he sat motionless, face serene. The livestream audience burst into frantic chatter. Only after confirming that the first player hadn't nodded did they finally breathe easier. The speaker's pitch might have been over the top, but viewers truly feared Xiao Hao would walk out on a whim. Dragon Kingdom officials were secretly wiping their brows as well. The Wolf Kingdom's offer was so extravagant that they couldn't hope to match it. Practically an entire nation handed over on a silver platter. Though that nation's wealth was no greater than one of Dragon Kingdom's provinces, the sincerity was impeccable. To keep the first player, the Wolf Kingdom had played every card it held. Dragon Kingdom, by contrast, wasn't worried about such lures. After all, those same resources were easily within Xiao Hao's reach at home. When the Wolf Kingdom's leader finally finished his hopeful address, Xiao Hao lifted his eyes at last. His tone was calm, but razor-sharp. What do you plan to do with the remaining monsters? The leader froze. Seriously? I invite you to command our forces, and you care about half-dead monsters? At a loss, he stammered out a reply. The interpreter summed it up as, they're yours to dispose of. The reinforcements were their idea. The monsters were wounded by Xiao Hao, and since they had already risked defending the Dragon Kingdom, they could only put everything in his hands. Anyone else would have found such terms irresistible, yet the first player seemed anchored by iron resolve. The Wolf Kingdom's citizens cheered his name. The atmosphere hit a fever pitch, and with a single question, he cut straight through it. At last he nodded lightly. Very well. Then I gift these monsters to Dragon Kingdom. With that, he gave no one time to react, turned on his heel, and strode toward the lounge, his departure crisp and final. A command staff position, perhaps even a throne, lay within easy reach, but he discarded them like refuse. The image of players scrambling to claim weakened monsters clashed sharply with his unhurried exit, leaving many red-faced with shame. However, Dragon Kingdom chose to divvy up the spoils by merit or by rank. Xiao Hao trusted they would handle it properly. At the very least, they wouldn't embarrass the nation abroad the way some players had today. Compare goods, and you'll toss them out. Compare people, and you may want to crawl into a hole, he thought. The first player had salvaged Dragon Kingdom's dignity. Others had better not squander it again. Most official players followed the rules, but the newly recruited ones lacked such sense. The monster tide had broken out on foreign soil, and the beasts were crippled by Xiao Hao himself. No excuse existed for picking a fight. If the first player agreed to carry you, it was a favor. If he refused, no one could force him. Once Xiao Hao was gone, Dragon Kingdom's leaders finally relaxed, while the Wolf Kingdom felt a bone stuck in its throat. Dragon Kingdom had once sent troops to help, yet the Wolf Kingdom had responded by poaching their stare. A future plea for aid would only be harder. Xiao Hao had come merely to watch the show, But the disparity between the two nations was glaring. The Wolf Kingdom treated him like a god, while some Dragon Kingdom players acted as if he were invisible. Tough only at home. Are you? He let out a cold laugh. If that's how you want it, then none of you get anything. Since they'd shown no shame, why should he grant them face? If not for sharing the same homeland, he might have sent those monsters straight back to the Wolf Kingdom. Their rulers might not be loyal to Dragon Kingdom, but they'd certainly honored Xiao Hao. After he left, the arena fell silent. Dragon Kingdom's officials promptly announced that the monsters would be allocated according to contribution, with the entire process transparent to all. Faced with such fairness, even the players who failed to snag a share had no choice but to accept it. The soldiers and police officers who had quietly done the hard work never tried to steal kills. Instead, they were assigned high-level monsters, each worth hundreds of ordinary ones. The shameless kill stealers walked away with nothing. Serves them right. The chat exploded. Longwo's tactics are perfect. The rewards should go to the players who actually pulled their weight. Nobody plays the game better than player one. Yeah, player one forever. I get why the foreign teams fought over the monsters, but it looked ugly. Thank goodness player one restored our nation's pride. Exactly. That's why he's my idol. In the lounge, the chef kept sneaking glances at Xiao Hao, jotting down every preference: slightly salty, mildly spicy, in a notebook. He had once cooked out of duty. Now, out of respect, he aimed for perfection in every dish. Player one's appetite was astounding. He cleared plate after plate while the chef, without a word of complaint, sent the empties away and hurried back to the kitchen. Hunger beat out pride, and Xiao Hao turned the lounge into a full-blown dining hall. The immortal body granted by the game gave him a formidable metabolism. As he demolished plate after plate of gourmet food, he felt his attributes inch upward, not by much, but every bit counted. Besides, it was delicious, and he couldn't stop. He opened his stream, pretending to casually skim the comments while actually soaking up the praise. His mood soared, though an occasional snarky line still caught him off guard for a second. Back in Blue Dragon City, he slipped away from the outskirts in shadow form again, careful not to reveal his identity. Wu Ting and the others watched the silhouette fade and sighed. Player one never gave them an opening. When he woke up, only one day of vacation remained. He wanted to go out and have some fun, but monster incursions had put everyone under stay-at-home orders, and every attraction was closed. All he could do was wander for a while, then head home to keep his viewers company. His phone pinged. Since quitting his job, he hardly got any messages, and of course it was the old class chat again. Jin Chuanfu, everyone, hi folks. The public launch of survival game is tomorrow. Keep an eye out for anyone who gets chosen as a player. The Jin family wants to recruit them. Qiu Qingnan's people are watching too. Xiao Hao had thought about wiping out the Jin family altogether, but real life wasn't a game. The Jin conglomerate's connections ran deep, and he had no desire to butt heads with Longwo's authorities. Besides, the apocalypse timeline was still unfolding. There was no rush. Qiu Qingnan's progress was anyone's guess. The chat lit up again. Big bro Chuanfus, always lucky. Maybe he'll get chosen. No way, you look more like a player. Better stash some weapons and food by your bed. Hey, Triple X says good luck too. If you get in, look after us, okay? Why are you still in this chat instead of the players group? Oops, wrong room. We're leaving. Don't want to crush anyone's confidence in their inevitable death. So what if you got good grades? Times have changed. You'll get left behind. Good grades? Didn't you drop out? You never even made it to college. Xiao Hao scrolled through the chatter, feeling the hypocrisy in every line. He typed, congrats on your amazing luck. The moment you spawn, you're sure to meet your destined guardian. Then he quit the group at once. A few classmates started to lash out, but when they realized he was actually cursing them to die in the game, he was already gone, and they had to swallow their anger. Life was quieter without the class chat. Soon, though, he noticed that other corporations were mimicking the Gene Group's effort to recruit players. Even his former employer reached out, asking to partner up. The day passed like that. Xiao Hao relaxed, waiting to return to the game world. This time he planned to level up several times in one go. Deep Sea Survival, System Update. The details are as follows. Bug fixes. 1. Items. After the open beta, players can no longer bring personal belongings. All clothing is supplied by the game. 2. Time. In-game time does not affect the real world. While 7 in-game days pass, time in reality remains frozen. 3. Forum. The forum now consists of regional and global sections, each with a daily post limit. 2. Economic system unlocked. 1. Gold coins are now the currency for everyday goods and food. 2. Spirit pearls are the currency for in-game items. 3. Farming gameplay open. 1. Players above level 10 can reclaim land and grow food crops. 2. Once upgraded, level 2 red soil can produce gold coins, and max level black soil can grow spirit pearls. Closed beta player number 869, please enter a nickname. Xiao Hao studied the holographic screen and read the dense patch notes twice before typing a single word. Shadow. Nickname Shadow entered successfully. Confirm? Confirm. Confirmation complete. Player Shadow, enjoy the game. Xiao Hao stretched and quietly sighed in relief. The game world is detached from reality. In 7 days he'll be back. With that thought, the cold, damp, pitch-black deep sea felt a little less daunting. He opened the forum. Despite the daily post limit, new threads instantly flooded the screen. Regional channel deep, sea server 3 posts per day. Ah, I'm finally a player. I knew they'd pick me. Damn it, they said my bed would transfer with me. Where's my bed? I'm doomed. All my food and weapons are gone. Oh god, where's my gun? I went overseas just to buy that, and now it's gone. Traitor spotted? Beat it. Xiao Hao frowned. None of these complaints concerned him, so he shelved them for later. Global Forum Cross-Server, Channel 1 post per day. Walonqi, Chi Chong Longlin. First player, please contact the Dragon Nation authorities immediately. Walonqi, Chi Chong Longjiao. First player, please contact the Dragon Nation authorities immediately. Walonqi, Zhu Chong Longyan. First player, if you see this, contact the Dragon Nation authorities at once. System prompt. Use a game megaphone to increase your daily post limit. Xiao Hao hesitated. Deep sea survival was hard enough that he could barely protect himself, let alone help everyone else. But the endless stream of Abababa posts finally made him type. The first player is incredible officials are reaching out already. Oh, why the rush? What do you need from me? Players at home and abroad, real and fake, piled into the thread. Someone even posed as Shadow. Xiao Hao's mouth twitched. He felt no need to humor the trolls. Shadow, I'm Deep Sea closed beta player number 869. I've taken note of every nickname impersonating me or stirring up trouble. Shadow? For such an OP first player, why choose a low-profile name? Heh, Shadow God sounds better. Exactly. Can't a guy just be born with squinty eyes? Some people fawned, others jeered. Shadow my ass Photon. Sure, and I'm the first player too. Xiao Hao. That turncoat must have nerves of steel. It's one thing to pick an insulting username, but flaunting it like this? Whatever. Xiao Hao opened the in-game exchange. The listings covered everything. Back in the closed beta someone's offhand promise had even ended up at auction, so a bounty notice should be no problem. An instant later the top-ranked trade shot to the front page, the price downright absurd. Shadow's bounty notice. Target. Player born squinty-eyed. So what? Dog life. Reward. 1,000 spirit beads. Note. Valid both in game and in reality. Xiao Hao had treasure chests piled to the ceiling and had stockpiled dozens of megaphones during the beta. He lifted a finger and posted in the main forum. Shadow, if you're set on dying, keep it up. The regional chat froze. While everyone else was burning spirit beads 10 at a time to broadcast, Head just tossed out 1,000. A level 10 monster only dropped around 550. People instantly realized only the mysterious top player could afford to bleed money like that. System prompt. Hualong Pool Chi Longlin requests to add you as a friend. Xiao Hao tapped accept. Greetings, first player. Call me Longlin. No need to waste spirit beads on trash like him. Xiao Hao glanced at his inventory 19, for 50 spirit beads gleaming. It's fine. I've got plenty. The typing cursor on the other end stalled, then resumed. If you ever run into danger in game, contact us. We're holding a few life-saving items for you. Xiao Hao smiled. So Dragon Nation really was keeping an eye on him. Thanks, but I doubt he'll need them. If something happens to you, don't be stingy with those items and don't bother reserving anything just for me. Pleasantries over, he returned to the forum. Besides the traitor, a few foreign players were getting loud. Jerusalem, hilarious. With skin that thin he calls himself number one? Xiao Hao blinked. Head never called himself that. Someone else had shoved the crown on his head. Jeff Bent, a bounty? Childish. I refuse to believe his spirit beads are endless. Jerusalem. Come on, put a price on me too if you dare. Otaki Yashio, a player from Turtle Kingdom, is online. The top spot should change hands, right? Dragon Nation players made up less than 1/10 of the global user base, and their rebuttals were drowned out. Xiao Hao simply added Jerusalem, Jeff Bent, and Otaki Yashio to the bounty board. The exchange homepage was instantly plastered with Shadow's bounty notice, the swagger almost blinding. I just checked. Shadow's reward is enough to buy out the entire exchange. I'm shaking. Good thing I kept my mouth shut. The named players tried to keep up the bravado. Jerusalem. No one knows who I am offline. Bounty or not, I'm fine. Jeff Bent. Keep burning beads like that, and he won't stay number one for long. They were chatting away on megaphones when they noticed Otaki Yashio had fallen silent. Out of megaphones? No. Sumion in the forum warned. If you value your life, check the exchange. Someone just got assassinated. The news detonated. The bounty players broke out in cold sweat, and even Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow. So players were actually running into each other in game, and one of them had just been slapped with a bounty. The trading screen lit up with a clear transaction complete. The signature on the bounty shadow flashed beside the player who had accepted and finished it lately. It had taken him only minutes to cut down another player, and Xiao Hao silently clicked his tongue. This was no ordinary man. Most players had no idea what lately meant, but government officials worldwide stiffened at once. An insider soon explained in the public channel. The dark web is real, and near the top of its international assassin rankings is a killer with the codename Latesy. Now he was in the game. No way, for real. Did you see the bounty? He found and killed the target in minutes. An elite assassin is nuts. The flag players tried to act tough, But when they heard that, their faces went pale. Messages poured in, all aimed at them, and the pressure spiked. At last, the player named Mei Guoziai snapped. So I was born with slanted eyes, big deal. I was wrong. Boss, please cancel the bounty. The chat detonated. Haha, scared now? With a name like yours we knew what you were. Boss, don't cancel it, I'm lining up to hunt this clown. Meanwhile, the player called Jerusalem was still boasting. No one's near my safe house. Once I'm back in reality, they'll change my handle. Nobody will find me. Buddy, dream on, someone sneered. Ever heard of doxing? Once your real identity leaks, a handle won't save you. People always slip. A Longbow player piled on. We never use real names for handles. Western players are so cocky, take Jeff Bent, tossing his legal name in there like nobody can trace him. The chat scrolled faster. People are easier to kill than monsters. As long as Xiao Hao's bounty is up, don't expect to sleep. That thought drenched the targets in cold sweat. Jerusalem tried to sound friendly. There's an old Longbow saying, show mercy when you can. Can't we let this slide? A Longbow player shot back. So you admit you're wrong? If you were right, why ask for mercy? Shadow, don't listen to him. Keep the bounty up. Someone yelled. Jeff Bent panicked. Withdraw the bounty, or well go scorched earth. Shadow answered coolly. Please, by all means, scorch it. Laughter ripped through the channel. Shadow was clearly unafraid. Furious, Jeff slapped a new bounty on the board. Target Xiao Hao Shadow. Reward 109 Lingzhu. The odd 9 glared on screen, like his last shred of pride. The moment it posted, Jeff realized those 109 Lingzhu were his entire fortune. Now the whole world knew he was broke. His face turned crimson. He wished he could vanish. Xiao Hao chuckled. Excuse me? I think you're underestimating me, and the evidence is overwhelming. The channel erupted again. Is that bounty serious? Haha. Hood crossed Shadow for pocket change. Shadow makes hundreds of Lingzhu with a flick of his wrist. Your offer's an insult. The marked players begged and blustered, but Xiao Hao was unmoved. The troublemaker was so flustered he was on the verge of tears, and all sense of pride vanished. The other sharp-tongued players no longer dared provoke Xiao Hao. One wrong word now could literally get them killed. Tired of the pointless forum posts, Xiao Hao decided to explore the game's legendary farming system. After breaking level 10, he tapped Upgrade Shell House. The label instantly changed to level 11 Shell Home. The building expanded several times over, and a new farm room appeared. Instead of entering, he stared at the spirit pearls head spent and froze for a second. Every level below 10 had cost only 10 more pearls than the last. By that logic, level 11 should have required 110 pearls, yet the system had taken only 100. Spending less didn't cheer him. It meant the curve wasn't linear, so a big spike was coming. He rubbed his forehead and hit upgrade again. Sure enough, level 12 cost 200 pearls. The gap used to be 10 per level, now it had leapt to 100. Even if he threw in every last pearl, he wouldn't climb many levels at this rate. In the end, he pushed the shell home to level 16, the mantis shrimp to 16, and the shadow seahorse to 15, leaving only 1,750 pearls. The next requirements were brutal level 17 shell home, needed 700 pearls, and upgrading the seahorse to 16 demanded a staggering 4,200. Bloody outrageous. Xiao Hao cursed. If the gap from level 10 to 20 grew by 100 pearls each time, would levels 20 to 30 jump to 1,000? How was anyone supposed to keep playing? No wonder the chat said units were great early on and useless later. The upkeep alone would bankrupt you. He glanced at the meager 3,000 bounty points left in the exchange and felt a stab of pain. Cancel the listing? Doing so would let him raise the seahorse to 16. But pride won out, and he clenched his teeth. He'll just grind more monsters and earn it back. With that, Xiao Hao pushed open the door to the new farm room. The room was a plain rectangle with a narrow path down the middle and 5 one-square plots on each side, 10 in total. Every plot was choked with weeds. A pop-up appeared. Prepare the soil? He chose yes without hesitation. Insufficient coins. Unable to cultivate, the prompt declared. He looked down to find the new coin counter sitting at 0. So the system didn't even give you seed money. Do I really need coins? Can't I just pull the weeds myself? He bent and yanked one out, but another sprouted in its place the moment he let go. So much for exploiting a bug. He opened his inventory, where every material now had a sell button. After dumping a pile of junk, the coin counter spiked to 798. That should do, he muttered, tapping cultivate. After the first plot, he still had 788 coins, only a 10-coin deduction. He raised an eyebrow and tapped the second plot. The balance dropped to 768, a 20-coin cost, exactly mirroring the old pearl pattern for low levels. Fine, let's finish the lot. Xiao Hao tapped away, and all 10 plots were tilled, leaving 248 coins. He remembered that, like QQ Farm, these plots could be upgraded to red soil, and then black soil. Black soil generated endless spirit pearls. How could he not go all in? Upgrade. He had to upgrade. Leveling up the land was just as painful as upgrading the shell housino, even worse. Before he could touch the red soil, the system spelled out the non-negotiable requirements. Shell House had to reach level 11, and he had to fork over 100 gold coins and 10 spirit pearls. A friendly reminder added that until every red plot was maxed, he could forget about the black land. Xiao Hao rubbed his chin and sighed. If he wanted the red soil to start minting money sooner, he had to keep dumping inventory. He opened his storage grid. Mountains of spiny shrimp meat were practically bursting out. After selling almost half of it, 6,000 gold landed in his account. The first plot, the second, all the way to the sixth red plot finally lit up. After that he was short on upgrade materials, so the land would have to wait. With the land handled, he checked what could be planted on the regular soil. Tapping the seeds button scrambled his worldview: bread seeds, bottled water seeds, spiny shrimp meat seeds. Anything edible in his inventory counted as a seed. Details read: any food harvested 24 hours after planting yields 10 times the number of seeds used. Planted on red soil and the yield doubles again. But he had no intention of wasting red soil on groceries. What mattered was that it could grow gold coins. The rules for coin farming were simple and terrifyingly lucrative. Settlement every 24 hours doubled the stake. Hold out for 7 in-game days, and the profit jumped to tenfold. At this stage, each red plot capped a single planting at just under 1,000 coins. Once all 6 red plots were sown with coins, 7 days would net him 60,000 gold faster than highway robbery and absolutely risk-free. The thought made his eyes sparkle. After confirming the planting, he stared at the screen as if head hit fast forward. Bread trees and spiny shrimp meat trees burst into lush forests, while gold coins sprouted into tiny treasure pots. The gorgeous animation had him cheering until head had his fill. Then he finally remembered today's grinding schedule. With the shadow of the deep-sea phantom gone, he felt lighter than ever. As usual, he checked the Otherworld forum's live comments before heading out. He's finally back in the game time to watch those pro moves. He was just as flashy IRL so hype. Let's see if he can grab the Easter egg from this update. If the viewers hadn't mentioned it, Xiao Hao would have forgotten the Easter egg altogether. The ghost scythe ring from the closed beta was insanely overpowered, and he had no intention of missing it. Do you think Zhubo will dare mess with the deep-sea phantom again? Our streamer fears nothing. Of course he will. If he wants to stay number 1, he's got to leave the starter village. The monsters out there are brutal, and the worst is the Noah wreck. The scariest places always hide the best Easter eggs. The chat scrolled faster and faster, the phrase Noah wreck popping up over and over. Xiao Hao frowned. The Noah wreck? Could it be related to the legendary Noah's Ark? Wasn't Noah's Ark supposed to be a product of human imagination? Or was it real after all? And if so, why would something from human myth show up in an Otherworld game? Once again stumped, Xiao Hao skipped the question and turned back to the scrolling chat. Has anyone found the Easter egg? From God mode, it should be visible either a boss drop or hidden in a key spot. Found it. Inside Noah's wreck. Exact coordinates. Right under the deep-sea Ghost King's throne. As the comments flew past, the story became clear. The Noah treasury, which should have been packed with rare items, was empty because the Ghost King had quietly stashed everything beneath his own seat. Pure, calculated greed. Whoa, the Easter egg is an evolution template. An evolution template? Those are so rare you can't even count on one showing up in an Easter egg. Veteran players chimed in. The tougher the area, the higher the drop rate for a template. High risk, high reward, same old rule. If the streamer lands this template, the title of top human player is locked in. The chat soon dragged in his biggest rival Qiao Chengnan. Qiao Chengnan wields the ghost banner, letting him command an army of spirits. Ghosts already boast weird stats and a carousel of skills. As his level rose, their numbers skyrocketed and his overall power multiplied. But if Xiao Hao's rare shadow seahorse completed a second metamorphosis with the template, that single mount could smash any defensive thought that left viewers green with envy. In the next event, without the Reaper's scythe to hold him down, Xiao Hao could easily be overtaken. Qiao Chengnan only needs to kill players who own skills like Dark Domain or Dark Erosion to copy those abilities, making him virtually immune to dark damage. Add in his frightening regeneration, which already cancels part of Dark Erosion's DOT, and the matchup looks grim without the scythe. But the Easter egg opened a new path to shut Qiao Chengnan down. Whatever happens, that thing is mine. The Shadow Seahorse was already broken. Another evolution would be downright obscene. After a quick gear check, Xiao Hao followed the chat's route out of the starter village and aimed straight at Noah's wreck. The live room exploded with comments about his ridiculous luck. From afar, seabed hills rolled beneath a colossal wrecked ship, ghost green phosphorescence seeping through splits in the hull. Deep-sea spirits packed the cabins, while random mobs clustered outside nest after nest of shadow seahorses among them. The ghost swarm was the real problem. Their skill lists never seemed to end. The deep-sea spirit back in the starter zone was nothing compared with these. Besides the seahorses, the perimeter crawled with nearly level 20 monsters, each one outclassing the finest exotic beasts in the real world. Breaking level 10 lets a player bind an extra warguard. As the acknowledged number 1 player, Xiao Hao drew most of the audience, so he rarely had to ask questions. He could assemble complete intel from the scattered comments alone. Before he swung a single blade, he already knew every monster waiting on the outskirts. Beyond the mass of shadow seahorses, 3 mini-bosses Sawtooth Siren, Lantern Wraithfish, and Crimson Devil Ray patrolled the area. As the seahorses leveled up, Xiao Hao's night vision radius stretched to roughly 50 meters, but that was still too short to take in the whole scene. He relied on the barrage of messages from interdimensional viewers to learn that he was wandering through a field of submarine hills. From a god's eye view, those hills were dunes of dark red grit that rolled on and on. Now and then, something enormous drifted past the lifeless seabed, and the bleached bones jutting from the sand hinted at countless hunts that had ended here. In a normal ecosystem, so vast an expanse would never be left to a handful of species. But in this game world, the law of the jungle had been pushed to its extreme. Without power, you simply joined the gravel. Currents laden with blood-soaked sediment made the mounds seem to breathe, shifting in a slow pulse. In their center lay a gargantuan wreck, its hull shattered, yet still colossal. Stand beneath it, and you were an ant facing an elephant, humbled in an instant. Sometimes, limited vision is a mercy. What you cannot see cannot fully terrify you. Xiao Hao debated whether to farm the mini-bosses first or dive straight into the shadow seahorses. The Guardian interface showed one more binding slot, bumping his troop cap from 710 to 720. He could bind 13 additional seahorses. The safest plan, then, was to fill his ranks. 7 stacks of Dark Domain were already brutal at 20 stacks of Dark Corrosion. Even stronger monsters would crumble, never mind a few mini-bosses. With that in mind, he stepped toward the nearest seahorse nest then froze. Could he really win? They were barely level 10, trivial on paper, but his own Guardian was a shadow seahorse. He knew how absurdly tough they were. Both sides wielded Dark Domain and Dark Corrosion, and a fragile human would break first. Even if he hid at a distance, his Guardian would struggle to kill its kin. The Shadow Meld escape was nearly foolproof. Relying on a higher-level Guardian's dominant aura was no better. Creatures in the real world froze because freshly mutated beasts weren't used to such pressure. Down here, everything endured that aura daily. Intimidation alone would never close the gap. The verdict was clear. The seahorses were off-limits for now. To pad his roster, he needed a creature that countered them. His gaze returned to the 3 mini-bosses. Shadow seahorses were dark-aligned, and the name Lantern Wraithfish practically screamed light. Light beats dark. Decision made. Xiao Hao headed in the direction the viewers had marked. On the way, he deliberately skirted the shadow seahorses' lairs. If he couldn't wipe them out, he'd rather not alert them and end up fighting on 2 fronts. After pressing on for a while, Xiao Hao caught sight of a pinprick of light in the distance, a tiny bulb glowing with a soft golden warmth. In the pitch-black depths, that single ember looked like hope cast down by a merciful deity. The golden glare stabbed into his pupils and left him momentarily dazed. Alarms flared in his mind. He bit through the tip of his tongue, flooding his mouth with iron-tanged blood, and the sharp pain snapped his thoughts back into focus. He dared not stare at the little bulb linger too long, and its subtle hypnosis would make him walk in willingly as prey. Instead, he scanned for the lantern ghostfish that surely lurked behind that light. When the lure failed, the lantern ghostfish burst into view. Its colossal body surged into the glow, and Xiao Hao's nerves tightened to the snapping point. The tiny spherical lure blazed white-hot, and even a creature blind to night would have seen the enormous half-human, howfish face revealed. That face floated like a small mountain, a fish head molded into human contours, a thick, grotesque flesh stalk jutting from its brow, the golden orb swaying at the tip. Gigantic eyes, lidless and embedded flush with the cheeks, were laced with pulsing veins. It had no ears, no nose. The lower half of the face collapsed into a yawning canyon of gore. What waited inside was worse: no teeth, no tongue, only hundreds, perhaps thousands, of humanoid torsos fused to the fish's flesh. No matter how they clawed, they could not tear free. Skin shredded and hung in tatters over raw muscle and bone. They writhed and screamed in silence, having long ago ripped their own vocal cords to ribbons with claw-like fingers. Severed limbs and broken bodies piled high inside that maw. Blood mist billowing to an unseen horizon. Where head met body, the creature resembled a gigantic barge of flesh and bone. Its exposed framework dwarfed the largest dinosaur skeletons in any museum, each collision of bones crackling like kindling in a storm. Aside from the chasm of its mouth, the lantern ghostfish was armored in dense scales driven into flesh like hammered nails. The overlapping plates left only thin, parasitoid threads of blood seeping through their seams. Those bloodshot eyes locked on a Xiao Hao. In an instant he felt plunged into hell. Warm golden light bathed him yet froze him to the core, pinning him where he hovered. Thought congealed, his blood thickened into sludge. Concepts as simple as fear, monster, and food twisted into alien shapes, and his entire sense of reality began to warp. Then a shadow slid over the golden glow. Darkness fell. Light had never offered Xiao Hao any hope. What kept his vision sharp was the darkness. Both before and after the game descended, the all-consuming shadow was the only reason he was still alive. With a sizzling hiss, his flesh sloughed away, and he dissolved into a churning mass of auroral blackness that drifted through the depths. The shadow suddenly unfurled and merged completely with the surrounding glumate fold overlay. Dark corrosion. Roar. The ear-splitting bellow almost ruptured his eardrums. The lantern anglerfish flung its jaws wide, half-formed creatures convulsing inside. The thick fleshy stalk on its forehead whipped upward, its spherical lure flared, and a burst of golden light tore a gash through the darkness, ripping the domain apart. Sheltered in that domain, Xiao Hao's chest convulsed. He spat blood. A glance at his virtual panel showed his HP down to 80, the seahorses at 95. For the first time, Dark Domain had failed outside its bounds. It could no longer drain life. Fixing on the glittering lure, he blinked above it and summoned the peacock-tail mantis shrimp. So you can scatter darkness? Then he'll sever the light. The mantis shrimp dove, twin jade sides cleaving for the stalk's base. The anglerfish tried to twist aside, but before a master bladesman, every dodge looked clumsy. Emerald blades flashed, sparks exploded, and Xiao Hao's brief thrill vanished. The scales were far harder than had imagined. That stalk was the creature's lifeline. It wouldn't break so easily. The blow failed. The mantis shrimp was forced back, and the abyssal fish lunged, intent on swallowing it whole. If it fell into that stomach, who knew whether it could withstand the acid? At the brink, Xiao Hao shouted, "Mantis shrimp, peacock fantail, make space." Snapping awake mid-fall, the mantis shrimp curled into a ball. Muscles detonated outward, and its peacock tail slammed the anglerfish with a thunderous crack. Peacock fantail. A roaring undercurrent surged, smashing the lantern anglerfish and flipping its massive body like a fleshy ship on the verge of capsizing. The mantis shrimp landed safely on the seabed, widening the distance. Dark Domain collapsed again, forcing Xiao Hao and the seahorses into twisting black ribbons that clung to the fish and leached its life. When golden light flared anew, the ribbons shattered, strand by strand. Blood filled his mouth. Another crimson plume escaped. HP, 60. Seahorses, 85. To the lantern anglerfish, Xiao Hao and his creatures were nothing but buzzing flies. Snarling, it wheeled around, determined to swat them dead. Before it could swat those pesky flies, two blood-red linha antennae lashed straight at its face. They belonged to the mantis shrimp. The strike cut through the water with a sharp snap, leaving a faint white mark on the Denglong Mingyu's cheek. It didn't really hurt, but being slapped across the face was an unbearable humiliation. Aside from a handful of creatures with truly bizarre tastes, who could tolerate such an insult? Fury boiling, the Denglong Mingyu swung its massive tail, its pale bones visible beneath the flesh, down on the mantis shrimp, much like a human bringing a sandal down on a cockroach. The shrimp countered with a desperate slash, its jade-green scale blade sparking before it was pounded into the mud. Thanks to its emerald carapace skill, the impact did no real damage, yet the disgrace stung just as badly. And so the two defense-maxed monsters began to grapple, churning the dark red silt into a blinding cloud. Elsewhere, Xiao Hao gulped a vial of blood potion and quickly sketched the Denglong Mingyu's anatomy in his mind. The dazzling gold light greatly weakened his shadow seahorses, but he noticed the fish's scales were uneven. There had to be blind spots. If the shadow ribbons could anchor in those gaps, the light might miss them. With only 50 meters of visibility, he couldn't see the whole creature at once, so he pieced together a 3D model from memory, testing angles over and over. Once the plan was set, he whispered orders. The seahorses slipped in silently, tying each shadow ribbon into the seams of the tail's bony frame. The bindings wouldn't hinder movement, yet they stayed perfectly hidden from the golden glow. Because the fleshy stalk of the light organ was short, most of the ribbons ended up deep in the tail. All 7 seahorses in position, Xiao Hao gave the signal shadow corrosion. Feeling its life force drain away, the Denglong Mingyu instantly flared its light organ, flooding the water with gold, but the corrosion continued. Snarling, it dropped the mantis shrimp and tried to slide the glowing sphere down the stalk toward its head, hoping to illuminate the tail seams. The rigid flesh and bone frame, however, limited its reach. No matter how it twisted, the light fell just short. While it was distracted, Xiao Hao turned himself into the 8th shadow ribbon, wrapping precisely around the designated spot. The corrosion multiplier jumped to 8-fold. The Denglong Mingyu thrashed for several seconds, getting nowhere, then ramped its light organ to full power. Focused on maintaining the skill, Xiao Hao failed to notice the change in the glow. The light overflowed like liquid, seeping from the organ into the connected scales, each plate flaring gold in turn. It spread faster and faster from the source, to the human face head, down the torso until the entire creature looked as if it were boiling. At last the radiance reached the tail. It happened in a heartbeat, yet felt like an eternity. Zzz. Only then did Xiao Hao realize what was happening, and it was already too late. Driven into a corner, the lantern ghostfish unleashed its ultimate attack. Screech. With an ear-splitting rip, the shadowy ribbons binding everyone snapped, forcing both the seahorse and Xiao Hao to reveal their true forms. Xiao Hao was hurled onto a mound of dark red gravel. Golden light flared across his skin, his hands convulsed. and the stench of charred flesh filled the water. More than half his body was scorched raw. Torn flesh ground against the salty sand for a second round of agony. Every scrape like a razor blade. A hoarse scream burst from his throat. The shadow seahorse fared slightly better. Armored in spines and bony rings, it showed only a few blackened streaks. Xiao Hao's human skin, however, had no such defense. Exposed patches flushed crimson. Beads of blood rose instantly, and along the edges where scales had once clung, blisters swelled, thin membranes quivering with clear, sticky fluid that burst at the slightest touch. His hands suffered worst of all. Both were burned jet black, their texture like hardened leather. At the knuckles the white of bone peeked through cracks. A dull, ripping pain hammered his brain, making every hair stand on end. Salt-laden gravel embedded itself mercilessly in the raw wounds. The pain bulged the veins on his forehead, reddened his eyes, and set his teeth grinding nearly to splinters. When struck, a man either fights back or retreats, and retreat had never existed in Xiao Hao's vocabulary. As an orphan had learned, bend once, and you break forever. The harder the blow, the hotter his rage burned. If a viper bit him, he would sink his own teeth into its throat. Extreme pain forged extreme fury. Veins throbbed across his face as he locked his blood-red gaze on the lantern ghostfish. Eyes like those of a demon from hell. The ghostfish shuddered instinctively, then shifted from fear to rage. It opened a cavernous maw, intent on swallowing Xiao Hao whole. Nearby, the seahorse and mantis shrimp fidgeted, unwilling to move without orders. The black hole mouth loomed closer, foul currents roaring. Xiao Hao's lips curved into a grin more terrifying than a murderer's. He did not struggle, letting the jaws close around him. As the fangs descended, a destructive light flashed in his eyes. Emerald armor. Reaper's sides. 10 obsidian sides howled into existence, hacking wildly between the monster's gullet and jaws. Anything remotely humanoid was shredded on the spot. Severed limbs and chunks of flesh spun away as thick arteries geysered blood. In an instant the abyssal maw became a gore-splattered meat grinder. The lantern ghostfish writhed in torment, its pupils drowning in terror. If it hurts so much you can only scream in silence. Allow me to end your pain. Xiao Hao growled, voice ragged and cruel. At that moment his madness eclipsed that of any creature inside the lantern ghostfish's mouth. Even the guardians froze. Staring at their frenzied master, they felt an unfamiliar chill of fear. I don't want to die. I just want to live. Anyone or anything that stands in my way, human or ghost, go to hell. Go. To hell. A roar that seemed to rip the air apart burst from his throat, turning Xiao Hao into a beast stripped of all humanity. The calm facade he once wore had been a lie. Beneath it lurked a wounded, cornered predator. The lantern anglerfish's bloody slash had fanned that savage fire to a blaze. The 2-meter reaper's scythe drove into the monster's mouth, the edge rasping bone and flesh as it plunged deeper. In the next instant the fish realized it had unleashed a demon. Terror detonated in its massive eyes. It whipped its human-faced head, trying to fling Xiao Hao away, but had already pinned the blade in its flesh. One arm locked him in place while the other slashed at the unscaled soft tissue. Blood sprayed as the fish convulsed. Seizing an opening, Xiao Hao hauled himself to its upper jaw and rammed the scythe again, ripping meat clean from bone. He tunneled upward along the spine like a mad Monera. Lunatic is dangerous enough, but a calculating lunatic is terrifying. At last the blade opened a bloody passage to the brain. After several violent spasms the lanternfish crashed onto the gravel, sending up a cloud of dark red sand. The kill was over in seconds. The surrounding guardians felt their hackles rise. They feared not the dead fish, but its blood-soaked master. A man-sized eyeball dropped with a thud as its veins were severed. Viscera churned at the torn socket, and Xiao Hao stepped from the cavity slick with red and white matter. He staggered a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, then crashed to his knees. Through blurry vision, he saw his health dip to barely double digits, one breath from zero. The instant he dismissed the Reaper's scythe ring, only bleached bone remained where his hands had been. Head thrown back, skeletal fingers clamped a vial of blood potion. He yanked out the stopper with his teeth only to have most of the liquid slip away as his grip failed. Was this the end? Breathing like a broken bellows, he watched the life-saving potion plummet toward the sand. A scaled antenna snapped from nowhere, catching the vial in midair. The remaining potion drifted to his lips. Xiao Hao bared a savage grin and, guided by the mantis shrimp's feeler, drank it down. A few points of health blipped back. He fumbled for more vials. The shrimp's sides sliced their tops in an instant, feeding him one after another. With enough potion, a game item can drag a dying man back from the brink. Xiao Hao watched his wounds knit, gravel and bone shards squeeze out, vessels regrow, flesh seal shut, as though Wolverine were resurrecting inside him. His health bar finally filled, but his stamina was gone. Every muscle felt hollowed out. The antenna cradled him gently, lowering him onto the emerald carapace. Back to the coral shell lodge, he rasped, voice raw yet resolute. The mantis shrimp's ruby joints pressed into the seabed, carrying him forward step by step. Once he was safe, Xiao Hao's taut nerves snapped and darkness swallowed him. 7 seahorses formed a vigilant ring, escorting the mantis shrimp through the black depths. Without Xiao Hao's guidance, they had no sense of direction, and so the little convoy wandered on, drifting ever farther into the sea. Xiao Hao was still out cold, and because he hadn't closed the game window, comment after comment kept flying across the screen. That's terrifying. I've never seen a player scarier than their guardian. Is he even human? He looks so mild normally, but when he snaps he's ready to die for it. I'm over level 30, and I'm supposedly stronger than the streamer, yet I'm still scared. Of course you're scared. Your whole race cleared this game ages ago, and you're only level 30-something? Noob. Enough bragging. Didn't anyone notice the streamer's guardian took the wrong path? For real. Great. The guardian's screwing him over again. How's he going to get back to the Shellbead Lodge now? He's doomed. He always memorizes the route when he hunts, but he's unconscious, and the guardian's dragging him farther away. Why do I suddenly want to laugh? Hold it in. Can't you see how bad off he is? Ha ha ha. You tell me not to laugh, and you're laughing yourself? I can't help it. No one knew how long it was before Xiao Hao finally managed to lift his lead-heavy eyelids. His temples felt like they'd been pounded with a hammer. The moment he opened his eyes, the chat flooded in again. The streamer's awake. Get up and take your take your meds. What's wrong with the guy above? It's not your fault you're dumb, but scaring people is still on you. His head was a fog. Normally he could filter the chat in a blink, but now only the brightest lines registered. His whole body felt both scorched and doused in ice water, a misery he couldn't name. He touched his forehead out of habit no fever, probably just the fallout from his injuries. Forcing himself upright, he looked down. His clothes were shredded, caked with dark red grit, dust, and dried blood, all of it stiff and filthy. He was about to change when a leisurely line floated across the screen. Take it off. Take it off. The streamer's filthy. He's definitely changing clothes. Xiao Hao. His eyes burned. He squeezed them shut, then opened them again just in time to see more messages flood in. This is it. Fan service at last. Everybody get the recorders and screenshot tools ready. This is not a drill. Thank goodness, I've waited forever. Why am I so moved? Ahem, my pants are already off. Just waiting on the streamer. Xiao Hao. Perverts, he swore under his breath. Screenshots and recordings were bad enough. Who the hell takes their pants off? He wanted to crawl through the cable and land a punch. Come on, we're all set. What's he waiting for? The tone sounded like that of a needy woman, and his anger eased a little. At least she had good taste, he thought. Too bad it wasn't in the cards, maybe in the next life. Rather than exotic beauties, Xiao Hao still preferred human girls. Only then did he realize the mantis shrimp had led him astray. The live chat overlay was on, and Head counted on his viewers to guide him. But the screen was flooded with nothing but men silent, women weep. Unless he straightened Shanbei House's tilted tower, there would be no going back yet. Here he was, lost. Damn, the streamer just wants to go back and change. So picky. The seabed's empty, just strip right here. How do we stop Zhubo from heading home? Relax, he was unconscious, so long he'll never find the way. He's taking those clothes off, like it or not. That body is ours to see. I'm recording this for sure. Screenshots incoming. The barrage made Xiao Hao's head throb. These viewers were his bane. Can we fix the tower first? Stop building comment towers now. He roared inwardly. Drawing a deep breath, he shifted into sage mode. There has to be a way to get our bearings. On the surface you use astronomy, on land geography. Chat instantly called him out. Is he serious? Navigating underwater in this game? Unless you've got Godview. Why's no one telling him the way? Quit the act already. The pause dragged on until he had to keep up the charade. He jumped off the mantis shrimp, walked to a water plant, and pretended to study the leaves swaying with the current. The teasing continued, so he gritted his teeth, pointed randomly, and set off. Knew it, no one finds directions that fast. Exactly. Shanbei House is right rear. You're going the wrong way. Thanks, bro. Lost on the sea floor hell strip for sure. Told you, that naked body is ours. I've had my eye on him forever, hey ha. Sorry to disappoint, Xiao Hao muttered. Then, looking dead serious, he declared, right, the current flows this way, so Shanbei House must be over there. With that he vaulted onto the mantis shrimp and charged off in the correct direction with his guardians. Dried blood and sand clung tight and itchy to his skin. If chat hadn't kept reminding him, he might really have changed clothes on camera. Grateful for the warning, he turned the mantis shrimp. The screen exploded with question marks. My parents freaked when I dropped to my knees. Are you kidding me? The guy actually found the way. I wanted an adult channel, not a documentary. Streamer, just surrender to us already. Xiao Hao acted as though had seen nothing. Sorry, dear viewers from another world. Xiao Hao emerged from the bathroom at Shellbei's place. His whole body still wreathed in steam. The live chat was exploding, flooded with pleas of show us some fan service. He fought back a grin and shifted his focus to the game interface. The reward window lit up. 1 spirit orbs 6,000. 2 new item, golden light pearl. 3 bind warrior, lantern anglerfish. The lantern anglerfish was unquestionably monster class. Xiao Hao thought back to the kill Head just pulled off. It was a cheap shot, and one slip would have left him screaming inside those jaws. Once swallowed, its corrosive stomach acid melted everything, then forced the victim's upper body to grow back in its throat, a fate far worse than death. While being sucked toward those teeth, Head even spotted a few deep-sea wraiths floating past, their scythe-like arms seared into his memory. Not even the Reaper's own scythe would survive that acid. After weighing it up, he still hit decline binding. The anglerfish countered the shadow seahorse, sure, but if the seahorse chose to flee, the light lure on the fish's head was useless. Any shadow seahorse that had lived this long already ignored light cues. Even a squishy human like him could resist them, never mind those stat-stacked monsters. The guardian beside him was proof, looked at the glowing lure the way people looked at a nightlight. No warrior, then time to level up. Seahorse to level 16, 3,340 orbs left. Shell Bay House and Mantis Shrimp to level 17, 1,940 orbs left. Still not enough. Blowing his entire stash on day 1 of the open beta, Xiao Hao found his nerves strangely steady. Next up was the Golden Light Pearl. Description: consume mana or stamina to emit golden light, dispelling darkness and damaging dark-type monsters. More mana means wider range and higher damage. Tip: can also burn spirit orbs. The glow tempts any creature drawn to light. Creatures drawn to light. Huh? I could have endured the darkness if I'd never seen the light. He chuckled at his own joke and tried powering it with stamina. Exhausted as he was, the pearl produced only a firefly's glimmer. He checked the orb cost minimum 10. Gritting his teeth, he fed it 10 orbs buzz. A flash of gold flared brighter than the Shell Bay lanterns. Useful but so niche. He was steering toward a dark attribute build himself. The pearl only mattered against dark mobs. To scratch a high-level monster, he'd have to burn through mountains of orbs, pure money sink. After a moment's thought, he stuffed the pearl into storage and let it gather dust. Every muscle aching, he yawned. Good night. The light snapped off, and he collapsed onto the bed. Chat filled with groans of what a waste, and cries of disappointment. Open beta, day 2. Between the sawtooth siren and the devil stingray, Xiao Hao couldn't decide which one to hunt first. Both creatures had survived repeated assaults from the shadow seahorses, proof that each was hiding something vicious. After a moment's thought, he settled on the stingray. In his memory, rays had shared the Jurassic seas with sharks as apex predators, their bodies flat as plates, ambushing from the sand and gliding like butterflies. Who knew how enormous one might grow after the game's mutation? Compared with the utterly unknown siren, starting with the ray felt safer. Guided by the stream's markers, Xiao Hao rode his Mantis Shrimp out of the safe zone. The seabed grew darker, the pressure rising in slow increments as though an invisible hand were squeezing his chest. The shrimp's ruby-red limbs acted as stilts, digging into the gravel and dragging the line of guardians forward one painstaking step at a time. The icon for the devil stingray now hovered directly ahead on the map, yet the water around them was still empty. Stealth had always been the ray's forte, and the mutation hadn't taken that away. Xiao Hao ordered the party to slow to an almost complete stop. The Mantis Shrimp's limbs speared the sand like a string of narrow lances, carving faint grooves as they dragged. In the next instant the ground burst open. A thin spike shot toward Xiao Hao's brow at breakneck speed. Time seemed to thicken into syrup. Within that slowed-down view, the Mantis Shrimp raised its emerald cleaver and swatted casually. Metal rang. The spike instantly softened into a purple-black whip-like appendage, its momentum completely cancelled. A sheet of dark red sand erupted like a curtain. Behind it, the giant stingray came fully into view, its jet-black disc enlarged dozens of times, filling Xiao Hao's sight. The purple-black tail, several meters long and studded with fine barbs, was clearly the assassination tool from moments ago. Its carapace was dotted with countless oval nodules, violet red like rows of sausages, glinting with a sinister sheen. Before the shadow seahorses could unfurl their dark domain, the stingray struck first. It slammed its wide pectoral fins, and the sea roared backward, a current that swept across the field. Xiao Hao immediately thought of the Mantis Shrimp's sea fantail, except the ray's attack felt more like a tsunami. The shrimp's dozen ruby lances were forced to gouge the ground, leaving deep scars. 7 shadow seahorses tumbled and crashed into one another. Even the exploration bubble shielding Xiao Hao warped wildly, on the verge of bursting. The seahorses recovered and spread their darkness, draining life from everything within, but the stingray kept moving. It twirled through the gloom like a butterfly, its long tail snapping. An uncountable hail of poison needles ripped through the water. Clang, clang, clang. The needles struck Xiao Hao's jade armor and the shrimp's shell, throwing off sparks, but their coverage was so broad the shadow seahorses had nowhere to hide. Every one of them was poisoned, their health bars plummeting. To survive alongside shadow seahorses really are a monster, Xiao Hao muttered. If the needles could force the seahorses out, another card might work just as well, the shadow ribbon. It bound enemies without harming allies, and the ray surely wouldn't throw its needles back at itself. Decision made, he issued the command. Drop the dark domain. Shadow bind. The darkness answered, and a cold, razor-sharp aura began to gather at Xiao Hao's fingertips. A mass of darkness suddenly launched a barrage of obsidian spikes, mirroring the Devil Ray's own attack. Midair, the spikes warped and stretched into arm-wide ribbons of shadow. 7 level 16 shadow seahorses rode the momentum. The ribbons snapped around the Devil Ray, hog-tying the level 20 brute, as if wrapping a giant rice dumpling on the seafloor. One end of each ribbon drove deep into the seabed, while the other cinched tight around the ray, then yanked. Boom. Dark red silt billowed as though a sledgehammer had punched a crater into the ocean floor. Xiao Hao, astride the Mantis shrimp's armored back, stared into the swirling dust, his eyes grave. The corrosive darkness was draining the Devil Ray's life, yet unease prickled at him. The next instant, the paired slender sausages along the ray's spine detonated. Flesh spattered, and every shadow ribbon snapped under a frenzy of bites. What had been purple-black bumps unfolded into rows of mouths, lips curling, teeth neat and white, strings of clear saliva stretching as if they wore a bizarre, almost friendly grin. Buzz. The ray whipped its long tail, the venomous barb slicing toward Xiao Hao. Before it could land, the Mantis shrimp's emerald scythe flashed, so fast the parted water looked like a mirror. The barb wrapped around the blade instead. Xiao Hao's eyes sparked. He slapped the shrimp's carapace and barked. Now's our chance. The Mantis shrimp's scale-covered feelers shot out, spiraling from the tail root like a girl braiding hair, binding the whip-like tail into a thick ponytail in an instant. The ray tried to yank free, but found no leverage. The feelers branched again, cocooning the entire tail layer by layer. Domain of darkness. Xiao Hao's eyes flashed coldly, and sevenfold shadow corrosion engulfed the area. They were equals in rank. The ray could last only minutes. It thrashed its barb, trying to fire purple-black spines, but each tip was forced back by the densely scaled feelers. Without a weapon on par with the emerald scythe, nothing could pierce that armored limb. The Mantis shrimp's dozen ruby-jointed legs drove deep into the seabed. The ray hauled upward like someone trying to yank out a stubborn carrot, but nothing budged. Life drained away bit by bit. Its massive wing fins churned muddy currents, a pale echo of their initial fury. For a fish, the tail is balance. Clamped as it was, all force bled out. After a long struggle, the ray sensed the futility. The purplured lips shriveled. Then one mouth suddenly spoke, the words flowing in clear Chinese, "Child." Though the voice was unfamiliar, it sent a tremor through Xiao Hao's heart. That deeper, more seasoned voice made Xiao Hao think of only one word. Father. Don't kill me. Your mother and I never meant to leave you. Dozens of mouths on the Devil Ray's belly opened and shut, their hoarse pleas slicing into Xiao Hao's ears. In an instant his thoughts were scrambled. How could this creature know any of that? Xiao Hao. The Devil Ray stopped struggling, its barbed tail drooping like a corpse awaiting the knife. We entered the game early, and were turned into monsters. Before we died, we sent you away. If you need someone to blame, blame us. Dying by your hand is something well accept. That familiar, rasping fatherly tone struck him square in the heart. The calm surface of his eyes clouded over. A suffocating emotion jammed in his throat, making his whole body tremble, yet no words came out. For years Head told himself his parents had abandoned him only out of desperation. Teachers and textbooks repeated, all parents love their children. In the cold, damp corners of the orphanage, the 3-year-old Xiao Hao would curl up, licking his wounds, imagining the iron door swinging open and his parents carrying him home. Sensing his hesitation, the Mantis shrimp coiled around the Devil Ray loosened its grip. The ray's tail remained limp, pouring out its murmurs. Xiao Hao's defenses fell piece by piece, even his emerald armor dissolving unnoticed. His vision warped. The game interface stretched. Waves of chat comments swept past, unreadable. The Devil Ray's a master of mind tricks. Don't listen. What's the streamer hearing right now? It only whispers what you most want to hear. He ignored the warnings. The moment the shrimp's antennae relaxed, the Devil Ray yanked its tail free. Venomous spines whistled straight at Xiao Hao. The tail was still lodged in the shrimp's head. If the emerald sides counterattacked, they'd shred Xiao Hao too. He had no armor, no time even to lift a hand. At the last second, a shadow took shape. The shadow seahorse slammed its body into the path of the spines. Needle after needle pierced its black gold hide, blood soaking its scales. MMM. It was Xiao Hao's first time hearing the seahorse's voice, a cry of pain tinged with warmth. That single sound yanked him from confusion back to reality. The hot blood in his arms and the seahorse's faint tremors snapped him fully awake. He glanced at the chat, but no longer craved strangers' comfort or clung to the mirage called love. Family and romance were just polished trades, as fleeting as night-blooming flowers. The Devil Ray had earned its name. Its whispers had almost dragged him to death. The mouths kept yammering, but Xiao Hao had heard enough. If you've got that much to say, tell it to God. Cradling the wounded shadow seahorse, Xiao Hao looked up again. His eyes had turned a solid crimson, reflecting a blood-red, churning sea. Mantis shrimp, grab it. Xiao Hao's roar burst through the water. fueled by rage at the devil ray that had taunted him and wounded his prized shadow seahorse. The mantis shrimp's blood-red lean hay antennae shot out with a snap, latching onto the ray's whip-like tail just as it tried to flee. Tail and antennae tangled again, but this time the mantis shrimp didn't braid the entire tail into a ponytail. Instead, it poured every ounce of strength into wringing out friction, blocking the ray's escape. Slippery seawater made each pull feel greased. The ray's wing-like fins thrashed, currents churned, and the crustacean's grip was on the brink of slipping. At the critical moment, bulges rose on either side of Xiao Hao's forehead, and blood-red horns pierced the skin-perfect replicas of the lean hay antennae he had copied. Redo gauntlet, replicate lean hay antennae. He growled. Twin filaments whipped from his brow and wrapped around the ray's torso. With the extra restraints, the mantis shrimp split its own antennae into more tendrils, coiling tight around the venomous tail and sealing off any chance of a toxic spike. Mouths scattered across the ray's back whispered in warped voices, demonic murmurs mingling with the water and boring into Xiao Hao's ears. He ignored them and let the filaments keep growing. When the whispers failed, those mouths split wider and bit into his antennae. Dark blood trickled from the corners of his eyes, yet he simply regenerated and branched the tendrils further, determined to knot the enemy forever. Once the mantis shrimp finished binding and steadied itself, Xiao Hao's borrowed antennae were chewed to ribbons. Pull it back. Master and servant heaved, ripping twin vortices through the sea as they dragged the entire devil ray by brute force. Tear it to pieces. Emerald sidearms blurred, blades weaving a dense web of afterimages. Flesh and bone were sliced smooth as glass. A crimson ripple flashed and was gone. In a heartbeat, everything but the tail pinned by antennae was minced. Not a scrap escaped the mantis shrimp, fulfilling its master's order. The severed antennae retracted, Xiao Hao's forehead smoothed, and he collapsed, spent, onto the shrimp's armored back. Back to the coral shell house. The mantis shrimp lifted its legs and strode off wrong direction. Xiao Hao raised a weary hand. This way. Even on a straight path, his guardian could get lost. A glance at the guardian panel showed his shadow seahorses still around 90% health, except the one that took the hit, now at 60. Once recalled, the system would heal them outside combat. Satisfied, he switched to his own stats 80% HP. He tilted back a vial of healing serum and sighed at how fast supplies dwindled. Fine head crack a few extra treasure chests on the way home. The live chat flew past. What did Cook Pop here to freak out like that? No idea. The stream only kept the devil's garbled whispers. After the filter it's just static. I saw tears in the streamer's eyes, me heart broke. Same. I just want to pull him into my arms and let him feel some 30-60 love. Xiao Hao stayed silent. Maybe a bit of exotic affection wasn't entirely off limits? Negative feelings hit fast and faded just as quickly. Xiao Hao had never been one to brood. If he didn't keep things light, these years would have crushed him long ago. You guys with chests bigger than most girls, could you dial it back a notch? The mantis shrimp crept steadily through the damp cracks in the reef, and Xiao Hao followed close behind, cheeks still burning from his earlier outburst. He had zero interest in any so-called exotic experiences. Come on, could the game please hire a moderator? If this circus kept up, he was going to lose his mind. One day, he wished he could hear doubled without having that disturbing image pop into his head. System Spirit Pearls, 6,000. Bind Devil Ray. Hard pass. Xiao Hao hit no without hesitation. Too bad no loot this round. The barrage immediately teased him. The streamer's refusing to bind again. Picky, aren't you? That beast is elite for its class. Xiao Hao rolled his eyes. It wasn't that he despised the creature. It simply couldn't hold the shadow seahorse. If the seahorse couldn't die and it couldn't kill the seahorse, what was the point? The shadow seahorse was basically a bug. He didn't expect another monster of the same tier to solo it. What he really needed was a one-shot utility skill. Crowd control, even a few seconds of route would do. Tracking mark so the seahorse couldn't slip into the shadows and vanish. With a dozen bug-tier seahorses in front of him, any seasoned fighter would step aside. The choice was obvious. Inventory Spirit Pearls, 7930. He moved fast, raised the shadow seahorse to level 17, leaving 3030, bump home of Shanbei and the mantis shrimp to level 18, leaving 1430. The numbers plummeted, and he was back to square one. One level barely mattered. Real breakthroughs came every 10 levels. Time to grind pearls again. Back at home of Shanbei, lunch was over in a flash, but his guardian's health and stamina were still recovering. Xiao Hao sprawled on the bed, bored out of his mind. Life without the internet was torture for someone with a mild addiction. He opened the marketplace. The 3 bounty posters were still unclaimed. A quick tap on the forum, refresh history. Forum hot topic. Hey, which game are those 3 hangers in? If they're on my server, my hands are itching. B hangers? What hangers? You can cheat in this game? A, not cheaters, people being hung in the marketplace. We call them hangers. Uft, perfect description. ID with Tianxing Mimi Yinbu Xingma posted several times in a row. I was wrong, really wrong. Can the game let me change my name? I never thought I'd get cyberbullied in a survival game. Shadow God, please spare me. Xiao Hao stared at the text in disbelief. Playing the victim? Cyberbullying? Everyone knew the game had a built-in block for friend requests. Players like him, who didn't meet the criteria, were filtered automatically. The feature was so simple, even a newbie could use it. With that in place, who exactly was bullying her? Who was she performing for? Sure enough, the replies started teaching her a lesson. I tried to bully her, but she blocked me. Same here. 1. 10,086. So, tell us, who's actually bullying you? Yet what Tianxing Mimi Yinbu Xingma kept crying. Someone is. You're bullying me right here in the group. Shadow God, please cancel the bounty. I'm an international model. Ill do anything else. Accept any other punishment. 3 words flashed through Xiao Hao's mind. Green tea? Little? You guys said it all. The comment section exploded. Xiao Hao nodded. Everything has 2 sides. When online shaming hits the right target, it can be downright satisfying. The other 2 players chose to hide like ostriches. This squinty-eyed one insisted on staring at the forum. Well, she had no one to blame but herself. Maybe his morals weren't flawless, but at least they weren't crooked. He never bullied the weak, never belittled others, and never climbed the moral high ground to preach. Had been bullied as a kid, so he despised anyone who abused their power. Malice should be aimed at the malicious. Aim it anywhere else, and you're just garbage. The streamer's sixth sense is ridiculous. Keeps running straight into elite mobs. Relax. For him, this is basic stuff. Nothing to get worked up about. He got lost, and still made it back to base. With analysis skills like that, finding one monster is a walk in the park. That's my man Legendary. Shut up, he's mine. Our boy isn't like those tacky show-offs. No wonder he stole my heart. Ahem, the folks in this world are starting to misunderstand him more and more. If they learn he could read the chat after clearing the game, would he still keep their hearts? Come on, he's been cheating his way through the whole survival run. Think he'll go after the serrated siren next? Probably. The serrated siren is a player killer. Let's see if Zhu Bo can handle it. May the gods protect him. Has to stay alive. A player killer? That thing's worse than a lantern ghostfish or a devil ray. And these new gods, are they actually real? Bold theory. The gods might be the game's creators. Who else could toy with monsters and sapient beings like this? Lines of chat crawled across Xiao Hao's vision, the swelling noise making his temples throb. Gods or creators, either way. Thinking about them was useless. All he could do was keep his footing, one step at a time. Skills, pets, gear ran through every card he had left. A jack-of-all-trades skill tree. Guardians who fought on even with their health in the red. And that shadow seahorse that could break every rule when it came to running away. If he topped off everyone's stats, even a losing fight wouldn't keep him from escaping alive. The downtime was brief. Once the Guardians' health bars were full and their spirits steady, Xiao Hao geared up, locked onto the last serrated siren, and set out. The chat fed him coordinates while spamming every horror story about the creature. He waved, mounted the Mantis shrimp, slipped out of the shell coral cabin, and headed for his target. The water was cool, hidden currents slicing against the reefs with a faint clack-clack. The Mantis shrimp flexed its joints, muscles creaking. Sand burst into smoky clouds as it rocketed across the seabed like a spined artillery round. Moments later, in a jumble of broken rocks, the serrated siren surfaced. 2 to 3 meters long, fishtail below and humanoid torso above. The creature's upper body was sheathed in tight white scales that flashed icily when the light hit. Webbed membranes stretched between its arms, each of the 5 fingers ending in drill-like claws sharp enough to rip steel. A single dorsal fin started at its forehead, ran the length of its spine, and merged with the tail. No nose or ears marked the sides of its heatenly bulging eyes that drifted side to side. Yet its mouth stole all attention. A split nearly wide enough to crack the skull, ringed with teeth like inverted diamonds or budding bamboo shoots, each one gleaming with a cold sheen. Xiao Hao had barely focused on it when the siren snapped the skull it had been gnawing, bone shards drifting away. It wasn't the most grotesque thing had seen, but the blood-red warnings in chat left no room for complacency. Any slip would be fatal. Their gazes locked underwater. The siren's eyes flushed crimson, its mouth stretching into a grotesque grin. A shrill moan ripped out of its throat as its tail whipped, shredding the current. It surged forward like a blood-mad shark through a storm of bubbles. Mantis shrimp, Xiao Hao shouted. The giant shrimp folded its forelegs and swung its emerald scythes. Clang. Metal collided, a shockwave rippling through the sea. So fast. Xiao Hao's pupils contracted. The siren had caught both sides barehanded. Webbed palms clamped down, fingertips drilling through the water, holding the blades dead still. The mantis shrimp refused to yield. Its scale-covered antennae shot forward. The siren's jaws stretched until its skin threatened to split. Serrated teeth snapped shut, like lightning. One bite was all it took to shatter the incoming antennae. 2 scaly arms jerked upward. The creature slipped past the emerald scythes and lunged at Xiao Hao from a new angle. Its lanternfish-like hands caught the blade's heat, throwing sparks from the cold metal. A chill shot through Xiao Hao. If those claws didn't fear the scythes, his shadow ribbons would be torn apart instantly. How's it cutting through the darkness field? He forced himself to focus. hungry to see the serrated siren's next move. The shadow seahorse had already spread darkness like ink, smothering the area. Xiao Hao had barely begun testing when half his health vanished in a blink. The collapsing bar told him the seahorse was draining him from the shadows. Realizing he was being leeched, the siren flung back its head and opened its massive maw. A scream loud enough to split bedrock detonated outward. Concussive waves shredded the water into visible rings, blasting stone to rubble. Xiao Hao's eardrums ruptured immediately, blood seeped down his helmet. The roar turned his skull into a kettle drum, and even his sturdy emerald armor cracked with spiderweb fractures, not because the plate was weak, but because the howl had drained his stamina dry. The indiscriminate AoE flattened the whole zone, yanking the shadow seahorse into view and shattering the darkness field. Guardians flew in every direction, health bars nosediving. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Hao recalled every summon and melted into shadow to escape. He cancelled exploration bubble at once and darted through the gloom with shadow stealth. The murky abyss gave him perfect cover. At last he shook off the siren, wedged himself in a reef crevice, and chugged health potions. His ears still rang, his skull pounding. One more scream, and had it been done. It has sonic attacks too? He gasped, rattled by that single howl. The shockwave had nearly flattened even his mantis shrimp pet, famed for supreme defense, and half his own bar was gone. Without his near-super soldier physique, his head would have popped. Busted. That shriek is downright ridiculous. Xiao Hao cursed. He couldn't kill the siren, which refused to finish off the seahorse. The move hard-countered players. Anyone else would be toast. Those scaled arms maxed defense, the webbed claws maxed speed, its swimming was just as nimble, and the lethal shriek made it an all-round monster. No way I can beat this thing. He laughed bitterly. One scream halved his health while the mantis shrimp stayed full, and the seahorse barely took a scratch. I'm done for today. He'll farm something else. He mounted the mantis shrimp and headed for the safe house. Even a super soldier body couldn't take another round. The streamers, so unlucky. Player killers are brutal, even top streamers have to run. That shriek made my head buzz through the screen. His skull not exploding is a miracle. The chat scrolled by, but no one offered a solution. Xiao Hao refocused, opened the marketplace, and flipped through pages of items from deep-sea survival and other games. Nothing countered sonic damage. Mobs outside the starter village hardly spawn. Grinding spirit pearls is a slog. He slammed the market shut. He couldn't beat the siren, couldn't catch the seahorse, didn't dare poke the shipwreck wraiths, and his spirit pearl progress was dead stuck. The frustration made him want to tear his hair out. He'll check the hill zone tomorrow. If that fails, he'll just turtle back at the starter village and grind slowly. It was the third day of the open beta. Xiao Hao had reached the outskirts of Noah's wreck. A jagged siren and a shadow seahorse prowled the trench in single file, radiating a one-touch kill pressure that made him afraid to glance at them heated. Staying in shadow form, he hugged the seabed and inched toward the gigantic hull ruined, yet still Titanic-sized. From portholes black as voids drifted bone-white revenants, their chilling wails echoed by deep-sea phantoms weaving through the gloom. On the scarred deck, palm-sized golden copepods crept, their shells flashing a cold metallic gleam. He had seen them during the closed test. A thunderous boom erupted from the wreck center. Splinters of wood and shards of iron rattled down. Xiao Hao held his breath and sank deeper into shadow, itching to know what was happening, but his 50-meter vision range showed him nothing. Chat exploded. Whoa, when did a hyperspeed sea hare barge into Noah's wreck? Look at its mouth and evolution template. Even monsters rob loot now? And a sea hare adorable. Hyperspeed sea hare? Another ultra-rare on par with the mantis shrimp. If he could bind it, he'd solve his mobility problem. Emerald armor for defense, Reaper's scythe for offense, and the hare's blistering speed to finish the set, then the shadow seahorse would be easy prey. More messages poured in. Run. That sea hare's nuts. It's dodging every hit. A real moving Easter egg. A moving Easter egg? He had to tame it. Inside the breach, blades and streaks of light flared dense, relentless, all missing. Great prediction, beautiful dodge. Oh-ho, the deep-sea wraith king's awake. Get out, don't be greedy. Clashing impacts and piercing shrieks reverberated within. By the chat alone, Xiao Hao guessed the hare was as dangerous as the shadow seahorse, pure bug tier. The hare's hurt, grabbed one treasure, and wants more, too greedy. The wraith kings used a template already. They're a whole tier apart. His heart hammered. Don't die. If the wraith king kills it, my chance is gone. Run. No way, it's trapped. A burst of blinding crimson sprayed from the hull. Sever tail escape. The hare got out. The wraith king stayed inside, satisfied the prize was safe. Wait, the hare's heading for the streamer. So smart. Wild mobs are rarely this clever. Xiao Hao froze. Straight at me? Seriously? The water roiled. A soft, tattered shape broke the surface, left afterimages in its wake, and crashed before him, kicking up a cloud of dark red silt. Except for a pair of snowy white ear-like antennae, its entire body was drenched in blood. If the tiny creature hadn't been breathing, Xiao Hao would have assumed it was dead. Blood had burst from every vessel in its body, spreading like red ink in clear water. Then the game interface chimed. The supersonic sea hare wants to bond as your guardian war pet. Accept. The supersonic sea hare wants to bond as your guardian war pet. Accept. The supersonic sea hare wants to bond as your guardian war pet. Accept. 3 alerts in a row, proof it was hanging by a thread. A windfall like this left Xiao Hao dazed, with only one thought. Why hesitate? Accept. Yes. He hit confirm at once. The panel now read Guardian War Pet, Supersonic Sea Hare. Its HP, a mere 3,100. That was close. Half a second more, and it would have been game over. Worried the Ghost King might return for the kill, Xiao Hao recalled the sea hare and sprinted off the battlefield. Only after reaching the safety of Conch House did he study his new walking Easter egg in detail. Guardian War Pet, Supersonic Sea Hare. HP, 4,100. Stamina, 20,100. Element, water. Level, 15. Skills. 1. Supersonic breaks the sound barrier, granting huge kinetic power for a short burst. Stamina drains faster the longer it lasts. 2. Iron Headbutt, its sole attack, delivered with an ultra-hard skull. Paired with Supersonic, it can one-shot a target. Passives. 3. Agility quickly adapts to high-speed movement, allowing razor-sharp turns and instant direction changes. 4. Quick Wit, a lightning-fast mind to match a lightning-fast body. No wonder it escaped the deep-sea Ghost King. The more Xiao Hao read, the more he loved it. This was the ultimate getaway tool, even better than the Shadow Seahorses phasing. It could cover hundreds of meters in a blink. Who could catch that? Small wonder the Ghost King gave up the chase. He checked his remaining spirit orbs, gritted his teeth, and leveled the sea hare twice. Orbs left, 130. Its HP filled instantly, though its stamina was still low. Once the health bar was safe, he finally released the sea hare for a proper look. Earlier it had been too bloody to see. A flash of white light, and a plump little sea hare hopped out of the panel. Xiao Hao's eyes went round, almost blurted. Pikachu. Same round ears and long tail, only Snow White and minus the lightning bolt. Had the gods actually borrowed from Pokemon? Pikachu might be called a mouse, but those are rabbit ears. This sea hare looked like kin. Bun Bun, the soft, weary baby voice melted Xiao Hao's fatherly heart on the spot. Fluffy head, pearl-like markings, a faint milky scent, no shedding, no feeding, no litter box, and max level escape support. Who could resist? Xiao Hao cradled it, grinning like a fool. The sea hare blinked its black pearl eyes, one big question filling its tiny brain. Did I just bond with an idiot? I want to turn Took off. Cough. Could you people upstairs keep your thoughts clean? You're the one with the dirty mind. The on-screen chat instantly blew up. A female user pounded her keyboard. I'm talking about petting a sea bunny, okay? Hey, sea bunny. Xiao Hao cradled an all-white, impossibly fluffy sea bunny and almost burst out laughing. Feeling jealous? Come on, Interworld viewers, admit you're jealous. He raised the creature to the camera like he was showing off a shiny Pikachu. The Turbo Sea bunny stared blankly. Bunny? It had no idea why its master was so excited and was starting to wonder if Xiao Hao was an idiot. Guardians didn't need food, but Xiao Hao still pulled out some beef jerky and offered it. The sea bunny caught a whiff, took a tidy bite, and squinted in bliss. Watching that satisfied face, Xiao Hao smiled like a doting dad. The fur was so silky he decided on the spot to keep it, as a pet. Heavy combat could stay with the seahorse, the mantis shrimp, and tough guys like himself. He stroked along its back, massaging through the plush fur. The bunny half closed its eyes in delight, while Xiao Hao kept petting, utterly content. When he finally stopped, it curled up on his shoulder and nuzzled him. Beef jerky. 1. Sea bunny. Captured. Xiao Hao grinned. All right, princess, let's go hunt a seahorse. He had barely stepped outside when he remembered he still needed to pick a skill for his new battle partner. After a moment's thought, he went with Sonic Speed. With 2 passive bonuses gone, he wanted some practice time. Face-planting into a wall at full speed would be humiliating. The sea bunny squinted and smirked to itself. Xiao Hao glanced over, and it instantly switched to wide-eyed innocence. Bunny? Thinking nothing of it, he set his reset gloves to adaptability and eased on the gas. It felt like a rookie driver barely tapping the pedal, only to have the car bolt like a runaway horse. He thought he heard rapid-fire commentary, bunny, 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 in his ears. Pulling up short, he looked back. The sea bunny twitched its ears. Bunny? Must have been my imagination, Xiao Hao resumed. Bunny, 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 bunny. This time the play-by-play was unmistakable. He braked again. The sea bunny stayed wide-eyed and innocent. Bunny? Fine, you're cute. Whatever you say goes. The flat seabed was a natural training ground. Accelerate, brake, cut right. Xiao Hao was getting the hang of it, then switched the gloves to quick thinking. Oddly, even without adaptability activated, his body felt almost the same. He opened his status panel, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be Immortal Body? The description did say it unlocks the bonus potential. If Immortal Body dug out all that potential, had adaptability become a passive? He rubbed his eyes. Sure enough, his personal skills now listed adaptability passive. The reset gloves had imprinted the skill, and Immortal Body had fully awakened it. Jackpot. He nearly broke into a victory dance right there. With Immortal Body close to invincible, every time he bonded with a new battle partner, Any passive skill they had would be his free of charge. Staring at the word temporary beside keen insight on his personal panel, Xiao Hao switched off the rewind gloves, and the skill vanished. Adaptability remained, but keen insight dropped to 0. There simply hadn't been time for his immortal body to absorb it. He copied keen insight again and cranked it to full power. His thoughts turned slick and effortless, the world around him slowing by half a beat, as if head slipped back into bulletimeth same rush head felt when wielding the Mantis scythes. Moments later he disabled the glove's copy effect and checked the panel again. Keen insight was still locked in place. He paused for a beat, then broke into a grin, scooped the sea hair off his shoulder, and kissed its squishy cheek. This shiny Pikachu really is my lucky charm, he crowed. Except for that stubborn headstrong skill, Head just swiped everything the sea hare could. Wo new abilities for free. The sea hare blinked, baffled. Was it too late to bail out? Xiao Hao couldn't stop smiling. Come on, sweetheart, daddy's taking you seahorse hunting. The sea hare eyed him skeptically. You said that a minute ago. Xiao Hao flushed and gave a polite cough. This time I mean it, let's go. He vaulted onto the mantis shrimp. The sea hare sprawled on its smooth head, the shrimp's feathery antennae tapping the little passenger like a big brother doting on his kid sister. Xiao Hao nodded in approval, wearing a benevolent dad smile, nearly blurting, you two stay here. Daddy's going to buy some oranges. The mantis shrimp sliced through the waves and soon reached the hill zone. With the sea hare's buffs, Xiao Hao felt unstoppable. He slid off its armored back. The sea hare tried to hop onto his shoulder, but he held it down. Stay here while I catch a few seahorses. Saying it felt oddly satisfying. Emerald armor, Reaper scythe, supersonic burst chained the moves in one smooth flow. A shadow seahorse poked out of the gloom, and Xiao Hao appeared out of nowhere, skewering it before it could fade. The rest fled on reflex, but he blurred forward, cleaving straight through the shadow mass. Swish, swish, swish. Clean, decisive blade arcs. Seahorses 6. Half lounging on the mantis shrimp's head, the sea hare was stunned. Dad's the strong? It stiffened to attention for 3 seconds, then flopped back down. Never mind. With Dad around, slacking off is best. Loot secured, Xiao Hao opened the Seahorse Guardian panel, intent on upping their numbers. Guardian unit, Shadow Seahorse. Elements, Dark, Water. Count, 720. Level, 17. Reserves, 6. Skills. Just tap the plus? He tried it mentally, only to see insufficient spirit orbs. Then he noticed the reward from the kills, spirit orbs 1,200, bringing his total to 1,330. 1,000 plus and I still can't recruit one? Xiao Hao frowned, eyes sliding to the level column. Units couldn't level up individually. The whole squad had to advance together. Of the newly bonded warriors, only the sea hare had joined willingly. Every other guardian started at level 0. Because the sea hare was a volunteer, its level stayed intact, and it dropped no spirit pearls. The remaining guardians, however, needed 3,350 pearls each just to reach level 17. Xiao Hao's 1,300 pearls didn't even scratch the surface, and he finally understood why people said, troops are money pits. No wonder so many players simply gave up on leveling. Short of pearls? Time to farm. He fixed his sights on the dense shoals of shadow seahorses nearby, creatures that not only dropped pearls, but could also be drafted straight into his legion. 2 birds, 1 stone. A grin spread across Xiao Hao's face, while the carefree seahorses in the distance shivered for no clear reason. Swish, swish, swish. System panel refresh. Guardian unit, Shadow Seahorse. Attributes, Dark, Water. Head count, 720. Level, 17. Reserves, 93. Skills. Spirit Pearls, 18,730. For an entire day Xiao Hao turned the whole stretch of ocean upside down, nearly snatching up every shadow seahorse in sight. Still, he remembered the idea of sustainable development and stopped after pushing the total headcount to 100. Predictably, the 18th Enthusiasm Pearls head earned still felt painfully tight. Feeding a handful of high-level seahorses would drain him dry. After a moment's thought, he boosted House of Shells, Mantis Shrimp, and Sea Hare all to level 20. Unfortunately, the open beta once again capped the ceiling there. The current maximum was 20. It seemed every 10 levels signaled a major shift and hinted at future updates. Since he couldn't go higher, Xiao Hao poured the rest of his resources into the seahorses. That left him with 12,230 pearls. Level first or numbers first. He calculated quickly. The stat gap between adjacent levels was minor, whereas each additional unit effectively doubled skill damage. Without hesitation, he tapped the next to quantity. 3,350. Pearl balance, 8,880. Nice, lucky number again. 2 more prompts chimed. The seahorse squad grew to 10, and his pearl balance sank to 2,180. Adding another was out of the question. That's enough for today. Xiao Hao stretched his nearly worn-out legs and tallied the haul. 93 seahorses in a single day, not a bad day's work. That night, he drifted off to sleep with a tiny sea hare curled beside his pillow, its little feet still kicking in its dreams. It was the 4th day of the open beta. To farm spirit pearls quickly, the only place left was the hill region. The seahorse's fur was nearly bald from overgrinding, and the only mobs still worth hitting were the sawtooth siren and the monsters in the Noah wreck. From a distance, the wreck swarmed with enemies, packed tight like iron spikes. Charging in would be suicide. According to the replay chat, when Sea Hare sneaked into the wreck, it woke the abyssal ghost king. The hill region was its turf. Xiao Hao had a sudden idea. If the ghost king was awake, would it really let other creatures dance right under its nose? He stayed at a safe distance and sent the seahorse in stealth mode. His real body stayed hidden. Moments later, the sawtooth siren unleashed its first sonic wave, making the water tremble, yet nothing stirred inside the Noah wreck. Again, the second shriek was so sharp it made his scalp tingle even from afar, but the ghost king still didn't show. Xiao Hao muttered that the siren was deafening. How could the ghost king be this patient? With nothing else to try, he had the siren crank the rhythm master to maximum. Wave after wave of sound pulsed through the sea, and even inside his exploration bubble, Xiao Hao felt the water throb. At last the monsters in the wreck woke up, but instead of attacking the siren, the Ghost King charged straight toward it. Strangely, no epic battle erupted on the surface. Scream already. Come on. Why aren't you fighting? Xiao Hao glanced at the chat. Streamer, you're asking for death. The wreck mobs and the sawtooth siren are on the same team. What? Monsters form alliances now? The warning had barely flashed when the entire mob formed ranks and began to encircle him. A chill shot up Xiao Hao's spine. He triggered supersonic without hesitation and bolted. He couldn't risk exposing his safe house, so he sprinted the other way, cursing under his breath that his plan to watch the tigers fight had turned into inviting the wolves in. Luckily, supersonic wasn't just for show. He soon left the monsters far behind. After a while, the shell house had vanished from view, and the seafloor ahead dropped away. A massive abyss split the seabed like a gaping maw. The cliff wasn't steep, but its depths were pitch black and bottomless. Xiao Hao could see about 50 meters down before darkness swallowed everything. The chat flashed a warning, map boundary. He edged closer and bumped into an invisible wall. When he tapped it, pale blue ripples spread across the surface. Area lock players cannot pass. While he was still sighing, the chat exploded. Streamer, don't get too close. Don't wake whatever's in the rift. The boundary applied only to players, not to monsters. If a deep-sea behemoth woke up, it might rampage all the way to the starter village. Xiao Hao scoffed. That would never happen unless a later patch forced them out. What kind of monster would run a marathon on a full stomach just to chew on the scraps of meat he carried? Marathon? Human culture is fascinating. It's basically a contest of movement speed, and you should look into it. Putting red lines on the map is like handing players extra armor. Those marked zones are instant death for low-level adventurers. Xiao Hao was about to evacuate as instructed when a thick gray-black tail slipped over the cliff edge. He instinctively stepped back, stealing a glance at the live chat feed before the creature hauled itself up. Abyssal Serpent Star. A true class monster, nothing special in quality. Ever seen streamers bind one? They tamed the lowest tier. This one's at least level 10 or higher. Watch out, they're pack hunters. Where there's one, more will follow. The words troop class, pack, and level 10 plus hit him all at once. An enormous limb, as thick as a python, slapped onto the ridge, and the whole abyssal serpent star clambered into view on 5 snake-shaped legs. Only once it claimed the high ground did Xiao Hao see its true form, a deformed sea star whose 5 arms had become living pythons. The snakes knotted together, merging at the tail. Stretched out, each would measure 3 or 4 meters, as thick as a man's forearm. All 5 heads rose, tongues hissing, venomous drool shining an eerie blue-green. Apart from guardians owned by friends like Wu Ting and Xing Feng, Xiao Hao knew little about the others, had only heard complaints about their ugliness. Up close, he realized ugly didn't begin to cover it. Compared with this thing, his friend's guardians could enter a beauty pageant. Looks aside, a level 10 plus monster wasn't enough to rattle him. What really worried him were the lurkers in the deep-sea rift. If blood drew them out, hundreds of same-tier creatures would swarm, and he'd have no choice but to run. Cleaning up the Noah wreck was already painful enough. He didn't need extra trouble. 5 heads snapped open, fangs dripping poison, and lunged at the harmless piece of monk meat. Xiao Hao sighed at the monster's innocence, flipped his wrist, and the Reaper's scythe formed in his palm. One supersonic slash later, silence returned to the cliff top. After sparring with Mantis shrimp for so long, his blade work now carried a swordsman's flair. The system prompt blinked. Spirit pearls, 3,000. Seahorse 1. Current balance, 1,830. 20 seahorses, here I come, he muttered, stashing the corpse in his inventory to mask the blood and because it was too grotesque to even think about eating. Staring at the body, an idea struck. Dogs will be dogs, and in the bamboo-stealing champ. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he kicked on supersonic mode and sprinted back. Sure enough, halfway there he ran into the mob chasing from the wreck, roughly 100 skeletal undead and 10 deep-sea wraiths. The Wraith King never showed, sending only his lackeys. Xiao Hao had hoped to lure the king into the rift, but first he'd have to deal with this escort. He scanned their formation and smirked. If this were the newbie face, Xiao Hao would be dead meat. They were all on the same tier now, and at that level the deep-sea ghosts were no match for the seahorses or mantis shrimps. Xiao Hao muttered, "Since when does an open beta hand out freebies? Well, they'll call this a courtesy gift from the Ghost King." If the gift came to him, he'd gladly accept it. Dark domain activate. Black mist erupted beneath his feet. 12 overlapping fields, counting his own, swallowed every pursuer in pitch-black water. Inside the domain, dim green ghost fire flickered in skeletal skulls, its icy light wavering even in the depths. Each skeleton gripped a 2-meter bone staff, and every swing whipped up sand and gravel with a roaring gale. With no organized enemy left, the bone monsters just looked ridiculous. Whenever a staff slammed down, the seabed cracked. A stray hit on a comrade only rang like metal on metal and failed to chip a single bone. With no flesh or hide, there was nothing to damage. Xiao Hao glanced at his panel and frowned. These skeletons had maxed out defense. Cutting them down one at a time could take forever. Fortunately, Dark Corrosion ignored defense. Shadow seahorses were the real MVPs. As the corruption spread, the deep-sea ghosts' scythes suddenly swelled. They thrashed like mad, even hurling violet-black energy claws that tore at the rock walls. Yet the dark domain remained untouched. Without a true all-around AoE, they couldn't even flush out the seahorses. The skeletons gave out first. Within a minute, they toppled in rows. Ghost fires winked out one by one. Spirit orbs, 20,000. Nice mob farming really is the road to riches. Moments later, the 10 deep-sea ghosts dissolved into mist. The notification flooded the screen. Spirit orbs 30,000, 3,000 each. At roughly level 16, they were nowhere near as tough as that level 20 ghost back in the starter village. 50,000 orbs in Tatalin overnight fortune. Don't hesitate, max out the seahorses. Xiao Hao cackled inwardly while numbers raced across the panel. Seahorses, 2020. He tapped away, boosting the whole squad another level. Getting all 20 seahorses to 18 costs 16,000 orbs, leaving 5,680 in reserve. Sweet. He almost took off on the spot, laughing up at the sky with hands on hips. The little sea hare on his shoulder blinked. "Dad, are you okay?" Once the excitement passed, Xiao Hao sobered. The pursuers hadn't returned. The Ghost King would notice soon enough. Forum intel said the Ghost King was a transcendent tier monster. If it broke level 20, the scythe ring in his hand would be useless. And there was still that near-invincible sawtooth siren. Just thinking about those two bosses made his scalp tingle. No time to brood. He had to reach the hill zone and thin out the shipwreck mobs. He refused to be driven back to the safe house again. The more minions the Ghost King had, the higher the odds they'd find the coral shell room. Hufflepuff. Xiao Hao knew he wasn't hearing things. The little sea bunny was just being naughty. "All right, young lady, making fun of your dad, are you?" he teased, rubbing the soft fur on her head. Sea bunny squinted and crooned in her baby voice. "Bunny? Okay, dad's about to pull some mobs. Back to the game panel. Bunny." She shook her tiny head, clearly unwilling, like an anime Pikachu refusing its pokeball. "You don't want to go back into the panel?" She nodded, trying to look grown up. "Bunny. But the other guardians never complain." "Bunny." She turned away, unconvinced by the word safety. Xiao Hao sighed. "Fine, but behave. If you act up, I'm putting you away." Sea Bunny's face lit up. She bobbed her head again and again. "Bunny, Bunny." As he approached the hill zone, Xiao Hao noticed everything had changed. A few days ago, the Rex monsters never left the ship. Now stray mobs were already wandering outside. "Wandering is perfect," he chuckled. The Sea Bunny on his shoulder copied his grin, giggling in secret. While they hid under the Ghost King's nose, he couldn't touch them. But the moment they stepped out, they were fair game. Before striking, he glanced at the livestream chat. "Shadow seahorse farming is so OP. I want a shadow seahorse too, sob. Streamers so cool. Back to the seabed hills. More farming, right? The Ghost King's gonna get wrecked. The sawtooth sirens inside-outside mobs are free loot. Charge." With both the sawtooth siren and the Ghost King holed up in the wreck, the outskirts were his private hunting ground. Xiao Hao's eyes gleamed. Charge. He targeted a few skeletal undead that had strayed the farthest, and shadows swallowed them whole. In less than a minute, the skeletons, blades still gleaming, were drained of energy and collapsed into brittle heaps. In their final moments, they could only hack at the dirt and stone in fury, the clatter echoing for a full minute. Soul beads 1200. Xiao Hao swept the remains into his inventory, leaving no trace. On the silent seabed, the sudden racket carried far. He didn't rush his next move. Cloaked in shadow, he watched. The ghost fires in the skeleton's skulls flickered, then dimmed. Deep-sea wraiths, heads dangling in their hands, gazed toward the noise from afar. Sometimes the difference between prey and predator is patience. Xiao Hao waited until the monsters relaxed, then attacked again. Still picking off skeletal undead wraiths were too tough and might raise the alarm. Once more, the clatter rang through the dark water. These shipwrecked creatures could tell the strange noises were coming from one of their own. The crisp clack of a bone club against rock was all too familiar. They simply couldn't figure out why their companion had suddenly started hacking at stones. The tapping echoed through the water, drawing more monsters closer. Xiao Hao's layered darkness field had been active for over 40 seconds, its countdown ticking on his panel as he fixed his gaze on the approaching deep-sea wraith. At over 10 meters per second, the wraith could reach him within moments if it decided to sprint. Luckily, it assumed a teammate was messing around, so it merely slowed, tilting its head in puzzlement. 30 meters. Xiao Hao's heart beat in time with the second hand. Once the wraith crossed that line, it would brush the edge of the darkness field. The ghost fire in the skeletal undead had already dimmed to a pinprick, yet it stubbornly refused to go out. Countdown 10 seconds. The wraith's snow-white organs shimmered in the black water as it drifted another 20 meters. 5 seconds. Time stretched. Xiao Hao heard his own heartbeat and saw the creature's pale, exposed heart pulsing under some eerie force. 2 seconds. The wraith was almost on top of him. Xiao Hao abruptly collapsed the sphere inward, pulling the boundary back so the wraith wouldn't step inside. On the lightless seabed, the domain blended with its surroundings. Unless something touched it or had its life force drawn, the wraith would never notice. 1 second. The ghost fire winked out. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Hao shoved the desiccated skeleton into his storage slot and dismissed the field, then melted into shadow behind a ridge. Most deep-sea creatures could see hundreds of meters in the dark, but this one, lower level than the wraith from the starter zone, had limited range. With 21 stacks, the darkness field had spanned over a kilometer. Head canceled it before the wraith's gaze could sweep the center, leaving it clueless. If his shadow mass stayed outside the domain, it would expose him, so the terrain offered safer cover. Night vision was an X-ray vision. Xiao Hao didn't leave right away. He needed to be sure the wraith suspected nothing. A Spirit Orb's 1000 notification popped up, but he didn't even glance at it. If he were discovered, he'd have to kill the wraith instantly, giving it no time to raise the alarm. The wraith kept moving forward, and he silently tailed it. The area was a mess from his handiwork, and had only had time to grab the skeleton, but the swift current would soon wash away most traces. To be safe, he decided to watch to the end. When the noises ahead stopped, the wraith veered off course and soon bumped into another small squad of skeletal undead. Recognizing its own brethren, it relaxed and leveled out. Xiao Hao watched its bizarre maneuver in disbelief, then finally let out a silent sigh. This hunting method worked. By relying solely on darkness corruption, he could mask his killing intent perfectly. If he sent out the Mantis shrimp or unleashed the Reaper's scythe, the monsters would catch the scent at once. Xiao Hao traded a glance with the little sea hare, their eyes gleaming like xenon headlights while their hearts thudded in giddy sync. Spirit pearls 800, 1200, 600 after every kill, he went to ground, waiting exactly as planned. As his tally climbed, the creatures grew wary, forcing Xiao Hao to stretch the intervals between strikes. The horde of skeletal undead thinned before his eyes. Something finally smelled off to the monsters. Pale green witchfire flickered in empty skulls, and deep-sea wraiths drifted like shadows, glancing about uneasily. Xiao Hao tightened his grip on his weapon, certain the farming run was almost over. Just then a wraith fish slipped into the wreck of the Noah, while a jag-toothed siren crawled out of the hold with coral fragments on its head, their paths crossing. The situation flipped in an instant, and he had to cut his losses and pull back. Back at the safe house, he reeked of sea salt and sweat. He had spent the entire day collecting spirit pearls and felt as if a tsunami had rolled over him. At least the sneak thief haul was excellent. His stash had broken the 10,000 mark again, sitting at 13,480 pearls. Leveling the seahorse to 19 needs 18,000. Wonder if I can scrape that together tomorrow, he muttered, fully aware the Ghost King had to have noticed most of its underlings were gone. Glancing at the Abyss Serpent Star's corpse in his inventory, Xiao Hao ran through the entire plan once more in his head before starting dinner. Charcoal flared, and the scent of roasting meat filled Shell Haven. Fat sizzled and popped, while the little sea hare drooled uncontrollably. On a whim, Xiao Hao summoned the rest of his guardians. The spacious clamshell house turned noisy and crowded in an instant. It was a warmth head never known, yet with so many mouths to feed his arms soon ached from turning skewers. Late at night, with the tides calm, the little sea hare hopped onto his bare back and worked like a professional masseur. Ah, right there. Xiao Hao let out a low sigh of pleasure. The camera swept over his sculpted frame, every angular muscle rippling under the light, post-shower caramel skin beaded with water. Viewers in the otherworldly chat swallowed hard. Getting ideas. Are we even allowed to say this on stream? Sorry, I can't hold back. I'm jealous. I want that sea hare massage too. I don't need the massage. We'll give him one instead. Look at that taper. Kids pick one. Adults take everything. Alright, enough daydreaming. Do you people have to drool over my husband? 247? Who's really drooling here? Once the ache in his muscles faded, Xiao Hao set the little sea hare by his pillow. Good night, little sea hare. The shell lamp dimmed, and the chat erupted in collective groans of disappointment. Open beta, day 5. Xiao Hao slipped into the hilly zone, but not a single wandering mob was anywhere in sight. He frowned and muttered, "That can't be right. With me around, would the Ghost King really let anything slide?" He popped open the game interface, and the chat instantly exploded. LOL, the streamer's probably totally lost right now. He has no idea the trash mobs from the shipwreck all ran off to hunt him. They're headed for the deep sea rift. Good thing Zhu Bo dragged them the other way last night, or the safe house would have been toast. Xiao Hao froze. Wait, the shipwreck mobs went to the rift? Then the Noah shipwreck is empty, and I can raid Noah's treasure vault? Still sensing a trap, he stayed in the shadows and circled the hull, quietly waiting for more intel to surface in chat. Between the jokes, a crucial line finally scrolled by. Streamer, don't rush it. The mobs left because the Ghost King's still on board. One Ghost King could equal every trash mob combined. Another viewer chimed in. It's smart, but usually asleep. If you don't wake it, you can sneak in. Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. He paced near the deck, pretending to waver so the viewers would think he was still undecided. If anyone had set up an ambush, the other realm spectators would warn him in chat. Meanwhile, the tiny sea slug on his shoulder grew dizzy from all his back and forth pacing. Flattened against him, its pink face scrunched up. Is my master actually dumb? Hopping around, playing mind games with seawater? The worried but adorable creature set off another barrage of comments. The streamer's going in. Charge. My king is on the move. Fan club, assemble charge. Incoming to charge. Xiao Hao. Only the roar of the surf remained, yet he still didn't move. The chat crashed from a fever pitch to dead silence, and things got awkward fast. Wow, his guard is sky high. Look at him probe every corner. Forget charging, my little duck. They'll take such good care of you. I'm calling first dibs. Dream on. Get in line. Xiao Hao rubbed his forehead. Seriously, stop arguing over weird stuff. I'm awkward enough already. Sometimes a golden sheet felt more like a curse chat blazing with hype, while reality stalled in a drawn-out standoff. The audience cried foul. Finally, one truly helpful tip appeared. Even the razor-toothed siren left to hunt you, so it's not that dangerous right now. A bright spark flickered in Xiao Hao's eyes. Another message followed. The Noah shipwreck only has one Ghost King left. The rest are just golden copepods. And one more? The ship sometimes spawns creepy events. Stay calm, and you'll be fine. All the probing had paid off. When a monster could one-shot you, no amount of caution was too much. The chat had given him every hint it could. Xiao Hao couldn't expect the chat window to hand him blueprints, safe routes, and a full walkthrough of the Noah wreck. Once Head gathered the basics, he triggered Shadow Meld, drifted soundlessly across the rippling water, and landed on the deck. The wreck's fame was well-deserved. A 200 to 300-meter hull, and even a ruined swimming pool mid-deck whose floor writhed with countless golden copepods, each flashing a metallic chill. But he wasn't here to grind monster, she was here to steal treasure. The deep-sea phantom's lair back in the starter village had already made him rich. The Noah vault could make him filthy rich overnight. Every exposed surface deck planks, railings, porthalescrawled with those copepods. Dropping Shadow Meld out here was suicide. He slid through a door seam into the ship. A vast dining hall spread before him. Shredded tablecloths dangling from chair backs, shattered dishes scattered across the floor, overturned furniture, and the reek of decay. The ship was far too big for its vault to be this close. He dispelled Shadow Meld to save stamina and began a cautious search. The instant he materialized, the hull rewound like an hourglass flipped over. Rot vanished, wall lamps blazed, gilded panels gleamed. Waiters bustled, guests chatted, the clamor felt almost real. Xiao Hao's eyes narrowed. Most patrons were ordinary humans, yet a few looked human except for 10 sickle-like fingers, the living forms of deep-sea phantoms mingling cheerfully among them. Cold sweat slid down his brow. Had someone quietly rewritten human history? The gods? Something else? A nondescript waiter approached with a tray. Sir, may I offer you a drink? The Mandarin was flawless thanks the game's auto-translation. Xiao Hao knew it was all illusion and didn't dare ingest anything. Sorry, Silence crashed over the room. Every diner turned to stare. The waiters froze, faces warping with malice. Sir, the waiter asked, smiling as the muscles in his cheeks writhed like parasites, do you find our food unworthy? The chat had warned him. Stay calm, follow the rules, and the horrors are manageable. Xiao Hao steadied himself. Of course he'll order. Could I have a glass of juice? The hush shattered. Chatter resumed as if nothing had happened. The waiter bowed. Sir, please take a seat this way. Figures in the hall began to stiffen and distort again. Xiao Hao hurried to the indicated table, and everything snapped back to normal. So long as he played the part of a regular guest, he was safe. Sir, your juice. The waiter set the drink in front of him, but didn't leave. Xiao Hao placed the glass carefully on the table, still scanning the room, when that gentle yet inexorable voice interrupted him. Sir, it's time to order your main course. Sir, it's time to choose a main course. Xiao Hao looked up and answered, no problem. I'm in a restaurant, so of course I need a main dish. May I see the menu first? He wasn't really hungry. He just wanted to learn what currency circulated on this ship, called the Noah's wreck. He had no intention of skipping the bill. Certainly. Please take a look. The waiter handed him a palm-sized, leather-bound booklet edged in gold. The moment he opened it, a chill shot down his spine. The first color photo showed a crimson, boiled fetus, labeled stillborn special 10,000 spirit pearls. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He glanced at the neighboring tables. The patrons looked perfectly calm, but if you stared long enough, every dish seemed to scream. He forced himself to turn to the next page. A skull with its crown pried open. Raw human brain 8,000 spirit pearls. Page 3 and 4 offered pan-fried heart and stir-fried eyeballs. The tasteful layout and the grotesque images clashed so violently that goosebumps prickled his skin. Have you decided, sir? The gentle voice sounded right beside him. Xiao Hao looked up into a polite smile that carried no warmth. The waiter didn't think anything was amiss. He drew a deep breath and flipped to the last page. Fingernail dumplings 1,000 spirit pearls. It was the cheapest and least lethal option. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. They'll have the fingernail dumplings. At once, every diner around him turned and flashed the same eerie grin. A wave of cold crept up his spine. Like a magician, the waiter produced a pair of pliers stained dark brown. Please supply the ingredients, sir. Thankful he hadn't ordered something pricier, Xiao Hao still couldn't resist grumbling. What kind of restaurant makes the customer bring their own food? Sensing his confusion, the waiter explained, the kitchen is indeed out of stock, so we must ask you to provide the raw materials. Xiao Hao retorted, then what if I ordered the stillborn special? How would you serve that? The waiter's waxy smile never faltered. Rest assured, sir. The restaurant has someone who can make sure you become pregnant. No sooner had he finished than a 2-meter-tall muscle-bound brute stomped over, each step like a drumbeat. Xiao Hao shivered uncontrollably, sweat trickling down his temples. Eager to upsell, the waiter added, don't worry. He can guarantee a pregnancy, man or woman, human or ghost. Excuse me? Xiao Hao waved frantically. No thanks. I've already ordered. You could always add a course. Once you're expecting, we'll start you on hormones immediately. Absolutely not, Xiao Hao snarled. Seeing his resistance, the brute reluctantly backed away, disappointment written all over his face. The waiter's smile remained frozen in wax. Very well. Please provide your fingernails. Shall I pull them out for you? Staring at the blood-flecked pliers, Xiao Hao forced a calm voice. Give me a nail clipper. Pulling is better, bigger pieces, easier to wrap. Xiao Hao's eyes flicked. I prefer perfect, crescent-shaped clippings. Your chefs can handle that, can't they? For the first time, the waiter's expression shifted. He locked eyes with Xiao Hao for several seconds before speaking slowly. The restaurant will meet the guest's request. With that, he produced a brand new nail clipper as if by sleight of hand. Realizing they couldn't easily corner this customer, the restaurant itself seemed to begin to change. The lavish restaurant had fallen into decay, and every diner had become a walking corpse. The sumptuous dishes had transformed into dripping human limbs and organs. Xiao Hao sat steadily in his chair, determined not to break any of the restaurant's unspoken rules as long as the monsters kept their distance. Aside from him, the hall was filled with vacanted undead, and only the waiter in a crisp uniform still looked normal. Xiao Hao produced a small pair of scissors and neatly clipped the nails from all 10 fingers. The waiter stepped forward with a silver tray and respectfully carried the shavings away. He had barely crossed into the kitchen before returning, speaking with disconcerting warmth. Sir, your nail dumpling. Xiao Hao raised an eyebrow. He had not even had time to survey the dining room, and the thing was already freshly wrapped and steamed. In the center of the platter lay a single crystal-clear dumpling, the clippings he had just cut visible inside. Such a tiny dumpling, and you serve it on a platter this big? Xiao Hao seized the chance to make a request. Box it to go? I'm sorry, sir, we don't offer takeout, the waiter replied, and the surrounding undead all cocked their heads, grinning maliciously. A flash of menace crossed Xiao Hao's eyes before he suppressed it. I eat fast, he said softly. Don't get scared. The waiter gave a faint, knowing smile. We've seen every kind of customer. Please, take your time. Xiao Hao speared the dumpling with a fork, and just as it brushed his lips, he flicked his wrist and stored it in his spatial inventory. A low growl rolled through the hall, but none of the undead dared step forward. The waiter pondered for a moment, the smile on his face deepening as if nothing had happened. Sir, you really do eat quickly. Don't forget your juice. Complimentary, with unlimited refills. Following his usual routine, Xiao Hao stowed the glass of scarlet juice as well. A game prompt popped up at once. Dryad urine. He almost planted his fist in that smiling face. As he was about to settle the bill, 1,000 spirit pearls vanished from his balance automatically. Faster than a QR code, Xiao Hao muttered, wincing, then consoled himself, paying off disaster. He opened the item description, starting with the nail dumpling. If the bearer is on the verge of death, it instantly revives Thema, veritable panacea. Next he checked the juice dryad urine, a top-grade fertilizer. Xiao Hao blinked. The black soil in his safe house could grow spirit pearls. If he irrigated it with this, he would make a fortune. Poverty truly can conquer fear. Energized, Xiao Hao called cheerfully to the waiter, more juice. As you wish, the waiter answered, still smiling. And so, refill, refill, refill. No one knew how many times Xiao Hao asked for more. They only saw the waiter's smile gradually darken as he realized that inviting this guest in was one thing, getting rid of him was another. I've seen shameless, but never this shameless, the waiter muttered through twitching lips, yet he still brought over another crystal goblet brimming with juice each time. At last Xiao Hao looked up again. The waiter drew a deep breath and spoke stiffly. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but the stockroom is out of urine. He bit down hard on the word urine, practically wanting to scream. You drank every last liter we had. Xiao Hao choked. Even his thick skin flushed red. This was very awkward. The sea bunny perched on his shoulder acted as though it didn't recognize its owner, covering its face with two tiny paws. Sir, you must be full by now, right? The waiter beside the table spoke gently, yet the corners of his lips were stretched white, as if he were biting off every word. Xiao Hao felt a pang of unease that he misread things. Everyone here looked pleasant and spoke softly. Surely they wouldn't turn hostile this quickly. He hesitated, then ventured. Is it still possible to order another drink? The waiter's smile didn't reach his eyes. Our beverages are made from urine as well. You know. Xiao Hao. So the wine had just been swapped for differently colored pee? Sixth brother, you've outdone yourself. If the waiter could hear his grumbling, he would probably toss the complaint straight back at him. Seeing Xiao Hao remain seated, the waiter kindly reminded him, if you don't wish to leave, you can always order another dish. Our signature item, the stillborn platter, is guaranteed to satisfy. Before the words faded, the muscular man from earlier returned. All trace of humor was gone. His face now screamed time to leave. Fine, I'm going. Xiao Hao stood up, yet couldn't stop his mind from racing. If even the cheapest dish could revive the dead, wouldn't the outrageously priced stillborn platter let a guardian shed his very skin? The strong man's stare sent a chill down his spine, forcing the greedy thought away. Wait, could the pile of monster corpses in my storage space work as ingredients? The idea barely surfaced before the waiter seemed to read his mind. Sir, only parts of your own body can become top-tier ingredients. Xiao Hao tugged awkwardly at his collar and watched the fantasy vanish. The waiter's voice dropped to a purr. Roasted human phallus tastes every bit as exquisite as any treasure pulled from a sunken ship. If you truly wish to stay, why not give it a try? He drew a butcher's knife from his sleeve, the blade glinting dangerously close to Xiao Hao's groin. Xiao Hao's scalp tingled. He forced a strained, decidedly impolite smile. I'm full. This way, sir. They crossed the dining room. Along the way, the living dead fixed him with venomous stares as though ready to lunge, yet their bodies seemed glued to their chairs. They could only watch him go. Though the restaurant held several doors, the waiter didn't steer him back to the deck. Near a dark red wooden door, he finally spoke. To claim treasure, one must first suffer tribulation. Xiao Hao froze. The waiter wasn't a real monster. Everything here was an illusion spun by the Noah's wreck itself. If he coveted the ship's treasure, why give him hints? Was this goodwill or a trap? Acting casual, he said, can't a man just get something for nothing? The waiter chuckled. That's how the movies show it, isn't it? Treasure only follows hardship. His eyes grew distant. Maybe we're all just clowns on a stage, entertaining someone else. Who can say? The airy words exploded in Xiao Hao's ears like thunder. Players, streamers, each merely a clown for others' amusement. Xiao Hao clenched his fists, then relaxed. To the gods, the world truly was a stage. The waiter said nothing more. Xiao Hao pushed the door open and stepped out. Glancing back, he saw the dining hall turn lavish once again, time accelerating. He watched as those people were flayed and deboned, refined into skeletal wraiths and deep-sea phantoms. What flesh remained became living corpses who swallowed their own organs, carved them out again, cooked them into dishes day after day, year after year, an unending cycle. When their guest was gone, the restaurant replayed its bloody loop and reverted to its original chaos, filthy, crimson, disordered. The waiter's outline dissolved like a reflection on water, yet his lips seemed to whisper one final line, softer than a mosquito's buzz. From the shape of those silent words, Xiao Hao understood. A beast caged too long may one day turn on its master. Time shown on the game panel had advanced by only a few minutes. Xiao Hao had spent hours topping up his drink in the restaurant. Yet the instant he left the illusion, only minutes had ticked by, and the bottle of dried urine and box of nailed dumplings in his inventory were still safe. The sudden collapse of the scene felt almost timeless. Recalling the waiter's remark about the beast in a cage, he wondered, could players truly threaten gods? If the gods had created the game, what danger could they face? Then he thought of the ark said to have been built under divine guidance, now lying as a wreck, and doubts crowded his mind. Mysteries outweighed clues, so Xiao Hao shelved his questions and left the restaurant. The passageway was dark and silent. Only the tap of his soles on metal echoed. Under a flickering wall light, he spotted a safety escape map. The paper was mottled with mold, yet cabins, lounges, and other zones were still legible. He snapped a photo with the game interface, brow furrowing. With this map, calculating the location of Noah's vault would be easy. By the layout, the Ghost King likely squatted in the captain's suite on the top deck, while the evolution template was probably hidden beneath the captain's throne. The restaurant head left was marked with a special symbol, and several other rooms bore the same sign. The route showed the captain's suite on the top level and Noah's vault buried in the lowest. All he needed was to take the stairs straight down. The descent was uncannily smooth, no resistance at all, which only heightened his unease. When he finally stood before the vault's heavy alloy doors, a prompt flared on his panel. Every life has only one chance to open Noah's vault. Open now? The waiter's warning treasure demands tribulation echoed in his mind. Looking back, aside from nearly starving in the restaurant, had faced no real ordeal. Ruru. The little sea hare on his shoulder chirped and shook its head. It had visited the wreck with its previous master and clearly knew something. It chirped again, pointing at another symbol-marked room on the same deck. You want me to explore first? Xiao Hao glanced at the panel as the livestream chat wondered. Why isn't he opening the vault? Probably a hidden mechanic, someone guessed. The map's random for every race and player. We just have a god's eye view. Trusting the sea hare, Xiao Hao decided to search each marked room before touching the vault. The moment he stepped into the first room, his vision flipped. The damp cookware vanished. His clothes transformed into a pristine white chef's uniform. The interactive scene began. The galley before the ark sank, smoke curling from the stoves. Chefs in identical outfits bustled past, apparently oblivious to the sea hare on his shoulder. Line up. A thunderous roar rang out. The speaker was a head chef, so obese his jowls sagged. Instantly, everyone dropped their tasks and formed ranks. Xiao Hao slipped into character and joined the line. A massive serving cart rolled in, carrying a woman with a distended belly. Xiao Hao's pupils dilated. He recognized the woman as one of the undead diners from the restaurant. Cook whatever you're handed. Is that clear? The head chef barked. Understood, chef. The kitchen crew answered in unison. Xiao Hao blended into the crowd, nodding blankly. Luckily, he had skimmed the menu earlier and had a rough idea how these dishes were prepared. The head chef grabbed a scalpel and sliced open the woman's abdomen with clinical precision. Warm black blood splattered across the counter. He scooped out an undeveloped fetus and tossed it into a steel tray. Then, like a man assembling a specimen, he carved out the heart, liver, eyes, and other organs, arranging them in neat rows. Xiao Hao had seen plenty of monsters, yet watching an undead pregnant woman dissected at leisure chilled him to the bone. He forced himself to stay upright, stealing a glance at the hollow shell. Once every organ was removed, the head chef crudely stitched the flesh back together. The woman then rolled off the cart and staggered out of the kitchen on her own. Next, the chef handed out the trays of organs one by one, hearts, livers, eyeballs lined up in a row. When he reached Xiao Hao, he shoved the tray holding the fetus into his arms. Xiao Hao's knuckles went white, yet his face remained blank. He remembered the recipe. Fetal stew was boiled, the simplest dish on the list. It beat the fingernail dumplings, where every clipped nail had to be aligned to the perfect crescent, pure torture for any cook. The pot roiled, steam carrying a metallic stench. Rats darted through cracked drains while roaches scurried along greasy corners. Xiao Hao drew a long breath, dropped the fetus into the boiling water, and watched the gray-white body roll and bob. He stood rigid, as if cast in plaster. Pans clanged all around him. Without turning, he could see chefs dumping slick eyeballs into hot oil. A few minutes later, someone nearby began sprinkling sauce, so he followed suit, tossing in a handful of seasoning. Amid the confusion, he palmed a spare bottle of pepper and slipped it into his inventory. Dishes emerged one after another. Xiao Hao fetched the featured soup bowl from the menu and poured in the fetus with its broth. Half a pot of milky stock remained, and while no one watched, he swept it all into his inventory. If shipboard taboos hadn't worried him, he would have kept the fetus to its effects were probably on par with an evolution template. The waiter arrived was the same undead who had spoken to him in the dining room. Wearing a half smile, the man's gaze skimmed the empty pot, his eye twitching slightly, but he said nothing and carried the bowl away. The scenario faded. Xiao Hao left the kitchen and finally inspected his loot. Pepper, a specialty of the Noah wreck. Enhances flavor. No special effect? What am I supposed to do with this? He muttered, unimpressed, and checked the second item. Fetal broth. When consumed by a monster, its egg production doubles. That's a godsend for swarm-style players, Xiao Hao mused, recalling a monster tide, where someone had blanketed the battlefield with hatchlings. The larvae were level 0 and the mothers fragile, but used right they were devastating. It was useless to him, yet valuable enough to trade for something rare. Even without the Noah treasury, these twisted scenarios alone were a gold mine of game items. The lure was so strong that he no longer felt any dread toward the marked zones. The process was sickening, but the rewards were irresistible. Aside from the captain's cabin, he would loot every marked zone left. Even if none of it opened the Noah treasury, he would still walk away rich. Xiao Hao stepped onto the metal ladder and hurried toward the nearest marked area. Game loot, here I come. A cinema lay hidden inside the wreck of the Noah. The place was one of the marked zones, its sealed air churning with a damp, moldy stench. Xiao Hao pushed the door open, and a flat electronic voice declared, "Scene playback restarting." In the front row sat a woman with her abdomen split wide, the hollow cavity as brittle as cracked sponge, one of the undead who had tried to tear him apart in the dining hall earlier. Only minutes ago these spectators had been feral, now they filed in quietly, acting as though they had never seen him. Once half the seats were filled with the dead, Xiao Hao chose an empty spot and sat down. Each armrest hit a small latch. A flick released a pair of black-framed 3D glasses. Copying the other patrons, Xiao Hao put his on. The lenses glinted blue, and the screen blazed to lift a horror film, of course. The plot was blunt. A cheating boyfriend betrayed his girlfriend, then tortured and killed her when she discovered the truth. Her vengeful spirit returned, and the real movie began. Around midnight, the protagonist rose for a drink, only to collapse in a chair, limbs suddenly useless. Through his fogged vision, he saw the dead girlfriend. She whispered coldly, "Can you see me?" At that precise moment, the air in front of Xiao Hao felt as if it had been torn open, an icy presence brushing his nose. Through the 3D lenses the aisle was empty, yet below the frames he clearly saw a pair of bluish-black bare feet, toes purple, nails ghost-white identical to the ghost on screen. The glasses weren't just showing a film, they were shielding him from something worse. His peripheral vision swept the hall. The undead audience stared ahead in solemn silence. A system warning no movement, no talking during the screening still echoed in his mind, so he pretended to have noticed nothing and fixed his eyes on the screen, letting those cold feet balance inches away. On screen, the protagonist, also wearing glasses, trembled but kept up the act. The ghost's voice sharpened. "You can see me, can't you?" Her face pressed against the lens, blood-red eyes nearly piercing the frame. In reality, Xiao Hao felt the same crimson glare closing in, though his own lenses showed only calm. He lifted an eyebrow, feeling unjustly accused. He wasn't the cheating boyfriend. Had the ghost picked the wrong target? Besides, the movie was only climbing toward its climax. By genre logic, the lead couldn't die yet. Imitating the protagonist's feigned ignorance was probably his safest bet. He had seen worse, and he carried a few survival cards of his own, so his nerves settled. The film rolled on. Relentless ghost, repeated narrow escapes while the undead beneath the screen sat as rigid as statues. In that theater, the only one truly innocent was probably Xiao Hao. It's one thing to spook a scumbag, but why keep thinking up new ways to frighten him? At first Xiao Hao's nerves were stretched thin, yet after a few scares he went numb. Even when the female ghost hovered right in front of his nose, he kept his eyes fixed on the huge screen. Through the edge of his glasses he saw her baffled expression. Her shadowy face nearly brushed his cheek, but his pupils never wavered. Impressive self-control. Halfway through the film, the on-screen ghost wound herself around the male lead, leaned to his ear, and enunciated slowly, "I've always known you can see me." With tangled hair, a death-pale face, and a voice like cracked ice, she sent the protagonist into a panic. Xiao Hao, though, caught a strange smell and almost asked, "Got bad breath?" In the movie, her hair wrapped around the hero's throat. In the theater, Xiao Hao felt strands tickling his own neck. Pretending to scratch, he flicked a blade and sliced off the spectral hair, then slipped it into his inventory. On screen the scumbag died on the spot, while the real ghost stared in shock. No one had ever stolen her hair before. He checked his panel. Ghost hair 10 tufts. Use 1 tuft to summon a ghost of equal level for 10 minutes. Tempted to shave her bald, he thought, "Missed this chance, and it's gone for good." Scratching the back of his head, he leaned in and, while she wasn't looking, lopped off half her remaining locks with another swift cut. Ah! Her scream rocked the theater. The film screeched to a halt, and Xiao Hao's eardrums rang. The lights snapped on, and zombie-like viewers shuffled out in clusters. Xiao Hao casually pocketed his 3D goggles. As the scene dissolved, seawater flooded the cinema again. The ghost looked utterly defeated, her hairstyle now borderline emo. Ignoring her murderous glare, he drifted away with the current. Instead of heading straight to the final marker, he opened his panel to count the loot. 10 tufts of ghost hair, plus a pair of glasses whose description was even more intriguing. Truth-piercing lenses shatter deception. All illusions vanish, revealing reality. That single line screamed not simple. For safety, he summoned a shadow seahorse, had it cast dark domain, and merged into the shadows. If the lenses stripped away that cheat-tier skill, he'd be in trouble. He put them on and saw the darkness still roiling good. They did nothing. Dark domain was real. The seahorse fully fused with it, not a mere illusion. So the lenses were useless for his current build, but deadly against illusion-based foes like King Feng's shadow ghost. One gadget could lock onto the ghost's true body. Wondered if King Feng's nerves could take it. Illusions could still kill, the glasses merely helped. Paired with his bullet screen prompts and dark domain's precision, the item offered him little. If another player got the lenses, their odds against Qing Feng would soar. After some thought, Xiao Hao tossed them into storage. If he ever sold them, the officials would pay well and ask no questions. Stashing the glasses and recalling the seahorse, Xiao Hao headed for the final marker. The last checkpoint was still a good distance away, so Xiao Hao used the break to glance at the scrolling chat. Who was it that said this would be easy? Show yourself. The streamer looks chill, but I'm sweating buckets here. Messages flooded the screen, lines of panic and desperate survival instincts practically spilling over. Xiao Hao frowned. Were the stages really that hard? Someone hurried to apologize. Sorry, I honestly didn't expect this. Same. I've been watching the whole time. Who could have guessed a sea hare exploring a wreck would be nothing like a player doing it? Another viewer chimed in. When the sea hare went in, it was just floating junk and creepy noises. A player steps inside, and the scene scripts itself. One slip, and you die. The streamer's absurdly lucky 3 rooms cleared in a row. Xiao Hao blinked. So amazing? He shrugged. Fine. Chat, you tell me how amazing I am. I've got no clue. The chat erupted. Instant death, scripted zones, lethal rules, off the charts mortality. The restaurant was brutal. Don't eat and you die. Order wrong and you die. Eat the monster's special and you still die, yet the streamer lived. The kitchen was worse. Mess up one dish and you're dead. And there were 0 hints. He memorized the recipes ahead of time. Insane memory. Peak brainpower plus god tier mechanics. This is elite play. Xiao Hao. The compliments felt worlds away from his own experience, but he happily took them. Talk soon shifted to the third room. Looks easiest, but it's actually the toughest. As long as you never meet the ghost woman's blood-red eyes through the lenses, you're safe. Lock eyes outside them, and you're toast. That ghost was nightmare fuel, yet the streamer still stroked her hair. I've seen cocky, never this cocky. Good thing his eyes didn't wander one glance, and it would have been GG. While the comments flew by, Xiao Hao reached the final checkpoint, the gym. He stopped at the doorway, hesitating for the first time. Should he go in? For the first 3 rooms had believed. Even if I mess up, I can still run. When the sea hare explored the wreck, it could always escape at supersonic speed, and had copied that skill, convinced it was his ace. But chat now swore a single misstep meant death, and they knew he could move at supersonic speed. If they still said head die, the scripted scene had to be far worse than head imagined. He thought back to the first stage. Stand still too long, dead. Refused to order, dead. Order the wrong dish, still dead. Every seemingly simple choice had been a hidden trap, and had walked through all of them unscathed. The last room, do I bet or not? Xiao Hao drew a deep breath, fingertips chilled, then stepped forward. In a game made by gods, refuse to gamble, and you're just their puppet. As he crossed the gym's threshold, a faint, smiling waiter materialized behind him. Xiao Hao never noticed. A gym is for working out, of course. The same crowd of living corpses drifted back and forth, persistent as ever, shadows that just wouldn't stay gone. Unlike an ordinary gym filled with energetic people, this one was crowded with living corpses stripped of their bones, relying on raw muscle to move. Every exercise stretched their bodies like elastic bands, making Xiao Hao's scalp prickle. In the dim light, he noticed a spacious corner where someone had yanked a pink length of intestine from his own belly and was using it as a jump rope, slapping it against the floor with wet thuds. The metallic stench mingled with sweat and churned Xiao Hao's stomach. A poor kid who could barely afford a normal gym, Xiao Hao was utterly out of his depth here. He stood frozen, mind blank. What on earth was he supposed to do in a place like this? Seconds ticked by before the living dead realized there was a husky among the wolves. Every gaze snapped to Xiao Hao. Even one corpse that had been facing away twisted its head a full 180 degrees, the stretched skin on its neck wringing tight like a towel. I can't keep standing here. He'll be dead meat. With a sudden idea, he began the warm-ups from his elementary PE class: leg stretches, arm swings, chest expansions. Be the book. Sure enough, once they saw he was warming up, the zombies lost interest and returned to their own routines. When the warm-up ended, Xiao Hao forced himself to start the 8th radio calisthenics set. He needed to look busy, but one glance at the equipment made his head spin. A pull-up bar draped with severed wrists, boneless arms acting like resistance bands as their owners bounced up and down. On another rack, someone hooked his own organs onto a barbell for extra weight. No way was he copying any of that. Halfway through the set, suspicion spread again. The dead stopped moving. What are you doing? Why is your body so stiff? We're much more flexible. Xiao Hao nearly blurted. You're flexible because you have no bones, but swallowed the words. In the silent gym, he could hear his own heartbeat. A flash of inspiration hit. Keeping a straight face, he said, have you heard of the robot dance? I know the robot dance. I've heard of it too. No wonder you're so stiff. You're practicing the robot dance. They nodded in sudden understanding. Xiao Hao relaxed. Turns out they liked to fake knowledge just as much as he did. He added mysteriously, this routine is specially designed for robot dancing. I don't teach it to just anyone. Could you teach us? Yeah, robot dance sounds awesome. Xiao Hao grinned like a 140-pound kid. Of course. Thank you. We don't have much to repay you with. Take this rope. The corpse shoved the still dripping intestine into his hands. Xiao Hao accepted it with a smile and stashed it in his storage space. And so, leading a troop of living dead through the 8th radio calisthenics, he made a crucial contribution to the spread of Longwa culture in another world. The husky stayed safely undercover. Unfortunately, the simulation dragged on and still wouldn't end. After finishing the 8th set of calisthenics, Xiao Hao had no choice but to invent a 9th routine. The comment feed in the virtual stream instantly exploded. What on earth is the streamer doing? I'm freaking dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Why is it that every time the streamer's in danger, it turns into comedy gold? Ahem. I recorded the whole thing. This guy's a legend. Streamer, I want to do the workout, too, boohoo. Damn, another day of worrying and laughing at the same time. I want to work out. Ahem. I mean, I also want to do the routine. Man, I've been single so long, even a cute zombie girl looks attractive. Reading this, Xiao Hao almost lost control of his breathing and nearly betrayed his real condition. Please, can the game get a moderator? I'm begging you. He's literally in a life and death situation, though these interdimensional viewers want to laugh him to death. Literally laugh him to death. And they're recording it, can you believe that? Another round of social death. Xiao Hao was on the verge of tears. And because misfortune never comes alone, the undead woman following his routine suddenly said, I don't feel like we're working hard enough. That line put him on high alert. In a gym, you're either bulking up or cutting fat. Either way, you crank the intensity to max or face the consequences. So halfway through his ninth set, Xiao Hao decisively pushed the difficulty to hell mode. Push-ups, mountain climbers, squatchy stitched every high-intensity move he knew into the routine like a machine gun burst. Undead woman. Relying on the strength his immortal body provided, Xiao Hao ripped through push-ups and squats at a pace like some deranged piledriver. The undead woman spammed the chat again. Are you even human? The scenario's countdown ticked away. Xiao Hao clenched his teeth and kept going until he was half dead from exhaustion. Just as his arms felt like they were filled with lead, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, your activity meets the target. Hey, race a pair of wristbands as a reward. Let's work out together next time. He accepted the wristbands, and the illusion vanished. The dilapidated wreck at the bottom of the sea reappeared around him. Just as he had suspected, the fitness challenge was timed. Usually an hour or two was enough. You just had to hit the quota within the limit, though stricter versions also checked form. The equipment zone was a death trap unless you were a pro. Xiao Hao's calisthenics were entirely self-made, so the system couldn't grade his form, only the exertion. That's why the phrase not much of a workout had set off his alarm bells. When the final scene ended, his legs buckled, his back ached, and he felt completely drained. To make sure the system registered real fatigue, he had voluntarily disabled his bonus passive regeneration. Otherwise, he'd never have felt tired and the workout would have failed. Now that it was safe, he reactivated the skill, and the soreness quickly faded. His sweat-soaked clothes clung to his back as he glanced at the scrolling comments. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. I'm exhausted. Just in me already. Hurry up. Xiao Hao was no exhibitionist. Stripping was out of the question. With the danger finally past, he could at last check his rewards. In the previous dungeon, he had milked the system for a stash of bizarre loot. Dried urine, pepper, strands of a ghost's hair. This time, he didn't even dare take a second look. He just wanted a quiet ending. Yet a crowd of undead kept thanking him, and he could only pray they would never uncover the truth about his so-called robot dance. Robot dance. The very thought made his cheeks burn. Sure, Xiao Hao knew some street styles: locking, floor work, the usual stuff, but popping had never been on his resume. The wooden spasms head just pulled off were an insult to real robot dancing. Whatever. Time to see if the rewards could calm his nerves. Digestive tract of a fitness guru: shove food in one end. When it comes out the other, anything becomes extremely easy to digest. What the? That's not calming at all. Xiao Hao almost flipped the interface. Guru? More like ghoul. What am I supposed to do with this? Holding back his irritation, he tapped the second reward. Damage immune bracers. Each day you may ignore 3 attacks from monsters of your tier, or 1 attack from anything above it. Xiao Hao blinked, his anger evaporated. This was a little god tier item. The 3 same tier blocks were nice, but that single above tier block was life itself. The text just said above with no upper limit. In other words, even a level 100 boss could hit him once and he'd walk away unscathed. Satisfied was an understatement. Was thrilled. After stepping on every marker, he made his way back to Noah's vault, nerves still frayed from the journey. Every life form has only one chance to open Noah's vault. Open it now? Game reality was always disjointed. Opening the vault required no key, just a tap on the HUD. Xiao Hao drew a deep breath. Confirm. The panel unfolded into a massive grid, like warehouse shelves. The jackpot slot in the center was empty, almost certainly the evolution template the Ghost King had stolen. The remaining squares were crammed full. Armor, weapons, ancient tomes, even pebbles. Each was only a thumbnail. No names, no descriptions. Select one reward. You only get a single pick. Xiao Hao went rigid. 1 item from the whole vault? He admitted he was greedy, but this was brutal. Fine. It was because he was greedy. Had planned to haul the place away. Now he had to settle for a single square. Aside from the obvious weapons and armor, he had no clue what most of the icons were. They'd even put rocks on the shelf. It was all-inclusive chaos. While he stared in disbelief, his livestream chat blew up. What's wrong with the streamer? The bigger the hope, the harder the fall. The game gives rewards, but it won't go overboard. Yeah, no patch is handing you the whole vol balance, people. Xiao Hao could only laugh helplessly and stare at the kaleidoscope of icons. Which one should he pick? Regardless of whether it's called a vault or a treasure room, the game imposes a harsh rule. A player may enter only once, and once they leave, the place disappears for good. Because open world scenes never spawn a duplicate, Xiao Hao felt a twinge of regret as he streamed. The livelier the chat became, the more acutely he sensed how rare and fleeting this chance was. Greed will swallow you whole, he muttered, fingers sliding across the interface again and again. I've already made out like a bandit today. If I can't have more, so be it. Yet the rule read, choose one treasure, and every single item looked like something he'd kick himself for skipping, so he forced himself to inspect them one by one. The game offered no descriptions, but the bullet chat was packed with veteran players from other worlds, each calling themselves a walking wiki. Frowning, Xiao Hao dragged each item to the center of the screen, showing it off while talking to himself so the cloud gamers could weigh in. Which one should I take? How about this purple stick? A purple stick? Chat fired back instantly. That's probably the Zijing staff. Middling weapon, take it, and you'll regret it. Thanks. You warm all 4 seasons, Xiao Hao replied offhandedly, sliding the purple stick back to its slot. He enlarged a long sword etched with golden ripples. What about this one? Golden scale sword. Chat identified it just as fast. Great growth weapon. But don't you already have the reset gloves and the jade scythe? Someone added. The reset gloves still need the jade armor to shine, and the reaper scythe's getting nerfed next patch. The golden scale sword will serve you better. Xiao Hao nodded, moved the golden scale sword into the backup slot, and kept rummaging through the vault. Aside from piles of useless trinkets, he pulled out a red pebble no bigger than his thumb, but chat stayed silent, so he set it aside. Near the end, he spotted a black paint bucket. The icon was so small he could only make out a dark circle on its side. A black circle? Maybe another paint bucket? He ventured. Enchanted paint bucket. Chat erupted. It can enchant any piece of clothing, instantly turning it into growth armor. Early game, it's rarer than the golden scale sword or the endless medkit. The choice seemed obvious. Acting casual, Xiao Hao said, honestly, I can't tell which is better, so whatever, he'll just pick at random. As the words left his mouth, he decisively tapped enchanted paint bucket on the interface. To his surprise, the vault didn't close. Instead, a system prompt popped up. Vault has detected scene markers. Exchange marker zone rewards for additional treasure? Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. All those junk items he'd collected during the scenario finally had a purpose. He couldn't hide his excitement. The corners of his mouth curled upward. Did the streamer just trigger a hidden condition? Has to be. Trade them. Definitely trade them. Who would have guessed the waiter's line to claim the treasure? You must first endure hardship meant this. No one expected Xiao Hao to stroll through all 4 marked areas, grabbing anything that wasn't nailed down. Now, buzzing with excitement, he stood at the first exchange point and nodded without the slightest hesitation. Scenario, restaurant zone. Available items, nailed dumplings, 1 liter of dried urine. Choose an item to exchange or decline the offer. He planned to hold on to the nailed dumplings, and with more than 100 liters of dried urine in his inventory, sacrificing 1 liter was nothing. Dried urine, he said, tossing over a bottle. System message. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden scale sword. The razor-sharp, fish scale blade gleamed with a cold light. Xiao Hao immediately raised another bottle, ready for a second swap, but the system told him flatly that each zone allowed only 1 trade. The restaurant zone was done. Scenario, kitchen zone. Available items, stillborn broth, pepper powder. Choose an item to exchange or decline the offer. Xiao Hao knew exactly what he lacked, offense and defense. The Reaper scythe had no potential to grow. The Mantis scythe occupied his glove copy slot, and the Jade armor did the same. Head figured Noah's vault would force him to choose either defense or attack, and had even been ready to give up the golden scale sword for a paint bucket that boosted defense. Now, with both offense and defense in hand, everything else was bonus loot. Pepper powder looks like junk. He'll trade that. System message. You have received the endless medical kit, produces 10 to 100 blood potions daily. Strategic level supply. Xiao Hao already had plenty of potions, but an item of this caliber needed no second thought. 1 can of pepper for an endless medical kit, absolute profit. Scenario, theater zone. Available items, veil-piercing glasses, a lock of female ghost hair. Choose an item to exchange or decline the offer. Had already yanked half of the ghost's hair earlier, so he picked option without blinking. At the same time, he remembered a barrage message explaining the nearby floating token, the guild emblem, usually unlocked only in late-game updates. Guild functions weren't live yet, but once they dropped, this emblem would be solid gold. When the time comes, we'll see who grabs one first, he thought, clenching the token. Scenario, fitness zone. Available items, damage nullifying bracers, fitness guru's digestive tract. Choose an item to exchange or decline the offer. My digestion's fine, I don't need extra plumbing. The words fitness guru made his liver twinge just thinking about the grind. Thank heaven there was another fallback item, otherwise he might have had to trade the bracers, and that would have hurt. With 1 swap left, Xiao Hao hesitated. The vault's real standouts were few, but sheer volume kept quality items piling up. Beyond the strategic endless medical kit and the future-proof guild emblem, everything else was roughly equal. Plenty of scalable gear lay around, hammers, skirts, you name it, but none of it suited him. That evolving skirt, no matter how tanky, was a hard pass. Too many choices, what a headache. The chat exploded. Pretty sure the streamer's just showing off, and we have proof. First world problems. I want some of that. A top-tier player is simply playing a different game. Since he couldn't find anything worthwhile, Xiao Hao moved on to the remaining icons. Everyone in chat, help me out. How about this lip balm? The comments flew by. Come on, that's just a regular lip balm. Alright, then these tissues. The laughter on the other side of the screen got even louder, giving Xiao Hao a pounding headache. With so much junk and no hype from the viewers, he felt like a complete idiot. Suddenly, he pointed to a mirror in the corner, outlined by a purple frame. This mirror probably isn't worth much either, right? Purple frame? Chat exploded. Wait, could that be it? Xiao Hao's heart raced. Bingo, the game's 1EO fakened item, the witch's magic mirror. It didn't boost combat power, but it could lock onto anyone you'd met and whose name you knew, streaming their every move in real time. I've been eyeing this thing forever, he said, eyes sparkling. With it, I can hey. Instantly, comments flooded in. Get lost, creep. Sadly, whenever the game is cleared, unique items are reclaimed by the system. Otherwise, every faction would tear the world apart for them. A moment ago had dismissed it, but now he changed his tune. It's destiny, I really like it. We'll take this one. What? How does he get away with picking a unique item after calling it junk? Xiao Hao grinned, ignoring the roasting. These otherworldly viewers were hilarious. As he spoke, he scooped up the fluffy little sea slug by the scruff and gave it a big mwah. The chat overflowed with jealousy. Stop smothering your daughter, she's scared. The sea slug curled into a trembling ball, overlaid with question marks. Exchange complete. Noah's vault has permanently disappeared. Head stripped the sunken Noah ship clean. Those treasures were spoils the Ghost King had hoarded. Xiao Hao snagged a handful, and the rest vanished with the vault no different from being robbed blind. The vault had been a small chamber in the ship's belly. The moment it vanished, the hull split open with a loud crack, leaving a gaping hole. Golden copepods swarming outside poured in, and, spotting Xiao Hao, launched themselves at him without hesitation. Mantis shrimp, hold the doorway. Back in the starter village, his level 5 Mantis shrimp blade master couldn't even kill one copepod. Now, after a full tier upgrade, the bugs were little more than cannon fodder. Blades flashed at the breach, while Xiao Hao kept his eyes on the interface, watching his spirit pearl count rocket upward. The tide of insects grew denser and fiercer, crashing like a tsunami. 20,000 pearls, 25,000. The entire wreck began to tremble. This won't do. A chill shot through him. He hadn't expected the copepods to go this berserk, ramming the breach in a frenzy. A metallic clang rang out behind him. He instantly recalled the Mantis shrimp and blurred sideways at supersonic speed. The deep-sea Ghost King. Sure enough, the copepod riot had awakened their master. So this is the deep-sea Ghost King after its advanced evolution. Its once wiry skeleton looked as if it had been pumped full of air-purple black muscles bulged in heavy slabs. Knotted veins writhed on the surface, and the creature now stood 2.5 meters tall. From a skinny wraith, it had become a muscle-bound terror, with ragged shreds of flesh still dangling between the bones for an extra touch of horror. Evolution had upgraded more than its appearance. Its abilities had been overhauled as well. Moments earlier, several Reaper scythes had sliced through the wreckage toward Xiao Hao. Cold iron chains trailed from their hilts, the other ends embedded in the Ghost King's severed finger bones. Scythes and chains moved with the speed and precision of a Mantis shrimp's raptorial claws, if not faster. Without his supersonic boost and extreme speed perception, Xiao Hao would already have been harvested by this creature far above his tier. Even so, the surprise attack nearly sent him crashing. The sunken ship's interior was a maze. In a sharp turn, he slammed into a steel bulkhead, and only the impact-absorbing jade armor kept him from blacking out. Once he confirmed he could still fight, he made a snap decision. Take down the Ghost King before the rest of the phantoms regrouped. If the sawtooth sea serpent showed up and the two monsters teamed up, he'd stand no chance at all. Domain of Darkness. 20 seahorses appeared behind him like a miniature phalanx, and a surge of black energy flooded the entire wreck. Xiao Hao merged into the gloom. 21-fold dark corrosion was enough to grind down any life form above their tier. Yet the Ghost King remained unfazed. It scraped its 10 scythe fingers together, white sparks hissed in the water, then the blade shot outward, swelling to full size almost instantly. This wasn't a wide area blast, so Xiao Hao should have been safe, but his blood turned cold. Even hidden deep in the shadows, the scythes homed in with perfect accuracy. The chains seemed endless, and only the focused fire on him, plus the sea hare evasion skill, kept him from being shredded. The issue was tracking. Each scythe carried its own lock-on. Exploration bubbles were gone. Inside the darkness, he was nearly invisible, yet no matter how he twisted, lurked, or hid behind shattered decks, the blades curved in from impossible angles. All 10 sides targeted Xiao Hao, giving the seahorses a brief respite. The arcs grew ever more vicious, and he suddenly remembered the trick head used to capture a Mantis shrimp, commanding the tiny seahorses to tangle its raptorial antennae. These 10 sides were many times more troublesome than that shrimp's 2 appendages, but Xiao Hao was no longer the man he was then. back their head worried about counterbinding the shrimp and whether the seahorses could even grasp his orders, forcing a clumsy, step-by-step approach. Now, with all the enemy fire fixed on him, he shrank into a streak of pitch-black light with shadow meld, and the supersonic boost gave him a real shot at soloing the Ghost King. His mind raced at full throttle, subjective time stretched, and he calculated evasive routes in a continuous torrent of data. Xiao Hao traced the scythe's attack angle, the curve of the chains, and their tightest turning radius, building a three-dimensional grid inside his head. Every homing swing of the Reaper's scythe locked onto that grid. 10 chain blades became 10 spatial curves, their tips snapping at the moving point that was Xiao Hao. In seconds he reduced the battlefield to raw data, tagging every obstacle and foe, then plotted the perfect evasive route. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. By the time the Ghost King caught on, its own chain scythes had looped back and lashed around it, pinning the monster in place. A sudden roar churned the water, making Xiao Hao's heart jolt. Luckily, neither he nor his seahorses were blasted out of disguise. To a passerby, it would have looked like nothing more than another sawtooth siren screech. Anything above the normal tier was terrifying. An ordinary deep-sea ghost would have crumbled by now, yet the Ghost King was still going strong. Xiao Hao had planned to whittle it down slowly, but a familiar shriek rang out in the distance. The sawtooth sirens were back. Damn it! The sirens show up and I'm dead, and I can't bleed this king fast enough. Heart hammering, he whipped out a gold scale sword and stabbed from behind. The level 20 blade barely sank a few centimeters before the creature's muscles clamped on it. Come on. Everything I knew about deep-sea ghosts is a lie. Xiao Hao snarled. The returner gauntlet flashed. Skill Mantis scythe. The emerald edge ripped like a chainsaw, yet only carved a shallow line in the ghost's skin. Had always heard that bone, not flesh, was a ghost's toughest part, but the Ghost King had just shrugged off an emerald scythe with bare hide. Its defense was absurd. A claw of violet-black energy formed overhead and slammed down. The wreck had multiple decks. Xiao Hao shot to the lowest at supersonic speed. The claw obliterated the planking above, and the shockwave still hurled him into a bloody cough, fracturing his emerald armor. The strike had tracking. Without it had never have been hit. The deep-sea ghost had super-evolved, nullifying even the seahorses and sea hare's bug-tier skills. Meanwhile, the sawtooth sirens were closing in, and the chains pinning the Ghost King were starting to give. The chat went wild. Streamer, get out. Supersonic isn't God mode. Remember, the sea hare almost died here. Ghosts and undead are surrounding you. Once the sirens scream, the seahorses will be exposed. Don't be greedy. Red veins flickered in Xiao Hao's eyes. He spat blood, recalled the seahorses, and prepared to bolt. Retreat was the only option. The dark miasma lifted, the life drain faded, and the Ghost King felt its prey trying to escape. It blocked the breach near the treasure hold, forcing Xiao Hao to hunt for another exit. Then heavy chains erupted from every passage like steel pythons, wrapping the wreck layer by layer. Every hatch and porthole vanished behind a web of iron so dense even the current couldn't seep through. This was a kill box. No wonder the sea hare had failed to escape before. The sirens drew closer, the chains tightened, and Xiao Hao's heart pounded like a drum. He was trapped inside the Noah wreck. Outside the wreck, the little sea hare's cries caught Yiling Wang's attention. When he saw the evolution template clamped in the creature's jaws, rage seemed to burst from every seam in his bones. The moment Yiling Wang awoke, Xiao Hao had decided the time was ripe to steal the template. So the entire battle had been an elaborate act of aggro-drawing. Killing the boss would be ideal, but the real goal was to keep that burning gaze fixed on him. That was why the fight had stretched on while the sea hare stayed practically invisible. On Xiao Hao's orders, the tiny thief had slipped back into the treasury for a second heist. Seasoned by its first success, it moved with practiced ease, snatched the prize, and waited outside the hull for its master. But Xiao Hao, tempted by a chance to slay Yiling Wang, lingered too long inside, and was now trapped. The only thing still drawing hatred was the sea hare beyond the wreck. Furious, Yiling Wang hesitated for an instant to rush out and skewer Xiao Hao, or watch the sea hare escape with the template. That moment's doubt loosened his grip on the wreck. Chains sealing every exit slackened just a hair. The opening was too small for the sea hare, but just wide enough for Xiao Hao's shadow form to seep through. The catch: every hatch was wrapped in chains, and Xiao Hao had no idea which one had loosened. Yiling Wang quickly realized he could never outrun the nimble thief outside, so his fury snapped back to Xiao Hao. The chains tightened again, the lure failed, and the situation grew bleak. Xiao Hao slipped into the ship's dining lounge, feeling along the doorway for a crack, but finding none. While panic mounted, a familiar yet strange voice sounded behind him. "You're the most interesting player I've ever met." His heart slammed against his ribs, though his shadow form kept him expressionless. He turned to see the waiter. Outside, the binding was complete. Yiling Wang's 10 scythe-like claws had already pierced the hull through a gap in the treasury wall. "Dying here would be a pity," the waiter said calmly. Was this NPC trying to help, or merely stalling? From the corridor came the clash of chains. Yiling Wang's next assault was closing in. The chains sway with the reaper's scythes. The waiter continued, unhurried. You can slip out through the gaps. Xiao Hao cursed silently. Who's supposed to make him swing those scythes? I'm the only living target here. Have you heard the story of Noah's Ark? The waiter went on. Noah has always belonged to humanity, even if it was built under divine inspiration. The metallic rumble drew nearer, driving Xiao Hao to the edge. So what? He snapped. Is this really the time for legends? You know this wrecked Noah belongs to Yiling Wang. And what of it? Xiao Hao nearly exploded, yet the waiter remained serene. In a flash, Xiao Hao grasped the implication. Noah's Ark should belong to humans, yet it now lay in Yiling Wang's hands, meaning either those humans hailed from a parallel dimension, or something far stranger was at play. One possibility is that human history has been rewritten. What we do know for sure is this. Humanity has already joined the game, and in this matters most our Ark was forcibly seized by another race. Xiao Hao shut his eyes and replayed the final mutation that tore through the dining hall. Humans were flayed of their skeletons. The bones became pale, grinning, undead, while the flesh was kneaded into sluggish zombies. The Iron Finger aliens were dismantled the same way, yet under the ocean's dark power they reformed as deep-sea wraiths, their skin still pasted to a translucent frame. Since time immemorial the hierarchy has been fixed. Ghosts always rank above the undead. When Xiao Hao revealed his true form, shock flashed across his face, and the waiter spotted it instantly. Promise me you'll never volunteer to be anyone's slave. How could I ever agree to that? Xiao Hao frowned. I'm not wired that way. Give me your word, and I'll get you out. I don't need your promise to walk away. I'd sooner die than kneel. The waiter waited in silence. The standoff dragged on until Xiao Hao sighed. Fine. I promise. The waiter's smile turned genuine. I swear, as the Ark's original master, that I'll send you out alive. The real owner of Noah's Ark, not that sham ghost king. Xiao Hao's pupils shrank. Goose flesh rippled along his arms. The waiter was a hidden powerhouse. Boom! A reaper's scythe burst through the doors, and a tide of zombies poured in. They closed ranks, their rotting yet stubborn bodies piling into a wall of meat and bone, sealing Xiao Hao and the waiter inside. A foul mix of decay and sea salt choked the air. The chain on the hatch behind Xiao Hao rattled loose, but he didn't retreat. Eyes blazing, he asked, "They're zombies. They can't be killed, right?" The waiter's grin sharpened. Wrong. Today we can finally diet. That's the best news I've heard. A scythe blade punched through the wall of flesh, flashed silver, and carved a hole straight through the waiter's chest. Blood soaked his white uniform, yet his tone stayed light. Nothing to stay for here. Go. I know you still have outs. You are the most gifted player. Even without us you'll escape. Then why are you killing yourselves? Xiao Hao roared back. True. He had several plans, though each was risky. Otherwise he'd have bolted already. He'd memorized the entire wreck if no exit appeared. He'd carve one. The zombies' deaths meant nothing inside this scenario. Outside it they weren't even level 0 mobs. So you'll remember, the waiter said calmly, and because we're tired of living. Fine, but why make it my problem? Xiao Hao snorted, slipped into shadow, and sprinted off without a glance back. Behind him, the enraged scythe shredded the waiter to chunks. A dull ache gnawed at Xiao Hao's chest. Why did it hurt when they had chosen death themselves? A tide of negative emotion crashed over him. He recalled his little sea slug, confirmed no one was tailing him, and doubled back to the shellbay cabin. He had no idea that, once he left, the wreck of Noah's Ark would never know peace again. The Ghost King, furious, split several wraith skulls with his bladed claws and slaughtered every bone-white undead on board. Thrilling. What a rush. How does our streamer even think on the fly like that? Under attack by the Ghost King, and he still managed to snatch the evolution template in a split second. Talk about staking it all for a shot at glory. Comments poured through the chat like a monsoon, yet Xiao Hao, for once, didn't type a word. He stared into the void, as if tugging on an invisible thread, determined to reel in the truth hidden behind it. Bunny. The little sea hare hopped over with a glowing scroll in its mouth, dropped it at his feet, and looked up anxiously. It knew how much Dad valued this thing, yet Dad stood frozen like a statue. Bunny. The creature called again, pawing at his trouser leg. Xiao Hao finally snapped back, crouched, and patted its head. Sorry, I drifted off for a moment. That warning replayed in his mind: do not volunteer for enslavement. At first, the undead simply wanted him dead. After several levels, their attitude subtly shifted. In the last scene, they even reminded him to watch your stamina. Xiao Hao followed the thread. What kind of power could make people willingly become slaves? He soon found the answer: power itself. Every ability, item, and guardian he possessed came from this god-built game. What if, once he cleared it, keeping that power required signing a voluntary servitude contract? He'd be reduced to dust all over again. Xiao Hao clenched his fist. I, Xiao Hao, refused to be enslaved. If that day truly came, he'd rather abandon his power. If the guardians cared, they would stay even without the game's bindings. If they took the other side, their presence no longer mattered. He had once bowed to every authority, just to survive never again. If he lived, he'd live freely. Bunny. Seeing him lost in thought again, the sea hare puffed its cheeks and tugged hard at his shirt. Jolted, Xiao Hao chuckled and took the scroll from its mouth. Silver runes crawled across the evolution template, as cryptic as a madman's scrawl. The sea hare pointed at the scroll, then at itself, eyes gleaming with hope. You want to use it? Xiao Hao asked. The sea hare nodded desperately. But there was only one template. If he used it on the seahorse unit, all 20 might undergo a mass evolution. If he gave it to the sea hare, only this little fellow would benefit. Logic insisted the first option was more cost-effective. Sensing his hesitation, the sea hare's ears drooped and it nestled against his chest. It understood exactly what Dad was thinking. Sure enough, whether the evolution template went to Big Brother Mantis Shrimp or to Little Seahorse, the return on investment would be far higher than using it on himself. The sea bunny lay curled in Xiao Hao's arm, feelers twitching. It was the weakest fighter, but always quick-witted. When it saw Dad hesitating with the evolution template, it flashed him a broad grin, tugged on his sleeve, pointed at the item, and shook its head hard. You don't want to use it? Xiao Hao asked for confirmation. The sea bunny nodded vigorously. Its selflessness only made his chest tighten after all. The template had been stolen from the Ghost King by the sea bunny at great risk. Xiao Hao silently resolved that if the template could boost just one seahorse, it would go to the sea bunny. If it upgraded an entire troop, it had to go to the shadow seahorse. He couldn't endanger the team by playing favorites. He stowed the template in his inventory and pulled up the in-game description. Evolution template can trigger a super evolution for any guardian in the interface. 1. When a troop uses the template, every member of that species will super evolve, and any future guardians of the same species will remain in that state automatically. 2. During the evolution, both the guardian and the player fall asleep for 1 to 3 days. Some Easter egg 2 footnotes, and everything. The wording made it clear the template belonged on the shadow seahorse. This was the first item Xiao Hao had seen that would even knock the player out cold, so he couldn't use it anytime soon. If the Ghost King returned while he and his guardians were asleep, they would be sitting ducks. It was the end of day 5 of the open beta. In 2 more days he would re-enter the real world, so there was no hurry. Xiao Hao tucked the template away, crouched down, and rubbed the sea bunny's dorsal fin, soothing his little girl's wounded heart. The livestream chat erupted. My God, the sea bunny is so thoughtful. Giving up the template voluntarily, I am in tears. If that were me, I'd decave and hand it over immediately. That's why you'll never be a top player. You'd never get the template in the first place. The streamers got no choice. Of the 3 guardians, using it on the sea bunny is the worst deal. But the template was stolen by the sea bunny. Without the streamer luring the Ghost King away, would it even exist? The comments argued as usual. Xiao Hao was already immune to the noise. Had hoped for intel on Noah's sunken ship, but everyone was fixated on the sea bunny, so useful information was scarce. Leaving the stream, he opened the forum for a quick scan to stay up to speed. Posts from the last few days boiled down to 4 main points. 1. Time to go home. Players were gradually connecting with the authorities after passing identity checks. 2. A few restless closed beta veterans were forming their own guilds, recruiting top-tier players. 3. The government was gathering monster data to compile an official bestiary. 4. Those 3 market exploiters kept wailing daily, and no one felt sorry for them. The first 2 points were just entertainment to Xiao Hao. The underworld exists everywhere, and as long as no one messed with him, he didn't care. The third point was the real headache. Once the bestiary was complete, every player's details would be laid bare. Lone wolves who hid their data wouldn't stir much trouble. Reality wasn't a novel. No civilian group could overthrow the authorities. If Xiao Hao openly defied them, he probably wouldn't last long. Fortunately, the shadow seahorse's broken stats, the mantis shrimp's rarity, and the sea bunny's Easter egg status were still unknown to the officials. They hadn't even DM'd him for screenshots, just left polite posts on the forum. He had no intention of volunteering the information. Most players used common guardians, so handing over data made little difference. His setup was one-eo-vacant, and giving it away for free would be foolish. Besides, others were trading their data for perks. No reason for him to sacrifice his edge. Closing the forum, Xiao Hao reviewed the day's haul once more. Xiao Hao had basically struck it rich overnight. On the screen, 17 dazzling pieces of loot crammed his backpack. 1 alpha test set, Reaper Scythe Ring, Retry Gloves, Spring-Loaded Combat Boots, Shadow Mask. 2 Lucky Drop, Luminous Gold Pearl. 3 Sunken Restaurant, Nailed Dumplings, 107 liters of dried urine. 4 Sunken Kitchen, 3 servings of stillborn broth. 5 Sunken Theater, Insight Glasses, 9 locks of banshee hair. 6 Sunken Gym, Damage-proof bracers. 7 Noah's Vault, Enchanted Paint Bucket, Golden Scale Sword, Endless Medkit, Guild Emblem, Witch's Mirror. 8 Open Beta Easter Egg, Evolution Template. 17 items in all, not a single one missing. Xiao Hao stared at the list, grinning so wide it nearly reached his ears. Let's use the Endless Medkit first. He tapped use on the panel. The metal case split apart, spilling sealed syringes 65 vials of blood tonic. Added to what he already had, that made 87 in total. He pulled out the 8 soul-restoring herbs left from the alpha test. Just as he was about to stash them, his eyes caught Noah's vault. Wait, Wasn't there a whole pile of herbs in there too? Remembering how he had cleaned the vault out, even stealing the NPC's rations, made the veins on the back of his hand pop. I might not need them, but I'm not leaving a bargain for those monsters. Soul-restoring herbs boost a ghost's level instantly, and in this early, underpowered patch they're worth more than gold. Xiao Hao's grin twisted as if he could already hear the monsters wailing. Besides the items, he had another hidden fortune soul orbs. That last dark domain he cast before leaving had blanketed the entire wreck in shadow. The Ghost King survived, but the golden copepods were wiped out. What's a nightmare to ordinary players had been an XP pinata for him. Battle settlement. 31,180 soul orbs remaining. Spent 18,000 to raise his seahorse mount to tier 19. 13,180 left. Tier 20 needs 20,000, still a hefty gap. Xiao Hao rubbed his hands. Maybe I should liquidate some stuff. But of the 17 treasures, only the Reaper Scythe ring had no level cap. Everything else was far ahead of the curve. Dumping them in the auction house now would be financial suicide. Take stillborn broth. The higher your level, the better it works. Sell it now, and it's just a novelty. After weighing it all, he settled on 2 rock-solid commodities. 1 blood tonic Severy vial is a lifesaver in the early game. 2 soul-restoring herbs. Everyone fears ghosts. Everyone wants higher levels. Once the player base hit the next patch, herb prices would tank, so he had to strike while the iron was hot. With a few dozen vials of blood tonic and 8 herbs, he was confident he could pull in 7,000 soul orbs. No sooner said than done. Xiao Hao opened the exchange. A handful of alpha testers had already listed blood tonics, but the quantities were tiny and the prices sky-high, with soul orbs as the only accepted currency. These in-game items could only be bought with soul orbs anyway. Low-level players simply can't afford it, and anyone who can usually goes treasure hunting on their own. On the exchange, blood elixirs typically list for 100 or 2 credits apiece, and the buyers are almost always national governments. They hand the elixirs to newcomers, then recoup the investment once those rookies grow strong enough to give back. Xiao Hao can draw 10 to 100 vials a day from the endless medkit, and output large enough to rock the market. If he dumped everything at once, prices would crash, vendors would lose their livelihood, and a swarm of deep-pocketed sellers would hate him forever. He's not afraid of them, but he knows you shear the sheep, you don't flay it. Those wealthy players are still maturing. There's no sense in turning future whales into enemies. When he eventually unloads higher-tier gear, governments won't buy everything, and the next biggest spenders will be these same private magnates. To keep every door open, he has to leave them away to make money. With that in mind, he decides to trade off the books with only a few governments. Outwardly, the exchange will look unchanged. Prices will stay firm. Privately held channel his stock to partner nations, making money while keeping the market stable. 2 birds with 1 stone. The Dragon Nation is the obvious first choice. Among the other 10 great powers: dragon, ox, tortoise, tiger, lion, rooster, eagle, bear, sheep, and sparrow. The only one he has personal ties with is the Wolf Nation, whose officials have always been cordial, so they make the list as well. Xiao Hao considers himself a regular citizen and doesn't claim to follow every twist of international politics. From public info, he remembers just 2 points. 1. The Tortoise Nation is notorious for toadying up to the Ox Nation. Together, they're widely despised as cancers of humanity. The Ox Nation is just a shade less hated than its sidekick. 2. The Dragon Nation is at odds with most countries. Of the Big 10, only the Eagle and Bear nations are friendly. Rooster and Sheep stay neutral. Sheep is infamously fickle, so he scratches it. The Rooster Nation hasn't sided with Dragon, but it's never harmed Dragon's interests either, so it's a viable partner. Whether any governments are secretly two-faced he can't say, but those that are openly friendly and lack major conflicts are unlikely to stab him in the back. The Ox Nation, by contrast, is known for squeezing its allies dry, and sooner or later the resentment explodes. He blocks both Ox and Tortoise on the spot. After weighing everything, he settles on 5 partners: Dragon, Rooster, Wolf, Bear, and Eagle. For majors plus the Wolf Nation between them, a few dozen vials a day will be easy to absorb. Each government uses an exchange handle that starts with its national agency, like Dragon Hatchery Director so-and-so, so picking them out is effortless. Xiao Hao locates them in no time. Dispensing with pleasantries, Xiao Hao and the Xiong Nation officials got straight to business. "You're willing to supply us in bulk at 80 spirit pearls per vial?" The official repeated, unable to believe his ears. "Absolutely," Xiao Hao replied, his tone even. A pause followed on the other end of the channel. Then the official ventured a more delicate question. "May I ask why you aren't selling directly to the Long Nation?" Xiao Hao couldn't spell out the real reason. After a moment's thought, he typed, "My relationship with Long Nation isn't as close as you assume." He left it at that, letting Xiong Nation fill in the blanks. Predictably, the official grew excited. "If you ever need assistance, Xiong Nation will back you to the hilt." "They'll keep that in mind," Xiao Hao said, neither accepting nor declining. "Wonderful. Whatever you need, just ask." Xiao Hao paused, still uneasy. "I don't want anyone else learning about this deal." "Rest assured, The official replied hastily, then added, Xiong Nation won't let you down. Watching the enthusiastic messages scroll across his screen, Xiao Hao shook his head. So easily pleased? Unless Long Nation collapses, I'm unlikely to run into trouble. Once I negotiate with each nation in turn, they'll all feel indebted. Over the next few hours, he finalized prices with several governments. 1. Xiong, Ji, and Ing nations, 80 spirit pearls per vial. 2. Lang Nation, 70, thanks to a friendly attitude but tighter budget. 3. Long Nation, 50, exactly half the market price, and any lower would be insulting. Xiong, Ji, Ing, and Long nations each pledged to buy at least 50 vials per week. Lang Nation, claiming a small temple, could take 20. Xiao Hao didn't push, he simply agreed. The endless medical kit produced anywhere from 10 to 100 blood vials a day, purely random. A 4-inch chance of fewer than 50, a 5-inch chance of more. His cautious pricing ensured a stable supply. In the rare event of a shortfall, he could grind treasure chests himself. Everyone agreed the partnership would begin next week. Whether he sold anything this week was entirely up to his mood. No official dared rush him. They stuffed the chat window with compliments instead. Xiao Hao enjoyed the flattery but resisted the urge to ruin his cool, aloof shadow persona by encouraging more praise. The blood serum negotiations concluded, yet even a full sell-off wouldn't net the 7,000 pearls he needed. The hottest commodity now was the soul-mending herb impossible to find on the market. Rather than give it exclusively to any government, he decided to auction it on the main forum. Shadow, 6 soul-mending herbs, sold individually, highest bidder wins. The forum exploded. Shadow sighting. I'm your biggest fan. I need one. I'm broke, but my eyes are naturally squintidos that help. You're finally here. Please have mercy. Of the 6 herbs, he planned to sell only 4, keeping 2 as insurance. Soul-mending herbs repaired soul damage, and after last time, he wasn't taking chances. Comments poured in like a bullet storm. At this rate, his next update would be buried in seconds. They're enthusiastic enough to drown out my post, he thought. Shadow, please stop spamming. I'm putting 6 soul-restoring herbs up for sale tonight. You can pay with items or bid with spirit beads. Jeff Bent, they'll spam if I want. What are you going to do about it? Jerusalem, you won't lift the bounty anyway, so don't expect my cooperation. Born with slanted eyes. I already apologized, yet you keep pushing? What kind of shadow god are you? You don't deserve the title. People like you should just die. Xiao Hao frowned. Are these 3 out of their minds? They pick fights and still act innocent? Apologizing means I have to forgive you? And you're using a name that insults my country? Shameful. Walonki Chi Cheng Longlan. They'll take all 6 1,000 each. Then he added in chat, player born with slanted eyes has been expelled from the Dragon Nation Guild. Spectators exploded. Nice, that feels good. Quiet. Stop spamming and let the shadow god work. The forum fell silent. Even the foreign players shut up. The top player was truly loaded dead, just dropped several thousand spirit beads, and no one wanted to get flagged next. Xiao Hao glanced at the bid. 1,000 per plant, exactly his minimum. Ghost Zone started at level 10. Harvesting soul-restoring herbs there was hell for ordinary players. The open beta cap was level 20, and few had reached it. Even if they had, ghosts were notorious for high health and defense. Without his seahorse skill that ignores defense, Xiao Hao couldn't have killed one in the closed beta. Boss tier monsters were supposed to be ridiculous. Born with slanted eyes, why kick me out? That's not fair. Jerusalem, did Dragon Nation find out you tried defecting to Bull Nation and got rejected? Born with slanted eyes, no? You're lying. Walonki Chi Cheng Longlan. Player born with slanted eyes has been stripped of Dragon Nation citizenship. Shadow side, an open voice chat. I just want to finish this auction. Can the soap opera wait? Anyone raising the bid? Once these 6 are gone, that's it. Don't come crying later. Born with slanted eyes. This is all your fault. You trash Shadow. You still a man or what? Xiao Hao. You tried to defect, got exposed and rejected, and somehow it's his fault? He calmly withdrew his old bounty on slanted eyes. Players wondered what he was up to until the exchange updated with a new top bounty. Same target, now 2,000. Slanted eyes clenched her teeth. You bitch. This is all on you. Seeing she was determined to stir trouble, Xiao Hao bumped the bounty to 3,000. The price jump silenced the forum. The reward on slanted eyes now totaled 6,000, 10 times most players' net worth. Deep Sea Subforum. That girl's nuts. She really angered the shadow god. If she wants to live, Shed better back off. Why bother warning her? Born with slanted eyes. Mind your own business. That damn shadow can't touch me. Someone sighed. Whatever. She's doomed. They stripped your nationality, you get it? If they can do that, they probably know who you are in real life. The words hit her like ice water. She tried to type a reply, but a chill brushed her neck. A thin red line surfaced. System message. Player slanted eyes has been killed. The bounty has been claimed. The bounty was filled so quickly that Xiao Hao wondered if someone had been waiting for it. He suspected a hidden expert had been lurking in the shadows, just waiting for him to raise the reward from 2,000 to 3, then strike once, collect the cash, and walk away. On the screen, the ID of the finisher hacker stood out in bold. Xiao Hao gave a short snort. Damn, This place is full of hidden masters. 3,000 credits? That was pocket change, barely more than the scraps a deep-sea ghost might drop. Spending a little cash to delete a traitor and scare off the restless players was well worth it. Xiao Hao grinned. Come at me again and see what happens. Inside the game, who cares about the law? In real life, Longwo would never let players run wild. No civilian could be harmed. But in deep sea, everyone wore the label of player. As long as you didn't touch real civilians, the authorities usually looked the other way. Those underground guilds that formed in private would have been branded rebels in ancient times. Yet today, they barely make a ripple. Longwo's intelligence services knew their details by heart. If no civilians were hurt, they let them mess around. Deep sea subforum. Posts flooded in like a blizzard. So scary, slitted eyes just died like that. He went down so fast I broke out in a cold sweat. Shadow's more terrifying than any monster. I told you not to provoke him. He really can throw money around to kill. Newbies, take note. Even those two hacks on the main board don't dare say a word now. How rich is Shadow? He tossed out several thousand like nothing. Didn't you see the soul-restoring grass? The starting bid's 1,000, and it's only the early rounds. Rational voices chimed in. Any newbie who escapes a ghost-type mob is a seed player. The devs will pay big for that grass. With 100,000 testers online, there were plenty of seeds who might grow into top-tier powerhouses. 6 stalks of soul-restoring grass meant a bloodbath was inevitable. Xiao Hao glanced at the subforum and closed the window. As long as no one blocked his profits, he didn't care what else happened. Main forum. ID Shadow posted. Auction resumed. Starting price, 1,000. 10-minute window. Bill check afterward and trade privately with the highest bidder. Special items accepted. DM screenshots. Remaining soul-restoring grass goes to the highest offer. Don't try to pawn off junk. Bids poured in at once. Full set of dragon scales from the dragon pool, all in. Broker from Ox Nation. Longwo's too stingy to 1,000 per plant. 12,000 for all 6. Now that the auction was on track, Xiao Hao finally relaxed. At this stage, soul-restoring grass was hard currency. The subforum was right. Any new player who survived a ghost mob was someone the devs would cultivate. Not everyone could wipe out a ghost nest like Xiao Hao. Even then, they might not find the grass. With live chat guiding him, it had still taken a full hour to locate it. So it was even harder for others. Scarce resources naturally skyrocket. No one cuts corners on a life-saving item. As the player base expanded, the number of people holding various gear exploded as well. Xiao Hao scrolled through his crowded inbox, but most offers were junk. Most of the offerings were fixed-level combat items, many of them still under level 10, and Xiao Hao couldn't be bothered with that junk. The few remaining digestive tubes that worked like fitness aids were equally useless. During the beta, he might have picked them up for free, but now that prices had gone through the roof, he wasn't about to play the sucker. So he posted a fresh notice. Shadow here. Am not buying ordinary Gurno plane attack or defense items. No basic summoning trinkets. Nothing without a special feature. If it's mediocre, forget it. My own stash is already complete. The only thing I'll take is growth-type gear with long-term potential. If it can appreciate, I'll treat it as an investment. The deep-sea subforum blew up the moment the message appeared. Damn, how much gear has Shadow stocked up? I haven't even laid eyes on half the items he's listing. Summoning gear? I've never even touched a single piece. I want to cling to Shadow's thigh. Shadow. Let me be your leg hair. Dream on. You're not even worth a single strand of his leg hair. For a full 10 minutes, Xiao Hao weighed his options. He couldn't reveal the treasures tucked away at the bottom of his chest, yet he still had to stay in the bidding war. After the announcement, private messages dropped by more than half, but players kept trying their luck with so-called rare items. The ever-flowing gourd bottle was one of those sea flasks that produced an endless stream of fresh water. Great for desert survival players, but for Xiao Hao in the deep sea? Seriously? Declined. A little longer, and something finally worthwhile appeared. The Wolf Kingdom offered an invisibility cloak. Once you put it on, you vanished completely. Xiao Hao already had the shadow morph skill, so invisibility was optional for him. But in an assassin's hands, that cloak would be divine. No matter how well an assassin suppressed their presence, their bulk still showed. With this cloak, they'd become a true ghost. A guaranteed profit accepted the trade on the spot. System prompt. Shadow, soul-restoring herb remaining, 5 stalks. The auction had barely begun, and 1 stock was already gone, throwing every national delegation into a panic. Shadow had set it up front. Item swaps came first. Whatever remained would go to the highest bidder. Truly rare gear is priceless. Its future value could multiply hundreds of times. Meanwhile, each nation had its own seed players to protect, so they couldn't measure everything in mere spirit pearls. Not long after, the Bull Kingdom sent a private message. One glance at the description told Xiao Hao just how crafty they were. Quiz blind box. Might spit out trash, might produce a legendary artifact. It pops a random game quiz, and the higher your score, the better your odds of a top-tier drop. 1. Each player gets only 1 shot at the quiz. Once done, you can open the box yourself or trade it away. 2. Questions never repeat and are guaranteed to be ones the player doesn't already know. Clearly, the Bull Kingdom's own success rate was abysmal, so they were trying to unload the thing. But Xiao Hao had the livestream bulletin cues. What did he have to fear? He might not know the answers, but the viewers certainly would. Deal. Shadow. Only 4 stalks of soulgrass remain. Xiao Hao's private messages were like a death knell, constantly prodding buyers to raise their bids. After getting the quiz blind box, he left it untouched, planning to tally his spoils once the auction was over. He privately mocked the Neo Nation for being foolish, while Neo players laughed in secret, convinced they were the ones who'd scored a bargain. Who the real sucker was depended on whom you asked. The main forum stayed quiet, but the sub-forums exploded, and even the officials jumped in to complain. Dragon transforming pool admin, Dragon Horn. Who the heck is sniping our bids? The devs' roast hits the hardest. They're so flustered about the snipe, haha. You think Shadow inflated the herb count just to jack up the price? Bro, didn't Slitty Eyes get schooled enough? I was wrong. Shadow, big bro, I was wrong. My bad. Doubting Shadow. Thought you had backbone, turns out you're brain dead. The price shot into the thousands. Everyone's side. Shadow tossed out a casual 6,000 bounty and clearly wasn't short of spirit pearls. In truth, he still was. After sinking another 2,000 into the blood serum bounty, he remained 9,000 pearls short. Next moves. Sell 80 vials of blood serum. 50 would be earmarked for Dragon Nation's crisis, and 30 would go to other countries, netting 4 to 5,000 pearls. That still left roughly the same amount unfunded. 1 stalk of soulgrass already sat above 3,000. Selling 2 would cover the cost of boosting his seahorse mount to level 20. As the timer crept into the 9th minute, Xiao Hao examined every new item description. If the potential gain was too small, he passed. His time was now worth more than pocket change. At exactly 9 minutes, Dragon Nation's officials pinged him again. Greetings, Shadow. Their chat window still held the previous blood serum deal. Your deeds will go down in history. The people of Dragon Nation will never forget what you've done for us. Thank you for your contribution. Dragon Nation will remember you forever. Xiao Hao curled his lip. I'm still alive, save the history talk. Just keep the transaction quiet. Then Dragon Scale reached out, clearly holding something valuable. Dragon Scale, soulgrass is critical. Wu Ting's squad is searching everywhere. 2 players won't last the night. We have to secure 2 stocks. Xiao Hao, so you want to trade 2 in private? Dragon Scale, no. 1 in private, 1 through public auction. Xiao Hao, fine, send the item info. If the item wasn't worthy, he wouldn't budge. Had already saved countless lives for Dragon Nation. He wasn't about to be a full-time saint. The file arrived quickly, and one glance made Xiao Hao's heart race. It was an Easter egg-level treasure. Unlike the stingy Neo Nation, Dragon Nation was willing to spend big. Diamond Core keeps the safe house size unchanged while doubling defense, mana capacity, stealth rating, and other stats. The fixed size helps keep the safe house hidden, though you may choose to double it instead. When the safe house's mana hits 0, it doesn't collapse right away. The Jingang Stone acts as a backup health bar, keeping the place standing for a while longer. The Jingang Stone was exactly what Xiao Hao needed most right now. After stirring up the Ghost King's hornet's nest, he could be exposed at any moment. To him, this stone was a lifesaver. He grinned from ear to ear, yet stayed cautious. You're really willing to part with something this valuable? You could auction it, and buy several stocks of Bahunko. Since Longlin offered the Jingang Stone first, he knew they wouldn't refuse, so he asked directly. Longlin replied calmly, "You've done so much for Longhua. We would never shortchange you." The acknowledgement warmed Xiao Hao's heart. Langua followed suit. Its officials presented an equally rare invisibility cloak, while the other 3 trading nations were far less generous. Xiao Hao didn't mind. He already had plenty of miscellaneous items. He pocketed these so they could make him money later. Most would eventually be resold anyway. If he wanted to keep the seahorse mount, he had to earn more spirit pearls first. Suddenly, a notification flashed in the shadow channel. Only 3 stocks of Bahunko left. Damn, the auction isn't even over and half the Bahunko is gone. The subforum erupted. Officials from every nation were stomping in frustration, yet still couldn't bring themselves to part with their vault treasures. When the 10-minute countdown hit 0, Xiao Hao simply DM'd the highest bidder and closed the deal. He might have earned a few hundred more spirit pearls by waiting, but it was his first transaction and reputation mattered more. Once the transfer cleared, he posted in the channel, "Shadow here. The Bahunko is sold, thanks for the support." The moment his words appeared, the main forum finally reopened. All high energy from start to finish. I was about to burst, but I didn't dare type for fear of disrupting Yingshan's auction. Same here. Our sub-forum was blowing up, but no one dared stir up trouble in the main board. Yingshan, I want to report, he badmouthed you in the glacier zone while you were gone. That's not true, stop lying. Yingshan, I was just analyzing the auction. Seriously, if I've broken the law, let the law punish me, just don't put my name on the bounty wall. I want talk trash again. Xiao Hao laughed at the Baragi wasn't some crazed butcher who swung his blade at every provocation. Once the interlude ended, he opened his ledger. Bahunko, 3 stocks, 12,000 spirit pearls. Blood serum, 80 vials, 50 to Longhua, 30 to Langua, for 1,600 spirit pearls. Total balance, 27,780 spirit pearls. Nice. The seahorses finally maxed out at level 20. Satisfaction flooded him. 7,780 pearls left. Anyone who keeps running their mouth goes straight on the bounty list. Had been furious when the auction was disrupted, but with pearls running low, Head had to squeeze every coin he could. Had he known prices would soar this high, he would have dealt with the last two cheaters on the spot. They were quiet now, and chasing them afterward would look petty. Head let them off for the moment someone else would deal with them sooner or later. Xiao Hao rubbed his hands together, eyes fixed on the three new items before him. He never imagined a handful of bahunko could net him 2 hidden Easter eggs. There's not much to say about the invisibility cloak. It's basically an investment waiting to appreciate. The other 2 Easter eggs are the real draw the quiz blind box and the adamantine gem. He chose to use the gem first. Lowering the odds of being tagged by the Ghost King mattered more right now. Xiao Hao hit use on the game panel and immediately got a prompt. Expand safe house area? With the word risk flashing in red, he wasn't dumb enough to hit confirm. He selected no and waited. 1 minute passed, then 2. Nothing. No sound, no flash, no animation. Xiao Hao frowned. Seriously? Not even a ripple? He checked his mana Barrett had simply doubled. That was it. Not even a cheap particle effect. He shrugged, pulled on a jacket, and decided to test the shell house's new stealth mode himself. Tutu? The little sea bunny lifted its head from the desk, eyes full of question marks. It's late. I'm going for a walk. Xiao Hao rubbed the soft fur between its ears. Come along if you want. Tutu. The tiny creature scrambled up his arm and settled on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its fluffy face. Outside, Xiao Hao walked a dozen meters into the dark water. The shell lamp's glow reached only a meter or 2. Beyond that, visibility relied on monster night vision. He kept going until the light was completely swallowed, then turned to see how well the camouflage worked. From this distance, the once colorful exterior had been wiped clean, now the same mottled blue-green as the surrounding sea, a perfect chameleon. Unless someone pressed their face to the wall, they'd never know a safe house was hidden there. No flashy visuals, but the result was rock solid. Xiao Hao nodded in satisfaction. A true Easter egg, most of his security worries gone in one stroke. Come on, little bunny, let's head back. Tutu? The critter blinked. What's Dad doing? Could he actually be an idiot? Xiao Hao glanced back and met those large, judging eyes. For a second, he felt the pet had pegged him for a fool, but he laughed it off. His daughter was too cute to think that, right? Back inside, he finally tapped quiz blind box. All right, netizens, I'm counting on you, he muttered. Unlike a Noah's Vault reward that stayed on the panel, the blind box burst into the room, a gadget the size of a mini speaker with its horn aimed at the ceiling. A pale blue beam shot upward and solidified into a 3D projection, leaving Xiao Hao gaping. The livestream chat erupted. High-tech, is that a quiz blind box? How did the streamer get one? I thought only top-tier players had them. He must have traded for it. He was staring into space, just now probably negotiating. Seeing the scrolling comments, Xiao Hao was delighted. The audience had filled in the blanks on their own, no need for him to explain. Keep it up, folks, he thought. A massive holographic screen rose from the beam. In the center floated the words, start the quiz? Xiao Hao tapped yes. The first question appeared. Will the total number of cross-world players increase after the update? Once open beta hits, the official servers will open. Obviously more people will join, he muttered, then pointed at the screen. No. The number of safe houses in the other world is fixed. Across all 10 games there are exactly 10,000 rooms, no more and no less. When a safe house is destroyed and the player dies, a fresh level 0 shelter respawns, waiting for a new occupant. Alright, they'll trust the folks online. Xiao Hao tapped no and muttered, there's no way the game is that simple, so we'll go against the grain. The moment his finger hit the screen, it skipped straight to the next question. Second question after the update, will everyone in the real world get a game interface? Xiao Hao frowned. Probably not. There aren't that many slots. Yet the chat scrolled by in perfect unison. Yes. Once the official release hits, everyone gets a panel, but only 100,000 can enter the other world. The rest are locked out. Figures. Time to pick the opposite again. He filled in the reason the viewers suggested and submitted the answer with his usual excuse. Third question, can monsters cross from the game into reality? His heart lurched, as though someone had punched him in the chest. Of course they can, otherwise it wouldn't be an apocalypse. Lines of text streamed across the display, confirming it. Starting with the second in-game holiday, monsters would pour into reality without end. Xiao Hao's pupils contracted. Under the blanket, his clenched hand turned white. The streamer's doing great, but no one can stop the end of the world, the chat echoed, heavy with helplessness. So many creatures, so many species, no one had ever succeeded. Sweat slid down his forehead, yet he forced himself to stay calm. Bunny, the little sea rabbit, pressed against his leg and chirped, its round eyes full of worry. He stroked its soft head and kept his voice gentle. It's all right, sweetie. If something happens, Dad will handle it. He exhaled slowly, then selected the correct answer, yes. Fourth question, if monsters appear in the real world, will they spawn in the city center or outside the city? Damn, his chest tightened as though caught in a vice. Of course the game would be crazy enough to drop them right downtown. On the other side of the camera, Zhubas' expression had gone equally stiff, and the chat urged Xiao Hao to abandon any wishful thinking. Center of the city, streamer. The result matched their fear monsters would be teleported to the city core. Xiao Hao gritted his teeth and chose city center. Fifth question with future updates. Will players be forced into hostility against each other? Xiao Hao's eyes reddened. If the players could unite, there might still be hope. Yet the game's designers even cut off that last sliver of daylight. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him for scenario simulations, and a death match with the Ghost King were nothing compared to these questions draining him inside and out. The fragile glimmer of hope he could almost touch was snuffed out, and there was nothing he could do. Yes, the chat delivered the answer he already expected. On the sixth and seventh questions, Xiao Hao moved like a puppet on strings, mechanically filling in the answers of the mystery quiz. The next few questions followed the same pattern, occasionally hinting at the next game update, but never giving away anything substantial. Tutu sensed her father's gloom. The little sea hare nudged his left leg, then his right, the soft fur lending a touch of warmth. When Xiao Hao scooped her into his arms, the frost around his heart began to thaw. Tutu. The little sea hare looked up, determination shining in her dark eyes, raising her paws in a cheering gesture, her Pikachu-like cuteness leaping straight through the screen. Xiao Hao drew a deep breath, his eyes lighting up again. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy's here. Daddy won't fall apart. With his daughter's buff behind him, he focused on the screen once more. Let the floodwaters rise. As long as he could protect his girl and the Guardians, everything else he would handle as best he could. The chat scrolled faster and faster while he entered the answers the viewers supplied, tackling one question after another. Knowing the right choices in advance made the logic problems flawless. As for the pure guesswork, it was as if he had flipped Lady Luck's skirt every time he landed on the correct answer. Why on earth is the streamer this lucky? That which Lady Luck never spares a glance at me. Tell us, what's his relationship with Lady Luck, her secret love child? Nah, I think he forced himself on Lady Luck. When he submitted the final answer, the screen finally displayed a verdict. Your performance excellent. You may choose one prize from the list below. Do you wish to claim it? Friendly reminder. If you decline, this mystery box can no longer be opened and may only be traded to another player. They wouldn't even tell him how many answers he got right, yet they let him choose his own reward. The earlier boxes had probably changed hands so often because the scores were low. One glance at the trashy prize pool, and players flipped them for cash. Certain he had aced the quiz, Xiao Hao wasn't about to pass this up. The choices were dazzling strategic items like a diamond egg and an endless med kit stretched out before him. Xiao Hao scrolled with his fingertip while the barrage of envious comments exploded. The egg category was even wilder. A forced level up card, a skill brand. Even the game-breaking Qichengnan ghost banner was there in plain sight. If his sea hare and mantis shrimp hadn't already been bound, he would have grabbed the ghost banner without hesitation. The better the items looked, the harder it was to decide. Then, at the very bottom, a familiar scrawled scroll caught his eye, an evolution template. Xiao Hao stopped breathing for a second, delight practically spilling out of his eyes. Sweetheart, your dad just struck gold. We've got an evolution template. He locked in the choice without hesitation. Way to go, streamer. Wow, I'm touched. He skipped further upgrades for the sea hare and picked the template. Little sea hare, you're about to mega evolve too. His inventory now showed evolution templates too, and Xiao Hao couldn't stop grinning. Once applied, the template would put a pet to sleep for 1 to 3 days. After a moment's thought, he decided not to tell the sea hare you'd had to deal with the Ghost King first so she could evolve in peace. Night had fallen, and what a tumultuous night it had been. Holding the sea hare, Xiao Hao dimmed the lights. Bedtime, little one. Tutu. She whispered back and curled up in his arms. Tutu. Good night. Day 6 of the open beta. All of Xiao Hao's guardians had reached the current level cap. The plus signs on his character screen blazed at him, but no amount of tapping would make them budge. The holiday break had only 2 days left, and he still didn't know whether the game world would keep running during the downtime. The patch notes stressed that real-world time is frozen while you're logged in, but they'd never promised the same once the servers went dark. If time kept flowing over there, the Ghost King would almost certainly reach the Shanbei chamber within 7 days and siphon off its mana. When that happened, Xiao Hao would be crushed into paste by the deep-sea pressure once his mana supply ran dry. Xiao Hao slipped back into the hilly zone, diving in silence. All around him, packs of wrecked ship mobs swept the area, but the skeleton wraiths were nowhere to be seen. Had they vanished when the undead sailor was killed, or had the Ghost King erased them himself? Either way, only the Ghost King could be behind it. He still had the corpse of an abyssal serpent star stowed in his inventory. The plan that looked simple on paper demanded meticulous setup. The search line was spread thin, with huge gaps between the monsters, which meant that if Xiao Hao ambushed one of them, the others would never arrive in time to help. Using one fight to fund the next was feasible, but his guardians were already maxed out. Farming spirit orbs now would be pure greed. Was it worth it? When others are afraid, I get greedy. When others are greedy, I get afraid. The saying floated through his mind. Back in that heavily scripted scenario, he had looted like mad, leaving viewers from the other world gaping. because no matter how furious the monsters became, the rules kept them from retaliating. Now the scrolling chat was egging him on to farm more orbs, but he forced himself to sit on the urge. His real objective was to drag the Ghost King and the Sawtooth Siren into the deep-sea rift and let the even nastier creatures there do the killing for him. But the Ghost King was no fool. It knew how lethal that zone was. The first time the wreck had fled that way, it had sent only minions in pursuit. If Xiao Hao wiped those minions out now, the Ghost King would be left alone angry. Yes, but not necessarily gullible enough to follow. But if he merely injured them instead of killing, leaving Xiao Hao dancing around out of its reach, how could the Ghost King stomach that? When Xiao Hao finally bolted toward the rift, the Ghost King would have two choices in front of its underlings. Give chase or back down in public. Its authority wouldn't allow the latter. He grinned. Two words filled his mind. Perfect plan. The damage to its treasure vault was the Ghost King's sore spot. That creature would never share its hoard with the rabble. As long as Xiao Hao threw in a little more fuel and whipped the ghost swarm into a fury, the Ghost King's pride and greed would drive it, step by step, into the trap he had laid. So for the moment, all Xiao Hao needed to do was piss off the ghosts. Only when the entire ghost horde is seething with rage will the Ghost King be forced onto the spit, compelled to lead his minions into the rift. With that in mind, Xiao Hao sprang into action. A patrol squad of specters was gliding silently across the dark water when they suddenly felt their life force being violently siphoned away. The shadow domain had descended. Roar. Weakened, the ghosts howled, relaying the alarm farther and farther through cascading shrieks. Xiao Hao had done the math. He needed just 2 minutes to wipe out this level 10 squad, while the Ghost King would need several more to arrive. The distance was too great, and the warning had to pass from squad to squad by relay howl. That meant he had a full 120 seconds to toy with them and leave at leisure. Deep-sea ghosts had no real answer to a seahorse, yet Xiao Hao could not let his companion gnaw at the targets for long. Under a 20 times level 20 skill stack, these low-level ghosts would collapse in a blink. Instead, he lurked on the edge of darkness, used the borrowed gloves to copy a Linha tentacle, and every so often flicked it out to deliver a crisp slap across a ghostly face. Hey, deep-sea specter, where are your manners? The ghost race is notorious for holding a grudge. As their longtime nemesis, Xiao Hao knew this better than anyone. In theory, a single slap was enough to make any specter hate him down to its marrow and eventually force the Ghost King to show himself. To be safe, he decided better make it several. Deep-sea ghosts. Shrill screams erupted one after another. Xiao Hao simply pulled out his phone and blasted a soundtrack for ambience. Let's learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. I love the way you walk alone through the dark alley. Love the way you never kneel. The catchy beat drilled into their minds while the specters, eyes blazing with ghost fire, were slapped silly and forced to listen. Their tentacles trembled with rage. At the 2-minute mark, Xiao Hao melted into the shadows. When the Ghost King hurtled onto the scene, only a squad of nearly deranged subordinates remained. Furious, he laid into them with a pair of resounding slaps of his own, barely beating them back to their senses. Yet the music kept looping in their ears. The moment the melody replayed, they remembered the humiliation and their anger flared anew. Once they finally calmed down, another desperate howl echoed from afar. The Ghost King rushed over, only to find yet another squad driven insane. For an entire day, Xiao Hao devoted himself to this single proper job, roaming around, doling out tentacle slaps, blasting brainwashing songs, and slipping away, leaving the Ghost King spinning in circles. Stealing the bamboo shoots right off the pandas. Haha, every move the streamer makes catches me off guard. I have no idea what's happening, but I'm laughing my guts out. Help, these songs are looping in my head. Same here. They're too catchy. The live chat scrolled in a frenzy. Xiao Hao had hoped the viewers would suggest some fresh ways to provoke the ghosts, but the feed was full of idle banter. Doing it himself was more fun anyway. As more and more squads were enraged, Xiao Hao stopped keeping track of which ones he had slapped. Some ghosts who had already been abused once were treated to a second round of nightmares. Even a patrolling sawtooth sea serpent received an unexpected tentacle slap. Before its screech could erupt, Xiao Hao had vanished. After a busy day, he stood atop a hill overlooking the chaos below. Countless ghost squads roamed about, howling and nearly mad. Satisfied, he nodded. He wouldn't lure them toward the rift tonight. Certain emotions become all the more humiliating with time. He would give them the night to ferment into pure fury. So, my dear sea monsters and ghosts, see you tomorrow. Whistling, Xiao Hao left the hills behind, a field of impotent, raging creatures snarling in his wake. Day 7 of the open beta. Once today's final test ends, the game will go on break. The thought churned in Xiao Hao's mind, wanted the rest, yet worried that the monsters might invade reality while the servers were offline. He had no wish to see the real world suffer, and even less desire to be torn apart in game. He threw on his jacket. The little sea hare's eyes were glowing like light bulbs as it climbed to his shoulder, crying tutu, nonstop. It had quivered with excitement last night when they taunted the ghosts, and vengeance for their wrecked ship still burned hot. Xiao Hao rubbed its head. Easy, buddy. Dad will get payback for you today and finish them off. The sea hare nuzzled him happily. While hurrying on his way, Xiao Hao chewed on rations and slipped scraps of meat into its mouth. He broke through the morning mist and reached the hill zone again. Head high, he scanned the horizon. Had plenty of fans in real life, so he should have just as many here, right? Sure enough, ghosts were scuttling everywhere, black fog rolling in waves. He felt oddly touched. You shouldn't have. No need for all the fuss. Each ghost's eye sockets glowed green, proof they'd been at it all night. Even his real-world followers weren't this hardworking. Not wanting them to run in circles, Xiao Hao decided to give directions. He whipped out his phone, set the flashlight to max, and added a soundtrack. Good luck is on its way, bringing joy and love. The upbeat tune exploded across the gloomy hills, instantly sparking the ghosts' fury. They hissed and surged toward the sound. Xiao Hao patted his shoulder, impressed by the turnout. Such enthusiasm, I'm flattered. He stayed calm and watched. Now that his seahorse had hit level 20, his night vision stretched hundreds of meters. The Ghost King and the Sawtooth Sea Serpent were both plain to see in the crowd. With humans and spirits all gathered, it was the perfect moment for a genuine game of tag. The ghost tide was about to swallow him when Xiao Hao kicked into supersonic gear. He can catch me. Come on. He streaked away, leaving afterimages in his wake. By zigzagging, he coaxed the ghosts out of the hills and straight toward the rift zone. Sensing trouble, the Ghost King's blue-flamed eyes flickered restlessly. It was smarter than the average ghost, but rage scrambled its commands. After a struggle, it forced most of the horde to a clumsy halt. Xiao Hao braked and reopened his playlist. Love you walking the dark alley alone. Love you refusing to kneel. The first notes set the ghosts on edge again, but the Ghost King snarled them back into line. Xiao Hao frowned. No love for a good song? Fine, next track. Let's all learn to meow, meow together. He hopped in place, phone held high. Meow with me. Where's the energy? Deafening roars burst from the ghost ranks, turquoise mist boiling. Come on, don't chicken out. Roar. The Ghost King's bellow slammed the legion into silence once more. Xiao Hao realized that magic attacks were no longer effective. Since that was the case, he had only one clean, decisive physical option left. With the Ghost King's back turned, he exploded forward at breakneck speed. The scaled antenna lashed out like a whip, landing a crisp slap across the Ghost King's face. The next instant he disengaged and fell back, flirting then fleeing, his heart pounding with adrenaline. The Ghost King was stunned on the spot, humiliation churning through it like turbulent water. Before it could utter a single word of protest, its face had already swollen. As if to add insult to injury, a festive snippet of good fortune arrives drifted through the water, grating against the silence of the seabed like a soundtrack to the Ghost King's public spanking. You come here. The Ghost King roared, but hundreds of underlings were staring at it. The more ashamed it felt, the faster its composure crumbled. That hateful human was already racing for the rift. Let him dig his own grave. With that thought, the Ghost King found a perfectly respectable excuse and led a swarm of ghosts in hot pursuit. But the difference in speed was undeniable. The little sea hare might not hit hard, but it was nicknamed the walking Easter egg, its survival skills even better than a shadow seahorse's. No matter how many tiers above it an enemy ranked, if they couldn't break the sound barrier, they would never even graze the supersonic sea hare. The rift zone drew ever closer, and Xiao Hao soon reached the point of no return. Behind him yawned an abyss. Ahead loomed a wall of ghosts. The Ghost King and the Sawtooth Sea Demon elbowed their minions aside, crimson eyes blazing with hatred as the noose tightened. Timing it perfectly, Xiao Hao unfurled his domain of darkness, his whole body becoming an aurora-black silhouette. At the same time he hurled the corpse of the abyssal serpent star at the sea demon, and the Ghost King his field flashed open, then snapped shut, and an instant later, he rocketed away at supersonic speed. The aurora shadow hovered by default, at Mach speed, and it became a terrifying Blura real-life mashup of the rabbit and rooster talismans. Xiao Hao left without hesitation, but he left his wrath for the monsters behind him. The deep-sea ghosts he had set up were awash with regret, but it was too late to back out. They had been herded to the brink of the abyss and had riled the creature inside the rift. It was impossible to get out unscathed. From afar, Xiao Hao caught sight of a skyscraper's-sized shadow rising from the fissure. It was colossal, yet it still seemed small compared with the gaping rift. In the dark seabed the creature spared not a glance for Xiao Hao's distant silhouette. Its gaze was locked on the ghost horde. The Sawtooth Sea Demon froze rigid. The Ghost King was a stone statue. The lesser ghosts flattened themselves against the ground, not daring to lift their heads. The familiar yet grotesque outline let Xiao Hao recognize the prototype at once an electric eel. If even the Ghost King was this terrified, the eel had to outrank it by at least one tier. Confronted with an undocumented behemoth, Xiao Hao left the commentary to the live chat. Damn, that's a Tsanglei electric eel. Judging by that attack, you need to be at least level 40 to hit that hard. The streamer ran into that thing on his first open test. Its lightning damage is off the charts. It'll still be an over-tier world boss next patch. The guy's insanely sicked the sea demon on the Ghost King. then serve the Ghost King to the Rift monster. Respect. I could never pull off moves like that in my life. The thunder eel's body was shaped like a snake, but lacked scales. Its whole length was wrapped in a single sheet of inky black hide that periodically spat icy blue arcs of lightning, so it skimmed through the water in a trail of sparks. Its head was round and pudgy, nothing like a serpent's sharp profile, and if you ignored the skyscraper's iced frame, it even had a bit of squirtless charm. The mix of a menacing exterior and a goofy expression was ridiculous, yet strangely harmonious. Xiao Hao grumbled to himself. It looked fine while it was silent, but the moment it spoke, the goofiness was exposed. The eel soon spotted the abyssal serpent star's corpse being hauled by the sea siren and the Ghost King its dinner. How dare these two touch its plate? Jaws yawning, serrated fangs flashing, it swallowed the sea siren whole. Yikes! Xiao Hao clicked his tongue. The siren that had stumped him was reduced to a snack. Had the monsters kept still, they might have survived, but once they struck, only a fight to the death was left. The Ghost King swept out Reaper's scythes, blades scraping the eel's hide without leaving a mark. The eel cocked its head as though wondering what its food was up to. The Ghost King gathered its strength and drove a pinpoint thrust. The tip finally pierced the hide, and the eel's round eyes folded into a distinctly human frown. SKR. Icy blue lightning erupted. Bolts as thick as pythons lashed outward from the eel in every direction. A thought slammed into Xiao Hao. Seawater conducts electricity. He was still hundreds of meters away, yet one stray arc would vaporize him. Damage and nullifying bracers, activate. He wasn't about to hesitate. Lightning exploded from the eel, the massive bolts weaving the sea into a colossal net. In the glare, its entire body glowed blue, standing like a titanic pillar driven into the ocean. Boom. From high above, the surface resembled a spiderweb of electricity. The current ravaged water and seabed alike, dark red gravel shattering, the heat fusing it into slag. Currents heaved, and steaming mist hurled Xiao Hao's shadow form hundreds of meters away. His heart pounded. Death had brushed past. Thankfully, the bracers were unreasonably strong, soaking up the aftershock. Otherwise, he'd have been blown to atoms. When the storm subsided, the dark red seabed was cratered and scarred, smoke and bubbles rising everywhere, stray arcs crackling in the rocks. Xiao Hao flattened himself behind a ridge and inched forward, careful not to show his head. In the distance, the azure thunder eel bit a deep-sea ghost in half. The meat must have tasted foul. After a single bite, it spat the corpse out and stopped hunting. Hardly surprising, torn ghost flesh, waterlogged for ages, was bound to be disgusting. Feeling bored, the azure thunder eel turned away and slipped back into the depths of the trench. Once the massive silhouette vanished into the shadows, Xiao Hao stepped out of hiding, edging over the slick reef to the cliff at the fissure's rim. He had to confirm with his own eyes that the Ghost King was truly dead. Only then could he relax. The Ghost King was almost twice the size of an ordinary spirit, big enough to make anyone's blood run cold, so the corpse was easy to spot. Pitch black all over, as if a high-voltage current had baked it into a lifeless statue. Still on guard, Xiao Hao picked up a pebble and tossed it at the giant skull. Looks like the streamer actually pulled it off. Ghost King, where are your manners? It's dead. Quit bullying the corpse already. Comments scrolled by. Xiao Hao had learned his lesson. Never trust the viewers completely. Even if chat swore it was dead, he would verify it for himself. The Thunder Eel's lightning AoE hit ordinary ghosts 2 tiers below and always one-shotted them. The Ghost King, however, was a defensive monster like the Mantis shrimp, only 1 tier below the eel. Survival was possible. With that in mind, Xiao Hao stared at the scorched remains. A faint twitch caught his eye. The scythe-shaped fingers quivered. Knew it wasn't dead. His heart jolted. He instantly shrank his dark domain until it wrapped tightly around the Ghost King, refusing to let it spread farther into the fissure. 21-fold shadow corrosion erupted. Strike while it's weak, kill while you can. Still paralyzed by the lightning, the Ghost King could only watch as darkness devoured it inch by inch. Its furious gaze locked onto Xiao Hao, as though trying to brand his face into its very soul. Even on the brink of death, it hung on for a full 10 minutes. Crossdire, creature never dies easily. Shadow corrosion ignored defense, yet it still took 10 whole minutes. When the system finally declared the Ghost King slain, those spiteful eyes froze in their dying glare, refusing to let the hatred cool. Goosebumps prickled Xiao Hao's skin, but he was glad had been cautious. Deep-sea Ghost King defeated. Spirit orbs 60,000. Ghost King ring. The system message popped up, and he almost burst out laughing. If not for the cliff edge underfoot, he would have howled with joy. Landing that last hit felt glorious. Before he could inspect the ring's stats, a flood of comments washed across the screen. Whoa, the Ghost King really wasn't dead. We all saw it stop breathing. Good thing the streamer was careful, otherwise it would have slipped away. Look at that crooked grin, definitely scored some gear. Evolved Ghost King always drops loot, and it's buffed too. Total Easter egg. The audience complained in envy while Xiao Hao beamed from ear to ear. He knew exactly when to trust chat and when to trust himself. The Ghost King ring needed testing somewhere safe, so he decided to leave the fissure at once. If not for confirming the Ghost King's fate, he wouldn't have come back to this cursed trench. With a mountain of items already, he never lacked spirit orbs and hadn't expected much from this run, yet fate had dropped a massive surprise in his lap. Had never imagined he'd walk away with such a windfall this time. The hilly region lay bleak and deserted. Xiao Hao stepped onto the wreck of the Noah again. The former eerie atmosphere had vanished, and not a single undead remained. Across the entire stretch of water, save for the occasional gray-black shadow, there wasn't a monster inside that had cleared the whole map. Inside the captain's cabin, he spotted the Noah throne, its frame etched with deep-sea whorls, and couldn't help but whistle. Who would have guessed a wreck could hide such a luxury seat? The cushion was supple, the backrest reclined smoothly. It was practically a massage chair. With the wild shadow seahorses circling outside as a living defense ring, the wreck had become his second safe house. Xiao Hao rummaged through every cabin, even the most secret compartments, but found nothing else. I've squeezed this place dry, he muttered. Shrugging, he climbed to the top deck to test the Ghost King ring. He opened the stat window. Ghost King ring summons the deep-sea wraith King's Reaper Scythe Claws. 10 Scythe Claws can resize at will or launch out to assassinate enemy units, homing in on their target. With this, the golden scale sword can collect dust, he chuckled. If he ever needed spirit orbs, he could sell the sword. Growth gear never lacked buyers. The prized blade slipped from his mind. If other players found out, they would probably drop dead from envy. At a thought, the ring responded. Idle, 10 scythe claws hovered around the band, their size shifting at his whim. One heartbeat later, 10 full-sized Reaper scythes screamed outward, weaving a seamless wall of steel around him, true 360-degree protection where offense was defense. He copied the Wraith King's technique, sending spectral chains snaking through the wreck. Soon every hatch was sealed, yet the longer the chains stretched, the faster his stamina drained. Weighing the cost, he released them and left the ship accessible. His gaze drifted outward. A few shadows were gliding through the water. The scythes auto-locked and lunged at a wild shadow seahorse. Sensing danger, the creature unfolded a field of darkness, but the blades ignored the near-broken stealth and drove straight for its body. Just before they struck, Xiao Hao recalled Them wasn't short of spirit orbs or troops. Better to let the seahorses breed. Restocking later would be a nightmare. Back at Shellhome, he waited for the system announcement. Today was the final day of open beta. Last time the servers paused, the system had issued a warning. He expected the same now. That was why he still hadn't used his evolution template. He wanted to see the official notice first. If it made no mention of game monsters entering reality, he would have to risk contacting the developers to prepare defenses. Ding! The alert popped up, and Xiao Hao opened it at once. 1. The open beta server will close for 7 days. Version 3.0 will launch afterward, and all player progress will be retained. 2. On maps belonging to deceased players, monsters whose levels match the new version will descend into their respective countries into the real world through portals. 3. Arrival sites are limited to the 10 major nations. A portal will open in the downtown area of a randomly chosen city 1 day in advance, so players should be prepared. The line on the info panel was more detailed than any intel Xiao Hao had gathered. If the system guaranteed a portal would show up a full day beforehand, no monsters would appear on day 1 of break. With that settled, he dropped the idea of warning the authorities and focused on his own plan. Use the evolution template during the safety window. Before he acted, he decided to give Qiu Qingnan a heads up. Since agreeing to team up, the two had added each other as friends. Whenever they were bored, they traded barbs, and in the middle of a fight, they'd keep trash-talking, part stress relief, part contest to see who could brag harder. Xiao Hao, Qiu Qingnan, need to tell you something. Qiu Qingnan replied instantly, shoot. Xiao Hao sent an ellipsis. Feeling cocky? Think you've grown wings? Next time we spar, I'll remind you your old man is still your old man. I'm sitting on more Easter eggs than you can shake a stick at. Your ghost banner doesn't scare me. Tired of sparring verbally, he cut to the chase. You saw the prompt, right? Any thoughts? Qiu Qingnan, deadpan. What's there to think? We roll with it. Xiao Hao typed, annoyed. I might not be able to back you up for the next few days. The other side suddenly got serious. Qiu Qingnan, where are you going? Xiao Hao, I have an item to use. Once I activate it, it'll be out cold for a few days. Not sure exactly when it'll wake up. Qiu Qingnan, and you just tell me this? You trust me too much. What if I decide to knife you? Xiao Hao rolled his eyes. If you were planning that, you wouldn't warn me first. Qiu Qingnan chuckled. Fine, fine. Your safety's on me. After a pause, he added, we're allies, but you keep stalling on taking down the Jin family. Think about whether that's fair. Xiao Hao, I spent the entire 7-day holiday holding back the monster tide. If I hadn't, would you have had time to mess with the Jins? He jabbed again. Want to swap jobs? You handle the tide, I'll crush the Jins. Qiu Qingnan backed off fast. No need for that. Sensing the awkward lull, Qiu switched topics stiffly. I found out the Jin family's at odds with Dragon Transformation Pool. Xiao Hao offered him a ladder. Details? Qiu Qingnan, their ambition's too big. I suspect they're cozying up to Turtle Nation, but I've got no proof. In the survival era, evidence didn't have to follow old-school rules. Xiao Hao thought a moment, then DM'd him the witch's mirror. Here, don't say I'm not helping. Only one of these exists across 10 games. Silent Xiao was clearly reading the item description. With the mirror recording everything, a single screenshot would nail the Gene family. Once they had legit grounds, Xiao Hao and Xiao together could blow through 10 Gene families. A moment later Xiao typed in awe, didn't know you had this. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Hao. I've never even used it. I'm not the creep you think I am. When it came to smack talk, Xiao Hao never lost. He could be ice cold 1 second and the king of quips the next. Xiao started to reply, chill. Just don't use it to peep on me. Xiao Hao raised a brow. Solid idea. Xiao Chengnan. With the mirror in hand, Xiao's revenge meter shot through the roof, and he got cocky. Call me dad and I promise I won't spy on you. Xiao Hao shot back. Son, give it back. Xiao caved at once. Dad, my bad. Some people aren't just itchy, they're shameless. The person you first meet and the one you get to know later can be two entirely different creatures. Xiao Hao was about to close the inventory slot when he remembered the job wasn't finished. He said in a low voice, Xiao Chengnan, don't move against the Gene family just yet. Why not? Xiao Chengnan frowned. Find out exactly who forced me to drop out back then, Xiao Hao answered crisply. When the time comes, we'll take them all down at once so none slip through. Got it. Xiao nodded and heard Xiao Hao add, one more thing. You really think I haven't watched Jackie Chan Adventures? Xiao pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. Xiao Hao chuckled, seeing a top-tier lawyer binge cartoons amused him. He was about to continue when Xiao cut in. You just called me dad a second ago. Come on, be good and speak. Xiao mimicked a cartoon tone, teasing him on purpose. Xiao Hao's eyelid twitched. This guy was lethal when he got goofy. He skipped the banter and laid it out. Gene Group looks united, but it's full of competing factions. Those colluding with Guo will have to be eliminated under a proper pretext. Those who aren't, force them to choose sides, leave no loose ends. Understood. Most will huddle together out of fear, but a few are stubborn diehards, Xiao said, pushing up his glasses. Then let them die. The apocalypse is coming though. I really have to teach you how to kill with someone else's knife? Xiao smiled knowingly. Your righteous hero persona just imploded. I never said I was a good guy, Xiao Hao shot back. Fine, find more business, more headaches. Hey, erase your stuff. My bad, dad. Xiao handed the file back with a grin that begged for a punch. Xiao Hao remembered their first meeting, when this man had been an ice sculpture. Now he was calling everyone dad without blushing. The police file labeled him apathetic, yet with revenge in sight, he was a different person entirely, almost giddy. Staring at the game panel flashing the word justice, Xiao Hao snorted. Choosing the justice camp during the monster wave didn't make him a saint. He liked doing good, but he wouldn't be a doormat. Every move came from desire, no mission, no duty. He owed this world nothing. He enjoyed public order, but had contributed to it too. A guilty conscience? Let the whole Gene clan die and head sleep like a baby. In this world, every debt gets paid. The Gene family had too many enemies. When a giant rots at the roots, it loses the right to stand. And the so-called innocent? If a brat smashes a collectible, can the parent wave it off with he's just a kid? Gene Xuanfu had done worse, and the family always covered for him. Not once did any crusader for justice step up. So why talk innocence now? Right or wrong, he didn't bother splitting hairs. To bring down the Gene family, he had to pull it up by the root sleeve, no one alive. The memory of being forced out of school stirred fresh anger. Bunny, a soft voice cooed beside him. The little sea hare nuzzled his shoulder, its velvety fur brushing his cheek, and the anger vanished. His girl wasn't a punching bag, and had never been on her. In fact, he had a surprise. Xiao Hao pulled out an evolution template and waved it in front of the little sea hare. This one's for you. The little sea hare froze for a moment, then burst with delight and leapt into the air. After hopping around Xiao Hao twice, it suddenly drooped its ears and let out a dejected tutu. Xiao Hao understood at once the little fellow wanted to give its evolution template to the seahorse buddy. Relax, I brought two, Xiao Hao said, spreading out another template as if coaxing a child. One for Shadow Seahorse, and the other for you. Before he even finished, the sea hare spun in place, squeaking nonstop. Then it arched its back and struck a pose that perfectly mimicked a mantis shrimp swinging its sides. Its soft paws curved into convincing blades, truly the master impressionist of the Flash Pikachu tier. Xiao Hao simply summoned the mantis shrimp. The moment the evolution templates appeared, the shrimp had already made its opinion clear. As a blade master, it disdained outside help and even showed a hint of contempt for the templates. So Xiao Hao let the two guardians talk face to face. Tutu the sea hare offered the template. The mantis shrimp shook its head firmly. Lacking vocal cords, it could only nod or shake its head. Without the game link, Xiao Hao wouldn't have guessed its thoughts. It says it's a blade master and doesn't need an evolution template, Xiao Hao translated. Tutu? The shrimp nodded proudly. Tutu. Tutu. The sea hare spun with joy, bounced onto the shrimp's head for a quick hug, then happily returned to the panel to await its super evolution. With the sea hare settled, Xiao Hao took a shower, turned off the shell lamp, and climbed into bed to start his stream. The regulars on the bullet screen were already parked in the channel. The streamer's finally using the evolution templates. He's barely streamed these past few days, basically, just streams himself sleeping. I get off work and look for him. When there's no camera for days, it feels weird. You can still watch, now just listen to him snore. Unless he sleeps naked, this is boring. You're the weird one. No, you are. Ignoring them, Xiao Hao focused on the two templates before him. Had seen how broken the Ghost King version was, and he was dying to know what a guardian would become after super evolution. First, he selected Shadow Seahorse and hit confirm. Sleepiness washed over him, but he forced his eyes open long enough to select the sea hare for the second template. Confirm. His fingertip had barely touched the button when exhaustion claimed him. He almost missed the second confirmation. Once Xiao Hao was asleep, the guardians inside the undersea safe house began to change. Shells, fins, and tendrils twisted and reshaped. Both the shadow seahorses and the speedy sea hares started their silent metamorphosis in the dark. Outside, the occasional current hurled sea monsters against the coral shell walls, but the embedded diamond barrier kept the shelter hidden in the deep, impossible to target. Time slipped by. Then, at a strange moment, the player's body suddenly dissolved into bubbles and vanished without a trace. Real-world timeline. First day of the holiday. Inside a cheap rental unit, a second figure suddenly appeared on the single bed. The cramped room was stacked with cases of soda and vacuum-sealed cans, leaving barely any floor space. The figure solidified, landed lightly, tore open a bag of chips with a loud crunch, then yanked a pull-to-bison ice-cold can of soda misted over. The newcomer was Xiao Chengnan. After filling his stomach, he placed two hand-woven cord bracelets, one red, one witty, on the nightstand. Had the tenant, Xiao Hao, been awake, he would have recognized them as symbols of two guardians, the Red Bride and the White Bride. Letting those heavy hitters stay behind to mind the place showed Qiu's loyalty. Pulling the door shut, Qiu looked up at a sky as gray as lead, worry etched between his brows. Without the first player tanking at the front, the next few days would be rough. A new global system alert had already thrown the public into panic. 3 cities in Longhua had been named. News channels ran non-stop coverage. Each of the 10 great nations now had 3 identical portals, every door bearing its game's monster totem. The rule was simple and brutal: portals today, monsters tomorrow. The 3 in Longhua were dubbed the Space Gate, the Floating Owl Gate, and the Fog Gate. Space Gate. A metal frame glowed neon, and the pale blue door panel was a 3D hologram that screamed high-tech. Floating Owl Gate. An inverted triangle frame. Its top edge was draped in lush greenery, its sides raw earth and stone, with no visible door. Fog Gate. Both frame and doorway were swallowed in milky mist that kept spilling outward, blurring every contour. The portals hovered above the downtown sky of their respective cities, sending residents fleeing in all directions. Thankfully, Longwo's emergency response was swift. Soldiers and police evacuated civilians in an orderly fashion and threw up concentric defense lines around each portal. The Empire's 3 pillars, Wu Ting, Qing Feng, and Mu Sanjich, took charge of one gate. All 3 were level 20 warlords, yet even they felt a chill before the unknown. Their troop levels had only just climbed past 10, hardly a match. Meanwhile, even after his death, Xiao Chengnan's identity remained hidden. He, too, was level 20, and his ghost banner granted a broken ability to level up troops one by one, but with a catch. Every guardian carried an unfulfilled wish from life. If the wish is met, the guardian can level independently. If not, it can only rise at the army's average pace, never pulling ahead. So a ghost banner bearer is hardly invincible. The ceiling is sky high, but the floor is fixed, and pushing troops to warlord tier is nearly mythic. As other races players like to say, getting a troop to warlord level is basically wishful thinking. So far, Qiu had met only 4 guardians' wishes. 1. The Red Bride and the White Bride. 2. The Petrifying Lamia. 3. The Face Spider. The Vulture Banshee Hua Donglan and the Riftworm Chong Ziqian were still waiting. Their wishes were all over the map. The Red and White Brides wanted to kill the faithless groom with their own hands. The Petrifying Lamia had to lock eyes with an opponent for 10 straight minutes. The Face Spider wanted every egg it had ever laid destroyed. Hua Donglan and Chong Ziqian shared a single wish: annihilate the Jin family. Yes, Xiao Chengnan was the one who killed them, yet their final wish remained the destruction of the Jins. They had never held any grudges against him. It was the Jin family who pushed them to provoke Xiao Chengnan, and that meddling had cost them their lives. Beyond the few monsters he had already tamed, Xiao Chengnan forcibly bound a variety of units: nightmare wraith ghosts of fallen non-human players and an even larger number of dead human players. Non-human spirits almost always left the same last wish: avenge me on the game, whereas human ghosts could be laughably self-centered. One wanted to become the richest man alive, another dreamed of a personal harem, their requests all over the map. Each guardian possesses decent intelligence, and if one slips the leash it can switch sides in seconds. Xiao Chengnan craved their skills, yet the moment they were bound he was smacking his thigh in regret. Low-level guardians mean low-level abilities, and against high-level mobs they do little more than tickle. That is why a ghost banner holder can't simply kill players. he has to bind them instead. Killing is easy, but if the victim's final wish becomes avenge me, you end up fighting yourself. Xiao Chengnan had no desire to dig his own grave. To play it safe, he left the max-level Redand White Bride with Xiao Hao to hold the fort. All he still had at hand were a petrifying gorgon and a human-faced spider, and he couldn't be bothered to parade any sub-level 10 cannon fodder. Worse yet, the defensive ring could give way at any moment under the monsters pouring out of the portals, so he had no time to settle scores with the genes. He ordered the gorgon and the spider to shift into phasing form and rush to back up Qing Feng and Wu Ting at their portal, while he lay in ambush on Mu Xing's flank. Luckily, the portal arrived a full day ahead of schedule, giving everyone precious time to set up. At that same moment, in a sealed basement somewhere in Longdu, a witch's mirror was locked onto every move of the Jin family's patriarch. A camera beside it recorded non-stop, its red light burning in the otherwise empty, double-locked room. Xiao Chengnan was gone, but his plan to collect evidence against the Jins continued without a hitch. Within 24 hours, the defensive perimeter rose piece by piece, and global media marveled at Dragon Country's construction speed. Yet on screen, a curvy female reporter was shouting herself hoarse, repeatedly calling for Player 1, but the familiar figure never appeared. Dragonscale Squad sent Shadow a private SOS no reply. Other Walonki players tried to reach him and likewise got silence. The livestream chat flooded with clueless comments. Give it a rest. Miss, you'll wreck your voice and break my heart. I heard Player 1's codename is Shadow? Shadow? More like Shadow God. TCH, thought we finally met a tough nut. Praise, teasing, and doubt intertwined, but the reporter persisted. Shadow God has performed extraordinary service for Dragon Country. If you can hear me, please keep protecting everyone. Relax, sweetheart, the chat consoled her. Shadow always shows up at the very end. We're used to it. Yeah, in those last monster waves. Did he ever appear at the start? The chat was buzzing, yet the Walonki players felt no relief. National leaders, let's hope so. They knew Shadow's personality. Aloof on the outside, warm within, always answering quickly and politely. Now days had passed with no response. How could they not worry? At least his forum avatar was still gray, not black, proof he was alive barely enough to put their minds at ease. On the ramparts, low-level players whispered, "What's going on with Shadow God? We're nobodies. Even our squad leader can't get on his friends list. Too arrogant. How going to let us hold the line till we're wiped, then stroll in as the savior? Maybe he's genuinely tied up? Tied up or not, he could send one message." Gossip aside, the stream stayed on. Besides calling for Shadow's help, the reporter now urged players who had not yet joined Walonki to step up and defend their homeland. It was late, and the moon shone in a sky almost stripped of stars. The 3 cities beneath the portals had gone dark, shopfront shutters were half closed, plastic bags rolled down deserted streets, and the emptiness felt colder than ever. Officials were stretched thin, racing to build defensive rings and organize staggered evacuations, so they could only post online bulletins that read, "Join Hualong Pool, defend your homeland." The Talent Scouting Bowl team, once devoted to finding gifted players, was equally overwhelmed directing traffic through evacuation corridors already had them soaked in sweat. Above the city, rotor blades never stopped thundering. Military helicopters wove through the night, their searchlights cutting white columns in the darkness while they ferried the first wave of recruits. Each city had set up a draft station and even launched a conscription app so players could enlist with a tap on their phones. In theory, with more than a tenth of the world's population, Longwa should have produced 4,000 or 5,000 players even at a survival rate under 50%. Yet barely 2,000 were officially registered with Hualong Pool. Some who had received the Longwa serum but never registered buried their heads in the sand, ignoring every call-up. A smaller handful posed as foreign players, hoping to dodge the war. Distribution day interviews made their true nationality obvious, but if they refused to step forward, the authorities were effectively powerless. Unlike other nations, Longwa hadn't chained its players with the exchange's compulsory contracts elsewhere. Anyone who took a serum had to sign a slave pact on the spot. Here, every player at the front chose to be there. The headcount was low, yet morale was high. Those who took the serum for free but refused to fight were blasted online as utter scum. Foreign netizens mocked Longwo's soft-heartedness, inflaming public anger inside the country. Yet overseas players were the bleakest expressions. Voluntary service and forced service are worlds apart. One vial of serum had saved their lives, but it had also sold them into endless combat. So Longwo's ranks were small but united, while foreign ranks were large yet despondent, and message boards worldwide erupted over which model was better. No one slept that night. Players knew all too well that in-game monsters were far more lethal than any real-world beast. The open beta cohort was still in its tutorial phase, yet the monster count was already staggering. During the first holiday event, a single level 10 creature sent everyone fleeing, and in the second, packs of the same tier poured out in droves. On the city walls, armed soldiers patrolled with squared shoulders. Players were assigned to temporary barracks, but no one could truly rest, as if any rustle might yank them awake. Earlier, researchers had run every test they could think of on the portal magnetic fields, radiation, energy waves, yet found nothing. The supernatural barrier left even scientists helpless. Dawn crept in, steeping the barracks in the scent of coffee and hardtack. Most players looked haggard, strung tighter than bowstrings. At 8 o'clock sharp, every portal on the planet flared at once, as though someone had ripped a slit in the air. The first monster thrust out a razor-edged claw, and the war began. Creatures flooded through on both sides, first low-level mobs for junior players to handle. Then, step by step, foes strong enough to qualify as starter-zone mini-bosses. Monsters between levels 8 and 10 were already beyond what ordinary open beta players could handle, so the fight was left to the handful of seeded testers. Within a few hours, the horde multiplied, forcing even closed beta veterans to join the front line. For the moment, the 3 Imperial Pillars and the hidden Xiao Changnan kept their forces in reserve, while the players' guardians teetered on the brink, burning through items one after another. Level 10 and below creatures poured out non-stop, occasionally mixed with brutal elites above level 10. Whenever one of these overtier monsters appeared, the Imperial Pillars dispatched their own troop types and war generals, barely keeping the defense afloat. Their units were likewise beyond the normal tier, and only that raw power held the line together. The more monsters fell, the more spirit orbs they dropped, allowing the players to fund the battle with the spoils and preserve a fragile balance. Space Portal. Wu Ting commanded this gate, with a human-faced spider lurking unseen. Most striking were the 20 velociraptors under his banner. They darted in like lightning, bit, and withdrew, as seamless as a special ops team. Whenever the Tyrannosaurus opened its jaws, a sheet of flames swept the ground, instantly clearing swathes of low-level mobs. At the center stood the newly promoted war general, the armored Ankylosaurus, its massive shell a deep inky green, claws and spells striking it only threw off sparks. Its flattened head was turtle-like, equally plated. A short, thick spike jutted from each cheek, and the spiked club on its tail mowed through enemies like a flail. Even a high-level monster's ultimate left only shallow marks that healed at once. With velociraptors skirmishing, the Tyrannosaurus blanketing the field in fire, and the Ankylosaurus soaking damage, the space portal was an iron fortress. Whenever a bizarre new creature spawned, Wu Ting simply tossed a game item and erased it, never letting a breach form. Mist Portal. Qing Feng held this front, while a petrifying Gorgon hid in the fog. The ghost banner granted by Xiao Changnan gave the defenders a phasing ability, letting them slip into the mist at will. Phantom shadows cast illusions that lured monsters into tearing each other apart. The ghost infant and a newly bound war general, a pair of crimson embroidered shoes, targeted only high-tier foes. The shoes looked ordinary but were eerily lethal. The instant they stepped on a target's shadow, the victim froze, and without a special escape skill, it would be drained of life in seconds, aging to death on the spot. Layer upon layer of crowd control left no crack in the Mist Portal's defense for now. Floating Island Portal. Because the portal sat on the floating island survival map, Mu Sang was the perfect defender, and Xiao Changnan joined her in person. Of course I have to help the lady, he joked. Those two big guys only need one war general each. Mu Sang's new war general was the moon goddess Butterfly. Its wings spanned 3 to 4 meters, black and white intertwining like a moving fresco. The blank patches were not pure white, but glowed with cool lunar light, as if one were gazing at the moon. When it spread its wings, spectators fell silent, bullet comments stalled, and gasps rippled across the feed. Even Shadow God's Mantis shrimp was briefly outshone. Unfortunately, the moon goddess Butterfly had low offense and defense. Its only trump card was Moonlight Benediction. The skill combined the traits of Xiao Hao's Dark Erosion and Dark Domain. The dark element devoured life, while the light element vaporized flesh, yin and yang in harmony, its power far surpassing a single-layer Dark Erosion. Sadly, Dark Erosion could stack, while Moonlight Benediction could not. Worse, the Seahorse unit was still evolving. Once it completed its Ultra Evolution, Dark Erosion itself might advance as well. At that point, a single Seahorse unit could easily outclass an entire war general. Monsters kept pouring out of every portal without pause. The Empire's bulwark was made of flesh and blood, and with every passing second the Guardian's strength was being drained. The authorities knew only the players could truly clear the creatures, but when the players began to slow, they had to take the field themselves. Soldiers raised their rifles behind the defensive line, Gatling rounds falling like a waterfall, yet they barely scratched the monster's shells. The armor these in-game beasts wore was thicker than anything any mutated creature had ever shown in reality. News that modern firearms were useless shot through the Dragon Kingdom in an instant, throwing everyone from top officials down to ordinary citizens into turmoil. All hope still rested on the players. The public could only pray in silence, powerless to change the worsening situation. At the space portal, black mist churned and the monsters grew denser, their average level climbing into the teens. They were space wraiths, rotting cadavers fitted with cybernetic limbs, each one strong enough to take on a velociraptor heathen. Word spread that the beta testers stationed there had fallen, sending a shockwave through the crowd. After all, only beta testers had maps that extended beyond the novice village. Open beta players couldn't unlock new areas until they reached max level. As space wraiths flooded onto the field, the portal's tide finally slowed. Everyone understood what that meant. The final phase was coming. Sure enough, the space wraith king, a giant the size of a main battle tank, strode through, and only then did the black hole-like portal go silent. But despair replaced relief. This wraith king had already surpassed level 20. The players' line buckled under the assault. Even Wu Ting's Ankylosaurus, famed for its defense, was left cracked and battered by a single punch from the wraith king. With the wraith horde still sitting in the teens, the players threw every trump card they had saved: high-yield talismans, sealing arrays, binding chains. A riot of dazzling effects filled the air, barely holding the enemy back. Yet everyone knew the balance could break. At any moment their consumables would run out. Chat exploded in the live stream. Where's Shun? We're about to collapse. Why isn't the #1 player here? Someone call him. Walonki kept trying to reach him, but every channel returned a busy tone. Casualty counters ticked upward. Pleas for help vanished into the void. Watching Guardian after Guardian fall, viewers' eyes reddened. Rage boiled over. Where the hell is Shadow? Calls himself a god, but won't show up? Coward. No wonder he always hides his face, too scared to be seen. The host tried to calm the chaos, but nothing worked. The defensive ring had already been ripped open. A Tyrannosaurus and the Wraith King battled among the ruins, scales curling, blood pouring. Just as the Wraith King drew back for a killing blow, its massive legs were wrapped in silver-gray webs, and it crashed to one knee. An eerie purple sheen crept across its hide. The creature had been poisoned. The sudden reversal froze the livestream chat. Space trembled, and an enormous, grotesque humanoid spider crawled out. It looked as if two spider heads had been fused together. A smaller one in front like an oversized hunting spider, and a much larger, twisted head on its back. Eye sockets hollow and fangs jagged. 6 obsidian eyes on the spider's back glared at the Ghost King. A blood-soaked rift split the creature's carapace wide open, bearing jagged fangs, and even the long tongue lashing from its maw bore a human face trapped in its coating. The spider roared, spraying scarlet droplets. In a flash it raised a leg, and slick thread sealed around the Ghost King's calf. Snarling, the Ghost King tore through the webbing, bones cracking as he lifted an arm to unleash his ultimate strike. A blinding laser sliced the night sky, toppling an entire building in a thunderous collapse, yet missed the spider by a hair's breadth. Space rippled. The vanished spider stepped out of the shadows with a wicked grin, disgorging a torrent of violet-black silk that cascaded over the Ghost King in thick layers. The distraction let the nearby Tyrannosaurus catch its breath, but afraid his flames might ignite the web, he could only whip his massive bony tail at the Ghost King. Inside the livestream, the battlefield settled for the moment while the chat exploded. Another hidden player just jumped in. Definitely not Shadow God. Don't call him a goad, won't even show up to the war. Is this new top player a guy or a girl? At the same time, the fog, floating island, and space portals were under pressure, just like the main city. As the monster waves entered their final phase, the city center was nearly leveled. At the fog portal, an embroidered shoe stomped on the fog Ghost King's shadow. A ghost infant burrowed into flesh to parasitize it, and a gorgon's petrifying breath mingled with the shadow bind in a double lock. After hours of brutal combat, the Ghost King finally crashed to the ground, and the passage was secured. Still, King Feng's defenses were stretched so thin he could no longer spare forces to reinforce other Imperial pillars. The space portal remained in deadlock, but the floating island portal was on the brink of collapse. Floating island front. Under a blood-red crescent moon, the floating island Ghost King unfurled a pair of ragged, pulsing wings, talons poised to shred the tottering moon moth. Kneeling in the rubble, Mu Sang's arms trembled as she coughed blood, her reddened eyes helplessly fixed on the scene. A pale hand suddenly appeared on the underside of the Ghost King's wing. A man swathed head to toe in bandages, only his eyes exposed, stood there as lightly as a feather, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of laughter. It'd be a shame to let such a beautiful butterfly die. A wave of petrification surged out. Alarmed, the Ghost King abandoned the moon moth and spun around. The patriarch of the southern Xiao clan Xiao Qinan had finally entered the fight. With Xiao Hao's shadow mask absent, he could only wrap himself in cloth strips, looking every bit like Marvel's Moon Knight. New top player detected. Is that Shadow God? So cool. Hold up, Shadow God, wears all black. We can actually see this guy's eyes. His eyes are gorgeous. Moon Knight. Handsome. Shadow God just got some competition for my heart. The scrolling comments and on-site cameras locked onto Xiao Qinan. The wind-aligned floating island Ghost King moved at blinding speed. One beat of its blood-slick wings shattered the petrifying bind, its claws flashing cold light as they tore a gaping hole in Xiao Qianan's chest. What? He made that flashy entrance and got one-shotted? Bro, are you kidding us? Sorry, Shadow God still owns my heart. You don't. Not everyone is Shadow God, the gap's too big. If you can't fight like the #1 player, stop acting like him. Players and viewers alike stared, baffled, at the Moon Knight bleeding profusely. Yet while they waited for him to drop, the showboating newcomer stubbornly refused to fall. A wound that punches straight through the heart is something even a blood elixir can't fix. The hell? I thought he was Moon Knight. Turns out he's Wolverine. The chat exploded the moment they saw it. Fresh tissue knit itself together in full view. The skin closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye, yet the fist-sized hole in his clothes remained, offering a glimpse of well-defined abs through the tear. Wait, we get to watch this for free? Is this a news channel or an adult channel? I was wrong. Me heart has room for both the shadow god and you. I've seen people flex before, but never like this. Show her, is that you? He'll give you all the babies you want. Shut it. You said the same thing during the shadow god's last stream. He'll take them both. Trust me, I can handle it. Quit bluffing, little girl. This water's too deep. Let a mature, big sister handle him. On the other side of the screen, Xiao Chunnan lowered his head to study the hole that had just been punched through his chest. His lips twitched, and behind the white veil his face flushed crimson, not from the pain, but from the shock of the Sky Isle Ghost King's absurd speed. One blink, and he was skewered. He hadn't even had time to dodge. Because the players watching earlier hadn't forced the Ghost King to reveal his true power, Head underestimated him and paid the price. Fortunately, Head inherited Chong Ziqian's regeneration talent. Without it, Head already be dead. Damn it, this is live. Xiao Hao is going to roast me to death when he re-watches the VOD. The thought made rage flare in his chest. As fresh white cloth reformed over the wound, he glared up at the shadowy figure hovering above and unleashed his full power. The outfit wasn't just for show. It was woven from the white bride's silken ability. If the Ghost King hadn't overranked his way through its defense, Cho wouldn't have lost a single hair. Without that silk barrier, Head had been torn to pieces. Within seconds, the injury vanished completely. Having suffered once, he refused to slip again. Head solo killed the Ghost King on nightmare difficulty in the game before, which had lulled him into today's near-fatal complacency, but the Xiao Qinan who got serious was a different beast. Alone, he tangled with the Sky Isle Ghost King, an aura of despair radiating from the monster. The spider-faced woman flung poison webs, the vulture harpy rained toxic quills from above, and the stacking double toxins plus double debuffs finally dragged the Ghost King's speed down to something Xiao could match. Aside from that first careless hit, he never let the Ghost King touch him again, his body phasing in and out of the void like a shadow. As the duel wore on, viewers watching the synchronized streams from all three portals began piecing things together. The Medusa and the spider-faced woman could phase just like this new player. It had to be the same power. Then they remembered. The redanned white bride had to stay near Xiao Hao, so Xiao Qinan could only bring 2 max-level summons into play. The moment the mist portal fight ended, Head unhesitatingly summoned the Medusa to this battlefield. Chat went wild. Knew it. Medusa's totally Moon Knight's guardian. I'm in love. Big sister Medusa is gorgeous and deadly. By Suzhen, is that you? I volunteer to be Su Xian. By this logic, the big spider's probably another guardian for the new god. With Xiao holding the line on the floating island, players fighting at the mist portal began tossing their items to the crew battling at the space survival portal. With the extra gear in place, the space portal finally stabilized. The human-faced spider's venom kept ticking away, and at one point the Ghost King shredded every strand of webbing. Freed at last, the Trex couldn't hold back its rage. Its massive jaws opened, and a torrent of scorching dragon fire roared out. The intense heat doubled the venom's corrosion, and the Space Ghost King's HP visibly nosedived as it staggered toward death. The portal was secure, and Xiao Chungnan immediately resummoned the human-faced spider. The 2 guardians lunged at the floating island Ghost King one after the other, with Musa, Ing, and the rest of the players right behind them. Damage, crowd control, and healing hit in relentless waves, leaving the boss no chance to recover. Backed by Xiao Qingnan's pressure, Yushindai's moonlight blessing bathed the entire field without a hitch. Bai Maoing poured every ounce of stamina into healing, keeping the team alive. Musa Ying's 2 war generals attacked from both flanks, boxing the Ghost King in. Every sign pointed to one outcome. Xiao Chungnan had the kill in the bag. On the surface it looked like a flawless victory. But was it really flawless? Unaware spectators spammed cheers in the chat, while those who knew the score felt a chill. The game featured 10 titles, which meant 10 portals. They had only cleared 3, leaving 7 to go. The rules were clear. Each one would be tougher than the last. The first 3 portals had already drained almost every consumable they owned, and many one-shot items like Xiao Hao's Ghost Woman's hair were gone forever. Now their inventories were empty, their guardians dead or crippled, and no one had a plan for what came next. Even worse, guardian slots would never increase. Losing a war general also erased its skills. It was only day 2, yet casualties were so heavy that all 3 defensive walls had collapsed. How were they supposed to survive the rest of the week? Modern firearms were useless, and the weight of the apocalypse settled on the players' shoulders, pressing the air from their lungs. The moment the fight ended, every guild closed in around Xiao Chungnan. Walonqi tried to recruit him on the spot, but he copied Xiao Hao and vanished. His phasing ability was even more outrageous than Shadow Meld. Shadow Meld at least left a silhouette. Phasing made him disappear without a trace. With Qiu Chengnan gone, Musa Ying's face fell. Last time the #1 player, Shadow God, had brushed her off. This time the new deity, Moonlight Knight, turned her down. A bona fide beauty rejected twice in a row. She was starting to wonder if she just wasn't pretty enough. If she hadn't seen Xiu Chengnan's pecs and abs with her own eyes, she might have doubted whether he was even a guy. After the battle, the field was a wreck again. Fortunately, no new portals spawned right away, giving everyone a brief chance to breathe. Online, however, clips of Qiu Chengnan's awkward moments were blowing up, even turned into memes. Qiu Chengnan, where are your manners? And says who? Flooded every feed. When Xiao Hao played the hero, the screen was full of cool posters and hype edits. When it was Qiu Chengnan's turn, every still frame was a cringe shot. The stream quality was so high that even the holes in his shirt showed up in HD. Captions ranged from the mild "quick, fall into my arms" to "the killer like my pecs, bro," enough to make Qiu Chengnan cough up blood. Total social death. He felt like crying. Same hero gig, why was the treatment so different? Now even random onlookers would see his black history. Should he take advantage of Xiao Hao's coma and do something shady? He thought about it, but couldn't bring himself to act. If people tagged him as a perv, no river could wash that label clean. At dusk, Qiu Chengnan returned to the rented flat. The guy was still sleeping like a dead pig. Lucky you. The third day of the holiday had arrived, and the internet was still the liveliest battlefield. Every major forum was piling up threads asking why Shadow God had bowed out of the latest large-scale war. He's that strong, why would he hide? Must be scared. Scared? He was on the front line in every previous monster surge. It's not fear, it's pride. The game's been updated, there are more players, new gods have appeared, and maybe Shadow God isn't #1 anymore, so he'd rather stay offstage. Or maybe he's dead. Walonki had warned everyone that even the strongest player had to tread carefully in the game world. Posts shot up by the thousands. Either Shadow God's power had tanked and he was too embarrassed to fight, or he had already fallen. A celebrity analyst pulled out spreadsheets of past performance to prove it. The official account rushed to debunk the rumor, only to be accused of trying to keep the peace. Gossip filled the sky, even drowning out the top-ranked topic Moonlight Knight's abs. There were no portals that day, no monster tides, and schools and businesses were shut. Global netizens swarmed to Shadow God is dead livestream thread, crashing servers again and again. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao, the rumored Shadow God, was fast asleep, blissfully unaware of his new social death. Citizens of Lanlong City and Honglong City were especially worked up. Everyone he had ever saved was burning paper money by the armful. Teenagers set his photo as their phone and computer wallpaper in remembrance. Middle-aged folks printed black and white memorial portraits and hung them in their living rooms to ward off evil. Many elders knelt before those portraits, praying for protection. One knew whose lifespan the sacrifice would ultimately shorten. Lanlong City and Honglong City turned into two smoke-filled towns where no battle had begun, yet ashes drifted like snow. Longwo wanted to step in, but mountains of apocalypse-era duties left no room. Squeezing out a half-hearted rumor-busting post for Xiao Hao was already the limit. Going door to door to stop the incense and paper burnings was impossible. The clarification fell flat. In Xiao Hao's neighborhood, funeral drums occasionally thumped, and acrid ash slipped through the window cracks, making him frown in his sleep. Web culture flipped like storm clouds. No one knew what new spectacle would be next. Qiu Chengnan, however, was delighted, archived every photo and video of the morning scenes, muttering, "Perfect. Now nobody can laugh at anybody else." And so Long was spent an entire day amid lamentations and drifting ash. Around dusk, Xiao Hao finally woke up, still ignoring the growl in his stomach. Puzzled, he pushed open the window and saw crowds in mourning clothes below. They held white chrysanthemums and shouted, "Shadow God, we'll remember you forever. Farewell, first player. Boo-hoo. You'll always be my #1 player. No one can ever take your place." The pungent smell of fireworks choked the cramped room, and Xiao Hao coughed so hard he had to tilt back his head and gulp 2 mouthfuls of bottled water. Peering through half-drawn curtains, he forced his gaze down to the farewell gathering below. This was the first time in his life he had ever attended his own memorial service. Frustration, confusion, speechlessness, and even a flicker of odd tenderness churned inside him. The official Longwo website had solemnly clarified that Shadow God Xiao Hao was alive and kicking, yet his fans acted as if they were collectively deaf, wailing at the top of their lungs. Since when did the nation's credibility sink this low? Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he decided not to appear and set things straight just yet. He was genuinely curious to hear what they would say about him. "Guys, stop crying. Please boo-hoo," someone sobbed below, but the harder they tried to calm everyone, the louder the crying became. Amusement, embarrassment, and a touch of warmth tangled together, making Xiao Hao want to rub his temples. "Shadow God, in the next life I'm definitely going to be your wife." A shrill voice cracked like a firecracker, and Xiao Hao's heart skipped a beat. This didn't feel right. That's right. Everybody quit bawling. Another fan waved a glowing sign high in the air. You all know what vibe Shadow God likes. He wouldn't want us blubbering. Mum, Shadow God. In the next life, he'll give you a bunch of babies. Shadow God. In the next life, I'm warming your bed. Shadow God. In the next life, we'll be your bride squad plus a groom squad. We can fight. We promise you'll be satisfied. Listening to this, Xiao Hao turned to stone. Any trace of sentimentality vanished in smoke. Suddenly, a childish voice piped up, what about this life? The crowd paused for a beat. Then someone answered, already married, not worthy of Shadow God. I've got a boyfriend, not worthy of Shadow God. Next life, then. Xiao Hao. In the next life, we're building Shadow God a harem. It has to be harmonious, no palace intrigue. I can be a male concubine too. Next life for Suyer. One after another, they chanted next life like kids promising next time. Xiao Hao ground his teeth. Maybe he should just wipe them all out, leaving them alive was a menace. Gripping the windowsill, he watched, lips twitching, never noticing the tall figure that had silently appeared behind him. By the time he sensed the intruder, the man's face was red from holding back laughter. In the next life, I can be your male concubine too. A deep, magnetic voice boomed behind him. Xiao Hao. So in this life nobody wants him? What a load of nonsense. He bristled and fired back. My pecs look that good? Got you thirsting to be my concubine? Qiao Chengman's freshly raised smile froze in midair. Bring it on. Mutual destruction. Xiao Hao arched a brow, signaling that this life could get interesting too. Xiao Hao. Some guys aren't gay, yet when they crank up the flirt level, they outsass everyone. You've seen the type on campus, wifey, hubby, flying around for fun. Qiao Chengnan was sprinting down that road clearly straight, yet able to tease someone until their ears burned. Pure sass. Get lost. Xiao Hao's tone was friendly, his enunciation crystal clear. Although he noticed the woven bracelet on the desk, he couldn't resist snapping back. If all Qiao Chengnan wanted was to retrieve the guardian token, there was no need to show up in person. He might as well sit tight and wait for the outcome. Sure enough, after pocketing the braceleta symbol of Redand White Bride, Xiao Chengnan spoke. I've identified the people who forced you to drop out back then. Hey, erase everything on them. He slid a thick stack of files in front of Xiao Hao. Hiss. Xiao Hao sucked in a cold breath. 3 days. Subtract travel time and brawling. The actual investigation took only a single day. An elite lawyer moonlighting as a detective, this efficiency was terrifying. Brother, you've got real skills. Xiao Hao looked at him with newfound respect. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.